Chapter 1. Finally escaped. Jiang Mengyu had finally escaped. 10 years. For 10 years, she had been a shared wife in the deep mountains. Today, she had finally found the opportunity to flee Tiger Hollow. 10 years ago, when she was still a high school sophomore, she overheard her mother telling her father that they would marry her off after she graduated. So, she went to her teacher, explained her situation, and begged the teacher to let her take the college entrance exam. The teacher took pity on her and allowed her to take the exam. She even passed. But little did she know, getting into university would become the beginning of her tragedy. When the acceptance letter arrived, her parents, who had always beaten or scolded her, actually bought wine and dishes to celebrate her university admission. She thought they had finally recognized her efforts. When her younger sister offered a toast, she drank a small cup of homemade sweet wine and lost consciousness. When she woke up again, she was in a stuffy truck, sold into Tiger Hollow to be a shared wife for two brothers. Thinking of the toast her sister had given her, she realized she had been betrayed by her sister. No, her parents had been there too, and they hadn't stopped it. This meant that the toast her sister gave her was entirely at their direction. She remembered when she had just received the acceptance letter, her mother had once told her to give her university spot to her younger sister. She had refused. For 16 years, her parents had favored her sister. Both were daughters, but she worked from dawn till dusk while her sister did nothing. Her sister ate well and dressed well, while she only ate her sister's leftovers and wore her sister's hand-me-downs. But her parents always said, "You're the older sister, you should give way to your younger sister." So, she accepted it. She could obey her parents in everything, but going to university was precisely why she had taken the exam early, to escape the marriage her mother had arranged. How could she possibly agree? It must have been because she refused to give up her university spot that they sold her into the deep mountains, allowing her sister to take her place at university and using the money from selling her as her sister's travel expenses. For 10 years, she had wondered countless times, why was her sister treated like a treasure while she was treated like a weed? Why did they even ruin her life to benefit her sister? She couldn't understand it. So, from the day she was sold into Tiger Hollow, she had thought about escaping. She wanted to ask her parents face to face, why did they treat her this way? Tiger Hollow had only 38 households in the entire village. Because of poverty, no one was willing to marry into the village. Almost every family's wife was bought. It was said that the traffickers who sold wives to their village not only provided the wives, but also offered maintenance. If a wife ran away, the traffickers would find her, discipline her, and return her to the buyer. This maintenance lasted until the bought wife gave birth to a child. After learning that the traffickers provided maintenance, Mengyu seemed to resign herself to her fate and stopped trying to escape easily. After she gave birth to a boy, the two brothers relaxed their surveillance of her. Later, villagers who went out to work and returned with money talked about the outside world. Her two husbands also wanted to earn money. At first, only one went out, but eventually, both left. Because she had a child tying her down, they didn't think she would run away. But Mengyu, who yearned for freedom, chose the night of her child's birthday. While celebrating the child's birthday, she gave her mother-in-law and child orange juice laced with something. After the old woman and the child fell asleep, she took the bundle she had prepared long ago and fled. Don't say she was heartless. This child had been taken away by her mother-in-law right after birth and raised under the constant admonition, "Watch your mother, don't let her run away." He had none of the ordinary affection a child feels for a mother. To her, this home was a prison, and her son was a guard. So, leaving her son behind caused her no guilt. After fleeing all night, exhausted Jiang Mengyu finally escaped those mountains. Seeing the road leading out of the mountains, she let out a long sigh of relief. She had finally escaped. But just as Jiang Mengyu was about to sit on a rock to rest, suddenly, the sound of barking dogs came from the mountain ridge. Mengyu's heart panicked. The people from Tiger Hollow had actually caught up. What should she do? She was already exhausted. Could she run any further? Chapter 2. Jumping off the cliff. By now, the sky was already bright. Originally, she had already escaped the deep mountains and could see the highway. As long as she walked along that road, she could escape the mountains. A little further, and she would reach the main highway, where cars passed by from time to time. If she could just encounter one vehicle and get on, she would truly be free. However, listening to the barking of dogs, Jiang Mengyu, utterly exhausted, knew very well that she could run no more. Following the barks, human voices soon echoed from afar. "Look, that woman is over there. Don't let her reach the highway. Hurry and catch her. A woman with a child still runs away. How heartless. Ah Huang, chase. Catch that bitch. Break her legs." These voices were like a demon's chant, causing Jiang Mengyu's already weary body to go limp. Those people had still caught up. Although they were still at the mountaintop and it would take some time for them to reach her, they had hunting dogs with them and would soon catch up. After running all night, she simply couldn't outrun the hounds. She cast an infinitely longing glance at the highway leading out of the mountains not far away, then resolutely rushed toward a large rock. Standing atop it, she steeled her heart, closed her eyes, and jumped down. Jiang Mengyu had never intended to return once she escaped this time, because she knew that the punishment for a third escape attempt was having her legs broken, with no medical treatment provided. Because a woman who ran away 3 times was deemed impossible to keep, breaking her legs would prevent her from escaping again. Jiang Mengyu had endured 10 years of hardship just for this one chance to escape. Since she couldn't escape, she would rather die than return to face the punishment of having her legs broken. Seeing her jump off the cliff, those people shouted, roared, and threatened, but there was nothing they could do. Amidst those voices, she heard the old woman's voice and felt a bit puzzled. Hadn't she drunk the tainted orange juice and fallen asleep? However, no matter how they threatened, they couldn't stop Jiang Mengyu's actions. Because when a person no longer values their own life, even the most severe threats are useless. Jiang Mengyu heard the whistling wind by her ears, and then she felt something brush against her. She sensed something rushing toward her. Actually, it was herself rushing toward something. A sharp pain shot through her head, and she plunged into darkness. Was she finally going to die? She didn't know how much time had passed when Jiang Mengyu opened her eyes. To her surprise, she found that she wasn't dead. She tried to get up but felt an excruciating pain in her legs. Looking down, she realized her legs were broken. Further inspection revealed multiple cuts and scrapes on her face, hands, and legs. She smiled bitterly to herself. The punishment for a third escape was having her legs broken, but before the traffickers could even punish her, she had already inflicted it upon herself. Still, even with broken legs, she wanted freedom. Fortunately, her 10 years in the mountains hadn't been for nothing. Whether it was because they were far from the health clinic or for other reasons, the people in Tiger Hollow all knew a bit of martial arts and how to use medicinal herbs. The villagers treated their own illnesses and pains with herbs, and even basic bone setting was something they understood. After giving birth to a child in the Zhou family, Mengyu had experienced complications. Her mother-in-law had treated her with medicinal herbs, and though she recovered, she lost her fertility. The cloth bag slung over her shoulder was still there, containing food and water. She drank some water first, tore off the hem of her clothes to bandage her legs, and then surveyed her surroundings. Above her was the cliff she had jumped from, and below her, there were still dozens of meters to the bottom. Should she ascend, climb up, or descend, jump down? Chapter 3. The Treasure. Mengyu was now stuck in the middle of the cliff, neither up nor down. Even if she hadn't broken a leg, her current situation would still be dire. Climbing up meant scaling over 30 meters. With her current condition, it was impossible. Climbing down meant descending over 40 meters, which was even more difficult. But no matter how hard it was, she had to try. Jumping off the cliff had been a last resort, but now that she had escaped the tiger's den, she desperately wanted to live. Enduring excruciating pain, Mengyu crawled along the pine tree trunk toward its roots. She needed to reach a safe spot to rest first. Finally, when she reached the roots, she noticed a curtain of vines ahead, but something seemed unusual behind them. She pushed the vines aside and, sure enough, a cave entrance appeared before her. From afar, she could hear shouts outside. Her heart sank. Were those people still there? Without hesitation, she crawled into the cave and rearranged the vines at the entrance to conceal it. She took out a lighter from the cloth bag tied to her shoulder, lit it, and discovered that the cave was neither deep nor large, only about 10 square meters in size. Still, with this cave, she could rest for a while. She believed those people wouldn't find this cave. Unless someone climbed right up to it, the entrance was virtually invisible. Those people would likely search for her at the bottom of the cliff. When they couldn't find her, they would leave. However, the dry rations and water she had prepared for her escape would only last 10 days. After 10 days, she was confident those people would be gone. But would her leg be able to carry her in 10 days? No matter what, she had to try first. Mengyu gathered some herbs from the cliff and, dragging her injured leg, leaned against the cave wall and sat down. She lit a torch she had made by wrapping dry branches with pine resin found at the pine tree's roots. Then, she unwrapped the bandage on her leg and set the bone herself. A sharp pain shot through her, and her leg involuntarily kicked out, hitting something with a clatter. Huh? What was that? She saw a shattered jar she had kicked. She brushed it with her hand, and 2 stone beads rolled out. She picked up the stone beads. To her surprise, her hands were still stained with blood from her leg, and when the blood accidentally touched the stone beads, it was absorbed into them. The stone beads were absorbing blood. She almost threw them away. Thinking her eyes were playing tricks on her, she deliberately smeared a bit of blood from a still bleeding wound onto the other stone bead. Sure enough, the blood was absorbed again. At the same time, a stream of information suddenly flooded her mind. The information explained the origin and purpose of the stone beads. To be precise, this was a jade bead, a storage artifact crafted by an ancient witch god. The owner of the storage talisman was the Witch God's guardian, a person reincarnated from a treasure-hunting mouse. After becoming the Witch God's guardian, her mission was to seek all kinds of treasures for the witch god, accumulating wealth and resources for the witch god's virtuous deeds. After the witch god's death, this treasure-hunting guardian also reincarnated, but she never forgot her duty. In every lifetime, she diligently sought treasures for the witch god, preparing food and daily necessities, always ready to support the witch god's reincarnation in doing good deeds. What was stored inside this jade bead was the treasure the guardian had gathered over a lifetime for the witch god. The information demanded that whoever obtained this jade bead must deliver it to the witch god's reincarnation. As a reward, the information also contained a set of witch body cultivation techniques. Mengyu felt frustrated. Did this mean the treasure inside the jade bead didn't belong to her? Chapter 4. Just wanna ask why. Mengyu examined the jade bead. Inside, there were far too many things, all sorts of jewelry, gold ingots, and silver lumps piled haphazardly, emitting a dazzling, radiant splendor. This was a treasure trove. Apart from the valuables, there were also various daily necessities: grains, cotton, cloth, wine, medicinal herbs, and so on. These items occupied most of the space. Jiang Mengyu felt a surge of excitement. She thought to herself, if only she could take these things out. For instance, what she needed most right now was medicine for bruises and injuries. As soon as this thought crossed her mind, a box of medicine for treating bruises and injuries appeared in her hand, containing both oral pills and external powder. Although Mengyu had gathered some herbs from the cave walls earlier, they were only hemostatic herbs and weren't much use for her broken leg. But now, with this medicine, she felt truly saved. However, what excited her even more was this treasure called the storage talisman. If the medicine could be taken out, could everything else inside, other medicines, gold and silver treasures, rice, flour, dried meat, fabrics, also be taken out? She should have treated her leg first, but now, suppressing her excitement, she couldn't wait to try retrieving the items inside. The next moment, a chest of gold and silver appeared on the cave floor, followed by a sack of rice, a sack of flour, and a large bag of dried meat. But immediately, she realized how foolish she had been. Having taken out so many things, how was she supposed to carry them back? If only she could put them back inside. As soon as she thought this, the items swiftly returned to the storage talisman. This truly was a treasure. However, after taking things out and putting them back in a few times, she suddenly felt the storage talisman vibrating. Upon closer inspection, she noticed a crack on its surface. Horrified, she checked the other storage talisman, which was empty, and hurriedly transferred the items from the cracked one into the empty one. Once she had moved everything, the cracked storage talisman shattered into pieces. Only then did she understand why there were two identical storage talismans here. It was meant as a backup in case one broke, so the items could be transferred to the other. Unfortunately, according to the information from the Golden Light, she had to deliver the storage talisman to some witch god. But who, after obtaining such a treasure trove, would willingly give it away? The information only mentioned that delivering the storage talisman to the witch god would bring great benefits. It said nothing about any punishment. Mengyu didn't know that in ancient times, the words, witch god, were the highest command, and no one would dare disobey. She also wondered, the information said the storage talisman couldn't be opened, so why was she able to open it? Never mind, she thought. She should focus on healing her leg first. She first sprinkled the external medicinal powder onto her wound. To her astonishment, as soon as the powder was applied, her wound began to heal at a visible rate. Good heavens, what kind of medicine was this? If the external medicine was this effective, what about the internal one? She immediately took out the bottle of pills for treating bone injuries and swallowed them. A warm current flowed into her abdomen and then circulated throughout her body. She could feel something drilling at the site of her broken leg, almost like ants biting. She sensed her bones were regrowing. Fortunately, she had set the bone earlier. She was just a bit worried. What if her amateur bone setting had caused the bone to heal crookedly? She had a feeling that in just a few days, she would be able to walk again. Although she now had this treasure trove and didn't have to worry about food or drink, she could stay in this cave as long as she wanted. She still wished to leave as soon as possible. Now that she had food, drink, and gold and silver treasures, enough to last her several lifetimes, she could simply take the treasure, find a place to settle down, and live a wealthy life. But she still wanted to see her parents. She wanted to ask them, why had they treated her this way? Chapter 5. So we weren't blood-related after all. Jiang Mengyu couldn't understand it. Usually, her parents favoring her younger sister was one thing, but selling her into the deep mountains as a shared wife? That wasn't just favoritism, that was trying to destroy her. Even a vicious tiger wouldn't harm its own cubs. What were they doing this for? Therefore, when she felt her legs had mostly recovered, and she didn't hear any voices from the cliff top, likely meaning those who had captured her had given up, she couldn't wait any longer. She grabbed a vine and climbed up the cliff. Seeing the road leading out of the mountains, Mengyu's heart swelled with immense excitement. She had finally made it out. Even after jumping off a cliff, she hadn't died. She was free. She practically sprinted to the road. There, she saw a car parked on the road, its engine still running. It was as if it knew she would escape the tiger's den today, and had come to pick her up. She rushed over. As long as she could get into this car, she could get out. She held a jade hairpin, ready to use it as payment for the ride. The car window rolled down, revealing a beautiful face. It was the face of her own younger sister, Jiang Mengyu. The moment she saw that face, Jiang Mengyu instinctively wanted to flee. And that's exactly what she did. Thinking of running now? Too late. Jiang Huayu's voice came from behind. Since the engine was still on, Huayu simply drove the car forward and rammed into Mengyu from behind. Mengyu was severely injured and fell to the ground. She wanted to use medicine, but she couldn't because her hands wouldn't move. Feeling her life force rapidly draining from her body, she knew this injury was different from the cliff jump. This time, she was really going to die. After all the hardship of escaping the deep mountains, to be run over by her own sister, she couldn't accept it. Why did you hit me? She struggled to lift her head, looking at Jiang Huayu. Since they were little, she, as the older sister, had never mistreated this younger sister. She always gave the best food and toys to Jiang Huayu. When others bullied Huayu outside, she was always the one who stepped in front. Jiang Huayu stepped on Mengyu's chest, watching with satisfaction as blood gushed from Mengyu's mouth. She looked down at Jiang Mengyu, her face full of disdain. Why? To kill you, of course. Why? Mengyu asked stubbornly. We are sisters. Sisters? Who are you calling a sister? You're just a bastard my mom brought home because she couldn't have a child after 3 years of marriage. Who are you to call yourself my sister? What? She wasn't the biological daughter of Jiang Haidong and Li Chenhua, but a child they adopted? If that were true, everything would make sense. But even if she was adopted, they weren't enemies. Why did they want to destroy her? Moreover, she had truly treated Huayu with all her heart. Why, after she had finally escaped with such difficulty, did Huayu come to run her over? Why do you want to kill me? Haven't I been good to you? Jiang Huayu leaned down, face to face with Jiang Mengyu, looking into her eyes. You being good to me is what you should do. My parents raised you, so you should serve me, be my maid. But why did you have to grow up prettier than me? Why, with no time to study, did your grades have to be better than mine? Tell me, how could I not be jealous? Heh, my mom was really farsighted. Selling you off not only got us a sum of money, but also got us the university spot you worked so hard to earn. An even bigger surprise was that your identity actually brought me even greater benefits. Your birth mother turned out to be a wealthy woman. My birth mother came looking? Yes. Just over a month after you were sold into the mountains, your birth mother came knocking. You know what? Your birth mother is rich. This luxury car was a gift from her. The villa I live in was a gift from her. Her company will be mine in the future. Originally, if you had stayed obediently in the deep mountains as a wife to those two brothers, I might have considered letting you live. But you just had to run out. Tell me, would I risk letting your birth mother discover the daughter she recognizes is a fake by letting you go out? Tell me, by running out, weren't you just asking for death? Chapter 6. Reborn at the moment of being trafficked. Jiang Mengyu, who had been hit until she had only one breath left, spat a mouthful of blood onto Jiang Huayu's face and died. Jiang Huayu happened to be speaking with her mouth open at that moment, and Mengyu's spurt of blood landed squarely on her face. She felt it was unlucky and even more disgusting. She spat repeatedly for a while, then kicked Jiang Mengyu a few times in a fit of rage, kicking her off the road. Only then did she run to the car, get in, and drive away. Jiang Mengyu, who had gone through immense hardship to escape from Tiger Hollow, did not die at the hands of the husband she was sold to, but instead died at the hands of the younger sister she had treated with all her heart since childhood. When Mengyu woke up, she had already become a ghost, following Jiang Huayu, unable to move more than 10 meters away from her. She watched as Jiang Huayu lived a luxurious life with the husband her birth mother had chosen for her, watched as she ordered him around while he tolerated her with helplessness. She watched as Jiang Huayu little by little coaxed her birth mother's assets into her own hands. More than 10 or 20 years passed. She was still a ghost, unable to leave Jiang Huayu. Although she had found her daughter, her birth mother, Leng Xiangyu, had never been in very good health. During this period, Mengyu even felt that she was already at the end of her rope. On this day, Jiang Mengyu finally coaxed her birth mother into transferring the last of the company's shares into her name. Haha, I finally succeeded. This company worth over $1 billion will belong to me, Jiang Mengyu, from now on. Jiang Mengyu laughed heartily. When her birth mother, Ling Xiangyu, heard her utter the name Jiang Mengyu, she was greatly shocked. You are Jiang Mengyu? Jiang Mengyu first realized she had slipped up, but immediately became smug. Yes, I am Jiang Mengyu. She had already gotten everything from Ling Xiangyu, so there was no need to hide anymore. Ling Xiangyu suddenly widened her eyes and grabbed Jiang Mengyu's arm. You're not Mengyu? Where is my Mengyu? Jiang Mengyu struggled, trying to pull her arm free. Your Mengyu died over 10 years ago. How did she die? For some reason, Jiang Mengyu dared not reveal the true cause of Mengyu's death. How did she die? She was sold by my mother into the deep mountains to be a shared wife, and she died from being violated. However, Ling Xiangyu suddenly looked above Jiang Mengyu's head and shouted loudly, No, she was killed by you. You killed my daughter. At that moment, Jiang Mengyu felt that her birth mother had seen her. Perhaps it was precisely because she saw her following behind Jiang Mengyu that she became certain Jiang Mengyu had killed her. Let go of me. Jiang Mengyu struggled desperately. This Ling Xiangyu was too terrifying. She had to escape from her. But at this moment, Ling Xiangyu suddenly became incredibly strong. The arm she grabbed felt as if it were clamped by iron tongs. Moreover, Ling Xiangyu was pulling Jiang Mengyu toward the window. You killed my daughter. I'm going to kill you. Jiang Mengyu was terrified. She regretted it. She should have had her killed after getting the assets. She shouldn't have revealed her true identity. She struggled with all her might, shouting loudly, Let me go. But today, Ling Xiangyu seemed possessed by a ghost, with immense strength. After a struggle, she was thrown directly out of the 18th floor window by Ling Xiangyu. Immediately after, Ling Xiangyu also jumped from the window. Mengyu screamed, wanting to grab her birth mother, but was pulled down along with her. The moment they hit the ground, everything went dark before her eyes. Mengyu felt herself struggling in the darkness. She wanted to open her eyes. She used all her strength and finally, she opened her eyes. It was pitch dark all around, and it seemed to be swaying. She moved her hands and feet and immediately sensed something was wrong. Her hands and feet were tied. Although her hands hurt, the sensation felt very real. Having been a ghost for over 10 years, Mengyu's heart began to race wildly. Being able to feel pain meant she had a physical body. She was alive again. Could it be that she had possessed someone else's corpse? Her body swayed again, and she immediately realized she was in a vehicle. The air was very bad. This was a sealed truck. Being tied up and in a vehicle reminded her of the experience of being sold before. Could it be that even if she had possessed a body, she was still someone being sold? She had experienced riding in a sealed truck once in her previous life. To celebrate her university admission, she drank a cup of homemade sweet wine offered by her younger sister and then passed out. When she woke up, she was in a sealed truck. Suddenly, a jolt went through her. A sealed truck? She closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, her eyes had adjusted to the dim light inside the truck. The compartment wasn't just her alone. There were 3 people. Although the light was very faint, she still recognized the other 2. They were familiar faces. One was Jiang Haiyan, a sister from her same village, and the other was Pa Yuhua, from the neighboring Yuanshan village. These 2 were the sisters who had been sold into Tiger Hollow with her back then. In other words, she hadn't possessed someone else's body. She had returned to the very day she was trafficked. While she thanked the heavens for allowing her to be reborn, she couldn't help but feel some regret. Why wasn't she reborn before being sold? If that were the case, she would have definitely fled the village as soon as she received the admission notice and hitched a ride to report to the university early. But now, she had already been sold to traffickers. Escaping from their hands wouldn't be easy. Chapter 7. Figuring out how to escape. Mengyu still remembered. In her past life, after being taken in the airtight truck to the end of the road, their leg ropes were untied, and they were let out to walk the mountain path themselves. As a result, Pa Yuhua stumbled on the way. If her hands hadn't been tied, she could have just grabbed a branch or something else. But because her hands were still bound, she lost her balance and tumbled down the cliff. After the traffickers went to check, they just shook their heads and left. However, they did untie the ropes binding her and Jiang Haiyan. She had truly been reborn on the road of her past life when she was kidnapped, locked in an airtight truck, and being taken to Tiger Hollow. She looked at the other 2 in the truck and found they both wore expressions of utter despair. Mengyu's heart pounded wildly. She didn't want to be sold to those Zhou brothers as a shared wife again after her rebirth. She had endured 10 years of torment in her past life. She had had enough and didn't want to go through it again. Therefore, she had to escape before being sold into Tiger Hollow. Although Mengyu had woken up before reaching Matty Pond, her head was still groggy from the effects of the drug. They were in an airtight truck. The outside of the compartment was undoubtedly locked. So, trying to escape on the road was unrealistic. The only chance was to figure out a way to escape after getting off the truck, but before entering Tiger Hollow. If all else failed, she would take the leap again at the cliff from her past life. However, in her past life, she was just lucky to have been caught by a pine tree. If she jumped again and wasn't caught by a pine tree, falling directly to the bottom, she would be smashed to pieces. But if she couldn't escape the fate of being sold as a shared wife, she would rather not have been reborn at all. Thus, she decided to take the leap off the cliff once more. Mengyu remembered that in her past life, there were originally 3 traffickers escorting the 3 of them into the mountains. But later, one of them had a stomachache, so after they got off the truck, only 2 traffickers were left to guard them. This was also why they didn't untie their hands at first. She had to think of a way for them to untie their hands before heading up the mountain. Otherwise, even if she were lucky enough to be caught by a pine tree again, as long as her hands were tied, the slightest movement would likely mean certain death. The truck reached the end of the road at Matty Pond. The door lock was opened, and the door finally swung open. A rush of fresh air flooded the compartment, and with it came a low shout, "Get off! Hurry up and get off!" Sure enough, just like in her past life, one of the 3 men clutched his stomach and cried out, "Ouch, my stomach hurts so bad. I'm not going in. You 2 take them." The other 2 traffickers didn't think 3 girls could cause any trouble, so the 3 quickly discussed it. The one with the stomachache would drive back and return with the truck to pick them up tomorrow, while the other 2 would escort the 3 into the mountains. In that case, let's not untie these goods' hands then. The 2 came over to untie Mengyu and the others. Seeing they were only untying their feet and not their hands, Mengyu quickly said, "Big brothers, could you please untie my hands too? Climbing a mountain requires using your hands. If you're not careful and stumble, having your hands free lets you grab onto something to avoid falling down the mountain. If your hands are tied and you can't use them to grab something, a single misstep could send you tumbling down. We'd suffer and you'd face a loss." The tall trafficker didn't expect Mengyu to still have such presence of mind at this point and felt she wasn't simple. "What's your name?" Chapter 8, The Desperate Leap, Part 1. Mengyu suddenly realized that she had been acting far too calm when facing the human traffickers. This was definitely not how a 16 or 17-year-old girl should react after being captured. She quickly put on a frightened expression, "And my name is Jiang Mengyu. I've never climbed a mountain before. I'm just scared that if my hands aren't free, I'll fall down the mountain and die for sure." Seeing Mengyu like this, the tall trafficker immediately felt reassured again. He must have been mistaken earlier. How formidable could a 15 or 16-year-old girl be? Among the 3 girls, Mengyu kept her head down. Jiang Haiyan was crying over the fate she could foresee but couldn't avoid, and Pa Yuhua's face was ashen. Mengyu noticed that Pa Yuhua's body was surrounded by a black aura of death, the kind only carried by those about to die. Death aura. She could actually see a death aura and even knew it was death aura. Was this the instinct of someone who had died once before? Also, since Pa Yuhua carried this death aura, it must mean she herself had a death wish, which attracted the aura. Perhaps in her previous life, her fall down the mountain, whether she lived or died, wasn't an accident but intentional? But could she save her? A thought flashed through Mengyu's mind. Putting on a scared look, she went over and tugged at Pa Yuhua's sleeve. "Big sister, I'm scared." Pa Yuhua hadn't expected Mengyu to speak to her. Throughout the entire journey, in the vehicle, none of them had uttered a word. She patted Mengyu's hand. "Don't be scared. If we really fall down the mountain, the worst that can happen is death. But I don't want to die. I'm not even 16 yet. I still have a great life ahead of me. If I really fell and died, I'd definitely look awful. Besides, my younger sister is always stealing my things. If I died, she'd surely take everything I have. Only by staying alive can I hope to get my things back." Pa Yuhua was taken aback by her words, and a faint light appeared in her eyes. Yes, only by living was their hope. She looked up at the traffickers. "Untie our hands. Otherwise, none of us will move." Jiang Mengyu breathed a sigh of relief. As long as their hands were untied, Pa Yuhua wouldn't fall to her death like in the previous life. The instinct to survive would make her grab onto something to slow her fall. Moreover, only with her hands free would Mengyu have a chance of survival when she jumped off the cliff. The trafficker called Lao Lu glanced at Mengyu, thought for a moment, and said, "All right, untie their hands too." "Lao Lu, is that really okay?" The guy with the stomachache worried. "There are only 2 of you. Are 2 grown men unable to keep an eye on 3 little girls? Besides, this journey will take 2 or 3 hours of climbing. If their hands are tied and we run into people on the way. Indeed, if they didn't encounter anyone, it would be fine. But if they did, who wouldn't guess something was wrong upon seeing people with their hands bound? There might be no one on the road, but what about on the mountain? Who could guarantee there would be no one on the mountain? Lao Lu turned back to the three girls. Listen, we're untying you for your own safety. If you try to escape halfway, I won't care what happens to you. Mingyu quickly nodded vigorously. This is my first time in the mountains, and I don't know the way. The traffickers exchanged glances, nodded, then untied the three girls and herded them up the mountain. As the spot from her previous life, where she had jumped off the cliff, drew nearer, Mingyu grew increasingly tense. Should she jump? If she didn't, it would be very difficult to escape the traffickers' clutches. What Lao Lu said was true. 2 grown men against 3 young girls was far too easy. The hope of escape was almost non-existent. But if she jumped, she would be gambling with her life. Chapter 9. The Desperate Leap. If Mingyu were to jump off the cliff, no one could guarantee that she would land precisely on that pine tree, the one whose roots clung to a cave in the cliff face while its branches stretched out over the abyss, and be caught by its trunk. What if she missed the branch by just a little, unlike in her previous life? What if she landed not on a branch, but amidst the pine needles? What if a sudden gust of wind blew her off course as she jumped? All these possibilities existed. She could very well slip through the pine needles or land outside the tree's reach, plummeting straight down to the valley floor 70 or 80 meters below, her body shattered to pieces. However, based on the circumstances of her past life, her chances of being rescued along this path were virtually zero. To save herself, the only option was to take that desperate, life-risking leap at the very spot where she had jumped while escaping from the deep mountains in her previous life. Mingyu quickly steeled herself. Asterisk, it's a gamble. Jump, asterisk. Once the decision was made, her frantically beating heart calmed down. Finally, she saw the large boulder. Past that boulder and down the slope was the path leading to the next mountain. And in her past life, she had charged onto that very boulder and jumped. But just as she was about to reach the boulder, Lao Lu suddenly roared, "What are you doing?" Jiang Mengyu was startled and instinctively turned to look at Lao Lu. Lao Lu's hand was grabbing for Pa Yuhua, who was actually preparing to jump off the cliff herself. "Let me go. I won't be sold. Let me die," Pa Yuhua screamed. Mingyu's heart skipped a beat. She had thought Pa Yuhua had given up her death wish. Here she was, ready to jump, and Pa Yuhua was beating her to it. In her past life, Pa Yuhua had fallen to her death because her bound hands couldn't grab anything. This time, she was actively choosing to jump. And the spot she was jumping from was not the same as Mingyu's. Jumping from the large boulder was a 9 in 10 chance of death, but jumping from where Pa Yuhua was meant certain doom, 10 out of 10. However, this was a perfect opportunity. The next moment, Jiang Mengyu rushed onto the boulder and leaped toward the cliff. Shouting, "Grab her!" Lao Lu was shocked. He had been worried only about the ashen-faced Miss Pai committing suicide. He never expected that the other girl, the one who had shown a somewhat fearless demeanor, also intended to die. How foolish he had been. A teenage girl who wasn't afraid of them was so because she had resolved to die. Once you no longer fear death, you naturally don't fear them. How had he not realized it? The shorter trafficker, seeing Mengyu rush onto the boulder, hurried after her, trying to catch her as she jumped. But he only managed to grab one of her feet. Though Mengyu was just a teenage girl, she still weighed over 90 jin. With him holding only one foot, how could he possibly hold on? He cried out in terror, "I can't hold on." Lao Lu, holding Pa Yuhua, dared not let go. He was afraid that if he released her, Pa Yuhua would jump, and then he'd be unable to save either of them. He could only yell, "Hold on. You must hold on tight." Xiaobing wanted to hold on tight too, but with just one struggle from Mengyu, the worn rubber shoe on that foot came off. Jiang Mengyu still fell. Xiaobing was left holding only one of her tattered shoes. No, Xiaobing was terrified. Though he was a trafficker, he didn't want anyone's death on his hands. Listening to the wind whistling past her ears, Jiang Mengyu was cursing inwardly. She wasn't trying to die. She was trying to escape by jumping off the cliff. She had aimed carefully for the spot, but with Xiaobing grabbing her like that, she didn't know if she had been thrown off course. Would she still land on the pine tree? Chapter 10. The Perilous Hang. In her previous life, Jiang Mengyu had jumped off the cliff at the break of dawn. She only remembered something lunging toward her. No, it was she who had lunged toward something. Then she felt a violent shock throughout her body and lost consciousness. When she woke up, she was lying on a large branch of a pine tree. So, in her past life, she must have leaped forward with her body horizontal, which made it easy for the pine tree to catch her. But in this life, it was broad daylight when she jumped. Everything around her was clearly visible as she fell. Most crucially, she had originally leaped forward with her body horizontal, but when that soldier grabbed her, she ended up headfirst, feet up. This changed her fall from a large surface area impact to a small surface area plunge. A large surface area impact had a high chance of being caught by the pine tree. But with her head first, the contact area with the pine tree became smaller, and the chance of the tree catching her became very slim. This time, would the pine tree still save her? Would she instead plummet 60 or 70 meters down the cliff and be shattered to pieces? In that instant, countless thoughts raced through her mind. If she really died, Jiang Mengyu would once again impersonate her identity as in her past life, take over the education she had earned, falsely claim her mother, and even enjoy the man her mother had found for her. No, she couldn't die. She had been given this rare chance at rebirth, not to die like this. She struggled to lift her head in midair, trying to twist her body. She naturally spread her limbs wide, grasping at anything she could catch. But she felt that without anything to hold on to, every movement was incredibly difficult. She barely managed to lift her head a little before her body crashed toward the pine tree. Countless pine needles brushed past her face. Sure enough, her head and face passed right through the pine tree's foliage. She hadn't been caught by the pine tree. A thought flashed through Mengyu's mind. It's over. I'm going to be shattered to pieces. But her hands flailed unwillingly, desperate to grab onto something. Finally, her right hand caught hold of a branch. Then, taking advantage of the branch's support, her left hand grabbed onto it as well. Her entire body sank under the force of gravity, and her hands began to lose their grip. She felt a piercing pain in her palms, but she still clung on with all her might, refusing to let go. Finally, after a few bounces from the impact, she heard the sound of tearing fabric, and then her entire body came to a stop in midair. She opened her eyes and found herself hanging from a pine tree branch. Yes, in her past life, she had been caught horizontally by the pine tree. But in this life, she had fallen straight down. So, the pine tree hadn't caught her, but it had snagged her. Her clothes had been pierced by a tree trunk, sharing part of the weight with her hands. That was why she was now hanging there and hadn't fallen further. Suppressing the urge to look down, she reached out with her left hand to grab the trunk, then tried to hook her feet upward as well. However, even though she had worked hard since childhood, her body's strength hadn't fully recovered due to the drugs Jiang's parents had given her. Her strength was limited, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't hook her feet up. If she continued hanging like this, she feared she would become a dried-up corpse. Would eagles come to peck at her body after she died, leaving only her skeleton behind? No, perhaps she wouldn't hang for long before falling. The clothes snagged on the tree trunk weren't good quality. They were made of cotton and had been washed countless times, with many patches sewn on. She didn't know how much longer they could hold. If the fabric gave way, relying solely on her hands, she probably wouldn't last long either. Of course, if she let go with her hands, the fabric would likely give way immediately. Chapter 11. Finally escaping death. Mengyu quickly weighed the pros and cons. No, she had to find a way to get her legs onto the tree trunk. Otherwise, whether the fabric couldn't hold or her hands lost their strength and let go, she would end up shattered to pieces. She looked at the pine trunk, estimating its maximum load capacity. She grabbed the trunk with both hands and swung her body. What she was doing was extremely dangerous. She didn't know if the pine trunk could withstand the increased burden from the outward centrifugal force when she swung. If it couldn't hold, the trunk would break, and she would fall. Also, if her hands slipped loose, the centrifugal force would fling her out, sending her plummeting off the cliff. If any single link in this chain failed, she would meet a shattered end. But she had to gamble that the trunk could bear her weight, gamble that her hands could hold on without slipping. Because by gambling, she still had a sliver of hope. Without gambling, she had none at all. She gripped the trunk tightly with both hands, swinging her body again and again. When her body swung to its highest point, her feet finally hooked onto the pine trunk. Human potential truly is limitless. And the pine trunk barely withstood the dual burden of her weight and the centrifugal force. Finally, Jiang Mengyu, with her feet hooked on the trunk, managed to pull her entire body onto it. Carefully freeing her caught clothes, she finally let out a sigh of relief. She had finally escaped death. Although the beginning of this lifetime's cliff-jumping experience was more dangerous than in her previous life, the outcome was better. Aside from some scrapes and a layer of skin rubbed off her palms by the branches, she had no other major injuries, unlike in her previous life where she had broken her leg. The reason for this result was precisely because the human trafficker had grabbed her foot. She didn't know whether she should thank that trafficker or curse him. It must be said, she was still lucky. If her hands had still been tied, she would have had no chance of survival this time. But even as things stood, she had narrowly escaped death. She could hear Old Six above, cursing furiously. But she knew he couldn't see her outcome from up there. That protruding large rock blocked all downward view. She also gambled that he wouldn't dare jump down after her. The cliff here, from the mountaintop, was 70 or 80 meters deep. At least for now, she was free. Mengyu wondered what would happen to Jiang Haiyan and Pa Yuhua. Before she jumped, Pa Yuhua had tried to jump first, but was caught by the traffickers, so she definitely didn't succeed. After that, They would be watched carefully every step of the way. Pa Yuhua wouldn't have another chance to jump, so the tragedy from her previous life should be avoidable. However, she could barely take care of herself now and naturally had no way to rescue them. She crawled along the trunk to the tree roots, then climbed into the cave she had found in her previous life. This time, she didn't have a lighter on her, so she pulled aside the vines at the cave entrance to let light in. When she saw the jar she had kicked and damaged in her previous life sitting there intact, she finally relaxed. Good, the items were still there. She opened the small jar and, just like in her previous life, took out the 2 stone beads. Looking at her body, the scraped areas were no longer bleeding. She simply bit her middle finger and smeared the blood on the 2 stone beads. Just like in her previous life, she saw inside treasures like tiles and rubble, mountains of grain, cloth, medicinal herbs, wine, and other daily necessities. She first took out medicine and sprinkled powder on her wounds. Then she took out dried meat and wine. There was no water in the storage talisman, but there was wine. Fortunately, this wine, from who knows what era, had a low alcohol content and could barely quench her thirst. With her hunger satisfied and thirst quenched, she pondered what to do next. Going up immediately was definitely not an option. She was sure someone would be waiting up there. If she went up, she would only be walking into a trap. Chapter 12. The Blood-Sucking Ring. Jiang Mengyu's leap from the cliff this time was different from her previous life. In her past life, she jumped at dawn, and the pursuers, believing she was determined to die, assumed she had perished. Moreover, in that life, she had lost her ability to bear children after giving birth for the first time. A woman without fertility was considered worthless in their eyes, so they didn't bother searching for her below. But now, she was still a virgin maiden. They definitely wouldn't give up on her so easily and would most likely go around to search beneath the cliff. Therefore, she planned to stay in this halfway up the cliff cave for a while, first cultivating the witch body art technique. As for Jiang Haiyan and Pa Yuhua, she was sorry, but she didn't have the ability to save them. However, with her jump, it would be harder for Pa Yuhua to seek death in the future. Whether that was good or bad for Pa Yuhua, she didn't know. Following the witch body art brought by the golden light, Mengyu chanted the incantations, formed hand seals, and moved her body in a dance-like manner, somewhat reminiscent of a shamanic ritual. As she recited the incantations and formed the seals, the primordial energy of heaven and earth from around the cave surged toward her. She could feel that energy swirling around her. Moreover, as she circulated the technique, that energy entered her meridians and then flowed through her body. She felt something drilling and biting inside her body. Wherever her focus shifted, the muscles in that area would twitch and transform under the influence of the energy flow. A month passed, and Jiang Mengyu finally broke through to the first level of the Hotian realm. She had become a first-level martial artist. She felt a significant change in her body. The first sensation was that she had grown taller. The second was that her entire body was filled with strength. If she were to face that soldier now, she felt confident she could completely overpower him without issue. The weather was getting cooler. She thought that even the most patient pursuer wouldn't still be waiting here to capture her, so she prepared to return home. Mengyu ate some more dried meat and drank a little wine. After satisfying her hunger and thirst, she got up, ready to descend the cliff. Yes, she didn't plan to climb up but intended to go down. Just as she was about to leave, a glint of green light caught the corner of her eye, startling her. She quickly turned back and noticed a hint of green peeking through the dust. She immediately returned, brushed away the dirt with her hands, and picked up a green ring. Huh? Why did this ring look so much like the one that man gave her in her past life? In her previous life, Mengyu spent 10 years deep in the mountains as a shared wife to a pair of brothers. One day, the older brother gave her a ring, saying it was a treasure from the tribe's shamaness, which he had gone to great lengths to steal for her. In that life, she wore it constantly. Later, after falling off the cliff into the cave and obtaining the storage talisman, she discovered the ring was missing when she went out. Because the ring was a bit large and loose on her finger, she thought it had fallen off while climbing into the cave. She never expected it to have been left inside the cave all along. But it was strange. The ring she lost in her past life should still be with the shamaness in this life. Why did it appear here? Mengyu's hand already had a wound from accidentally being cut while picking wild fruit earlier. Brushing away the dirt reopened the scabbed wound, causing it to bleed again. When she picked up the ring, it touched the wound, and the blood was immediately absorbed by the ring. Moreover, it seemed to bite onto her wound, actively sucking her blood. She was greatly alarmed and tried frantically to shake off the ring. However, the ring clung to her hand and wouldn't come off no matter how hard she tried. Mengyu felt intense resentment. She had always known there was something strange about this green ring from the shamaness. Who would have thought it actually drank blood? What should she do? Would she bleed to death? Chapter 13. caught in the net. Fortunately, after drinking its fill of blood, the ring finally released Mengyu's finger and automatically flew onto her ring finger, settling in place. Jiang Mengyu picked up the ring and examined it. What kind of ghost is this? It actually drank so much of my blood? A voice echoed in Mengyu's mind. I'm not a ghost. Drinking your blood was to recognize you as my master. Actually, the owner of the voice had another thought it didn't voice. It just accidentally drank a little too much. Mengyu was even more startled. A ring that could talk, wasn't that a ghost? She tried to pull the ring off, but no matter how hard she tried, it wouldn't budge. Surely she couldn't chop off her own finger just to remove this ring, could she? Mengyu struggled with it for a long time but couldn't get the ring off, and the voice didn't reappear. Moreover, when she tried to look into the ring as she had with the storage talisman, she couldn't see anything inside. In the end, she had no choice but to leave it alone for the time being and instead focus on finding a way down the cliff. In her previous life, she had climbed up by grabbing onto the vines, mainly wanting to return as quickly as possible. She had always thought that once she reached the road, she could hitch a ride and leave. Little did she expect that the vehicle she waited for would be the one coming to kill her. In this life, she was in no hurry to return. Therefore, she planned to descend the cliff and walk out along the waterway below. Since her hometown was by a river, she knew how to swim. Plus, she now had martial skills. As long as she didn't encounter any fierce beasts, she had nothing to fear. As for saving Jiang Haiyan or Paiyuhua, once they entered Tiger Hollow, they would inevitably be sold off. Most likely, they had already been violated by those wolf-like men that very night. She alone didn't have the ability to rescue them. She could only wait until she got out herself, then find a way to report to the police and let the authorities save them. The descent down the cliff was no easy task either, because the vines didn't reach all the way to the very bottom. Essentially, by the time she was halfway down, the vines ran out. They say it's easier to go up a mountain than down. If it were her from her previous life, she would have had no way to reach the bottom. Fortunately, she was now a first-level martial artist. Even though she had never learned rock climbing, she gripped protruding rocks and made her way down step by step. If she made even one misstep or slipped, she would fall from over 20 meters high, still meeting a gruesome end. It took her a full 3 hours to climb from the cliff to a spot about 6 meters above the cliff base. Passing by a small ledge, she discovered some precious medicinal herbs, especially 2 purple-leafed lingji mushrooms that appeared to be over 1,000 years old. She carefully picked them. However, the final stretch of rock was concave, making it impossible to climb down. The only option was to jump. 6 meters was quite high. Silently reciting an incantation, she hoped to gather a bit of primordial energy from heaven and earth into her feet, then jumped down. But before her feet even touched the ground, a net was suddenly cast from the side, enveloping her the moment she landed, trapping her securely. Jiang Mengyu had never known what it felt like to be caught in a net. But today, she learned it was a taste of despair. She had schemed with all her might, even risking her life by betting on jumping off the cliff, all to escape these people. Yet, she never expected that after all her hardships descending the cliff, she still couldn't escape the fate of being captured and taken back. Yes, she saw them. As she was caught in the net, 2 men jumped down from a nearby tree, and 2 more men ran over from another ambush spot. Those 2 men were from Tiger Hollow, and the 2 who had just cast the net were none other than her 2 husbands from her previous life, Zhou Daoling and Zhou Erling. Chapter 14. You've caught the wrong person. At that moment, Zhou Erling was jumping for joy. We caught her, we caught her. I have a wife now. I have a wife. 4 men rushed forward, ropes in hand, ready to tie Mengyu up. Suddenly, Mengyu shouted fiercely, if you dare tie me up, I'll kill myself right here. If it were someone else, Zhou Dalong and the others might not have believed it, but they believed this girl in front of them. Hadn't she jumped off a cliff just a month ago? Zhou Erling stammered, why you, don't die. My big brother and I will treat you well. Mengyu looked at him coldly. Who are you people? Why are you trying to capture me? Zhou Erling said, and my big brother and I are both your men. Mengyu sneered. Men? I'm not married. How could I have men? You've mistaken me for someone else. Zhou Erling stuttered, but Zhou Daoling stepped forward. Your parents sold you to us. So now you're our wife. Mengyu looked bewildered. My parents. Zhou Daoling looked at her calmly. Yes, your parents, Jiang Haidong and Li Chunhua. This is the deed of sale they signed when they sold you to us. They took 500 yuan from us and sold you. Mengyu suddenly laughed. Jiang Haidong? Li Chunhua? They're not my parents. Zhou Erling yelled, you're lying. Just because you don't want to be our wife, you're even denying your own parents. When the 2 brothers bought a wife, they only bought those sold by their parents. That's what their eldest brother had said. If you buy someone kidnapped by others, their parents and siblings might come looking, and that would bring a lot of trouble. But they had clearly heard that this woman was sold by her parents. They had even taken the deed of sale from the trafficker. Otherwise, they wouldn't have taken her. Zhou Dalong also didn't believe her. Aren't you called Jiang Mengyu? Mengyu raised her head. No, my name is Lin Yu. My father is Lin Hai and my mother is Leng Xiangyu. The Jiang Haidong and Li Chunhua you mentioned are not my parents. I don't know them. Both Zhou Daling and Zhou Erling were stunned, and the men behind them, holding ropes ready to tie her up, were also stunned. Had they made a mistake? Then why did you come down from up there? Zhou Erling asked blankly. Mengyu took some medicinal herbs from the bundle on her back. I went up to gather herbs. She had picked these precious herbs when she climbed past a ledge earlier. She also took out a small hoe from her bundle. This is my herb-gathering hoe. Fortunately, there was a small hoe inside that storage talisman. Of course, this small medicinal hoe had been collected as an antique. Seeing the medicinal hoe and herbs in Mengyu's hands, everyone was speechless. She had just come to gather herbs, not the poor girl sold by her parents into Tiger Hollow whom they had been waiting for. But the trafficker had already left, and they had never seen Jiang Mengyu before, so they couldn't be sure. And Mengyu was betting that they had never seen her, which was why she said this. You've caught the wrong person. Now take this fishing net off me, Mengyu said, trying to pull the net away. Wait. Zhou Erling suddenly shouted. Old Six said my wife was on this cliff and told me to wait here because she'd come down someday. That's why I called Su and Old Three to wait. Since you came down from the cliff, you must be my wife. This fool really was spouting nonsense. Zhou Daling was also taken aback and looked at Mengyu, as if waiting for her explanation. Chapter 15, His name is Gu Dongxing. Mengyu knew that Zhou Daling didn't speak much, but every word he said carried weight. If she wanted to escape from their grasp, he would be the most difficult person to deal with. Mengyu retorted to Zhou Erling, you said your wife is right on the cliff? When did she go up there? She didn't climb up from below, she came down from above. Mengyu looked puzzled. That doesn't make sense. There aren't many vines up there, and I didn't see any ropes. How did she get down? Zhou Erling was taken aback for a moment before replying. She jumped off the cliff a month ago. Mengyu almost laughed inwardly. Jumped off the cliff a month ago? She glanced at the four of them. Do you all believe that someone who jumped off the cliff a month ago could still be as lively and energetic as I am? The four of them were stunned. If someone had jumped off the cliff a month ago, forget about being lively, starvation alone would have withered her away. After a long pause, Zhou Erling widened his bull-like eyes and said, I don't care. Laolu said whoever comes down from this cliff is my wife. Big brother, hurry up and take her back to be our wife. Zhou Daling didn't move, but stared deeply at Mengyu, as if judging the truth in her words. Mengyu felt quite helpless. If these were ordinary people, hearing her explanation and without having seen her before, they would likely believe her. But if they were truly ordinary people, they probably wouldn't have stayed guarding the cliff for a whole month without leaving. Just think about it, could anyone survive on a cliff for a month? Faced with such stubborn fools, she really found it hard to explain herself. If Mengyu hadn't obtained that storage talisman and made it recognize her as its master, allowing her to access the various daily necessities inside, she would have starved to death over the past month even if she hadn't died from the fall. Of course, if she hadn't obtained the storage talisman, she wouldn't have stayed on the cliff for a month either. With a look of resignation, she said, I really am not your wife. You say whoever comes down from the cliff is your wife. If it wasn't me gathering herbs here today, but my fiancé instead, would you think my master is your wife too? When Zhou Daling and the others heard that Mengyu had a fiancé, they hesitated. What's your fiancé's name? What was her fiancé's name? She had just made up a fiancé on the spot. How would she know his name? Mengyu's eyes darted as she recalled her past life, where her birth mother had arranged a fiancé for her, named Gu Dongxing. Later, Jiang Huayu stole her identity, and this fiancé became Jiang Huayu's. He eventually married Jiang Huayu. After Mengyu died, her soul followed Jiang Huayu for over a decade, during which Gu Dongxing rose to the rank of army commander. So, pretending to be shy, she answered, his name is Gu Dongxing. He's a military officer. When Zhou Daling heard that Mengyu's fiancé was a military officer, he grew even more uncertain and suspicious. Su, who looked somewhat slick, pulled Zhou Daling aside and said, Big brother Daling, what this woman says seems to be true. Zhou Daling also seemed unsure. But I have a feeling there's something false in what she said. Su shook his head. Big brother Daling, do you believe that woman could survive on the cliff for a month after jumping off? Laolu didn't prepare any food or water for her to live on. Zhou Daling grew hesitant. However, Zhou Erling rushed over. I don't care. Whether this woman is that Jiang Mengyu or not, I've decided I want her. I like her. Zhou Daling paused for a moment before gritting his teeth and saying, if others can capture women and sell them to us, why can't we capture a woman to take back as our wife? Let's just take her back. Chapter 16. the indenture contract. After practicing her cultivation, Mengyu's hearing had improved considerably. She heard every word of their discussion. She had originally thought that as long as she could convince them she wasn't the person they were waiting for, she could escape. She never expected they would have such an idea. Whether she was Jiang Mengyu or not, they were determined to capture her and take her back to be a wife. Anxiety churned in Mengyu's heart. Her eyes started around, hoping for something, anything, to appear that would allow her to escape. Even a wild boar would be welcome. She had a knife in her storage talisman. She didn't dare take the knife out in front of them, but once they turned their backs, she could retrieve it, cut open the fishing net, and flee. Suddenly, her heart almost stopped. She actually saw several soldiers lying in ambush in the grass by the mountain stream. She cursed these soldiers inwardly. They clearly saw her being bullied by these men, yet they didn't come out to save her. Moreover, her eyesight had also improved after her cultivation. She could recognize that among those ambushing PLA soldiers, one was none other than her former life's brother-in-law, the future Major General Gu Dongxing. A mischievous smile touched the corner of her lips. If they wouldn't come out, she could expose them. She suddenly shouted towards the mountain stream, "My fiancé is here. Let me go now." Zhou Daoling had just heard her mention something about her fiancé possibly coming down from the cliff. Now she was saying her fiancé had arrived. Could it be that her fiancé had come to escort her while she gathered herbs? If that were truly the case, then he couldn't take this woman back. Therefore, he began looking around nervously. Meanwhile, Gu Dongxing and the others, lying in ambush by the stream, were stunned when they saw Mengyu looking directly at them. Had they been discovered? A soldier looked at Gu Dongxing, his eyes asking, "What do we do?" Gu Dongxing made a hand signal, "Stay calm, don't move." Seeing Gu Dongxing take no action, Mengyu simply shouted loudly, "Gu Dongxing, can't you see these people are trying to kidnap your fiancé? Come out and save me." The soldiers were utterly shocked. Well, now she was naming names directly. Was this woman really the chief's fiancé? Gu Dongxing felt exasperated. This girl actually knew him and even knew his name. Connecting this to the spy they were on this mission to capture, suspicion arose in his heart. Nevertheless, he stood up and walked out. Zhou Daoling and the others hadn't expected that a group of men, were truly hidden here. Because behind him, other men followed. Wait, hadn't she said her fiancé was a military officer? Why wasn't he wearing a uniform? But he immediately rationalized it for them. They weren't on a mission. They were accompanying a fiancé to gather herbs. What else would they wear but civilian clothes? Gu Dongxing walked step by step to Mengyu's side. His eyes were on Mengyu, but he proceeded to untie the fishing net. This is a misunderstanding. We mistook her for a prospective wife I've never met. A misunderstanding? Mengyu had no intention of letting them off. Is this how misunderstandings work? I had just come down from the cliff after gathering herbs when you netted me and tried to forcibly take me back to be a wife. I already told you had the wrong person, but you still insisted on taking me, even saying that since traffickers can kidnap people to sell as wives, you could just kidnap someone yourselves. Hearing this, a cold glint shot from Gu Dongxing's eyes towards the four men. I didn't say that, he did. Su shamelessly betrayed Zhou Daoling. We only paid money to buy a wife. We didn't kidnap an innocent person. Zhou Daoling hurriedly took out that indenture contract. Chapter 17, You Suspect Me of Being a Spy. Mengyu quickly snatched the indenture contract away first. I'm going to ask that heartless pair of parents why they would sell their own biological daughter. This was a lingering issue from her past life. Although Jiang Mengyu had already explained it before her death in her previous life, in this life, she still wanted to find an opportunity to ask them in person. Even raising a dog would foster some affection over time. Why would they want to destroy her? Gu Dongxing waved a hand at the soldiers beside him. Take them all back. Originally, he had received intelligence that a spy was in contact with a certain human trafficker ringleader and had come here to ambush the spy. But now, with the situation disrupted, it was clearly impossible to ambush the spy anymore. So, he decided to take these people in first. Moreover, he was somewhat suspicious of Mengyu. After sending the Zhou brothers to the police station and giving her statement, Mengyu came out and found Gu Dongxing following her. Mengyu was a bit confused. Why are you following me? How do you know my name? Gu Dongxing asked. Mengyu frowned. Is that important? You weren't telling the truth back at the police station, were you? Mengyu stared at him. Of course, she hadn't told the truth at the police station. If she had said she was Jiang Mengyu, the one sold by her parents to human traffickers, she would have had to explain how she survived a month alone on the cliff without food or water. If she had said that, the storage talisman would have been lost. She couldn't possibly hand over a treasure like the storage talisman. Gu Dongxing added, You're that Jiang Mengyu, aren't you? Mengyu stared at him. What does that have to do with you? Gu Dongxing suddenly gave a roguish smile. You're my fiancé. Do you think that has anything to do with me? Seeing Mengyu glaring at him, he quickly added, Isn't that what you said yourself? Mengyu's mind was in turmoil. Was this scheming guy really the fiancé her birth mother had chosen for her in her past life? In her past life, her soul had followed Jiang Mengyu, and the Gu Dongxing she saw was always serious, his face perpetually stern. However, he was quite good to Wyu. It was said that his father, Gu Ming, was saved by Leng Xiangyu, and the two became good friends. Leng Xiangyu, seeing that Gu Dongxing was a good man, married her daughter to him. In her past life, Jiang Mengyu ordered Gu Dongxing around arrogantly. Gu Dongxing, out of respect for her being the daughter of his father's savior, tolerated her behavior. Even later, when he became a high-ranking military officer, and even in an era of rampant materialism where 9 out of 10 men were unfaithful, he still held firm to his principles, never fooling around outside. He was widely recognized as a good man. But Mengyu didn't like him much because his face was always like eternal, unmelting ice. She didn't like icy men. Yet the man before her didn't resemble the icy man she had seen in her past life at all. Mengyu carefully chose her words. That was just a temporary measure given the circumstances at the time. She suddenly remembered that this guy had been lying in ambush by the mountain stream, but had turned a blind eye when the Zhou brothers tried to capture her to be a wife. She couldn't help but feel indignant again. And you talk. Aren't you a PLA soldier? Why, when faced with thugs forcibly capturing a decent woman, did you stand by and do nothing? Are you even a PLA soldier? At this time, the PLA soldiers were heroes in people's hearts. When in trouble, people sought the PLA first, and the police only came second. Haha. Gu Dongxing clearly didn't believe her. To be honest, I don't think you're a decent woman. He actually dared to say she wasn't a decent woman? Mengyu was furious. You. But then, Gu Dongxing's next words extinguished her raging anger. Our mission at the time was to lie in ambush there to capture a female spy. Mengyu was stunned for a long time before pointing at her own nose. You actually suspect me of being a spy? Chapter 18. Watching a good show? Gu Dongxing looked at Mengyu without speaking, but his expression told her that he indeed suspected as much. Look, you were able to climb to such a high cliff. That spot is difficult for even a well-trained soldier to scale without the aid of ropes. Yet you climbed it. Mengyu was speechless. She wanted to say she had jumped down from above. But that raised the question, why would she jump down from the cliff? From the top, one couldn't see the pine tree growing out from the cave below that could catch her and prevent her from falling to the bottom and being smashed to pieces. If she said she was forced, that she was Jiang Mengyu, the one sold by her parents, and that she jumped to her death to escape being sold. But then the next question would arise. She had jumped off the cliff a month ago. How had she survived on the cliff face for a whole month? What did she eat? What did she use? Should she take out a storage talisman to prove herself? Gu Dongxing asked another question. Also, how did you know my name is Gu Dongxing? Mengyu was even more at a loss for words. Could she say she knew his name was Gu Dongxing because she had lived a past life? She couldn't say anything. Gu Dongxing continued, so, don't you think you're highly suspicious? Do you still believe you're a respectable girl from a good family? Mengyu was going crazy. She clearly was a respectable girl from a good family. Seeing her expression, Gu Dongxing found it amusing. Although he couldn't completely rule out her suspicion, deep down, he already understood she wasn't the spy he was looking for. If spies were this foolish, his mission would be too easy to accomplish. So, you should cooperate with our investigation, understand? Gu Dongxing added. How should I cooperate with your investigation? Are you going to arrest me? Just a suspect, no need for arrest. But, Gu Dongxing stroked his chin. You can just come back with me and stay for a few days. Mengyu wanted to refuse, but a sudden thought crossed her mind, and for some reason, she said, all right, I'll go with you. But I want to stay at your house under the pretense of being your fiancé. Gu Dongxing hadn't expected her to make such a request. Suddenly, he remembered something. There was a woman in the military camp who claimed to be his childhood sweetheart. If this woman, who claimed to be his fiancé, stayed in his room and encountered the one who claimed to be his childhood sweetheart, he wondered what would happen. Could she help him drive that woman away? Deal. Mengyu knew he definitely wouldn't agree. I know, you can't let a woman like me pretend to be your fiancé. I understand, but what did you say? You said deal. Her utterly bewildered expression amused Gu Dongxing. The corners of his mouth lifted. I said deal. Hey, are you sure this is really okay? Mengyu asked as they entered the family quarters. Why had she suggested pretending to be his fiancé in the first place? Was it because, in her past life, he was supposed to be her fiancé, but Jiang Mengyu had stolen her identity? Ever since they entered the military camp, many people had been watching them. And why did their eyes carry such a strange look? That look seemed very much like they were watching a good show. Was there a show to watch with Gu Dongxing? What's not okay? This is just the family quarters. You're my fiancé. It's perfectly natural for you to stay here. When Gu Dongxing said fiancé, he even blinked a few times. Mengyu rolled her eyes. I'm telling you, don't take advantage of me, okay? Oh, so saying you're my fiancé is me taking advantage of you? Back in the mountains, when you told people your fiancé was Gu Dongxing, weren't you taking advantage of me then? Pfft. Mingyu scoffed. How was I taking advantage of you? I'm a girl, okay? It was just a temporary measure, that's all. Gu Dongxing warned. Don't say temporary measure again. Otherwise, you'll lose the right to stay in my house. Unless, of course, you'd prefer I detain you as a suspect. Chapter 19. You're not still thinking of running away, are you? Mingyu pursed her lips and didn't say anything more. She really didn't want to be locked up. Although she knew herself that she wasn't a spy, this wasn't something she could decide. It was up to Gu Dongxing. She had too many secrets and couldn't explain them coherently. If he wanted to lock her up, she had no way out. Being able to stay in Gu Dongxing's room was already a stroke of incredible luck for her. Besides, she actually had nowhere else to go right now. She definitely couldn't return to that home. If she went back now, Jiang Haidong and Li Chunhua, seeing her unharmed and to protect their daughter's university spot, would surely sell her off again. They might even have her confined. Since Gu Dongxing wanted her to stay, it wasn't bad to live here with him for a while. She could also take this chance to get closer to him and latch onto this golden opportunity. As for the university, at this point, Jiang Huayu had probably already taken her admission letter and gone to start university, right? She would wait until Jiang Huayu had been studying for a while before exposing her true colors and reclaiming her own student status. Her most urgent tasks now were to clear herself of the spy suspicion and to rescue Jiang Haiyan and Pai Yuhua. In her past life, Jiang Haiyan hadn't interacted much with her in the village, but in Tiger Hollow, she had looked out for her quite a bit. Before, she was alone and powerless, but now she had to find a way to get Gu Dongxing to rescue Jiang Haiyan before she got pregnant. In her past life, she had been sold into Tiger Hollow for half a year before becoming pregnant. But how could she persuade Gu Dongxing to rescue them? She thought and thought, but couldn't come up with a reason compelling enough for Gu Dongxing to take action. Suddenly, she remembered something from her past life. After 6 years with the Zhou brothers, because she no longer seemed like someone who would try to escape, the villagers started treating her as one of their own. Once, an old woman told her that all the wives in this village were bought. Seizing the opportunity, she probed the old woman for information. She said that when her son grew up, he would also need to buy a wife. Since they had to buy one anyway, why wait until he was grown? Why not buy a little girl and raise her from childhood so they could develop feelings? But she just didn't know where to find such people. The old woman then quietly told her, that's a good idea. Actually, some people in the village do buy child brides. If you want to find them, I'll tell you, they live at the tofu shop in the market town. You just need to go there and say you want to buy soft tofu. Her heart stirred. That tofu shop was the trafficker's den. Gu Dongxing, looking for some spy, had gone to ambush near that mountain stream, a place only traffickers would frequent. This indicated that the spy was probably connected to the traffickers, either colluding with them or being a trafficker himself who had been turned into a spy. Since that tofu shop held clues about the traffickers, it might also hold clues about the spy. Suddenly, a hand waved in front of Mingyu's face. She snapped back to reality and glared at Gu Dongxing. But her beautiful, watery eyes, no matter how wide she opened them, held little intimidation. Instead, they looked utterly adorable. If she were to purse her lips and reveal her 2 dimples, she would be even cuter. Gu Dongxing felt an itch in his hand, a strong urge to ruffle her hair. He secretly withdrew the hand he had subtly started to raise and asked, "What are you thinking about? You're not still planning how to run away, are you?" "I was thinking, Gu Dongxing, can we hurry and go to Tiger Hollow to rescue those poor trafficked women?" Gu Dongxing was taken aback, then his face hardened. "I've already spoken to the local authorities. He wasn't the police, after all." "Aren't you suspecting me of being a spy?" Mingyu asked. Chapter 20. Repaying a life-saving grace with one's own body. Gu Dongxing was a bit unable to keep up with Mengyu's leaps in logic. Moreover, if he truly suspected her of being a spy, why would he tell her directly? He had thought she was somewhat clever before, but now he felt this girl was a bit silly and naive. "You suspect I'm a spy, but you also know I'm actually a victim of trafficking. That means the spy you're after is related to the trafficking of women. In other words, the spy you're looking for might be either a trafficked woman or a trafficker himself. Am I right?" Gu Dongxing was somewhat surprised. Hearing this, she didn't seem that foolish after all. Mengyu looked at Gu Dongxing. "I want to ask you to rescue the sisters who were trafficked to Tiger Hollow with me. Almost all the wives in that village were sold there." Gu Dongxing was shocked. "The entire village?" "Exactly. So, if you go to rescue my sisters, you might save many trafficked women and very likely catch the spy you mentioned. That would be a great achievement." After a moment of silence, Gu Dongxing asked, "I remember you hadn't even been delivered to Tiger Hollow yet. How do you know all this?" Mengyu thought for a moment and said, "I dreamed it." Gu Dongxing raised an eyebrow. Mengyu continued, "Believe it or not, it's up to you." I once had a very long dream where I was sold to Tiger Hollow and lived there for 10 miserable years as a shared wife. When she mentioned shared wife, a look of profound sorrow suddenly clouded Mengyu's face. Shared wife? For some reason, the anguish on Mengyu's face made Gu Dongxing feel a sharp, pure pain in his heart. Sold by her own parents, and to a remote mountain area to be a shared wife for 2 brothers. Who could endure such suffering calmly? But just as quickly, Mengyu's sorrowful expression vanished. Because of the dream, I know everything about that village. The village is so poor that the men can't afford wives, so they only resort to buying them from traffickers. Moreover, after the traffickers sell a woman to the men of Tiger Hollow, they also provide maintenance. Maintenance. Gu Dongxing heard this for the first time. There's maintenance for buying a wife? Do they help cure her if she gets sick? No. If a trafficked woman tries to escape, the traffickers help track her down. If it's her first attempt, she's beaten half to death before being returned to the buyer. For a second attempt, they make sure she remembers it vividly. If she tries a third time, her legs are broken. This maintenance continues until the bought wife gives birth to a child. So, all the women sold by this trafficking ring are plunged into hell, with no hope whatsoever. As she spoke of having no hope, that look of deep sorrow reappeared on Mengyu's face. She sighed and said, "In my dream, I finally managed to escape in the 10th year. But when I reached the cliff where I jumped this time, villagers with hunting dogs caught up. So, in the dream, I jumped off the cliff. However, I was caught by a pine tree jutting out from the cliff face, which is why I survived the fall." So, when you found yourself actually trafficked, you jumped off the cliff there, believing everything from your dream, thinking you wouldn't die from the jump? Gu Dongxing asked through gritted teeth. He didn't know why he was angry. Still, he had heard that some people's dreams could come true. But what if they didn't? That jump would have shattered her body. Mengyu, I had no choice. Jumping off the cliff meant I might die or I might live. But if I didn't jump, I would definitely be sold into the deep mountains to be a shared wife for 2 brothers strong as oxes. In that case, I would wish I were dead. So, I chose to jump. But if it weren't for me, you would still have been captured and taken back to Tiger Hollow, Gu Dongxing said, somewhat angrily. That's true, you saved my life, Mengyu said, as if guided by an unseen force. For a life-saving grace, I have nothing with which to repay you. How about repaying you with my own body? Chapter 21. Speaking of dreams. Gu Dongxing was instantly startled. A girl should have self-respect. Oh, fine then. To be honest, in the depths of Mengyu's subconscious, there really was a thought of snatching this man with a bewitchingly handsome face who always wore an icy expression. Later, when Gu Dongxing painstakingly pursued his wife, but never achieved a happy ending, he regretted countless times. Why hadn't he just casually agreed to her method of repaying his kindness back then? Was I also in your dream? Gu Dongxing suddenly asked. Though phrased as a question, his tone held certainty. A strange light flickered in his eyes. I wonder what role I played in her dream? Mengyu nodded. Yes. In the dream, I didn't die after jumping off the cliff. I climbed back up, but then someone driving a car came and hit me, killing me. In the dream, I became a ghost and still followed that person. At this point, Mengyu glanced at Gu Dongxing. In the dream, the person who drove the car and killed me later married you. In the dream, as a ghost, I watched you live with her for over 10 years. Hearing that the person who killed her by driving a car married him, Gu Dongxing felt a bit disappointed, though he wasn't sure exactly why. Seeing his skeptical expression, Mengyu sighed and said, in the dream, your favorite dish was sour and spicy fish. But because the kitchen always smelled for days after cooking it, your wife used the excuse of your stomach problems to forbid you from eating it. Gu Dongxing's gaze at Mengyu turned scrutinizing. How did she know he liked sour and spicy fish? Also, he had minor stomach issues. Besides himself, no one else knew about this. And, in the dream, you had misophobia. You hated women touching you. Even your own wife. Gu Dongxing sighed. If someone observed carefully, they could probably notice his misophobia. Mengyu thought for a moment, then dropped another bombshell. In the dream, after you fell asleep, if anyone came within 3 feet of you, you would subdue them. You might even kill someone in your sleep. Gu Dongxing suddenly grabbed Mengyu by the neck, staring at her. How do you know that? No one knew about this. It was also the reason he, at 26, still hadn't dared to marry. Mengyu pushed his hand away. Of course, Gu Dongxing wasn't actually applying force. I told you, this is from my dream. Mengyu suddenly leaned closer to Gu Dongxing. Don't tell me you're really like that? You're so old and still unmarried. It's not because of that, is it? Gu Dongxing snorted. A girl should have self-respect. Though his words said a girl should have self-respect, in reality, he didn't dislike her closeness. He didn't even move away a bit, though his ears turned red. Few girls had ever been so close to him, making his heart beat a little faster. Still, he felt uneasy inside. Am I really that old? But her hands were so rough. It pained him a little. How much work had she done to have hands like these? He even forgot that he disliked women touching him. She was only 15 or 16, right? Compared to her, he really was quite old. For the first time, he became conscious of his own age. Mengyu imitated his snort. What, still don't believe me? I also know that over 10 years from now, you'll become a military commander. Really? Gu Dongxing grew excited. But seeing Mengyu's teasing expression, he felt somewhat awkward and a little ashamed and annoyed. He put on a stern face. Behave. Tell me, what else is there about Tiger Hollow? Chapter 22, The Fiancé vs. The Girlfriend, Part 1. Mengyu decided not to provoke him further. In my dream, I once heard someone say that in Yinghua town, there's a place called Tofu Workshop. That's the trafficker's den. People who want to buy a wife go there to make contact. The code phrase is, I want to buy some soft tofu. Gu Dongxing once again grabbed Mengyu's hand. Is what you're saying true? I told you, it was something from a dream. Mengyu shook off his hand again. Gu Dongxing realized something was off with himself. He normally disliked touching women, but he didn't mind this woman's touch. He coughed and said, thank you for telling me this. I'll contact the police immediately to rescue those trafficked women. With that, he shoved the keys into her hand and left promptly. Clearly, even though Mengyu repeatedly said it was from a dream, he took it seriously. He even forgot that he had only brought Mengyu to the door of his room and overlooked the fact that another girl was living in his house. However, even if he hadn't forgotten, he wouldn't have taken Mengyu elsewhere. Because when he agreed to let Mengyu stay in his house under the guise of being his fiancée, he had already planned to use Mengyu to drive away the woman he couldn't get rid of. Mengyu never would have imagined that Gu Dongxing, after bringing her to the door and hearing about the tofu workshop in Yinghua town being a trafficker's den, would immediately turn around and leave. He didn't even help me get settled before leaving, Mengyu muttered, using the key to open the door. But as soon as the door opened, she gasped. Inside, a woman with a bird's nest perm screamed, drowning out Mengyu's gasp. Then both spoke simultaneously, asking each other. Who are you? Who are you? They spoke at the same time again. Mengyu said, I am Gu Dongxing's fiancé, Lin Mengyu. The woman said, I am Regimental Commander Gu's girlfriend, Yi Rushui. Then, both exclaimed simultaneously, impossible. This was followed by a long period of scrutinizing each other. Mengyu inwardly cursed Gu Dongxing for his cunning. She had, of course, met this Yi Rushui in her past life. Yi claimed to be Gu Dongxing's childhood friend, but according to Gu Dongxing's and Jiang Huayu's accounts, their families had only been neighbors for a while after the Gu family moved to the military compound in Ji City. Later, after Gu Dongxing's father, Gu Ming, remarried, Gu Dongxing went to live with his mother and rarely returned to the Gu family home. Gu Dongxing had no interest whatsoever in this somewhat mean-spirited, somewhat princess-like woman who looked down on people from the countryside. Yet, she always clung to Gu Dongxing. Even after he married Jiang Huayu, she persisted. Later, pressured by her father, she married a battalion commander, but still frequently targeted Jiang Huayu. It could be said that in her past life, Yi Rushui was Jiang Huayu's #1 enemy. At this moment, Mengyu was well aware that Ye's claim of being Gu Dongxing's girlfriend was undoubtedly self-proclaimed. Therefore, Mengyu sat down on the wooden sofa in the living room, took a cup from her bundle, poured herself some water and drank. Auntie, you say you're Dongxing's girlfriend? But why didn't Gu Dongxing tell me? Does he really have a girlfriend like you? Yi Rushui's appearance was actually passable, but the perm made her look 5 years older. At 25, she appeared to be around 30. Hearing Mengyu call her auntie, Yi Rushui flushed with anger. You country bumpkin. I've never heard of Dongxing Ji being engaged. You're a fraud, aren't you? No, you're a thief. Yes, you're a thief. What are you trying to steal coming in here? Chapter 23, The Fiancé vs. The Girlfriend, Part 2. Mengyu took a sip of warm water. The temperature is just right. Auntie, although I am from the countryside, you should refrain from using derogatory terms like country bumpkin. It only makes you, a city dweller, appear ill-mannered. Also, have you forgotten? I used a key to open the door and come in. If Dongxing hadn't given me the key, could I have entered? So, please don't casually label me a thief. As she spoke, Mengyu took out the key attached to a string and swung it twice in a showy manner. She finally understood now that Gu Dong had detained her on suspicion of being a spy, yet when she provocatively suggested staying in his room under the guise of being his fiancé, he agreed so readily. He was using her to ward off unwanted romantic attention. Yi Rushui was furious. She had been here for 2 days, and Gu Dongxing had never given her a key. Every time she wanted to enter, she had to ask an orderly to open the door for her. Yet, as soon as this girl arrived, Dongxing actually gave her a key. Don't call me auntie. She reached out to snatch the key from Mengyu's hand. You must have stolen that key too, right? Give it to me. How could Mengyu possibly hand over the key? She put the key away and pushed Yi Rushui aside. I am Gu Dongxing's fiancé. Naturally, he gave me this key himself. She looked at Yi Rushui with a scrutinizing gaze. You don't have a key? Weren't you the one claiming to be Gu Dongxing's girlfriend? How could a girlfriend not have a key to her boyfriend's place? So, you appointed yourself as the girlfriend, didn't you? Yi Rushui's face quickly flushed with the embarrassment and anger of having her lie exposed. In her shame, she grew angry. You say you're Dongji's fiancé. What proof do you have? Proof. Mengyu took out a ring set with an emerald. Does this count? Dongxing gave it to me. Yi Rushui knew her valuables. One look at the ring told her it was a treasure. As if that weren't shocking enough, Mengyu produced a vibrant green jade bracelet. And this. Dongxing said it's a family heirloom from his mother, specifically passed down to the daughter-in-law. She looked at Yi Rushui. Dongxing has even given me the family heirloom. Do you think my status as his fiancé could possibly be fake? In reality, both the emerald ring and the vibrant green jade bracelet were items she had retrieved from her storage talisman. Seeing the jewelry Mengyu produced, Yi Rushui recognized that each piece was a valuable treasure. Such items were beyond what a country girl could possess. Could she truly be Dongji's fiancé? But she refused to admit it. She snorted. No one can prove Dongji gave you those things. I could produce a few pieces myself if I wanted. Dongji and I grew up together as childhood sweethearts. How could he possibly abandon me for a country bumpkin like you? Mengyu smiled. Childhood sweethearts? Being neighbors for just 1 year makes you childhood sweethearts? Your definition of childhood sweethearts is rather broad, isn't it? By that logic, everyone who's ever been his neighbor is a childhood sweetheart? He must have an awful lot of them then. Yi Rushui wondered inwardly. How did this girl know she and Dongji were only neighbors for a year? Could it be that Dongji had even told her about such things? This girl looked only about 15 or 16. She probably wasn't that scheming. Was she really Dongji's fiancé? No. Dongji is mine. I absolutely cannot let her take my Dongji away from me. Chapter 24, The Fiancé versus the Girlfriend, Part 3. Did I say something wrong? Mengyu deliberately put on a look of feigned innocence. But that's what Dongxing told me. Did Brother Dong really tell you that? She asked, a hint of suspicion in her voice. Mengyu gave a deliberately shallow tisk. I don't even know you. Dongxing told me, so how would I know otherwise? It's not like I'm so bored I'd go out of my way to ask about you, right? Besides, is your situation common knowledge? Would I get a straight answer if I asked? Yi Rushui looked at Mengyu, thinking to herself, that's right. She's from the capital and this wretched girl is clearly a local from the countryside. The difference between them isn't small. It's likely she's the fiancé that Brother Dong's rural mother arranged for him. How could she possibly have found out about her situation? What else did Brother Dong tell you? She couldn't help but ask. Seeing that she had taken the bait, a flicker of mockery passed through Mengyu's eyes, but it vanished so quickly that Yi Rushui didn't notice a thing. You want to know what Dongxing said about you, right? Dongxing said. Mengyu paused deliberately here and glanced at her water cup. Yi Rushui looked at it and had no choice but to pick up the thermos and refill it for her. Mengyu picked up the cup and took a sip, as if savoring fine wine. The water poured by Auntie Yi is especially delicious. Yi Rushui almost cursed. She forced down her anger, telling herself, she's a country bumpkin. Don't stoop to her level. She didn't even bother correcting her for calling her auntie. She was too eager to know what her image was like in Brother Dong's eyes. Otherwise, she definitely wouldn't waste another word on this country bumpkin. Impatiently, she asked, can you tell me now? What did Brother Dong say about me? In front of others, she would certainly put on an act of elegance and intellect, but in front of this country bumpkin, there was no need for any pretense. Auntie Yi, I have a question for you. Don't call me auntie. Either call me sister or Miss Yi. She nearly lost her temper again, but immediately suppressed it. What do you want to ask? Go ahead. In our countryside, a girlfriend and a fiancé are the same person. If a young man has both a girlfriend and a fiancé, neither the girlfriend nor the fiancé would stand for it. They would both keep a tight rein on their boyfriend or fiancé, not allowing him to have another girlfriend or fiancé. But why is it that in the city, the girlfriend and the fiancé aren't the same person? How can a man have both a girlfriend and a fiancé? So, when this man gets married, does he marry his fiancé or his girlfriend? Dongxing told me he's going to marry me. This marriage was arranged by my own mother. You can't go against your parents' wishes. So, after I marry Dongxing, what will happen to you, his girlfriend? Mengyu spoke up to this point, seeming genuinely concerned for Yi Rushui. Yi Rushui was speechless. Facing Mengyu's clear gaze, she actually felt a bit flustered. Could she say that in this regard, the city and the countryside are the same, that the girlfriend and the fiancé are also one person? Could she say that she actually isn't Gu Dongxing's girlfriend and therefore has no right to control whether he has another fiancé? Unfortunately, she didn't know that Mengyu, this fiancé, was also a fake. Thus, she felt quite awkward. However, Hearing Mengyu mention that their marriage was arranged by their parents, her eyes immediately lit up again. So, you and Brother Dong, your marriage was arranged by your parents? It's an arranged marriage. Chapter 25, The Fiancé versus the Girlfriend, Part 4. It was arranged by our parents. That's correct, Mengyu stated with certainty. Yi Ruxue immediately breathed a sigh of relief. See? Yours is a marriage arranged by parents. Whereas Dongge and I are in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship formed through free love. So, I'm the one Dongge likes. You'd better back off. Otherwise, when Dongge and I get married, you won't even have any tears left to cry. Mengyu tilted her head, looking at Yi Ruxue. But in our countryside, respectable girls only start relationships with their parents' approval. Going behind your parents' back to find a man is something only disreputable girls do. Yi Ruxue almost cursed again. Was this wretched girl finding a roundabout way to call her disreputable? How can you be so old-fashioned? Modern society advocates free love. Parent-arranged marriages are an outdated feudal practice that should be criticized. Mengyu seemed puzzled. Dong Xing and I don't have a parent-arranged marriage. We started dating openly and above board only after getting our parents' approval. Are you saying that sneaking around behind your parents' backs to find a man is what free love means? You city folks are really strange. Your parents raise you, yet you even keep something as important as a relationship secret from them. In our countryside, that's called shameless and unfilial. Yi Ruxue finally understood. This Mengyu was clever. All her roundabout talk was just a way to insult her, calling her disreputable, shameless, and unfilial. How infuriating. Actually, Mengyu wasn't wrong. During this period in the countryside, truly free love was still quite rare. Most couples were introduced, then dated, and finally married. Even if a girl took a liking to someone, she would first find a matchmaker to convey her interest. Only after both families agreed and the relationship was established would the couple date and marry. If a girl actively pursued a man on her own, she would be called disreputable and shameless. If she dated or married without her parents' consent, that was indeed considered unfilial. Therefore, behavior like Yi Ruxue's, moving into a man's house on her own, would be seen by country folk as the act of a disreputable woman. But Yi Ruxue wasn't from the countryside, so she naturally believed Mengyu was just finding a roundabout way to insult her. Moreover, by saying these things at this moment, in front of Yi Ruxue, a city girl who claimed to be Gu Dongxing's girlfriend, Mengyu was indeed indirectly calling Yi Ruxue disreputable and shameless. Having been insulted, Yi Ruxue naturally wouldn't let it go. You country bumpkin. How dare you insult me? I was here in this room first. Get out. She reached out to slap Mengyu across the face. But before her hand could connect, Mengyu caught her wrist. Despite Yi Ruxue being 1.65 meters tall and Mengyu only 1.6 meters, Mengyu had worked physically for years. Most crucially, the current Mengyu was a first-level martial artist. Thus, with her wrist caught, Yi Ruxue couldn't move at all. Ow! You let go of me. Yi Ruxue hadn't expected this scrawny country bumpkin to be so strong. She was both furious and flustered. She had practiced military-style boxing with her father and brother since childhood. She could defeat not just ordinary women, but even average men. Yet now she was immobilized, her wrist gripped by a girl of 15 or 16. How utterly bizarre. Ever since Mengyu entered Gu Dongxing's room, quite a few people had been secretly watching the drama unfold, especially the bored military wives with time on their hands. Chapter 26, The Fiancé versus the Girlfriend, Part 5. The military wives had long noticed Yi Ruxue, that girl with her nose in the air, moving into Commander Gu's house. When others asked if she was Commander Gu's fiancé, she would just smile without answering. Therefore, everyone in the compound assumed she was Commander Gu's fiancé. But today, Commander Gu brought in another girl, younger and more beautiful. The key point was, the demeanor between the two was so intimate, Gu Dongxing absolutely refused to admit it was intimate. At most, when Mengyu was talking about that human trafficker den, it was a bit like whispering. The military wives thought, well now, there's already one living in the house, and he brings back another. When these two women meet, they're bound to fight, right? Who would ultimately defeat the other and become Gu Dongxing's fiancé? Many believed that Yi Ruxue, being tall, a city girl, and from a good family, would surely win. Of course, some thought Mengyu, being young and beautiful, would be more favored by Gu Dongxing. Thus, after Mengyu entered the house, many military wives had already gathered outside to watch the spectacle. Now, hearing Yi Ruxue's words, the military wives grew worried. Had they started fighting? If a real fight broke out, that petite little girl would surely come off worse, right? But wait, the one screaming and shouting, "Let me go," seemed to be Yi Ruxue? Could it be that the seemingly petite girl was actually a skilled fighter? At this moment, Mengyu was gripping the other woman's wrist pulse point, looking into her eyes. Where was the innocent, harmless expression from before? Let you go? You were just about to hit me. If I let you go, what if you hit me again? Yi Rushui was both humiliated and furious. You let me go. I won't hit you. Mengyu shook her head. I don't believe you. Unless you promise to leave this place immediately. Go back to your city and stop pestering my Dongxing. You. What you? You claim to be Dongxing's girlfriend, but Dongxing never told me he had a girlfriend. So, you must be that kind of shameless woman, clinging desperately to my Dongxing. I'm not clinging to Brother Dong. I really am. You are not Dongxing's girlfriend. Dongxing told me about you. He said you were just a sticky nuisance from the year he was your neighbor as a kid, and now you're a shameless woman who grew up and moved into a grown man's house to stay. He has nothing to say to you, doesn't want to date you, doesn't even want to deal with you. That's why he asked me to come and chase you away. I originally thought, being a city person, you should be civilized, so I tried reasoning with you. Who knew you'd try to hit me when you couldn't win the argument? A woman like you in looks, you can't compare to me. In ability, you can't compare to me. The only thing you have over me is one thing, your age. You're older than me. What's more, I am Dongxing's proper, legitimate fiancé, agreed upon by our parents. And you, this girlfriend title, is something you gave yourself. So, what face do you have to try and steal Dongxing from me? Yi Rushui was beside herself with rage. You dare compare yourself to me? You country bumpkin. I'll have my father. Your father. Mengyu cut her off. That staff officer Yi? He's an upright military officer. He wouldn't help you steal another woman's man. Your thinking is twisted. Yi Rushui felt even more humiliated and indignant. Mengyu was right. Her father was an old stick in the mud. Otherwise, if he had just exerted a little pressure on Gu Dongxing would have been her husband long ago. Why would she have to wait until now? Chapter 27. Finally, peace and quiet. Me? You, let go of me first, Yi Rushui shouted. No, I can't let you go. You just tried to hit me. If I let you go, you'll definitely hit me. And you're right, this room can't hold two women, so? Mengyu suddenly started dragging Yi Rushui toward the door. Yi Rushui panicked. You, what are you doing? What am I doing? To stop you from having another chance to hit someone, of course I'm asking you to leave. As she spoke, Mengyu grabbed Yi Rushui's wrist with one hand and opened the door with the other. Several military wives who had been leaning against the door eavesdropping almost fell in and hurriedly stepped back. Seeing Mengyu's fierceness as she dragged out the tall Yi Rushui, who was 1.65 meters, the military wives were all stunned. Mengyu tossed Yi Rushui outside and said to the onlooking military wives, she tried to hit me first. I was afraid of living with her and getting beaten, so I asked her to leave. The military wives really wanted to roll their eyes. Is this how you ask someone to leave? You clearly dragged her out, okay? Yi Rushui, actually thrown out by a young girl and in front of so many military wives, immediately felt both humiliated and angry. She actually started crying with a loud wah. The military wives, who had been watching the drama, were instantly bewildered. They looked at each other. The person involved is crying. What should they do? One military wife said, I need to water the vegetables I planted yesterday. I'm leaving first. As soon as this military wife left, another said, oh, I almost forgot. My vegetables haven't been watered either, and followed suit. With these two gone, the other military wives also left one after another. The first few made excuses, while the later ones didn't even bother with reasons and just left directly. Seeing that she was crying so hard and none of the military wives came to comfort her, Yi Rushui couldn't help but feel resentful. They're all such unsympathetic women. She didn't consider that she usually looked down on these military wives, so why would they approach her when she was at a disadvantage and bear her anger? After throwing Yi Rushui out, Mengyu closed the door. Finally, peace and quiet. She wondered, would Gu Dongxing blame her for throwing Yi Rushui out? Never mind. After all, she tried to hit her first. Otherwise, she wouldn't have found an excuse to throw her out. She wanted to hit her, but she didn't hit back, she just dragged her out. That was already very magnanimous. If she had encountered someone fiercer, they would have beaten her up before throwing her out. She was still keeping a low profile. If the military wives heard this thought, they would surely collectively scoff at her. You call this keeping a low profile? On your first day living in the compound, you've already startled all the military wives here. Everyone in the entire compound knew that the girl Gu Dongxing brought back was a fierce one. After driving Yi Rushui out, Mengyu's stomach growled. She went into the kitchen to look. It was very clean, so clean that apart from pots and bowls, there was nothing. What did that Yi Rushui eat? Just as she was feeling frustrated, she suddenly heard someone knocking on the door. She opened it and saw a young soldier standing at the door with a lunchbox. You are. Hello, little sister-in-law. My surname is Li, you can call me Xiao Li. The regiment commander asked me to bring you a meal. Mengyu blushed at being called sister-in-law. No need to call me sister-in-law. I'm not married yet. Xiao Li was taken aback. If not sister-in-law, then what should he call her? Okay, sister-in-law. Xiaoli placed the lunchbox in Mengyu's hands and ran off. But this little sister-in-law was so young, only 15 or 16, right? Was the regiment commander an old cow eating tender grass? Mengyu felt helpless. Her identity here was Gu Dongxing's fiancé, and she had just used that identity as a fiancé to drive away his girlfriend. Chapter 28. How much compensation do you want to give? On the third day, Gu Dongxing returned and ran into Yi Rushui, or rather, Yi Rushui intercepted him. Brother Dong, that girl you kindly took in actually dared to kick me out. She even pretended to be your fiancé. Pretended? She is my fiancé, Gu Dongxing said. Yi Rushui was left speechless, unable to utter a word. Brother Dong actually said this country bumpkin was his fiancé? So when she claimed to be Brother Dong's fiancé, it was true. Come to think of it, Brother Dong followed his mother back to the countryside. This fiancé must have been arranged by his rural mother, right? I don't believe it. You're only saying this to reject me, aren't you? Gu Dongxing thought to himself, you're right, but I won't admit it. He looked at Yi Rushui calmly. Yi Rushui, you should go back. I've told you before, we're not suitable for each other. Yi Rushui refused to believe it. No, when we were kids, you clearly liked me. We played games together, and you even promised to marry me when we grew up. You remembered wrong. I never promised that. The one who promised to marry you is Zhou Erwo, Gu Dongxing said. No, I only like you. I don't want Zhou Erwo. I said back then that I would marry you when I grew up, Yi Rushui shouted. But I never agreed. Besides, we're not compatible, Gu Dongxing said helplessly. If this woman weren't the daughter of Uncle Yi, who had once helped him greatly, he would have thrown her out long ago. What compatibility? How would you know without getting married? Once we're married, we'll definitely be compatible, Yi Rushui insisted. Gu Dongxing said, I already have a fiancé now. You're only engaged. As long as you're not married yet, anything can change. As for your fiancé, we can compensate her. Oh? How do you plan to compensate me? A voice chimed in from behind. Mengyu happened to walk over just then. She had changed out of her tacky, rustic clothes and into a pale yellow dress with a classical flair, giving off an ethereal aura. Paired with her striking beauty, she looked like a fairy who had just descended from the heavens. This dress was one of several outfits Mengyu had found in her storage talisman. She had only wanted to try it on to see how she looked in ancient-style clothing, and it turned out to be surprisingly beautiful. She had felt a slight regret at the time. The dress was a bit too long and loose. If only it could fit better. As soon as she thought this, the dress actually adjusted itself to fit her perfectly. It can change? Could it transform into modern clothes too? For example, she thought of the girls in movies wearing dresses. Sure enough, the dress transformed into an ordinary dress. Mengyu realized she had stumbled upon a treasure. This was a dress that could change according to her wishes. She tried transforming it into various styles. In the end, she still felt the dress looked better in a classical style, so she let it become a dress with a hint of classical elegance. Feeling that beautiful clothes didn't look complete without accessories, she took out a pair of pink teardrop-shaped pearl earrings and a pink pearl necklace from her storage talisman and put them on. Her hair, which had originally been braided, was now washed and still damp, cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders. Seeing Mengyu walking gracefully toward them, both of them were struck by her stunning appearance. Gu Dongxing's heart unexpectedly raced. This Mengyu, who would have thought she could look so beautiful just by wearing pretty clothes? After a moment of stunned silence, Yi Rushui felt a surge of jealousy. Who would have thought this country bumpkin could look so enchanting when dressed up? This dress, these accessories, Brother Dong must have bought them for her. Brother Dong has never bought me a single piece of clothing or jewelry. This woman must not stay by Brother Dong's side. Chapter 29, making Yi Rushui storm off in anger. We can give you money, enough for you to live comfortably for the rest of your life, she said. Give me money? Can you offer an amount that would actually tempt me? Mengyu replied, tossing a gold bar up and down in her hand. Others standing farther away couldn't see clearly, but Gu Dongxing and Yi Rushui were close enough to clearly see the gold bar Mengyu was playing with. Gu Dongxing frowned slightly. Where did she get that jewelry and gold? Also, had she even gone out to buy clothes? Yi Rushui gasped inwardly. Could that thing in this woman's hand really be what she thought it was? Before they could get any closer, Mengyu put away the gold bar and smiled at Gu Dongxing. Brother Dong, how much are you worth? Gu Dongxing's eyes first flashed with anger, but then understanding dawned, and he smiled, countering Mengyu's question. Then you tell me, how much am I worth? Mengyu grinned. This Andy here said she'd compensate me with money. I was just thinking about how much to ask for. Gu Dongxing looked with amusement at this little swindler, who appeared somewhat naive and clueless on the outside, but was cunning as a fox on the inside. Was she trying to insult him, or was she trying to insult him? Sure enough, Mengyu turned to Yi Rushui. Auntie Yi, how much do you think Dongxing is worth? Yi Rushui was at a loss for words. She had originally planned to offer Mengyu 10,000 yuan as compensation. After all, in the countryside at that time, households with 10,000 yuan were still quite rare. Making her an instant 10,000 yuan household should have had her happily taking the money and going back home, right? But after seeing Mengyu playing with the gold ingot and noticing the jewelry she was wearing, Yi Rushui found herself unable to speak. Seeing Yi Rushui speechless, Mengyu smiled again and said, Dongxing, you know, last week when you left, didn't you give me your keys and tell me to stay in your room? Gu Dongxing nodded innocently. Yes. In reality, he felt guilty. He had known perfectly well that Yi Rushui was staying in his room, but hadn't told Mengyu, hoping she would drive Rushui away herself. He hadn't expected Mengyu to be so fierce, actually dragging her out and throwing her out the door. Mengyu could naturally see Gu Dongxing's guilt, but she could only pretend not to notice. Pointing at Yi Rushui, she tattled. When I used the key to open the door, this woman was inside. She said she was your girlfriend and even accused me of being a thief. She claimed the key you gave me was stolen. I tried to explain I wasn't, but this woman actually reached out to hit me. She even said something about having her father, the chief of staff, do this or that. Hearing this, Gu Dongxing's face instantly darkened as he stared at Yi Rushui. He had only heard that Yi Rushui had been dragged and thrown out by Mengyu. He hadn't known that Yi Rushui had claimed to be his girlfriend, accused Mengyu of being a thief, and even tried to hit her. She had even brought up her father to pressure others. He asked Mengyu with concern, are you alright? He knew very well that Yi Rushui had trained with the men in the military camp since childhood and was quite skilled. Yi Rushui was furious. This woman was actually tattling on her right in front of her. She wanted to speak, but Mengyu shot her a glare and spoke first, saying triumphantly, she didn't hit me. I just reached out and grabbed her wrist. She told me to let go. I said no, I can't let you go. You just tried to hit me. If I let go, you'd definitely hit me. Then, I pulled her and pushed her out the door and closed it. Mengyu finished speaking and looked at Gu Dongxing with a smile. I didn't disgrace you, did I? She even deliberately blinked. Gu Dongxing hadn't expected this girl to be so fierce, capable of dragging out Yi Rushui, who had practiced military boxing since childhood in the barracks. And, it seemed she even understood his original intention. Chapter 30. How to Stay. Gu Dongxing suppressed a laugh, nodded, and said seriously, you didn't lose face. Then, he turned to Yi Rushui, I'll have someone take you back. He openly ignored what Yi Rushui had said earlier about compensating Mengyu. No need. Yi Rushui shot Gu Dongxing a resentful glare, said to Mengyu, we'll see about this, and then turned and ran off. She wouldn't let this go so easily. She had to get her father involved and make Gu Dongxing marry her. Gu Dongxing owed her father a debt of gratitude, and he should repay it through her. Mengyu, aware that she wasn't Gu Dongxing's real fiancée, didn't take Yi Rushui's words to heart. When the two returned home, Mengyu asked Gu Dongxing, have those traffickers been dealt with? Gu Dongxing was momentarily taken aback, then said, 4 people were caught, including that spy. But the leader, Lao Lu, escaped. All the trafficked women have been rescued, including the 2 girls who were abducted with you. Mengyu breathed a sigh of relief. That was good. In this lifetime, Pa Yuhua and Jiang Haiyan were safe. This time, you made a great contribution. What reward would you like? Gu Dongxing asked again. With the spy caught, suspicion naturally no longer fell on Mengyu. In truth, Gu Dongxing had stopped suspecting her a while ago. But for some reason, he felt a bit reluctant to let this girl go. He still found the story she told about things from a dream rather unbelievable. Even if she wasn't a spy, she definitely had secrets, and he very much wanted to explore them further. Huh? Mengyu was surprised. I can choose the reward? Then I want money, she said. She was currently worried about lacking funds. Seeing her ask for money without hesitation, Gu Dongxing sighed. Don't you want to enlist? Gu Dongxing believed that a girl who could defeat Yi Rushui, who had grown up in a military camp, had the physical qualities suited for military service. Enlist? In her previous life as a wandering spirit, she had stayed for a while in the military compound where Jiang Mengyu lived. Watching those impressive and heroic female soldiers, she had once felt envious. Well, I like the feeling of freedom. She had secrets and didn't want to join the military. I overheard their discussions. From what they said, they originally intended to send me abroad, but then they mentioned receiving word from overseas that it wasn't a good time to send people recently, so they sent me to Tiger Hollow instead. Gu Dongxing's brows furrowed. So this was actually a transnational organization? But with no further leads at the moment, he could only report the situation to the local authorities and let them investigate slowly through the captured traffickers. Don't worry. As long as they broke the law, they will ultimately not escape justice, Gu Dongxing comforted her. Mengyu also knew that wiping out that trafficking ring completely in one go would be difficult. However, she absolutely would not let those traffickers off the hook. A thought suddenly occurred to her. The spy he was after had been found, so didn't that eliminate the possibility of her being a spy? Should she leave this place now? For some reason, The thought of leaving made her heart feel heavy. If she left here, would she return to the Jiang family? She was certain that if she showed up at the Jiang family, Zhang's father and mother, to prevent her from competing for the university admission spot, would sell her off again. Next time, she might not have such a good chance to escape. She remembered Jiang Mengyu saying that about a month and a half after she was sold into the deep mountains, her birth mother came looking for her. Then, Zhang's father and mother would push their own daughter, Jiang Mengyu, onto her birth mother, who would then go to the university Jiang Mengyu attended and acknowledge Jiang Mengyu as her daughter. In this lifetime, she naturally couldn't let her adoptive parents push their daughter onto her birth mother again. Chapter 31. Is he kicking her out? Mengyu estimated that it would take at least 10 more days for her biological mother to arrive. Before her biological mother came looking for her, she couldn't return to the Jiang family. If her biological mother went to Jiangzhou to find her, she would definitely get off the bus at Damian Township and then walk to Jiangzhou. Wait, no. Jiang Mengyu had said that her biological mother was very wealthy. She would surely drive there herself, not take a bus. It would be best for Mengyu to set off for Damian Township in 10 days, find a place to stay near the entrance to Jiangzhou, and return to the Jiang family as soon as she saw her biological mother enter. She had to stop Zhang's father and mother from pushing their own daughter, Jiang Mengyu, onto her biological mother. If she couldn't go back to the Jiang family, where could she go? Staying at an inn still required a letter of introduction these days. Even if she had a letter of introduction, she had no money. Although the storage talisman contained a large amount of treasure, she didn't dare to casually exchange it for money. For now, she could only stay with Gu Dongxing. But how could she manage to stay? She wasn't really Gu Dongxing's fiancé. Unexpectedly, while Mengyu was still thinking about how to stay, Gu Dongxing spoke up. You can go back now. Huh? Mengyu exclaimed in shock. Was he kicking her out? Seeing her expression, Gu Dongxing knew she didn't want to go home. The tension in his heart immediately eased a little. He sighed and said, the trafficker's confession stated that you were indeed sold directly by your birth parents. Mengyu found it strange. Hadn't she already learned this from Zhou Erlang? She had even obtained the deed of sale from the Zhou brothers. Your parents instructed them to sell you into the remotest mountains, so you wouldn't have a chance to escape, Gu Dongxing added. This was what he really wanted to say. What kind of parents would sell their own daughter, and even specify that she be sold to Tiger Hollow as a shared wife? This wasn't just selling a daughter, this was destroying her. Knowing her parents had treated her this way, she would probably find it hard to accept, right? Gu Dongxing felt a pang of heartache for her. Mengyu had long known she was sold by her adoptive parents, and that it was their intention for her to be sold into Tiger Hollow. Still, she cooperatively let out another huh of surprise, pretending to be shocked. Then, she lowered her head, appearing deeply saddened. If you don't want to go back, you can stay here for now, Gu Dongxing said. He absolutely would not admit that he was somewhat reluctant to let this girl go. Mengyu secretly rejoiced. She was still wondering how to stay, and now Gu Dongxing had taken the initiative to ask her to remain. But she still put on a hesitant act. Is that really okay? Gu Dongxing glanced at Mengyu, who was clearly getting what she wanted, but pretending to hesitate, and snorted. Isn't it a bit late to say it's not okay now? Who is it that claimed I was her fiancé the moment we met? Or do you want to go home and face the parents who sold you, not afraid they might sell you again? Of course I don't want to go home. They aren't my parents, Mengyu said, somewhat embarrassed. I'm just worried about affecting your reputation. Is worrying about it now any use? You moved into this compound under the pretense of being my fiancé, Gu Dongxing snorted again. He thought Mengyu's statement about them not being her parents was because they had sold her and were unworthy of being called parents. His heart ached for her even more. All right, you stay here for a few days. When I have time, I'll take you back myself and make sure they don't sell you again. Mengyu was overjoyed. She could finally stay. At least for the next 10 days or so, she wouldn't have to worry about having a place to stay or food to eat. Chapter 32. Supporting you for a lifetime. Mengyu suddenly thought of something else. In 10 days, when her birth mother came looking for her, her adoptive parents were sure to cause trouble. If Gu Dongxing accompanied her to the Jiang family, he would definitely be able to keep that adoptive couple in check. Then, she could use her birth mother as a way to leave the Jiang family and go with her. She gave a sweet smile. Thank you, Brother Gu. Gu Dongxing was nearly dazzled and quickly steadied his mind. He sighed inwardly. This little one really is a bit of a chameleon. Sometimes she seems adorably naive, sometimes cunning as a fox. Only today did he discover that with her apple-shaped face, her smile revealing 2 dimples makes her look very cute and sweet. But at other times, her eyes make him feel a sense of worldly weariness. It's really contradictory. Although she claims to be 17, that's according to the traditional age reckoning. In reality, she's not even 16 yet. A 15-year-old girl actually made him read weariness in her eyes. Which side is her true face? Suppressing his doubts, Gu Dongxing thought for a moment and still asked, Where did the clothes you're wearing and this jewelry come from? He had a discerning eye. He could tell the pearls on her ears and that pearl necklace were quite valuable. Mengyu touched the pearls she was wearing on her ears. These? I found them in the cave on the cliff. This outfit too. Besides the jewelry, there's also this. Mengyu took out the gold bar from her clothes pocket that she had been playing with earlier when she angered Yu Rushui. If it were anyone else, Mengyu naturally wouldn't have brought it out. But in her past life, having been a lingering spirit by Jiang Huayu's side for over 10 years, she understood Gu Dongxing's character very well. He wouldn't covet what was hers. Even so, she still wanted to test him. Gold at this time was very valuable, selling for about 140 to 150 yuan per gram. This gold bar weighed roughly over 320 grams, worth 40 to 50,000 yuan. It was 1980, an era when even 10,000 yuan households were rare. 40 or 50,000 was a huge sum. However, she still added, this wasn't dug up from the ground, so it doesn't need to be handed over to the state, right? As she spoke, she looked at him with an adorably naive expression. Gu Dongxing was taken aback. This cunning little trickster, was she afraid he would confiscate her treasure? Unexpectedly, the next moment, Mengyu handed the gold bar to him. Help me exchange this for money. I'll need money for studying next and to buy my own place and live independently. It all costs money. Mengyu continued, I can't go back to the Jiang family. The Jiang family definitely won't support my studies. So, I have to support myself. I can support you, he suddenly said. What did you say? Mengyu thought she had misheard. After saying, I can support you, Gu Dongxing's heart was not unmoved. Yes, he wanted to support her. But, in what capacity would he support her? The identity of a fiancé was merely a temporary expedient, already reported to the regiment. Therefore, even though people at the lower levels in the compound thought Mengyu was his fiancé, many others knew she wasn't. He could support her for a while, but not for a lifetime. Unless he made this fiancé title real. Make it real. He actually wanted to make the fiancé title real. He looked again at this girl who appeared somewhat adorably naive on the outside, but was cunning as a fox on the inside. Having such a woman by his side would mean he wouldn't be lonely in this lifetime. He immediately made a decision. Looking into Mengyu's eyes, he said firmly, you heard correctly. I can support you. Support you for a lifetime. Buzz. Mengyu's ears rang a little. What did he say? He would support her? Had she really heard correctly? Chapter 33. Pinned against the wall. Mengyu forced a smile. Brother Gu, you're joking, right? She took a step back, wanting to put some distance between herself and Gu Dongxing. I'm not joking. Gu Dongxing took a step closer. Didn't you say I was your fiancé? Mengyu felt a bit panicked. Although she had indeed once entertained the thought of taking him away from Jiang Huayu, in this lifetime, everything had changed. She wouldn't let Huayu recognize her birth mother again, and her mother wouldn't play matchmaker for her and Gu Dongxing. Therefore, in this life, Jiang Huayu had no chance of being connected to Gu Dongxing again. However, because Jiang Huayu had impersonated her and married him in her previous life, she subconsciously felt some dislike towards him. Consequently, her desire to reclaim this man, who originally belonged to her but was taken by Jiang Huayu in her past life, had faded. But now he was using her own words against her, and she had indeed said he was her fiancé. Yet, she didn't love him. What should she do? Brother Gu, that was just a temporary measure in that situation. If I hadn't said that, they would have dragged me into Tiger Hollow to be the shared wife of those brothers. She retreated again. How could Gu Dongxing allow her to retreat? He advanced another step, pinning her against the wall. He placed his hands on the wall on either side of her, trapping her and leaving her no escape. But after you were safe, you also said, for saving my life, I have nothing to repay you with except myself. So, Mengyu's face showed an expression of wanting to cry. But you refused at the time, didn't you? You even told me to have some self-respect. But I want you to repay me now, Gu Dongxing said. I haven't thought it through. Panic-stricken, Mengyu thought about taking the spirit fungus from her storage talisman to give him, but was reluctant. Suddenly, she shoved the gold bar in her hand into his. Take this gold bar. Consider it my repayment for saving my life. Gu Dongxing looked at the gold bar in his hand, then at Mengyu's panicked expression. A smile appeared on his face. How rare it was to finally see panic on this little liar's face. He had known all along that her words about repaying his life-saving grace with herself weren't sincere. However, since she had entered his heart, he wouldn't let her go. But he didn't press her either. Then take your time to think about it. I'm in no hurry. He released her and pushed the gold bar back into her hand. Can my life-saving grace be measured with money? Take this gold bar back. Once free, Mengyu immediately averted her eyes again. She had known all along he wouldn't take her gold. However, she shoved the gold bar back into his hand. Can you exchange it for money for me? Gu Dongxing stared at her. Aren't you afraid I'll keep your gold bar for myself? Mengyu shook her head. I trust you. Gu Dongxing's heart skipped a beat. A girl telling him, I trust you. Mengyu gave a sweet smile. Not just because of the past, because of the dream anyway, I trust you. Gu Dongxing saw how she had been panicked just moments ago, but had now regained control of her emotions, and was even smiling so sweetly at him. He thought to himself that this little fox was indeed something. Still, her saying she trusted him made him immensely happy. After all, he had already taken this seemingly naive little fox under his wing. Her trust was naturally very important to him. All right, keep the gold. He took 10 yuan bills from his pocket. Use this for now. Mengyu didn't stand on ceremony and accepted them naturally. Thank you. I'm penniless right now. Consider it a loan. Chapter 34. She's a fake. Gu Dongxing added, if you want to buy anything, you can take the logistics supply truck into the city. After saying this, he hurried back to the regimental headquarters. Mengyu was thinking, he actually has that kind of interest in her. Is it still suitable for her to continue living here? After much thought, Mengyu decided to stay at Gu Dongxing's place for now. She had nowhere else to go. Anyway, the title of Gu Dongxing's fiancé had been thrust upon her whether she wanted it or not, and it was safe living here. Given Gu Dongxing's somewhat old-fashioned character, she didn't have to worry about him trying anything improper with her. That night, she practiced her cultivation all night. She felt that although the primordial energy of heaven and earth within this compound couldn't compare to what she had experienced in the mountain cave before, it was still quite good. Early the next morning, Jiang Mengyu went to the place Gu Dongxing had mentioned to catch the logistics supply truck. During these past 2 days staying in Gu Dongxing's house, soldiers had been delivering meals to her every day. She felt it was too much trouble for them to always bring her food. However, she was penniless and could only eat the meals the young soldier delivered. Now that she had the 100 yuan Gu Dongxing gave her, she wanted to go and buy some rice, flour, and the like to cook for herself. Mengyu walked towards the waiting spot for the supply truck. 4 military wives were already waiting there, discussing something. However, as soon as Mengyu approached, the wives immediately fell silent. A few of them even looked Mengyu up and down. Mengyu was still wearing the same treasure garment, taken from the storage talisman that could change form. Today, she had transformed it into a top and bottom outfit, similar to the clothing of this era, just a bit more stylish. Fortunately, she had this treasure garment from the storage talisman. It didn't collect dust and didn't look dirty even after being worn for several days. Still, she needed to go to the city to buy a few sets of clothes. She always felt the treasure garment shouldn't be worn constantly. Therefore, today she planned to buy not only food but also clothes in the city. Mengyu didn't know that the scene of her throwing Yi Rushui out of the room the other day had been witnessed by many military wives. She had already been labeled a fierce woman by the people in the compound. With a slight smile on her face, she nodded and greeted the military wives. Hello, sisters-in-law. Seeing her approach, the wives quickly responded, hello. A young woman actually replied, hello, sister-in-law. Mengyu hurriedly corrected her, I'm not married yet. My surname is Jiang Mengyu. She couldn't say she wasn't Gu Dongxing's fiancé because she had very publicly declared herself as such the other day and even threw out Yi Rushui, who claimed to be Gu Dongxing's girlfriend. It had only been 2 days. To say now that she wasn't Gu Dongxing's fiancé would be slapping her own face. Oh well, the title of Gu Dongxing's fiancé had been forced on her, red or black, so she might as well continue bearing it. Anyway, in 10 days, her birth mother would arrive, and she would leave with her, never to return. As for this fake fiancé business, let Gu Dongxing explain it himself. So it's sister-in-law Jiang. My surname is Qin Xiufang. My husband is Cheng Dahua, the deputy company commander of the 2nd Company, 1st Battalion. The young woman still didn't dare to call her Xiao Jiang, after all. This was the regiment commander's fiancé. Immediately, the other military wives also gathered around to introduce themselves, each addressing her as sister-in-law, leaving Mengyu helpless. These military wives were just too enthusiastic. She didn't know that she was actually benefiting from Yi Rushui's unpopularity. Yi Rushui had been in the compound for a few days. In front of the military wives, she always acted superior, not only avoiding interaction with them, but also often looking at them with disdain or even contempt. However, because she was Battalion Commander Gu's girlfriend, everyone couldn't really confront her. They could only keep their distance. Chapter 35. Could she possibly hit me? After the incident the day before yesterday when Yi Rushui was thrown out by Mengyu, the military wives understood that they had all been mistaken. It turned out that Yi Rushui was not Battalion Commander Gu's girlfriend. Battalion Commander Gu already had a fiancé. Moreover, this little fiancé was quite formidable, directly tossing that imposter out. While feeling vindicated, the military wives were also somewhat curious about Mengyu, even a little afraid. If she dared to throw out someone like Yi Rushui, wouldn't Jiang Mengyu be even harder to get along with? But now, seeing Mengyu so approachable, the military wives immediately felt delighted and gathered around Mengyu to introduce themselves. Sister-in-law, my name is Liu Yume. My husband is Xiao Yaming, Deputy Battalion Commander of the 2nd Battalion. Sister-in-law, my name is Zhang Qiao. My husband is Zhao Dajiang, Company Commander of the 3rd Company, 1st Battalion. Sister-in-law, my name is Luo Xiuyu. My husband is Jiang Chao, Company Commander of the 2nd Company, 3rd Battalion. After the introductions, the military wives started talking about Yi Rushui. Sister-in-law, someone like you is much better. That woman surnamed Yi had her eyes on the top of her head. How could she possibly be worthy of Battalion Commander Gu? Mengyu, what does having eyes on the top of one's head have to do with being worthy of Gu Dongxing? Yes, sister-in-law. I thought she really was Battalion Commander Gu's girlfriend. Turns out, she was a fake. Mengyu, I'm also a fake. Exactly, sister-in-law. You were really mighty that day, throwing that woman's surname Yi out with just one hand. Mengyu, huh? Was she that formidable? Well, maybe a little. While Mengyu was chatting with the military wives, another woman arrived. This woman was very beautiful, standing at 1.67 meters tall, with a slender figure, fair skin, an oval face, almond-shaped eyes, permed hair in the currently fashionable style, drawn eyebrows, powdered face, rouged cheeks, and blood-red lipstick on her lips. She was originally a beauty, but this makeup actually diminished her beauty by a third. Mengyu really couldn't bring herself to compliment it. Qin Xiufang immediately whispered in Mengyu's ear, "This is Deputy Battalion Commander Yan's wife, Wen Meiling. She's from the city and looks down on us who come from the countryside." Zhang Qiao also leaned close to Mengyu's ear and said, as soon as Yi Rushui arrived, she became friends with her. "You need to be careful of her." Mengyu glanced at Wen Meiling and said, "Could she possibly hit me?" The military wives, remembering Mengyu's fierceness, immediately understood. This fiancé of Battalion Commander Gu was the one who threw Yi Rushui out the door with one hand. Would she be afraid of Wen Meiling? However, thinking of Wen Meiling's backing, the military wives couldn't help but worry for Mengyu. Wen Meiling swayed her willow-like waist as she walked up to Mengyu. "So you're the country bumpkin fiancé that Battalion Commander Gu's rural mother arranged for him? You're the one who drove Rushui away? A country bumpkin like you, what qualifications do you have to be Battalion Commander Gu's fiancé? I order you to go invite Yi Rushui back immediately." Mengyu was only 1.61 meters tall. She raised her head and met Wen Meiling's gaze fearlessly. "Whether I'm qualified to be Battalion Commander Gu's fiancé isn't for me to say. You should go ask Battalion Commander Gu. Besides, it was also Battalion Commander Gu who drove Yi Rushui away. If you want to assign blame, please go find Battalion Commander Gu." "You?" Wen Meiling glared angrily at Mengyu. "It was clearly you who threw Rushui out of Battalion Commander Gu's house. Do you dare to do it but not dare to take responsibility?" "If I dare to do it, I naturally dare to take responsibility," Mengyu said, looking seriously at Wen Meiling. "I was just using the key Battalion Commander Gu gave me to rest at his house when that Yi Rushui mistook me for a thief and tried to snatch the key Battalion Commander Gu gave me. When I refused, she tried to hit me and said 2 women couldn't stay in the same house, that she would drive me out. But I was still waiting for Battalion Commander Gu in the house, so I had no choice but to ask her to leave." Chapter 36. Let go of me. The military wives all stifled their laughter. "Was that an invitation? You clearly threw her out." Mengyu's apple-shaped face was adorned with large, round eyes, and when she spoke, 2 dimples appeared. It was a face that should have looked adorable, yet she deliberately put on a serious expression, which the military wives found quite amusing. Seeing that Mengyu dared to talk back to her, Wen Meiling grew even angrier. Pointing at Mengyu, she scolded, "You really are a sharp-tongued country bumpkin. How dare you talk back?" A look of confusion appeared on Mengyu's face. "Am I not allowed to talk back? Are you my elder? Although I'm only 16, Battalion Commander Gu is already in his late 20s. You don't look much older than 30, so how could you be Battalion Commander Gu's elder? Unless your husband is an old man, should I call you Andy then?" The military wives couldn't hold back any longer and burst out laughing. This Mengyu was simply hilarious. Wen Meiling was furious. This country bumpkin was actually mocking her for marrying an old man. And she actually said Wen Meiling was in her 30s. She was only 28. Was this a dig at her for being old? Forgetting how Mengyu had thrown Yi Rushui out the door, she stepped forward and swung her hand to slap Mengyu across the face. Seeing Wen Meiling raise her hand to hit Mengyu, the military wives were all stunned. Although Wen Meiling usually looked down on everyone, she prided herself on being an educated person and had never resorted to violence before. This was the first time she had ever raised a hand to hit someone. Moreover, the target was the battalion commander's fiancé. If Deputy Battalion Commander Yan's wife really hit Battalion Commander Gu's fiancé, what would the 2 battalion commanders do? The military wives present would probably also be criticized for failing to intervene effectively. Several military wives wanted to rush forward to stop her, but when Miling's hand was too fast, they couldn't intervene in time and cried out in alarm. Don't. Stop hitting. Let's talk this out. But the next moment, they fell silent. Mengyu had actually caught when Miling's hand mid-swing. You want to hit me? Mengyu's expression was full of grievance. Why do you want to hit me? Even if your husband is Battalion Commander Gu's elder, you can't hit someone for no reason, can you? What did I do wrong? When Miling's hand was caught by Mengyu and she couldn't move it at all. At that moment, she remembered Yi Rushui's words. That wretched girl from the countryside is very strong. Even I'm no match for her. Whatever you do, don't get into a physical fight with her. You country bumpkin, let go of me, she shouted angrily. Not only was she restrained by a country bumpkin, but Mengyu had also humiliated her in front of all the military wives, making her lose the superior status she had always held among them. Moreover, her wrist hurt terribly, as if it were about to break. At that moment, she hated Mengyu to the core. I won't let go. You still haven't told me why you want to hit me. Mengyu's apple-shaped face was filled with grievance. The military wives who had originally intended to intervene stopped in their tracks upon hearing Mengyu's words and seeing her aggrieved expression. This when Miling usually bullied others relying on her connections, but now she was picking on the battalion commander's fiancé. She deserved to be taught a lesson. When Miling noticed that when she had tried to hit Mengyu, the military wives had all cried out to stop her. But now that Mengyu was holding her hand, those same military wives were standing by, watching from a safe distance. She couldn't help but resent them as well. Just then, the regiment's logistics supply truck drove over. Zhang Qiaoqiao quickly called out to Mengyu, sister-in-law, it's time for us to get on the truck. Seeing the truck arrive, Mengyu's expression immediately brightened. Oh, I'm coming right away. At the same time, she casually tossed aside when Miling, whom she was still holding, without even a glance, and climbed onto the supply truck. Chapter 37. Going to the market. When Miling was thrown face-first into the dirt by Mengyu, feeling both humiliated and furious, she scrambled to her feet and stormed off, but not before throwing out a parting shot. How dare you lay hands on me? We'll see about this. Just you wait. A strange expression crossed Mengyu's sweet, apple-like face. So city folks ride donkeys too? I thought only country people did that. But even we country folks don't ride donkeys anymore. We take tractors now. The military wives burst into another round of laughter. This Jiang Mengyu was just too funny. When Miling shot them a venomous glare and their laughter instantly died down. Mengyu sneered inwardly. This when Miling was surely Yi Rushui's pawn, wasn't she? The fact that when Miling dared to swagger around the compound and even pick a fight with her, despite knowing full well that Mengyu was the fiancé of her husband's direct superior, Battalion Commander Gu, showed that she must be relying on a backer more powerful than Battalion Commander Gu. If when Miling was the weapon, then the force behind Yi Rushui must be even greater. However, none of them could have guessed that Mengyu wasn't actually Battalion Commander Gu's real fiancé. Once she packed up and left, what did she have to fear from them? As for whether they would cause trouble for Battalion Commander Gu, she wasn't worried. That Yi Rushui was head over heels in love with him, so she probably wouldn't do anything to harm him. After the vehicle stopped, Mengyu realized the military wives hadn't come to a city, but to a rural market to sue. Mengyu had originally planned to buy some clothes, but remembering how long it had been since she'd last been to a market, she decided to get off with the others. Her excuse was that she wanted to buy some fresh grain. By the 1980s, grain restrictions had been lifted, so it was possible to buy grain at the market. Moreover, the grain sold by farmers was fresh rice, which tasted much better than the old stock from the grain depot. The vehicle dropped off the military wives, agreed on a pickup time, and drove off. Each of the military wives had their own shopping to do, so they split up once they reached the market. Qin Xiufang tugged at Mengyu. You're not familiar with this place. Let's stick together. But Mengyu didn't actually intend to buy grain. She only used it as an excuse to take grain out from her storage talisman. The storage talisman was mostly filled with grain and cloth. She also wanted to take out a few bolts of fabric to have a tailor make some clothes later. So, she had to decline Qin Xiufang's kindness. This market isn't that big, and we're buying different things. Let's split up. I also want to look for some special items. Seeing that Mengyu didn't need help, Qin Xiufang reluctantly parted ways with her. Before leaving, she reminded her, this market runs every 5 days. When you buy groceries, make sure to get enough for 5 days. Mengyu smiled and nodded. Thank you, Sister Qin. The market was crowded and the air was filled with a constant buzzing noise. To hold a conversation, people had to raise their voices, which only added to the din. Having grown up in the countryside, Mengyu was no stranger to markets. She often collected scrap to sell after school, sometimes to scrap collectors, but other times she took it to the market's purchasing station herself to earn a few extra cents. Her school expenses had always been covered by the money she earned from collecting scrap. Thanks to scrap collecting, she made it to high school. She had even secretly saved up some money behind her adoptive parents' back, planning to use it for university. She wondered if the money she had hidden had been discovered by her adoptive parents. While collecting scrap, she had once found a vase. But after bringing it home, it was snatched away by Jiang Mengyu. Later, when she became a wandering spirit following Jiang Mengyu, she saw that vase again. She remembered Jiang Mengyu taking the vase for an appraisal in the 1990s. It was said to be worth over 50 million. If it had been part of a pair, its value would have multiplied. In her past life, when Jiang Mengyu took the vase, she hadn't known its worth. But now she understood that the vase was extremely valuable. She had to get it back once she returned. Huh? Was that an antique vase on the stall ahead, identical to the one she had? Chapter 38. The Puzzling Gift of a Vase. Mengyu rubbed her eyes. She wasn't seeing things. On a stall not far away, there was indeed an antique vase. Moreover, this vase was actually a blue and white porcelain vase with double dragon handles and interlocking branches, almost identical to the one she had found in her previous life. This stall owner was truly odd. Setting up a stall selling antiques at a rural market fair, could he actually sell anything? Wait, he wasn't selling antiques. He was selling the plastic flowers arranged inside the antique vase. During this period, plastic flowers were still very fashionable. Suppressing her excitement, Mengyu squatted down and asked the stall owner, a middle-aged farmer who looked very honest and simple, "Boss, how much for these flowers?" "1 yuan per stem." "What about this vase? Do you sell it?" "If you buy all the flowers in this vase, I can give you the vase for free," the middle-aged farmer said. "For free?" "No, it's a freebie." "Are you sure this vase is free?" "How about charging a little for it together? Name a price and I'll buy it." The flower seller, however, shook his head. "If you buy all my flowers, I'll give it to you." Containing the excitement in her heart, Mengyu counted the flowers in the vase. "All right, I'll take all 18 stems of flowers in this vase. Please wrap them up for me." The middle-aged farmer took out newspaper to wrap the plastic flowers. Finally, he also wrapped up the vase and handed it to Mengyu. "That'll be 18 yuan in total." He was also very excited inside. Finally, he had managed to give away this unlucky vase. These city folks are so foolish. Don't they know you shouldn't covet small advantages? Yes, the stall-keeping farmer's goal was precisely to give away this vase. Because this vase carried an evil aura, whoever possessed it would have bad luck. He had unintentionally picked up this vase in a cave outside and showed it off in the village for a while. As a result, misfortune soon struck his family. First, 2 of his family's chickens were stolen. Then, the family's ducks stopped laying eggs. Previously, he could collect 4 or 5 duck eggs every morning, but during this period, he hadn't found a single one. 10 days ago, even the pair of pigs in the pen ran out. They ate something poisonous on the garbage dump and were poisoned to death. 3 days ago, his wife was walking on the field ridge and, for no apparent reason, took a fall. Falling wasn't a big deal. Who doesn't slip and fall on a slippery ridge? But she broke her leg. It was only later, after encountering the village master, that he learned this vase carried an evil aura and would bring disaster to people. The master said this pair of vases could not be thrown away, could not be sold, and certainly could not be broken. They could only be given away. Once the vase was given away, his streak of bad luck would end. But who should he give the vase to? He didn't dare give it to any acquaintance, afraid of passing the bad luck to them and having them come after him if misfortune struck. After much thought, he came up with this method: use this vase to hold flowers for sale, and then take the opportunity to give away the vase. In order to give away these 2 vases, he had specifically gone to the city to wholesale these plastic flowers to sell. But after 2 market fairs, he had sold quite a few flowers, yet no one had paid any attention to the vase. Today at the market fair, he encountered this city girl who loved a small bargain, finally allowing him to give the vase away. He took the money and immediately hurried off. Seeing the middle-aged farmer stallkeeper hastily shove the items at her and run off, Mengyu found it strange. Was this vase a fake? She looked at it carefully again. This was indeed a blue and white porcelain vase with double dragon handles and interlocking lotus patterns, exactly like the one she had obtained from scavenging in her previous life. It was highly likely that this one and the one she had found were a pair. Wait, even if it were fake, he didn't need to run. After all, the vase was originally a free gift with a flower purchase. Could it be that this vase was stolen? Chapter 39. Blocked. Mengyu felt something was off again. If the vase was stolen, it would have been taken for its value in the first place, so why would it be casually given away as a freebie with the purchase of flowers? Just to be safe, she placed the newspaper-wrapped vase into the cloth bag hanging from her chest, actually storing it inside the storage talisman she wore around her neck. Carrying the bunch of plastic flowers, she continued through the market. When no one was paying attention, she also tossed the newspaper-wrapped plastic flowers into the storage talisman. Unbeknownst to her, not far from that stall at a medicine vendor's booth, an old man with a goatee who was checking someone's pulse saw her take the vase and showed a look of great anxiety. At the market, Mengyu bought a rack of pork ribs. At this time, no one particularly liked buying ribs, so they were priced the same as regular pork, 1.8 yuan per jean. Pork leg bones were even cheaper, only 0.5 yuan per jean. She bought two. The ribs and bones together cost her just 12.58 yuan. There were no plastic bags back then. Everyone brought their own baskets for shopping. Mengyu simply bought a basket for 0.5 yuan and put the ribs and bones inside. She then bought some green vegetables, radishes, mushrooms, and the like, spending another 0.62 yuan. A 5-jean pot of soybean oil cost her 6.5 yuan. Seeing local chicken eggs priced at just 0.09 yuan each, she spent 1.8 yuan to buy 20. In total, she had only spent 22 yuan, and her basket was already full. Seeing that she had bought almost everything she needed, she decided to find a secluded spot to take out a bag each of rice and flour from her storage talisman. She turned from the market into an alley, retrieved a 30-jean bag of rice from the storage talisman, and placed it in her bundle. Now carrying the bundle in one hand and the bamboo basket in the other, she continued on her way. However, as soon as she stepped out of the alley, someone blocked her path. Seeing the old man in traditional Chinese attire with a goatee standing in front of her, Mengyu's heart sank. Could it be that she was right? Was the vase the middle-aged peasant gave her as a freebie actually stolen? May I ask why you're blocking my way? If that middle-aged peasant were here, he would surely recognize this goateed old man as the master who had told him the vase carried evil energy, would bring disaster, and must be given away. The goateed man stopped Mengyu. Little girl, hand over what you shouldn't have taken. Although this alley entrance wasn't as crowded as the market, as soon as onlookers saw a commotion, curious bystanders quickly gathered, soon forming a crowd of over a dozen people. Mengyu wore a look of bewilderment. What thing I shouldn't have taken? Internally, she felt uneasy. Could it be that the man who looked like a peasant gave her the vase to pass off stolen goods? But now that the item was in her possession, she absolutely would not hand it over. That stall owner peasant had hastily left after taking the money and shoving the vase into her hands. He probably wouldn't come forward to expose her. Even if he did, she couldn't admit to it. Moreover, if she produced it now, she might be falsely accused of theft. The goateed man stared at Mengyu. Did you receive an antique vase from someone today? That's not something you should have taken. Hand it over. Mengyu's heart skipped a beat, so it really was about the antique vase. But how could she possibly just hand over this antique vase, which in the future would be worth 50 million and, as part of a matching pair, would cost over 200 million to acquire? She feigned confusion. You must have mistaken me for someone else. I only bought some groceries today, no vase. Chapter 40. False accusation is a crime that can land you in jail. Chapter 40. False accusation is a crime that can land you in jail. Jiang Mengyu indeed had not bought the vase, because the vase was given to her by the flower seller. The goatee man pointed directly at Jiang Mengyu's bundle. I didn't say you bought it, because you didn't spend any money on the vase, you stole it. I placed the vase next to my stall, and when you passed by, pretending to buy medicinal herbs, you stole it. The vase you stole is right there in your bundle. You'd better take it out and return it to me now. Considering your young age, I'll let you off if you apologize to me. Otherwise, I'll drag you to the police station today. Jiang Mengyu's heart sank. Could this be a setup, a trap specifically for her? Just to pin the label of thief on her? Or had someone seen through the storage talisman she wore on a string around her neck? But then Jiang Mengyu immediately felt something was off. Her decision to come to the market fair was entirely spontaneous. Her original plan for the day was to go to the city. Who could possibly have such great foresight to know in advance that she would come to the fair and set up this trap? It was more likely that this goatee man had seen her get a valuable antique vase for free and was now trying to extort her. She relaxed internally, but her expression turned serious. Elder, are your eyes failing you? I am from the Gu family. I came to the fair just to buy groceries. When would I have had time to steal your vase? Upon hearing that this young girl was from the Gu family, the people around immediately felt the old man must have mistaken her for someone else. After all, the factory opened by the Gu family in Xiangyang County had provided income for many people. In Xiangyang County, the Gu family was synonymous with wealth. How could a member of the Gu family possibly steal anything? Thus, someone spoke up. It's all that Zheng Laodao's fault, so foolish he is. He found a vase and made sure the whole village knew about it. Fortunately, he had been keeping an eye on Zheng Laodao's stall. As soon as he saw the vase had been taken, he immediately wanted to chase after Jiang Mengyu to get the vase back. When the goatee man heard Jiang Mengyu was a member of the Gu family, he inwardly thought, oh no. The Gu family was not to be trifled with. Exactly, elder. This girl is dressed so well. How could she possibly steal anything? But Zheng Laoda actually said something about not passing on bad luck and stubbornly went back to selling plastic flowers, giving the vase away. Elder, make sure first. Did you actually see this girl steal your vase? Seeing that Zheng Laoda was truly too dense, he had no choice but to spell it out, telling him to give the vase to him, and he would cleanse the misfortune it brought. He could tell at a glance that the vase was quite valuable, but because it had already been made public, if he said he wanted it, Zheng Laoda would surely realize its worth and refuse to sell it. Elder, she is a member of the Gu family. Falsely accusing her is a crime that can land you in jail. You should be certain before you speak. The problem was, he was running a medicine stall and was in the middle of taking someone's pulse for a diagnosis. He couldn't just leave. By the time he finished with that patient, the person who had taken the vase was gone. So he could only resort to playing some tricks at Zheng Laoda's home, then telling him that the family's misfortunes were all brought by the vase, urging him to give it away. He had hinted so clearly, yet Zheng Laoda still didn't give the vase to him. Instead, he came up with the idea of using the vase to hold flowers for sale, thereby giving the vase away. He quickly packed up his stall and searched for a long time before finally managing to find Jiang Mengyu. But this girl actually refused to admit she had taken the vase. Didn't he consider that by accusing someone of theft right off the bat, they would naturally deny it? However, it didn't matter if she denied it. He just needed to describe the vase's characteristics and then search the girl's bag to find it. That way, he could take the vase away. As for this girl, would she dare to refuse? If she dared, he'd just send her to the police station. End of chapter. Chapter 41. A disgrace to military wives. The goateed man looked at Mengyu with an air of absolute certainty. Don't deny it. The vase you took is a blue and white porcelain double dragon ear vase with interlocking lotus patterns. The mouth is 8 centimeters wide, and the body is 32 centimeters tall. It has a flared mouth, a long neck shaped like bamboo segments, a sloping shoulder, and symmetrical double dragon ears where the mouth and shoulder meet. It tapers from the shoulder down to a ring foot, with a 6-character mark made in the Great Qing Yongjing era in regular script in blue underglaze inside the foot. The rim is painted with seawater patterns. The neck has bands of fret patterns, scrolling vine patterns, medallion flower patterns, interlocking lotus patterns, and lotus petal patterns. The shoulder features 6 raised pearl-shaped medallion flower patterns. The belly is painted successively with plucked branch lotus patterns, scrolling grass patterns, interlocking lotus patterns, and interlocking flower patterns. Near the base are stylized lotus petals. In total, there are 11 layers of blue and white decorative bands, dense in ornamentation yet clearly delineated. And that vase should be in your bundle right now. Seeing how the goateed man described the vase's features in such detail, Mengyu knew he had indeed seen the vase and was someone who knew his antiques. Could it be that when Meiling had conspired with this goateed man to set a trap and frame her? Or perhaps Yi Rushui had teamed up with him to set this trap, aiming to frame her, ruin her reputation, and make Gu Dongxing abandon her? Mengyu's mind raced with conspiracy theories. She never imagined that all of this was simply the goateed man's scheme to obtain the vase by deceiving the middle-aged farmer, Old Zheng. Who told Old Zheng to have such good luck, finding an extremely valuable vase, and then blabbing about it to everyone? Who else would he cheat if not him? The goateed man had stolen Old Zheng's chickens, secretly collected his duck eggs, and let his pig out only to deliberately feed it poisoned food, killing it. As for Old Zheng's wife breaking her leg, that was purely a coincidence. But it was precisely these series of coincidences that frightened Old Zheng into finding a way to get rid of the vase. Mengyu didn't know any of this. She could only think in terms of conspiracies that might be directed at her, thus leading her down a dead end. She snorted, looking at the goateed man. If you want to frame me, at least come up with a better excuse. The Yongjing-era double dragon ear interlocking lotus vase you described must be extremely valuable. You described it so clearly, so you must know its worth. It's probably worth millions, or at least hundreds of thousands. Do you really think people will believe you'd bring such a treasure out with you? Even if you did own such a treasure and brought it out, would you casually leave it on your stall for me to easily take? Upon hearing this, the crowd agreed. If the vase was truly that valuable, how could he possibly leave it unattended on his stall? The goateed man hadn't expected Mengyu to be so sharp-tongued. He wiped his sweat. Well, this vase wasn't brought from my home. I just acquired it today. I didn't buy it, someone gave it to me. As for its value, I truly had no idea it was worth so much money, so I just casually left it on the stall. He rolled his eyes. Regardless, I saw you steal the vase with my own eyes. I was taking someone's pulse at the time and couldn't chase after you right away, so you managed to escape. Do you dare let me search your bundle? Mengyu couldn't help but admire this guy's ability to spin a tale. She sneered and was about to speak when a grating voice chimed in. Country bumpkins will always be country bumpkins, even resorting to theft. What a disgrace to military wives. Chapter 42. When Meiling puts on a show. Mengyu followed the voice and saw Wen Meiling. Didn't she not get on the bus? How did she also come to the market? Little did she know, Wen Meiling never took the logistics vehicle. Instead, she had her husband arrange a separate car to bring her here. Wen Meiling was thrilled. Today's market trip was truly worthwhile. She actually got to see Battalion Commander Gu's fiancé being caught stealing. When she returned, she would definitely spread the word far and wide, making it impossible for her to stay in the compound. Wen Meiling said to the man with the goatee, "Uncle, she's just a country bumpkin from the countryside. It's no surprise her hands and feet aren't clean. What did you lose? She must have stolen it." Her words were originally meant to help the goateed man, but he glared at her. Not only him, but even the surrounding onlookers glared at her too. Anger welled up in Wen Meiling's heart. "I was clearly speaking up for you, and you actually glare at me?" However, since the goateed man and Jiang Mengyu were currently in a standoff, and the enemy of my enemy is my friend, she didn't say anything. Mengyu sneered inwardly. Calling a whole crowd of country folks country bumpkins and saying it's no surprise country people have sticky fingers. Are you sure you're not here to stir up hatred? She completely ignored Wen Meiling and looked at the goateed man instead. "Uncle, no matter what you say, you have no evidence that I took your vase, right?" "Evidence?" The goateed man rolled his eyes. "The evidence is in your bundle. Do you dare let me search your bundle?" He had seen with his own eyes her putting the newspaper-wrapped vase into her bundle. The crowd also urged Mengyu. "Little girl, just open your bundle and let him search it." "Yes, to prove your innocence, just let him search. It's just a bundle. Open it and let him take a look, little girl." "That's right, otherwise, it's not good for someone so young to carry the name of a thief." Mengyu shook her head. "No, you're not the police. You have no right to search me." She looked up at the eager spectators. "Which comrade can do me a favor and go call the police from the station?" When the goateed man heard Mengyu wanted to call the police, he immediately panicked. He was here to extort Mengyu in the first place. If the police were called, would he be okay? "You little girl, I'm talking to you nicely. Just give me back my vase and I won't hold it against you. You still want to trouble the police? Are the police idle all day?" The onlookers also tried to persuade Mengyu. "Yes, little girl. Don't call the police. Exactly, when we country folks run into trouble, don't we solve it ourselves? Right, little girl, if you go to the station, you'll have a record." "That's no good." "Yes, yes. If you took his thing, just give it back. If you didn't, just explain it clearly to him. Why call the police?" Wen Meiling wasn't truly stupid. Hearing the goateed man's words, she felt something was off. Logically, if Jiang Mengyu had really stolen something, she wouldn't call the police. But she insisted on calling them, which meant Jiang Mengyu was truly being wronged. She wanted the police to come and vindicate her. Moreover, judging by the goateed man's reaction, he was probably really trying to extort her. It was highly likely that this Mengyu had obtained a valuable antique vase at the market, which this goateed man had noticed. He wanted to swindle her antique vase, hence he was shouting that she had stolen his vase. So, did that mean there really was an antique vase in her bundle? Chapter 43. Bullying by Relying on Power. Wen Meiling's eyes darted a few times before she said, "Jiang Mengyu, if you stole someone's things, just return them. If this goes to the police station, whether you stole or not, you'll still be someone who's been to the station. Do you want your fiancé, Regimental Commander Gu Dongxing, to be shamed because of you?" Upon hearing that this girl was actually a regimental commander's fiancé, the onlookers' gazes toward Mengyu instantly grew complicated. Some secretly thought to themselves, so even a regimental commander's fiancé does this kind of sneaky, thieving thing? But most people were thinking, this regimental commander's fiancé is really unlucky, being falsely accused with no one to stand up for her. This woman who arrived later, judging by her tone, is also a military wife. Not only did she not stand up for her, but she kept making things worse. Mengyu glared hatefully at Wen Meiling. She had actually called out both her and Gu Dongxing's full names and even mentioned Gu Dongxing's rank. Was she deliberately trying to smear her and Gu Dongxing? Meanwhile, Goatee was inwardly panicking. Earlier, when he learned this woman was a military family member, he thought she was just an ordinary one. But now this girl had revealed her identity. She was actually a regimental commander's fiancé. Moreover, she had called out both their names. It seemed this was no lie. If he had known this girl was a regimental commander's fiancé, he wouldn't have outright accused her of stealing. He felt anxious inside. What should he do? He sighed. I didn't know you were the regimental commander's fiancé. That vase. Maybe you didn't take it. Maybe I was mistaken. I'll just let it go." He truly intended to drop the matter. He didn't have the guts to snatch an antique vase from a regimental commander's fiancé. Hearing Goatee's intention to let it go, Wen Meiling grew anxious. Even if he said this, Mengyu wouldn't be completely cleared of suspicion, but what she wanted was to firmly pin the accusation of theft on Jiang Mengyu's head. She hurriedly said, "Old sir, you mustn't let her off just because she's the regimental commander's fiancée. Even royalty is subject to the same laws as commoners if they break them, let alone her. She's not even the regimental commander's wife yet." She turned to Mengyu. "Jiang Mengyu, you should just apologize to the old sir. Don't let people think we military wives bully others by relying on power." Jiang Mengyu watched Wen Meiling's performance, her eyes turning icy. Goatee, hearing Wen Meiling's words, quickly said, "No need, no need. I've already decided not to hold it against her." With that, he tried to push through the crowd and leave. Mengyu's cold voice rang out. "But what if I want to hold it against you? Are you running away because you're guilty?" Before Goatee could speak, Wen Meiling exclaimed, "Jiang Mengyu, how can you speak to the public like that? Are you really going to bully others by relying on power?" Mengyu turned to Wen Meiling. "Wen Meiling, wife of Deputy Regimental Commander Yen, what do you mean by this? This man falsely accused me of theft. Is defending myself considered bullying by relying on power? He wants to throw dirty water on me, so I should bow my head and confess? And if I don't confess, that's bullying by relying on power? What kind of logic is that? As a military wife, is this how you usually uphold the reputation of military wives?" Wen Meiling was momentarily speechless. Mengyu looked at Goatee. "You keep saying you won't hold it against me, but what you're really implying is still that I stole your vase, and you're letting it go only because I'm a military wife, right? But do you have any evidence to prove I stole your vase? You can't produce any evidence, can you? Without evidence, you want to search my bundle? Do you realize you're insulting the reputation of a military family member?" Chapter 44. The Search. The goateed man was immediately left speechless. Because he had indeed still pinned the accusation of theft on Jiang Mengyu's head, he just wasn't pressing the matter. But he certainly couldn't say that his intention was precisely to falsely accuse Mengyu, with the goal of getting the complimentary vase that Boss Zheng gave Mengyu when she bought the flowers, could he? When Mengyu suddenly shouted, "Didn't they say it already? The evidence is in the bundle. Just take out your bundle and let them search it, isn't that simple?" Mengyu glared at Wen Meiling, then turned her gaze to the goateed man. "Do you still insist, even now, that I stole your vase and that the evidence is in my bundle? Are you certain you aren't deliberately framing me, trying to ruin the reputation of a military family member? Deliberately damaging the reputation of a military family member." That charge was too serious. The goateed man didn't dare shoulder it. He could only grit his teeth and say, "My vase is in your bundle." Seeing the goateed man so certain, Wen Meiling immediately chimed in, "Jiang Mengyu, you don't dare let people search you. Is it because you really stole something and hid it in your bundle?" By now, Zhang Qiao and others, hearing the commotion, had also run over to see what was happening. After squeezing through the crowd, they discovered it was actually Mengyu and Wen Meiling in a standoff. Zhang Qiao shouted loudly, "Mengyu wouldn't steal anything." "Wen Meiling, what are you doing, publicly slandering a military wife like this?" Wen Meiling shot back, "That's because Jiang Mengyu brought shame upon herself outside. If she didn't steal anything, could others frame her?" Qin Xiufang yelled, "Wen Meiling, this isn't the compound. We should present a united front against outsiders." Wen Meiling sneered, "I side with reason, not with relatives. She disgraces us military wives, and we're not allowed to talk about it. Others are falsely accusing Mengyu, and you're joining in?" Zhang Qiao said angrily. This Wen Meiling really had no sense. Even if Mengyu really had done something, she should have gotten to the bottom of it before speaking. Others didn't even have evidence to make Jiang Mengyu confess yet, and she was already slapping the label of theft on one of their own. Seeing that all the military wives had come and were even speaking up for her, Mengyu felt a warmth in her heart. She suddenly smiled. "Goatee, you say I stole your vase and put it in this bundle, right? Fine, I agree to a search. However, you cannot be the one to search. Instead, we'll select a few fair-minded people from here to conduct the search. But let's be clear up front. If your vase is truly in my bundle, then I will accept legal punishment. But if your vase is not in my bundle, then you won't escape the charge of slandering a military family member." Hearing Mengyu speak so resolutely, the goateed man's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the vase wasn't in her bundle? "No, I saw with my own eyes her putting the newspaper-wrapped vase into the bundle. There's absolutely no mistake. She must be putting on a brave face, trying to make me back down so she can clear her name." He snorted, "Fine. If my vase isn't found on you during the search, I'll admit my guilt." At worst, he could just apologize to her. Finally, from the crowd of onlookers, several people volunteered to step forward as witnesses for searching Mengyu's bundle. Mengyu said to the goateed man, "You choose 3 people from among them to conduct the search." The goateed man had no choice but to point out 3 individuals from the group. Mengyu placed the bundle she had been holding in her hand on the ground in front of them. "The 3 of you search together. The others stand by to supervise." The 3 men simultaneously bent down to search. But aside from a bag of rice, the bundle contained only some cooking seasonings. There was no antique vase whatsoever. Mengyu smiled and asked, What are the results of the search? Is there the so-called Yongjung period double dragon-handled interlocking lotus pattern vase that this goateed man mentioned? Chapter 45. It's all your fault. The three men plunged their hands into the rice, but there was nothing inside. The tall man among the three shouted, "No vase. Forget about a vase with an 8-centimeter wide mouth and a 32-centimeter tall body. There isn't even a 3-centimeter tall bottle." When Meiling looked at Goatee in disbelief. Seeing how confident Goatee had been, she had thought Mengyu's bundle really contained an antique vase. That was why she had dared to keep fanning the flames, wanting to firmly pin the accusation of theft on Mengyu and seize the chance to drive Jiang Mengyu out of the compound. If she had known it would turn out like this, she should have let it go when Goatee said he wouldn't press the matter. At least then, Jiang Mengyu's reputation would have been tarnished without her being able to clear her name. Goatee couldn't believe it. He had clearly seen the girl put the vase into her bundle. How could it not be there? He lunged forward and searched personally, plunging his hands into the rice bag over and over again, but still found nothing. His gaze shifted to Mengyu's bamboo basket. Mengyu simply handed the basket over as well. "Search this too." The three men searched again. Aside from meat bones and vegetables, there was nothing in the bamboo basket, no vase, not even a single shard of porcelain. "No, I refuse to accept this," Goatee yelled. She must have an accomplice. She passed the item to her accomplice. Mengyu sneered. "I came with the military wives. Are you saying all of us military wives are thieves?" Goatee hardened his heart. Since he had already offended one, what did it matter if he offended a few more? Who knows if they're your accomplices or not? Zhang Qiao was furious. "How dare you slander us military wives?" When Meiling glanced at Mengyu and spoke up. "Since you want to prove your innocence, let them search your things too." Zhang Qiao shot Wen Meiling a hateful glare, then dumped her basket. "All my things are here. Go ahead and search." Qin Xiufeng also placed her bag forward. "Search it." In the end, all the military wives' bundles were searched, but the antique vase was still nowhere to be found. "I don't believe it, I don't believe it." Goatee flipped Mengyu's bundle inside out and even poured out the rice from the bag to search it grain by grain. As he searched, he muttered in panic, "It doesn't make sense. I clearly saw you buy flowers from Old Zheng. Old Zheng clearly gave you the flowers along with the vase. I clearly saw you put the newspaper-wrapped vase into your bundle. How could there possibly be no vase in the bundle?" His words revealed too much information, leaving everyone stunned. So, this Goatee never had a vase to begin with. So he had only seen some Old Zheng selling flowers and giving a vase to the buyer. So, Mengyu had never stolen his vase. So, Goatee was the one coveting someone else's antique vase. So, Wen Meiling was also furious when she heard this. In order to ruin Jiang Mengyu's reputation, she had gone against her conscience and risked being isolated by the other military wives, though she didn't care much for their friendship, to help this Goatee. And what about him? He was actually a thief crying, "Stop thief." It would have been one thing if he had cried, "Stop thief," and been right. At least then he could have sullied Mengyu's name. But the key point was he had even mistaken the person. There was no vase on Mengyu, and none on the other military wives either. Clearly, Mengyu hadn't gotten the vase. It was likely someone who looked a bit like Jiang Mengyu had gotten it. Him mistaking the person was one thing, but what about her helping the wrong person? Chapter 46. The Reprimand. Jiang Mengyu was also a bit stunned. She had always thought this was a trap set for her by Wen Meiling and this goateed man. Turns out, it was simply this goateed man coveting someone else's vase. Seeing that a precious vase had been given to her, he wanted to frame her to get the vase. As for Wen Meiling, she just wanted to add fuel to the fire, to seize the chance and burn Mengyu to death. No, her goal was probably to drive Mengyu out of the compound on behalf of Yu Rushui. Mengyu's fighting spirit, which had been brimming just moments before, suddenly deflated. "All right, you've all searched. There's no double dragon ears with intertwining lotus pattern vase here. You three, please take this goateed man who slandered a military family member to the police station." No, the goateed man's legs gave way. "This isn't up to you." Back at the compound, all the military wives who had gone to the market that day were severely criticized by their own husbands. "Are you all that foolish? Letting others search your things one by one? Without evidence, without a search warrant, you actually let people search you like that? You are military wives. Where's your usual assertiveness? So you were united, were you? United in letting people search you. Where is your self-respect?" As soon as Wen Meiling returned home, Deputy Regimental Commander Yen gave her a fierce scolding. "You went to the market for a simple outing. Why did you have to smear Jiang Mengyu? In that situation, even if you didn't help her, you shouldn't have actively hindered her. Don't you understand that smearing a military wife is like smearing yourself?" Zhang Qiao and the others knew to defend Jiang Mengyu. They were defending the title, military wife. And you actually argued with them? If the reputation of military wives is ruined, in the future when you go out, people will only say, military wives are like this or that. Who would specifically say that Jiang Mengyu is like this or that? Is your head full of tofu? When Meiling felt extremely wronged, it's all Jiang Mengyu's fault. She bullied Yi Rushui. I just wanted to help drive Jiang Mengyu away. Deputy Regimental Commander Yen was furious. You infuriate me. You want to help Yi Rushui ostracize Jiang Mengyu? Do you think that Yi Rushui is a good person? If she were truly good, why hasn't Regimental Commander Gu accepted her all these years? He sighed. Besides, targeting that Jiang Mengyu is pointless from the start. Jiang Mengyu and Regimental Commander Gu are not actually engaged. When Meiling was greatly shocked, Jiang Mengyu, she isn't. Correct, she is not Gu Dongxing's fiancé. It was only to catch a spy that she was asked to impersonate Regimental Commander Gu's fiancé. She was originally a trafficked woman, saved by Regimental Commander Gu. This time, she also helped Regimental Commander Gu achieve a great merit. When Meiling, so you mean, she's only staying in our compound temporarily? Correct. When Meiling was dumbfounded for a long moment. She had actually been defeated by an imposter. The funniest part was Yi Rushui, who had actually gotten into a feud with an imposter and was driven out. If she knew this truth, wouldn't she be furious to death? From now on, you are not allowed to associate with her anymore. Deputy Regimental Commander Yen said sternly. Also, what I just told you must not be spread. When Mengyu returned home, Gu Dongxing looked at her with a cold gaze. Quite impressive, aren't you? Faced with being falsely accused like that, you actually fought alone. Didn't you know to have someone come back to find a place to call and notify the regiment? And letting them search you is one thing, but you actually let them search all the military wives. Are you usually this weak? What is that head of yours for? Mengyu couldn't hold back anymore. It's all your fault. My fault. Gu Dongxing was puzzled. What does this have to do with me? Chapter 47. Who got the antique vase? Mengyu said resentfully, if it weren't for you, why would Yi Rushui hate me so much? If Yi Rushui didn't hate me, how could she have passed her hatred on to Wen Meiling? If Wen Meiling hadn't been so determined to drive me out of the compound on Yi Rushui's behalf, why would she have gone along with that swindler scheme, so intent on pinning the theft on me? I originally had someone call the police, planning to expose that swindler's true face right in front of them, but Wen Meiling helped that swindler bully us and stopped me from calling the police. Otherwise, why would I have let them search my things just to prove my innocence? They searched my bundle and basket, found nothing, then pointed at Zhang Qiao and the others, calling them my accomplices. Before I could even say anything, Wen Meiling had them search Zhang Qiao and the others too. So, all of this is because of Wen Meiling, and Wen Meiling is because of Yi Rushui, and Yi Rushui is because of you. Tell me, when you trace it back to the root, isn't it all because of you? Mengyu added, at the time I even suspected that Wen Meiling was in cahoots with that goateed man to set me up. Gu Dongxing was helpless. Yes, it's my fault, all my fault. But I can't control what other people think either. Mengyu scoffed. You must feel pretty pleased with yourself, watching women fight over you, right? Don't talk about not being able to control others' thoughts. If you really wanted to stop her ideas, you should have firmly rejected her from the start. If your attitude hadn't given her hope, why would she cling to a man she was destined not to get and refuse to marry? It's precisely your attitude of not accepting, not rejecting, and not taking the initiative that ruined her. Gu Dongxing felt a chill of fear. You're right. I shouldn't have always phrased things so indirectly just to spare her feelings. Next time we meet, I will firmly reject her, leaving her no room for any lingering thoughts. Is that okay? Future wife. Mengyu suddenly blushed and stomped hard on Gu Dongxing's foot. Who's your future wife? Gu Dongxing sighed and said, that goateed man did set a trap, but it wasn't aimed at you. It was aimed at the person selling the vase. It turned out that after the goateed man was taken to the police station, under interrogation, and in an attempt to avoid the charge of falsely accusing a military family member, he confessed everything he had done regarding that vase. He also said he had mistaken the person, thinking Jiang Mengyu was the one who bought the flowers. It wasn't until nothing was found in Jiang Mengyu's bundle that he realized he had identified the wrong person. The officers went to find Boss Jiang, who then understood that all the misfortunes that had befallen his family had nothing to do with the vase, but were tricks played by this gentleman to get his hands on it. He was furious. But because he had been in such a hurry to get rid of the vase at the time, he hadn't looked carefully at the flower buyer. All he remembered was that the buyer was a girl of about 14 or 15. He couldn't recall anything else. Gu Dongxing looked at Mengyu. Tell me, who exactly bought his plastic flowers and got the antique vase he gave away? Mengyu secretly felt relieved. Thankfully, she had already stored both the vase and the plastic flowers in her storage talisman. Otherwise, today she wouldn't have gotten the vase and would have been falsely accused of theft, unable to clear her name no matter what she said. Hearing Gu Dongxing's question, she shook her head. How would I know? She looked at Gu Dongxing. Could he be suspecting that she got the antique vase? Chapter 48. The birth mother arrives. Mengyu continued, however, the flower seller originally intended to pass on his misfortune by giving away the vase. If someone else obtained it, it was their destiny. He can only blame himself for having no connection with the vase. Therefore, no matter who ended up with the vase, there's no reason for them to return it to him. Gu Dongxing couldn't discern anything from Mengyu's expression and thought to himself, could it really be that she didn't obtain it? The matter of the antique vase was finally put to rest. After when Meiling learned that Mengyu was only pretending to be Battalion Commander Gu's fiancé, she stopped targeting her. She wanted to inform Yu Rushui, but remembering her husband's warning not to associate with Yu Rushui anymore and not to reveal that Mengyu and Gu Dongxing were pretending to be engaged, she suppressed the thought. After that, Mengyu enjoyed a period of quiet days. She was thinking about how to get Gu Dongxing to accompany her back to the Jiang family. Since she had bought ingredients like rice, flour, vegetables, and meat, Mengyu now cooked for herself every day. In her previous life, she had started cooking at a very young age. When she was a shared wife for the Zhou brothers in Tiger Hollow, she had also been the one cooking after giving birth. Jiang's father was quite picky about food and had somehow found a cookbook for her. If the dishes she made weren't tasty, Mengyu would be beaten. As a result, she was forced to develop excellent cooking skills. Even with just some simple vegetables, she could make them delicious. After tasting her cooking, Gu Dongxing no longer wanted to eat at the cafeteria. During this period, as he wasn't on any missions, he ate her meals every day. Enjoying the delicious food, Gu Dongxing began to think again. He needed to secure this girl sooner rather than later. However, this little one didn't seem to understand yet. Every time he hinted at the matter, she would pretend not to understand, leaving him quite frustrated. During this time, Mengyu had been diligently practicing the witch body cultivation method, training day and night without pause. 10 days passed, and Mengyu had already reached the peak of the first level of the Hotian stage. With just the right opportunity, she could break through to the first level and become a second-level martial artist. She wondered if it was time for her birth mother to arrive. Should she find a moment to discuss returning to the Jiang family with Gu Dongxing? The Jiang family owed her, and she intended to collect what was due. One day, Mengyu was cooking in the house. She swiftly sliced potatoes into shreds, the sound of the knife hitting the cutting board dense and rhythmic, showing her skilled knife work. Beside her were sliced wood ear mushrooms and a bowl of cooked vegetables. After slicing the potatoes, she took a dried red chili pepper and similarly cut it into shreds. She began stir-frying the spicy potato shreds. Soon, the aroma of food filled the room. Hearing a sound at the door, she thought Gu Dongxing had returned and called out, "You're back? Go wash your hands. Dinner will be ready soon." But why was there no reply? Moreover, she suddenly remembered that Gu Dongxing's footsteps were always rhythmic when he returned, yet she hadn't heard any footsteps just now. Feeling puzzled, she walked over to open the door. As soon as she opened it, she saw a woman standing at the doorway, tears in her eyes, her gaze filled with tension, excitement, and unease, fixed intently on her as if afraid the person before her would vanish in the next instant. Mengyu was shocked. Wasn't this her birth mother? How had she found her? She had never met her birth mother in her previous life while alive, but after her death, as a spirit following Jiang Mengyu, she had seen her many times. Chapter 49. A Man's Protective Instinct. At that time, as a wandering spirit, Mengyu watched her birth mother treat her enemy Jiang Mengyu as her own daughter, showering her with all her love. That alone was bad enough, but her love was also incredibly, as if she were constantly afraid of displeasing Jiang Mengyu even slightly. As Jiang Mengyu had said, her birth mother from her previous life was very wealthy. She had offered up her property to Jiang Mengyu piece by piece, handing it over with both hands. She had even given Jiang Mengyu the man originally betrothed to her. In the end, she was even killed by Jiang Mengyu. But in this lifetime, she had actually found her. And not by going to the Jiang family, but by coming to this military family compound, to the place where she was temporarily staying. This was different from her previous life. Mengyu thought again. Many things had already changed in this lifetime, hadn't they? With the flap of her butterfly wings, it was normal for everything to be different from her last life. She wanted to say something, but the problem was, while she recognized her birth mother now, her birth mother didn't recognize her. Therefore, she forced herself to suppress her agitated emotions and looked at the woman before her. "Auntie, is there something you need?" Her birth mother looked at Jiang Mengyu. Though her eyes kept shifting with changing emotions, she couldn't utter a single word. After a long time, she finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. Young lady, I'm thirsty. I was hoping to ask you for a drink of water." But what did her burning, intense gaze mean? Jiang Mengyu looked at her birth mother, feeling somewhat confused. Could it be that she hadn't actually sought her out, but had stumbled upon her by chance? And because of their blood connection, she felt a bit agitated? No, wait. This was a military family compound. How did she get in? Mingyu thought for a moment and then asked, "Who are you?" "I know all the military wives here. How come I've never seen you before?" A suitable hint of suspicion rose in her eyes. Her birth mother looked at her, seemingly unable to answer. Seeing her expression, Mingyu found it strange. Did she really not recognize her? Just as she was about to speak, a sudden sharp pain shot through the back of her neck. Oh no, she thought inwardly. Her vision went dark, and she fell into unconsciousness. Gu Donglai returned to find Jiang Mengyu slumped over the dining table asleep. He went into the kitchen and saw all the dishes were cooked and ready. Clearly, Mengyu had prepared the meal and was waiting for him. A slight sweetness warmed his heart. Life was good with this girl around. He brought out the dishes, set the table, and then went to gently shake Mengyu awake. "Mengyu, wake up, it's time to eat. You can sleep more later, okay? Otherwise, you'll be too hungry to sleep tonight." Mengyu woke up. The moment she opened her eyes and saw Gu Dongxing, she gave a start and jumped up. "Where is she?" Gu Donglai found this strange. "Who?" "I." She abruptly stopped herself. At this point, she wasn't supposed to know her birth mother, so she said, "I just saw a woman in her 30s or 40s. She came in and asked me for water. I asked her who she was, and then she just turned and left. It was probably a dream." But she knew very well it wasn't a dream. Her birth mother had come looking for her. "Brother Gu, could you accompany me back to the Jiang family to take a look?" "You want to go back to the Jiang family?" Gu Dongxing had already investigated these past few days and learned about Mengyu's background. In his opinion, that Jiang family was better left untouched. "Aren't you afraid your parents might sell you off again?" Mengyu lowered her head. "I am afraid, but I can't keep running away forever. Besides, I have you now, don't I? You'll come back with me, won't you?" Mengyu's eyes showed vulnerability, along with a sense of dependence, even a hint of willfulness, as if saying, "If you don't go with me, I'll cry." Being looked at with such dependent eyes by a girl, Gu Dongxing's protective instinct surged forth. "All right, I'll go with you. With me there, they won't dare do anything to you." Mengyu's heart leapt with joy, finally convinced Gu Dongxing to go back with me. Little did she know, in Gu Dongxing's heart, he was also secretly sighing with relief. Finally, this girl is making a request of me. Chapter 50. Heartache for her. Gu Dongxing scooped a bowl of rice and handed it to Mengyu with a heartache. "Don't think too much about it. Eat." After taking a couple of bites, Mengyu suddenly looked up at Gu Dongxing. "Actually, I'm not the biological child of father and mother Jiang." Gu Dongxing had long suspected it. What kind of biological parents would treat their child like that? Mengyu gazed toward the main entrance, her eyes unfocused. "I was trafficked twice. The first time was right after I was born, when I was sold by traffickers to my current adoptive mother." Gu Dongxing's heart ached. How unlucky must one be to be trafficked twice? Mengyu told Gu Dongxing everything, how her adoptive mother, unable to conceive after marriage, listened to a spiritual medium who said that adopting a child would bring her one of her own. So, she brought Mengyu home, and as wished, she soon became pregnant, giving birth to a daughter and then a son. After my sister was born, my suffering began. Remembering the life she had led before getting into university in her past life, tears uncontrollably streamed down her face. Most people would feel grateful toward an adopted child who brought them their own children. After all, according to tradition, having children of their own is all thanks to this adopted daughter. But that wasn't the case for me, no, it was the complete opposite. They treated me like an enemy. Mengyu recounted her childhood, frequent beatings and scoldings, never dressed warmly enough, never fed fully, heavy labor, and being kept from school. It was only after the village had intervened, and she promised to find her own money for school by collecting scraps, that she was allowed to attend. I couldn't understand why Mom and Dad treated me like this. Until one day, I overheard them talking and found out I was bought. Actually, Mengyu learned she wasn't the biological child of father and mother Jiang in her past life, when Jiang Huaiyu told her. Earlier, she had mentioned her past life dream to Gu Dongxing, but she didn't tell him that the person who drove the car and killed her in that dream was her sister, Jiang Huaiyu. Nor did she tell him that Jiang Huaiyu revealed the truth of her non-biological status right before her death. So, she could only use the excuse of overhearing to explain how she found out. After learning I wasn't their biological child, I was determined to change my fate through education. However, early this year, I accidentally overheard my adoptive mother's plan to marry me off right after I graduated high school. So, I took the college entrance exam early. That way, as long as I got into university, I wouldn't be forced into marriage by my adoptive mother. Finally, I was admitted to Beijing University. But then Mom told me to give my university spot to my sister, Jiang Huaiyu. I went through all that trouble to get into university precisely to escape this family. How could I willingly give up the spot I worked so hard for to Jiang Huaiyu? As a result, they drugged my food and sold me off. You know the rest. So, The reason you tried every way to stay with me is because you didn't dare go home? You were afraid they'd sell you again. Gu Dongxing asked. Mengyu felt embarrassed. Did he know she had schemed to stay? But then, she had even said things like, I have no way to repay your life-saving grace except by offering myself. She had really gone all out. Still, she muttered, you yourself suspected I was a spy, which is why you let me stay. Gu Dongxing shot her a look. Ungrateful thing. If I hadn't said that, what reason would I have had to let you stay? But he truly felt heartache for her. Using the money from selling their adopted daughter to fund their trip, letting their biological daughter impersonate the adopted one to attend university, how shameless could father and mother Jiang be? Chapter 51, Settling Accounts, Part 1. It's been over a month now. Your sister should already be attending the university you got into, pretending to be you, right? Now that you're saying you want to go back, are you planning to go and reclaim your university spot? Mengyu nodded. Yes, I absolutely must get that spot back. Gu Dongxing found it strange. If you want to reclaim your university spot, shouldn't you go to the university? What good will going back home do? The reason Mengyu wanted to go back now was that her birth mother had come looking for her. In her past life, when her birth mother had come, she was fooled by her adoptive parents, who pushed Jiang Huayu onto her as a daughter. In this life, she absolutely would not allow Jiang Huayu to impersonate her again and let her own birth mother become a mother to that imposter. I will definitely go to the university, but I also need to go back to the Jiang family. If I don't clarify the specific situation and get proof from the village head, if I just go to the university and say I'm the real Jiang Mengyu, who would believe me? And besides, she decided to tell him about her birth mother's visit just now. And besides, that woman in her 30s or 40s who came in earlier asking for water, the one I asked who she was, and then she just turned and left. I suspect it wasn't a dream earlier, but that woman was my birth mother. What? Gu Dongxing was greatly shocked. Are you sure? This was a military family compound. How could an ordinary person get in? When our eyes met, I could feel the affection in her gaze. It's a feeling only a blood relative can give. But then I passed out. Gu Dongxing's mind raced. If Mengyu's mother had really come looking for her, why didn't she acknowledge her? And why did she knock her out, making her think it was a dream at first? Perhaps the way she got in was unspeakable, so she didn't dare to acknowledge her? No wonder the little one wanted to go back to the Jiang family. She must have guessed that if her birth mother had come back, the most likely place she would go to ask for her daughter back was the Jiang family. Gu Dongxing sighed. All right, I'll take you back to the Jiang family first thing tomorrow morning. The next day, Gu Dongxing requisitioned a car and took Mengyu to the Jiang family. After driving for over an hour, they arrived on a street not far from the Jiang home. The Jiang family was originally from the countryside, but because Father Jiang worked at the county agricultural machinery factory, he was allocated a small apartment in the county town. Usually, they lived in the countryside. It wasn't until the year before last, when both Mengyu and Huayu got into the county high school, that the whole family moved to the county town. Mengyu only started school at age 10, but Huayu started at 6. Combined with the fact that during her schooling, the primary school system was 5 years and junior high was 2 years, Mengyu, by skipping grades, reached her second year of high school, sophomore year, just as Huayu, following the normal pace, also reached her sophomore year. Coincidentally, starting in 1980, the school system changed. High school, originally 2 years, was changed to 3 years. Mengyu patted Gu Dongxing's hand and said, let's park the car on this street and walk over quietly. Let's see first if my birth mother has come. For some reason, she just felt that her birth mother would definitely come to the Jiang family today. She felt that yesterday evening, her birth mother really did go to the family compound. It wasn't a dream. Sure enough, as soon as they got close to the Jiang house, they heard a woman's voice coming from inside. What exactly happened back then? Do I even need to say it? Although it was my husband who sold my daughter behind my back, didn't you know how cruel it is for a mother to lose her daughter? Yet you, without my consent, bought my daughter from my husband. Now, is it wrong for me to come and ask for my daughter back? Hearing that voice, Mengyu's mind exploded with a buzz. It really is my birth mother. Gu Dongxing patted her hand, signaling her to stay calm. Let's listen outside first. We'll go in when the time is right. Mengyu had no choice but to follow Gu Dongxing to a hidden spot and listen to the voices inside. Another voice came from inside the house. You make it sound so easy. A daughter I've raised for 16 years, and you think you can just take her back? For 16 years, we've fed her, clothed her, and paid for her schooling. How much of our hard-earned money has been spent? And you think you can just take her back with a few words? Are you being reasonable? Hearing this voice, Mengyu felt all the blood in her body boil. Chapter 52, Settling Accounts, Part 2. This voice, Mengyu had listened to it for over a decade in her past life. Every time she heard it, it meant either a beating, scolding, or even being punished by going without food. Therefore, upon hearing this voice, Fear instinctively radiated from the depths of Mengyu's heart. Even though a lifetime had passed, hearing this voice again, Mengyu could still feel that sense of fear in her heart. Before, she had always wanted to ask her face to face, even if I wasn't your biological child, we still lived together for over a decade. She had always tried hard to please her, to make herself more capable, hoping she would love her as much as she loved Huayu. It was fine if she didn't love her, but why did she have to destroy her? But now, such words were stuck in her throat. Because she felt there was no longer any need to ask. Gu Dongxing saw Mengyu trembling and felt even more pity for her. What kind of abuse had she endured to make her have such a conditioned reflex just from hearing a voice? He quickly reached out his warm, large hand and grasped Mengyu's small one. The warmth transmitted from Gu Dongxing's hand gradually calmed Mengyu's emotions. Everything from the past life was over. In this life, Li Chunhua could no longer harm her. On the contrary, in this life, she would make her repay the debts she owed. Inside, Mengyu's biological mother, Lung Xiangyu, raised an eyebrow. Reason? If I weren't reasonable, would I even be here talking to you? My daughter was sold by someone. Otherwise, I'd have gone straight to court. Li Chunhua was taken aback. What? Court? She backed down. If this matter really went to court, she would be unequivocally guilty of buying and selling a person. Jiang Haidong's eyes shifted, and he quickly said, "We're just ordinary folks. Why go to court? Let's talk this out properly. If you want your daughter back, it's not impossible, just..." Li Chunhua hurriedly chimed in. I've raised your daughter for 16 years. You should at least give us some compensation." Everyone was stunned. What did she mean by that? Asking for money? You separated mother and daughter for 16 years, and now you still want money? Well, it takes two to tango. You can't just blame us. If your husband hadn't sold her, we couldn't have bought your daughter, right? Jiang Haidong said. How much compensation do you want? Ling Xiangyu asked through gritted teeth. Two. Jiang Haidong wanted to say 2,000. The best outcome of keeping Mengyu would be receiving a bride price, and at this time, the typical bride price for marrying off a daughter was at most 200. Asking for 10 times that amount would be worth it. But Li Chunhua cut in. 20,000 yuan. A collective gasp of shock filled the room. Hiss. 20,000. This was 1980, an era where households with 10,000 yuan in savings were rare, and she had the nerve to ask for the equivalent of 2 such households. Jiang Mengyu listened to Li Chunhua's outrageous demand and really wanted to go in and say that she started working at 3, took on all the household chores at 5, and even paid for her own schooling by collecting and selling scrap. But her hand was held by Gu Dongxing. She knew now was not yet the time for her to go in. Ling Xiangyu said coldly, 20,000 yuan? You dare ask for 20,000? Then why don't you calculate for me? How did my daughter eat, dress, live, and study all these years? Let's see how you came up with this figure of 20,000 yuan. Li Chunhua secretly seethed. How dare she imply her daughter wasn't worth much? But how could she possibly itemize expenses to justify 20,000 yuan? She looked at Jiang Haidong. After his wife shouted 20,000, Jiang Haidong also frowned. His second sister-in-law had clearly said this woman seemed very wealthy. Could she be all show and no substance? Would a rich person be this stingy? Chapter 53, Settling Accounts, Part 3. How about I help you do the math? If you are non-agricultural households, the supply grain is rice at 15 cents per jin, plus oil, salt, and vegetables. Your monthly food expenses wouldn't exceed 5 yuan, right? If you belong to the agricultural population, then you must have land in the village, so you spend even less on food since you don't need to buy grain. Li Chunhua snorted. How are you calculating this, woman? You're looking down on us. Our food expenses are much higher than that. Only your husband has a job in your family, right? His salary is about 40 yuan a month. There are 4 of you in the family. Do you really spend his entire salary on food? Li Chunhua grunted in resentment. In reality, Jiang Mengyu never had enough to eat and was often punished by being denied meals for various reasons. Calculated, Mengyu's monthly expenses amounted to less than 2 yuan. Another voice, clear as a lark, chimed in. Actually, there's no need to calculate it that way. Your husband's monthly salary is 40 yuan, which amounts to 480 yuan a year. There are 5 people in your family, averaging 96 yuan per person per year. Over 16 years, that's 1,536 yuan. I'm talking about the average. In reality, whether Mengyu actually used that much while living with you is another matter. You raised Jiang Mengyu for 16 years, which adds up to 1,536 yuan. Asking for 20,000 is unreasonable. Jiang Haidong and Li Chunhua were momentarily unable to refute this. Because, in reality, the money they spent on Mengyu was far less than that amount. That daughter paid for her own schooling with the money she earned from collecting and selling scrap. But accepting just over 1,000 yuan to let her go was something they couldn't accept. It was even less than the 2,000 Jiang Haidong had intended to ask for earlier. Li Chunhua spoke up again. But we put our heart and soul into raising your daughter, Mengyu. She's only 16 this year and has already taken the college entrance exam. Now she's a student at Beijing Normal University. Isn't a college-educated daughter worth 20,000 yuan? Put their heart and soul into raising her? Mengyu sneered inwardly. It was more like raising her through beatings and abuse. Hearing her mention college, Ling Xiangyu showed some flexibility. It's not that I can't give you 20,000 yuan. But I have conditions. Li Chuanhua's heart skipped a beat. What are your conditions? As long as we can do it, we'll try our best. But don't set conditions we can't meet. Ling Xiangyu swept a cold glance at Li Chuanhua. Don't worry, you can meet my conditions. First, I want my daughter to completely sever ties with you. From now on, you cannot contact my daughter for any reason, nor can you ask her for money or things under any pretext. Li Chuanhua and Jiang Haidong exchanged a look. This isn't very appropriate, is it? What's inappropriate about it? Mengyu is my daughter. She shares no blood relation with you. Since I'm giving you compensation, she has nothing to do with you anymore. So, these ties must be severed. But, no buts. This condition is non-negotiable. Otherwise, don't expect any compensation. The two exchanged another look and nodded simultaneously. Fine. Everyone was surprised. They were being too agreeable. Something wasn't right. Little did they know, Jiang Haidong and Li Chuanhua were sneering inwardly. After all, Ling Xiangyu's biological daughter had already been sold by them to a remote mountain area to become a shared wife, and she would never emerge from there in this lifetime. Their plan was to pass off their own biological daughter, Jiang Huayu, to this wealthy woman. That way, their own daughter could live a life of luxury with this rich lady. Whether their own daughter would contact them or not, could she really control that later? State your second condition, Jiang Haidong said. Ling Xiangyu glanced at him and said, the second condition is that the agreement must clearly state that my daughter was taken in by you because you secretly made a private deal back then with me and my daughter's father, Lin Hai, without our knowledge. Upon hearing this, Mengyu was greatly shocked. Chapter 54, Settling Accounts, Part 4. Mengyu had always believed that she was brought back by Li Chuanhua to usher in younger siblings because Li had been unable to conceive a child after 3 years of marriage. Because they had once told others that she was a child abandoned by her parents and that they had saved her and brought her back. This was because, in rural areas, there was a saying, some couples were destined to have no children of their own, but if they adopted a child who was destined to have siblings, that child would bring them along. Therefore, childless couples often had their own biological children after adopting. But Mengyu never imagined that Li Chuanhua hadn't actually found her abandoned. Instead, she had obtained custody of her through a transaction with her own biological father. In her previous life, after Jiang Huayu acknowledged her biological mother, she also learned that her biological father's name was Lin Hai. Had she actually been sold by her own biological father? Oh heavens, how unlucky could she be? Not only was she disliked by her adoptive parents, but she was also disliked by her biological father. No way. Jiang Haidong flatly refused. If he agreed to that, wouldn't he be handing the knife handle to this woman while holding the blade himself? With just one move from her, he would bleed. Ling Xiangyu's tone, however, brooked no argument. This condition is also non-negotiable. If you don't agree, I'll go straight to court. Oh, I forgot to tell you, that sales agreement you wrote back then is now in my possession. Here, this is it. If it goes to court, I won't have to spend a single cent to take my daughter away, and you too. You can just wait to wash up and go to jail. Article 241 of the criminal law stipulates, those who abduct and traffic women or children shall be sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment of not less than 5 years, but not more than 10 years and shall also be fined. Those who purchase abducted women or children shall be sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment of not more than 3 years. So, whether it's trafficking or purchasing, both are illegal and punishable by imprisonment. When Li Chuanhua heard that buying a child could also lead to jail time, she immediately panicked. Because, back then, it was her idea to buy Ling Xiangyu's child. Jiang Haidong understood. This was because she was afraid they would pester her daughter in the future, so she was trying every means to get hold of that knife handle. Knowing full well that the other side was handing him the blade to hold, how could he sign? But if he didn't sign, she would file a lawsuit immediately. The most crucial point was that the agreement they had demanded the other party sign back then for security's sake had now become evidence of their human trafficking. He waved his hand in defeat. Sign it. Ling Xiangyu took out the agreement she had prepared long ago. Both Jiang Haidong and Li Chuanhua signed it and pressed their bright red thumbprints onto it. Li Chuanhua couldn't wait any longer. We've signed the agreement. Now it's time to give us that 20,000 yuan compensation, right? 20,000. She had long heard about how awesome 10,000 yuan households were, and she was about to become one herself. Ling Xiangyu looked at Li Chuanhua as if she were an idiot. Back when you transacted with my husband, it must have been payment upon delivery, right? Now, I haven't even seen my daughter yet, and you want me to hand over the compensation. Li Chunhua wouldn't have it. But my daughter, I mean, your daughter, Jiang Mengyu, got into the normal university in the capital. She's in college now. How could she possibly come back right away? Outside, Mengyu thought to herself, just as I suspected. They're trying to pawn off their own daughter, Jiang Huayu, onto my biological mother like they did in my past life. After all, the person currently attending university in the capital under the name Jiang Mengyu was actually Jiang Huayu. Ling Xiangyu looked at Li Chunhua. My daughter is really studying at the normal university in the capital? Ling Xiangyu found it strange. Had her daughter really gotten into university? Just yesterday, she had seen her daughter clearly at the military compound. Something was definitely off here. She didn't know that her daughter had indeed gotten into university. It was just that the spot had been usurped by this woman's daughter, Jiang Huayu. And now, they were still trying to foist Jiang Huayu onto her so their own biological daughter could enjoy a life of wealth and luxury. Chapter 55. How did she escape? Li Chunhua's eyes darted away. This daughter of Lang Xiangyu had been sold by her half a month ago to the Zhou brothers in Tiger Hollow to be their shared wife. Right now, she should either be suffering at the hands of the Zhou brothers or locked in a dark room crying, shouldn't she? The thought of Mengyu being violated brought a surge of malicious satisfaction to Li Chunhua's heart. You came to pressure me. No matter how capable you are, wasn't your daughter still sold off by me? She immediately raised her voice and declared, of course. I treated your daughter as my own, helped you raise a college-educated daughter. You only compensating 20,000 yuan is really a bit too little. Ling Xiangyu sneered inwardly. The one attending university definitely wasn't her daughter. She said coolly, then call her back. Anyway, I must see the person before I pay any compensation. Otherwise, I won't hand over this money. You really don't have the child's best interests at heart. The child is studying in the capital, and you actually want to call her back? Do you have any idea how many classes that would make her miss? Ling Xiangyu curled her lip. Who knows if what you're saying is true? What if the college student you're talking about isn't my daughter? Even when you were trafficking people, you knew the principle of exchanging the money upon delivery of the person. I haven't even seen the person, and you expect me to give you the money? Do you take me for a fool? Jiang Haidong and Li Chunhua's hearts sank. They exchanged a glance. Could it be that she knows? That we never had any intention of handing over her biological daughter to her? But the logic in Ling Xiangyu's words was something they truly couldn't fault. It really was unreasonable for someone to give you compensation money without even seeing the person. But then why did she sign the agreement with them without even seeing the person? There's no need for you to argue. I'm back. Following the voice, a girl of about 16 or 17 walked in. Li Chunhua pointed at the girl before her eyes, stammering, how are you here? Needless to say, the person who entered was naturally Mengyu. Seeing Li Chunhua once again trying to pass off Jiang Huayu as her own birth mother, she simply couldn't hold back any longer. In her past life, her birth mother had been tricked by Li Chunhua into going to the university to recognize a daughter. Was she going to pull the same trick again in this life? She ignored Gu Dongxing's objections and walked straight in. Anyway, Li Chunhua had already fully exposed her scheme. She intended to pass off Jiang Huayu as her. She wanted to expose Li Chunhua's plot. She didn't want her birth mother to mistakenly recognize someone else as her daughter again. How could Li Chunhua not be shocked upon seeing Jiang Mengyu? She had clearly sold her into the deep mountains to the Zhou brothers to be their shared wife. How could she possibly be here? And what a coincidence, just when her birth mother came looking for her, she returned at this very moment. Could it be that she had long known about her true origins, had been watching for her birth mother's arrival, and that's why her timing was so perfect? But how did she escape from the deep mountains? Didn't old Lu guarantee to her that he would definitely deliver the person to Tiger Hollow to be a shared wife, and even promised she would never get out? Old Lu had given the buyer's name. For that, he even made her sign a deed of sale. But now, the person guaranteed not to escape was standing here, challenging her. It's over, with Mengyu here, her plan to have her own daughter attend university under Jiang Mengyu's name, and her selling Jiang Mengyu to be a shared wife, could no longer be concealed. Not to mention, with Mengyu's appearance, her scheme of pushing her own biological daughter onto the rich woman Ling Xiangyu to enjoy a life of luxury was also doomed to fail. Mengyu directly exposed Li Chunhua's plot, selling her to human traffickers and giving the university's spot she had worked so hard to earn through the exams to Li Chunhua's own biological daughter, Jiang Huayu. Chapter 56. Are you worthy of my filial piety? Mengyu said to Ling Xiangyu, the person Li Chunhua mentioned earlier, the one who has already gone to university, is Jiang Huayu. She is the daughter Li Chunhua gave birth to in the second year after buying me. Because they had their own child, they never treated me as a daughter. No, they never treated me as a human being at all. Due to Mengyu's appearance and the presentation of the sales contract bearing Li Chunhua's bright red handprint, No matter how Li Chunhua and Jiang Haidong tried to quibble, they could not escape the 3 crimes they had committed. First, allowing their biological daughter, Jiang Huayu, to fraudulently attend university under the name of their adopted daughter, Jiang Mengyu. Second, selling their adopted daughter, Jiang Mengyu, into a remote mountain area to become a shared wife. Third, intending to have their biological daughter, Jiang Huayu, falsely claim Leng Xiangyu, Jiang Mengyu's birth mother, as her own mother. Gu Dongxing called the police, who arrived and prepared to take Jiang Haidong and Li Chunhua away. Li Chunhua screamed, "You can't do this. Jiang Mengyu, no matter what, we raised you. Sending us to prison will bring divine retribution upon you." Divine retribution? Even if there is divine retribution, it will strike you first. A vicious woman who bought and sold an infant, caused the separation of mother and child, treated me like a servant, and sold me into the deep mountains to be a shared wife. Let me tell you plainly, not only will I send you to prison, but I will also go to the university to expose your daughter's true identity and drag her down from her pedestal as heaven's favored one. Your daughter originally had the qualification to take the exam next year and could have still gotten into university. But because she impersonated someone else this year, replacing the real with the fake, she has broken the law. She will never be able to attend university. Upon hearing that Mengyu intended to expose her daughter's identity, Li Chunhua's face twisted even more viciously. "How dare you? If you harm my daughter, I will never let you off. I earned that university admission. What do I have to fear? When you let her use my name to attend the university I earned, and sold me into the mountains to fund her education, you should have known that the truth would come out one day. After all, you can't wrap fire in paper. Moreover, because you've become convicts, it will also affect your son Jiang Huiqing's future." Jiang Haidong and Li Chunhua collapsed, filled with regret. Li Chunhua softened. "I beg you, spare Huayu. Spare Huiqing. You're only 16. You took the exam before even finishing high school. You can take it again next year. With your grades, getting into a good school wouldn't be difficult at all." Mengyu shook her head. "Impossible. Your daughter used my identity to study. Because my identity was taken by her, I will become a person without status or household registration. So, I must reclaim my identity. Otherwise, in the future, she would have no ID card, be unable to open a bank account, or apply for loans." Mengyu was no fool. During her more than 10 years as a wandering spirit, she had read in newspapers and seen on TV stories of students who passed university entrance exams only to have their identities stolen by imposters. Those students later retook the exams and were admitted again, but because their identity information was already in use, they couldn't graduate. Some couldn't even obtain an ID card and were denied when applying for bank accounts. Therefore, she was absolutely determined to reclaim her own identity. Seeing that no amount of begging would make Mengyu spare her daughter, Li Chunhua resorted to cursing again. You're unfilial." Mengyu sneered. "Filial piety? Filial piety is for my own family. Are you my family? You bought me, separated me from my mother since childhood, treated me like a servant, gave the university I earned to your daughter, and sold me into the deep mountains to be a shared wife. Someone like you, are you worthy of my filial piety?" Chapter 57. I'll wait for you to grow up. "Anyway, we raised you and even put you through high school," Jiang Haidong said. "Raised me? Are you sure it was you who raised me? I started doing housework at 3, and by 5, I was handling all the chores at home. If you had hired a nanny, not only would you have to provide food and shelter, but you'd also have to pay wages, right? I worked as your family's nanny for so many years. Did you ever give me a single cent? How dare you say you raised me? As for the cost of my education, every single penny came from me collecting and selling scrap. Did you ever give me a single cent for tuition? Did you ever buy me a notebook, a pen, or a book? No, right? And you still have the nerve to say you raised me and put me through high school." The two of them were left speechless because everything Mengyu said was true. No matter how much Jiang Haidong and Li Chunhua protested, they were eventually taken away by the police. With Battalion Commander Gu's special attention, what awaited them was severe punishment by the law. Mengyu finally reunited with her birth mother, and the two of them cried until the sky turned dark. Mengyu cried for the tragic life she had lived in her previous life, while Leng Xiangyu cried because the daughter she had just given birth to had been sold by her husband, who then passed off the son born to his mistress as her own and made her raise him. For specific details, see Rebirth Space, The Glory of a Military Family. It was all tears, really. Leng Xiangyu held Jiang Mengyu's hand. "My dear girl, come with mom." Having never experienced maternal love in her previous life, how could Mengyu not seize the opportunity in this one? "Okay, Mom, I'll go with you." She turned to look at Gu Dongxing. "Brother Gu, I'm going with my mom now. Thank you for taking care of me all this time." Seeing the look in the little one's eyes, devoid of the previous attachment she had for him, Gu Dongxing felt a bit amused. "What, now that you've used me, you're planning to toss me aside?" Mengyu smiled somewhat ingratiatingly. How could I? Brother Gu will always be a good brother in my heart. Gu Dongxing felt very uncomfortable. Who was it who had publicly claimed to be his fiancé in front of everyone? Who was it who said they looked like a young couple returning to the wife's family home when they left the compound? How had it suddenly turned into always a good brother? Gu Dongxing reached out and ruffled Mengyu's hair. Go back with your mom for now. He glanced around and, taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, quickly leaned close to Mengyu's ear and whispered, Don't forget, you're my fiancé. You can't escape. Mengyu's heart suddenly began to race inexplicably. She had used him before to break free from the Zhou brothers, then she had flirted with him, thinking about snatching him away from Huayu, and today she had used him to handle the Jiang family. But now, without her own birth mother acting as a matchmaker, there was no possibility left between Gu Dongxing and Huayu. Should she still try to take him? Forget it. Let things take their natural course. She laughed awkwardly. Heh, that was just a joke. You didn't take it seriously, did you? Gu Dongxing suddenly felt a chill run through his entire body. This little thing really did plan to use him, and then discard him. Now that she had found her birth mother, she wanted to leave with her. But she was the one who first said her fiancé was him, Gu Dongxing. She started it, but the ending wasn't up to her. He suddenly leaned closer to her. What if I am serious? Mengyu felt as if she were being watched by a dangerous animal. Gu Dongxing suddenly smiled. Little thing, you can't shake me off. When you go to the normal university to expose Jiang Huayu and reclaim your identity, you'll probably still need me. Do you think you can just go and get your identity back like that? Mengyu was a bit confused. Was reclaiming her identity really that difficult? Seeing Mengyu's clueless, adorable expression, Gu Dongxing's hands itched. He finally reached out and ruffled her hair again. Remember, I'm only letting you go free temporarily. Little thing, always remember, everyone in the compound knows you're my fiancé now. You can't go around attracting attention outside. Mengyu widened her eyes. Their fiancé-fiancé relationship was clearly fake. Chapter 58. Do you know you're selling out your daughter? Gu Dongxing didn't wait for Mengyu to reply before turning and leaving. He was terrified of being rejected. Seeing that Gu Dongxing gave her no chance to refuse, Mengyu was stunned. It took her a while to remember something else. The antique vase she had found had been taken by Jiang Huayu. That was an antique vase worth hundreds of millions in the future. She had to get it back. She rushed into the Jiang house. Jiang's father and mother had been taken away by the police, and Jiang Huiqing was still young, so no one could stop her. She went straight into the room she shared with Jiang Huayu. However, she searched the entire room but couldn't find the vase. She guessed that the antique vase had probably been taken to school by Jiang Huayu. Afterward, Mengyu followed her birth mother back to the Lin family and watched as her mother divorced Lin Hai and left the Lin household. Mengyu had no affection for Father Lin. A man who, in order to bring the child born to his mistress home to replace the child born to his lawful wife, sold his lawful wife's daughter to someone else, such a scumbag was utterly despicable. Such a man didn't deserve to be her father. Moreover, she didn't feel any sense of blood connection. She thought it must be because she despised this scumbag father too much, and her emotions were clouding her feelings. She was ashamed to share this man's blood. Little did she know, the blood flowing in her veins actually had nothing to do with this man at all, but that's a story for later. Before Lang Xiangyu and her daughter left the Lin family, Gu Dongxing came to see Mengyu off. Seeing Colonel Gu's intimate attitude toward Mengyu, Lang Xiangyu quietly asked Mengyu, "What's your relationship with him?" Mengyu didn't know how to answer. Could she say that just because she said, "I have no way to repay your life-saving grace except by offering myself," she had been entangled by this cunning wolf in sheep's clothing? She could only reply, "He's my lifesaver." "You already told me that," Lang Xiangyu said, unsatisfied with Mengyu's answer. "Aunt Lang, if you want to know about my relationship with Mengyu, you might as well ask me directly," Colonel Gu said seriously to Lang Xiangyu. "I saved Mengyu, and she told me, I have no way to repay your life-saving grace except by offering myself." I agreed. He looked at Mengyu. "I'll wait for you to grow up." Mengyu glared at Colonel Gu angrily. "You clearly didn't agree at the time." Colonel Gu said sternly, "I was only considering it at the time, but afterward I agreed." Mengyu was furious. That wasn't the truth. But to Lang Xiangyu, their conversation confirmed Colonel Gu's words. Her daughter had offered herself in marriage after being saved, and Colonel Gu had agreed after careful consideration. Colonel Gu looked at Lang Xiangyu seriously and said, "A soldier's promise is as weighty as Mount Tai. So, Auntie, please allow me to wait for her to grow up." Lang Xiangyu was a bit frustrated. She had just found her daughter, and now a wolf had already claimed her. However, although this Colonel Gu was a bit older, he had an upright and righteous face, clearly a responsible and dependable man. Moreover, he was quite handsome, had a good physique, and had become a colonel at such a young age. His future prospects were surely bright. Well, her daughter had good taste too, knowing how to use the life-saving grace to tie herself to him. If Mengyu knew what her birth mother was thinking, she would surely burst into tears. I really didn't mean it. No, I did mean it. I deliberately wanted to snatch the man my birth mother in my previous life had arranged for me, but who Jiang Mengyu had impersonated and married. But that was just a moment of impulse, okay? Couldn't she be allowed to correct her mistake? Lang Xiangyu was now looking at her future son-in-law, and the more she looked, the more satisfied she became. She nodded. All right, I'll entrust my daughter to your care. Mengyu's eyes widened. Mom, do you know you're selling out your daughter? Lang Xiangyu, this is clearly someone you provoked yourself. Gu Dongxing's lips curved upward. Don't worry, Auntie. I'll definitely take good care of Mengyu. And so, their relationship was officially acknowledged. Mengyu pulled Gu Dongxing aside. Hey, let me tell you, I won't acknowledge you as my fiancé. I'm still young. That's why I said I'll wait for you to grow up, Gu Dongxing replied. Chapter 59. Caring for him. Then let's wait until I grow up to talk about it. Mengyu snorted coldly. Anyway, I never agreed. Gu Dongxing handed her a stack of documents. For you. What is this? Mengyu was puzzled. Gu Dongxing, aren't you planning to go to the university to expose Jiang Huayu's identity? If you go just like that, do you think people will believe you? Mengyu opened the documents and saw that they were conclusive materials detailing the crimes of her adoptive parents, selling their adopted daughter into a remote mountain village so their biological daughter could take her place at university, and attempting to have their biological daughter impersonate the adopted daughter to claim the adopted daughter's mother, among other charges. With these materials, it would be much easier for her to expose Jiang Huayu's identity at the teacher's college. And this. Battalion Commander Gu gave Mengyu another piece of documentary proof. It was her identity certificate and, moreover, one issued by the military. Mengyu looked at it and felt angry again. It actually listed her, Mengyu, as his, Gu Dongxing's, fiancé. Mengyu didn't want to take this certificate, but Gu Dongxing said, take it. A military certificate is more useful than an introduction letter you'd get from the neighborhood committee. Mengyu still didn't want to take it, but Gu Dongxing tucked it among the other documents and gave them all to her. Finally, he took out a bank book. This is the money from that gold bar of yours. It can be deposited and withdrawn in different locations. Mengyu's heart stirred. She opened the bank book. Inside was 50,000 yuan. So much. She felt excited inside. Sis is a wealthy person now too. In her excitement, she handed a small leather pouch to Gu Dongxing. This is for you. Then she turned and ran off. Gu Dongxing opened it and saw some medicinal ointments for treating injuries, with instructions for use and dosage written on them. He often had to undertake dangerous missions. These medicines were exactly what he needed most right now. But what excited him the most was a small porcelain vial containing 2 pills labeled Peiyuan Dan. It was actually Peiyuan Dan. He had long sensed she had secrets, but he never expected she could produce Peiyuan Dan. Coincidentally, he had been stuck at the 6th level martial artist stage for a long time. With these 2 Peiyuan Dan, he could break through to the 7th level. A broad smile finally spread across his face. This little thing, while refusing to acknowledge their relationship with her words, was genuinely caring for him in action. Thinking it was her way of showing concern, he carefully stored the medicines and kept the small leather pouch close to his body. It wasn't until he used these medicines to save a critically injured comrade during a mission that he realized just how valuable the medicines Mengyu had given him were. Mengyu went to V City with her biological mother and moved into her mother's master, Tang Ilian's, base in V City, Lian Garden. Entering Lian Garden, Mengyu was utterly astonished. Although her mother hadn't told her the specifics about this Tang Ilian, just seeing this estate covering over 10 acres told her this person was extraordinary. The mother and daughter were arranged to stay in the Qinglu courtyard within the garden. The garden was twice as large as the main courtyard compound, and many smaller courtyards were built within the large garden. Lang Mengyu couldn't quite understand why her biological mother would acknowledge someone as her master and live under another's roof. She remembered, in her previous life, her mother had started her own large company. Huayu had even boasted to her about how their mother bought her luxury cars, villas, and gave her a company worth billions as a dowry. Why, in this life, had her mother acknowledged someone else as her master? Could it be that because of her rebirth, she had caused the plot to change? It wasn't that Mengyu wanted her mother's wealth. After all, she had obtained that full spatial talisman of treasures. She was already a hidden tycoon now. She wanted to buy a house in V City and move out with her mother, to no longer live this life under someone else's roof. But would her mother agree? Chapter 60. Mother's Fortune. That night, Mengyu slept in the same bed as her mother and spoke about the events of the past decade or so. Her mother once again shed tears of sorrow. However, when it came to persuading her mother to leave her master, she simply would not agree. Late that night, Mengyu suddenly woke up. Reaching out to touch the space beside her, she found her mother was gone. She quickly threw on her clothes and got out of bed. Stepping into the courtyard, she heard voices coming from the direction of the pavilion. Tonight was the 16th day of the lunar month. There has always been a saying that the moon on the 15th is full, but the moon on the 16th is even rounder. The moonlight, like flowing water, gently spilled over the earth, draping a light veil over all the surrounding scenery. Mengyu tiptoed over and discovered that the people talking in the pavilion were her mother, Lung Xiangyu, and her master, Tang Ailian. Mengyu didn't dare get too close and could only catch intermittent voices drifting from the pavilion. Mengyu heard the two of them discussing her, as well as something about a treasury, and the 3 words storage talisman. Storage talisman? Mengyu suddenly remembered the storage talisman she had obtained. Could it be that they were talking about the treasure inside the jade bead she had found? A cold sweat broke out on her back. Did they know she had obtained a treasure, a storage talisman? And did they want her to hand it over? All right, I'll accept these treasures you've given me. However, since Mengyu was able to obtain that cave treasury, it means it was destined for her. That cave treasury shall be given to her as compensation for the suffering she has endured over the years. Her mother's master, Tang Ailian, suddenly said clearly. Mengyu grew even more frightened. Could it be that the jade bead she had obtained truly belonged to this Tang Ailian? Was this Tang Ailian the reincarnation of the witch god mentioned in the information attached to the storage talisman she had obtained? If that were really the case, then she truly had to return it to its rightful owner. Mengyu was deeply frustrated. Who wouldn't feel unwilling to hand over a whole treasury of treasure after finally obtaining it? What frustrated her even more was that, even though Tang Ailian had clearly said the cave treasury should be given to her, her mother objected. No, that treasury belongs to the master. It cannot be given to Mengyu. Her fortune is too shallow, she cannot bear it. They said some more things, but Mengyu could no longer hear them. All she knew was that her mother wanted to hand over her treasure. This treasure was something she had obtained. Why should she have to hand it over just because her mother said so? Even if the information attached to the treasure said it should be given to the reincarnation of the witch god, who said it absolutely had to be handed over. In her previous life, this Tang Ailian had never appeared. So why was there a Tang Ailian in this life? She seemed generous, condescendingly bestowing a storage talisman full of treasures upon her. But why did Mengyu feel that all these treasures should actually belong to her mother? What made her most uncomfortable was that her mother actually called her master. Mengyu wanted to leave, to go to the normal university, to confront Jiang Mengyu and drive her out of the university. But just as she was about to leave, she was stunned again. What did she see? She saw her mother hand over 19 jade beads, identical to her own, to her master. She only had 1 cave treasury, but she knew the wealth within it was immense. Yet her mother had actually taken out 19 jade beads, 19 cave treasuries. Immediately after, she saw that master perform a ritual for her mother, allowing her mother to leap directly from a second-level martial artist to the innate realm, and then proceed to build her foundation. Watching the scene, Mengyu was deeply shocked. She could sense a tremendous change in her mother's aura. It even faintly emitted a kind of pressure that made her feel like bowing in worship. She finally understood. Her mother had received a great fortune. Chapter 61. Space Unlocked. Mengyu was extremely envious. However, she was even happier for her mother. At the same time, she was also astounded by Tang Ailian's ability. In just one night, she had created a master. Afraid of disturbing the 2 people in the pavilion, she didn't dare to watch any longer and quietly went back inside to lie down. In her past life, her mother had easily accepted someone else as her daughter, and in this life, she was wholeheartedly devoted to serving her master. She didn't care about her own daughter as much as she cared about her master. Moreover, she had even made her return the hard-earned treasure from a cave to her master. She took her own belongings out of the storage talisman. The vast majority of the treasures in the storage talisman weren't hers, but she did have 2 precious items of her own. One was an ancient vase that she knew would sell for hundreds of millions in the future. The other was 2 Ganoderma mushrooms she had picked from the cliff. At the time, to make the Zhou brothers believe she was just a herb gatherer, she had shown them some of the herbs she collected, but she hadn't taken out the truly valuable ones. The most precious among them were 2 purple-leafed Ganoderma mushrooms. Those were the real treasures. Thinking that her only family in this world didn't put her first, she felt heartbroken. Suddenly, a soft, sweet voice sounded in Mengyu's mind. Master, don't be sad. Who is it? Mengyu was startled. This voice, she seemed to have heard it before. That's right, back in the cave on the cliff, that ring had drunk a lot of her blood. She had muttered to herself, what kind of ghost is this, drinking so much of my blood? Then a voice had sounded in her mind. I'm not a ghost. Drinking your blood was for the master recognition ritual. Could it be that ghost again? Master, I'm not a ghost. The soft, sweet voice sounded again. If you're not a ghost, why can I only hear you but not see you? Show yourself. Mengyu shouted while looking around. However, given her current level of skill, it wasn't much, so she couldn't detect anything. Master, I'm right on your ring finger, the voice said again. Ring finger. Mengyu looked down and saw that green ring that didn't quite look like wood, nor exactly like jade. That was the ring Zhou Erling had stolen from the shamaness and given to her in her past life. It had been lost in the cave in that life, but in this life, she had actually found it again in the same cave, and it had drunk a lot of her blood. Was it this ring that had spoken just now? Are you human or a ghost? Show yourself, she said, staring at the ring. Master, I'm neither human nor a ghost. I'm a spirit. Master can call me Xiao Tao. I can't come out right now, Master. You come in. Me go in? Mengyu couldn't understand. Was she supposed to enter a ring? This ring couldn't even hold one of her fingers, could it? The voice spoke again. Master, focus your attention on the ring and silently think enter, then you can come in. Following the voice's instructions, Mengyu concentrated her attention on the ring and silently thought enter. The next moment, she appeared in an unfamiliar space. Mengyu's eyes widened instantly. All around her was white mist. Half a mountain emerged from the mist, with a waterfall flowing down from it into a section of a river below. However, since only a part was visible, it looked more like a pond, but because there was an inlet and an outlet, she knew it was actually a section of a river. In front of the river was a sandy beach, and in front of the beach was a plot of land, about an acre in size. A peach tree was planted on the land, bearing over a dozen red and white peaches. Under the peach tree was a thatched hut. Actually, only about 1/3 of this peach tree was visible. Most of it was still hidden in the thick mist. Chapter 62. The pills cannot be taken for free. Mengyu was currently standing under the peach tree, utterly astonished. What kind of place is this? Master, you're here. A soft, sticky voice sounded. Mengyu looked toward the source of the voice, that enormous peach tree. Mengyu suddenly understood. So you're a peach tree spirit. Master, I am a peach tree that grew from an immortal peach that fell to the mortal realm when Sun Yukong wreaked havoc at the Queen Mother's peach banquet. Later, I was moved to this space. By the way, Master, this space is called Peach Blossom Spring. Peach Blossom Spring? Mengyu was greatly surprised. This was the legendary Peach Blossom Spring? Didn't Peach Blossom Spring have many people living in it? Later, someone intruded, and there's an essay, The Peach Blossom Spring, that records this story. Why is it here? The Peach Blossom Spirit seemed to sense Mengyu's confusion and said, during the war in the past, the Master placed the space in the mountains to let people take refuge from the chaos. However, after peace was restored, they were all sent out. So that's how it is. Master, there are cultivation techniques in the thatched cottage. Please go in and take a look. Mengyu eagerly walked toward the thatched cottage. Pushing open the door of the thatched cottage, Mengyu's mouth formed an O shape. The house that looked like a thatched cottage from the outside actually contained a world of its own. It turned out that this thatched cottage was actually a spatial house. It was very large inside, with a main hall, cultivation rooms, alchemy rooms, a storeroom, and even a pet room. They were separated by a courtyard of over 300 square meters. The main hall was the largest, covering over 100 square meters. It contained a divine throne, a treasure seat, and chairs below. These treasure seats, chairs, and even the pillars were all made of jade. Against the walls stood antique shelves displaying various artworks. There were 2 cultivation rooms, each over 50 square meters. They contained over 30 meditation cushions and a table with 3 jade tablets on it. Mengyu picked up the jade tablet in the middle and immediately heard Xiao Tao's voice. Place it against your forehead. Sense it with your heart. Mengyu did as instructed, and a large amount of information flooded into her mind. This is the wood immortal art? The other 2 jade slips contained one on the great method of communicating with plants and another on various wood element spells. When the wood immortal art is mastered, one will become the king of all plants in the world. Suppressing her pounding heartbeat, Mengyu didn't rush to cultivate. Instead, she continued to explore the other rooms of the thatched cottage. There were 3 alchemy rooms, each over 30 square meters. They contained alchemy furnaces and storage shelves with various pill bottles on them. Mengyu's heart stirred. I wonder if there are still pills inside these pill bottles? Mengyu took down a pill bottle labeled Foundation Establishment Pill from the nearest shelf. The bottle cap was sealed with a restriction talisman. She tore off the restriction talisman and opened the lid. The pills inside emitted a medicinal fragrance. A thought struck her. These pills are still usable. She counted them. This bottle of Foundation Establishment pills contained 30 pills. And on this row of shelves, there were over 100 bottles of such Foundation Establishment pills. She then took down 2 other pill bottles next to the first layer. One was labeled Antidote Pill, and the other Healing Pill. Needless to say, these 2 types of pills were for healing wounds and detoxifying. I wonder how the Healing Pill compares to the ones I took from the storage talisman? The first layer only had these 3 types of pills, and there were quite a few of each. I wonder what pills are on the second layer? She reached out to take a pill bottle from the second layer shelf, but found that she couldn't remove it. Xiao Tao's voice sounded again. Master, you cannot easily use these pills yet. Chapter 63. Learning Points, Essence Points, Merit Points. Mengyu was puzzled. Then how can I use them? Some require learning points, some require sun and moon essence points, and for others, you must have prestige points and merit points to obtain them. Mengyu was frustrated. How do I get these points? Learning points naturally come from studying. Master, look at the table next to the alchemy furnace. There are several jade slips. One is a materia medica, one is a medical canon, one is an alchemy canon, and another is an appraisal canon. Once Master finishes learning the knowledge from the materia medica and medical canon, you can obtain 100 learning points. After mastering the appraisal canon and alchemy canon, you can obtain 150 learning points each. Xiao Tao added, actually, the elixirs on the shelf Master took earlier each require 100 learning points per bottle. The first bottle of Foundation Establishment Pill was a gift from Xiao Tao, which is why Master was able to obtain it. Mengyu interjected, so, with 200 learning points, I can get the elixirs from the second shelf, and with 300 learning points, I can get those from the third shelf, and so on, right? However, there were only 10 shelves in this alchemy rack. Even after studying all these texts, she would only get 500 learning points. Master, it's true that the second shelf requires 200 learning points per bottle, but the third shelf requires 400 learning points per bottle, and the fourth shelf. Mengyu was frustrated. Even after studying all the texts, she wouldn't be able to obtain the elixirs from the third shelf. Then the fourth shelf requires 800 learning points per bottle, and the fifth shelf requires 1,000? Where am I supposed to get so many learning points? She was certain that the elixirs on the higher shelves were better. Master, learning points aren't only obtained from studying the materia medica, medical canon, and alchemy canon. They can also be earned through alchemy. Refining a batch of first-grade pills earns 1,000 learning points. Refining a batch of second-grade pills earns 10,000 learning points. Refining a batch of third-grade pills earns 100,000 learning points. Refining a batch of fourth-grade pills earns 1,000,000 learning points, and so on. Mengyu breathed a sigh of relief. That's more like it. But then Xiao Tao said, however, Master, obtaining elixirs from the fourth shelf and above requires sun and moon essence points. What on earth are sun and moon essence points? All things that endure in the world can absorb the essence of the sun and moon. Master only needs to find some ancient objects and place them in the space to obtain sun and moon essence points. Essence points and learning points can also be exchanged. Every 100 learning points can be exchanged for 1 essence point. The appraisal canon teaches Master how to identify antiques and purchase them to supply the space. For example, Master's ancient vase had 200 sun and moon essence points. However, I already used it to open the space for Master. Otherwise, this space wouldn't have been accessible. Ancient vase? Mengyu remembered the antique vase she obtained when she went to the market with the military wives. She had placed it in her storage talisman earlier, but when she had to hand over the storage talisman, she took out the antique vase. She didn't know when Xiao Tao had absorbed it into the space. Where is that ancient vase now? She had been planning to use it to acquire wealth. Xiao Tao, it's with me. However, I've already absorbed most of its sun and moon essence. What happens to an antique after its sun and moon essence is absorbed? Antiques endure over time because of their sun and moon essence. The essence is their spirit. Once the spirit is exhausted, the form naturally perishes. Xiao Tao said. Mengyu was shocked. So, after being absorbed by the space, the antique will disappear? Chapter 64. The Heaven-Defying Space Hut. You absolutely must not absorb all of its sun and moon essence. You have to leave some behind to keep it intact. I still need to keep it to sell for money. Mengyu thought for a moment and added, from now on, all antiques brought in must retain a bit of sun and moon essence to preserve their form. After a while, Xiao Tao finally replied with an okay. Clearly, it had been planning to absorb everything. However, it couldn't disobey its master's command. And what on earth is this, merit value? Mengyu asked. To open the restrictions for elixirs from the 7th level and above, merit value is required. Every 100 essence points can be exchanged for 1 merit point. As Xiao Tao spoke, it simply packaged information about the learning value, essence value, and merit value needed to open each level of the elixir shelves and sent it directly to Mengyu's consciousness. Mengyu asked again, learning knowledge can earn learning value, finding antiques can earn sun and moon essence value, but how do I obtain merit value? Master is so silly. Master has studied the medical classics. Doesn't she need to apply that knowledge? If Master practices medicine, treats illnesses, saves lives, and helps the wounded, and others are grateful to you, then you will obtain merit value. Mengyu, scolded as a silly master, was stunned. Did she have to practice medicine in the future? Then how could she attend the normal university she had tested into in her previous life? Behind the alchemy room, there was a back door. Mengyu walked through the back door and discovered there was actually a medicinal garden, roughly over 30 acres. It was filled with all kinds of spiritual herbs. What excited Mengyu the most was that around the spiritual herb garden, some fruit trees were planted. Needless to say, those were spiritual fruit trees, right? Moreover, the air here was permeated with spiritual energy. Just one whiff made her feel the barriers of her cultivation trembling. She forcefully suppressed her excitement. She had struck it rich, struck it big. However, when she wanted to enter the spiritual herb garden, she found she couldn't get in at all. Xiao Tao's voice sounded again at just the right moment. Master, entering the medicinal garden also requires learning value, essence value, and merit value. Mengyu felt a bit frustrated, but soon became happy again. As long as she studied harder, she could obtain the spiritual herbs and spiritual fruits here. She then went to the pet room. The pet room also had 3 sections, totaling over 100 square meters, but it was completely empty. Leaving the pet room, she arrived at the artifact pavilion. Similarly, there were shelves displaying various weapons. Mengyu asked Xiao Tao, do the weapons here also require learning value, essence value, and merit value? Xiao Tao sounded a bit guilty, yes. However, there is a short sword within your reach over there that doesn't require learning value, essence value, or merit value. Mengyu picked up the short sword in front. As soon as she unsheathed it, a wave of cold air rushed towards her face. She plucked 2 strands of hair, placed them on the short sword, and blew on them. The hairs were cut. This was a treasured sword. If this short sword, which didn't require learning value, essence value, or merit value, was already a treasured sword, then were the other weapons on the shelves even better. Holding the treasured sword, Mengyu withdrew from the thatched hut with satisfaction. Xiao Tao's voice sounded again. Master, this thatched hut is a space hut. It inherently has defensive properties. Moreover, the time inside is different from the outside world. 1 day outside equals 10 days inside the hut. Master can enter the hut when studying or cultivating. Also, Master can take the hut out to use in the outside world. Mengyu was first delighted, time acceleration. She wouldn't have to worry about not having enough time to study in the future. And she wouldn't have to worry about having nowhere to live either. But then she immediately felt frustrated. Even if I'm not particular, taking such a thatched hut out to use is just too unsightly, isn't it? Chapter 65 Departure. Xiao Tao giggled. Master, once you claim ownership of the thatched hut, it can transform into any form you wish. The hut can change? Of course it can. However, no matter how the exterior changes, the interior remains largely the same. How do I claim ownership? Master can simply perform a blood-binding ritual. Mengyu was overjoyed. After claiming ownership, she envisioned the house from her favorite fairy tale world. Sure enough, the thatched hut transformed into a small castle. Then she thought of a European-style villa, and it indeed changed into one, though the medicinal garden attached behind the alchemy room seemed a bit out of place. In the end, she had it transform into a traditional Chinese courtyard house, turning the medicinal garden into a backyard garden. Xiao Tao added that medicinal garden can be separated. However, the time acceleration function was originally set up because of the garden. If you separate it, the space house will lose its time acceleration ability. Mengyu was excited again. Why didn't you say so earlier? She immediately separated the two. It was absolutely necessary to take the house out for use, but the medicinal garden could not be brought outside. This way, she could take the house with her in the future. Moreover, she could live in a castle, a villa, or a courtyard house whenever she wished. It was truly wonderful. Next, Mengyu sat directly inside the thatched hut and attempted to draw in qi to initiate her cultivation. Since Mengyu possessed a single with spiritual root, and this was originally a wood attribute space, she easily succeeded in drawing in qi and initiating her cultivation. 3 days later, she awoke from her meditative state, feeling light, refreshed, and full of energy throughout her body. She exclaimed happily, Xiao Tao, I succeeded. I've drawn in qi and initiated my cultivation. Xiao Tao's voice, for the first time, carried a hint of, Master, perhaps you should take a bath before speaking. Only then did Mengyu notice the foul smell around her, and she herself was the source. Looking at her hands and feet, they were covered in black grime. She let out a startled, and ran out, jumping into the river. The first time drawing in qi and initiating cultivation had a cleansing effect on the body, purging impurities from the marrow and meridians. After a full half-hour of washing, she finally stepped ashore. Once clean, she discovered her skin had become as fine and luminous as white porcelain. Looking around, her perspective seemed to have changed as well. She had grown 5 centimeters taller. Exiting the space, Mengyu remained dazed for a long time. Her mother had received a great opportunity from Tang Ailian and certainly wouldn't leave with her. She also didn't want to watch her mother treat her superior better than her own daughter right before her eyes, and it was even more impossible for her to follow her mother and become someone else's attendant. Therefore, she left a letter for her mother, placed the storage talisman on the letter, and quietly departed. When the sky was fully bright in the morning, Lung Xiangyu entered the room to check on Mengyu, only to find her gone. On the table lay a letter, and on the letter rested the stone bead containing the 10,000-year-old storage talisman. Ling Xiangyu's heart sank. A sense of foreboding struck her, causing a dull ache in her chest. Actually, some items were missing from the storage talisman. Mainly, some medicinal herbs were gone, especially those special internal and external injury medicines. Since there were many in the storage talisman, she had taken a considerable amount, given some to Gu Dongxing, kept some for herself, and placed them in her space. Although she also had healing pills in her space, she hadn't tried them and didn't know their efficacy. Additionally, she had taken the jar that held the storage talisman in the cave. In her view, this jar was not part of the property within the storage talisman. If she wasn't mistaken, this jar was at least several thousand years old and should also contain some essence of the sun and moon. Therefore, she casually placed it in her space. As for the other gold, silver, and treasures, she didn't take a single item. However, she did take the 10,000 yuan her mother, Ling Xiangyu, had given her. Chapter 66. Driving Jiang Huayu off the university campus, Part 1. After reading the letter her daughter left behind, Ling Xiangyu's heart ached terribly. Mother and daughter had just been reunited, yet her daughter had left her just like that. Didn't she know that she was her only blood relative? Beside her, Tang Ailian also sighed, feeling as though she had stolen someone else's mother. She could only comfort Xiangyu. Don't worry, I can see she has great potential. Moreover, I noticed a fortunate aura radiating from her face, which suggests she must have encountered some other extraordinary opportunity. If she wasn't mistaken, the ring on Mengyu's left ring finger was likely a portable space. Really? Of course it's true. Would I lie to you? Besides, I'll have someone keep an eye on her to ensure she stays safe. Only then did Ling Xiangyu feel reassured. Meanwhile, Mengyu, unaware that she had been seen through, was sitting on the subway heading toward the normal university. Xiao Tao, do you think I'm being somewhat unfilial? Mengyu asked, somewhat listlessly. In her previous life, she hadn't received her mother's love, yet in this life, she had actively chosen to leave her mother. But Mengyu had no choice. The master her mother served was a witch god. One careless move, and she could be seen through. Mengyu herself now carried a great secret. Not only had she been reborn, but she had also obtained a heaven-defying peach blossom spring space, complete with mountains, water, land, houses, and a medicinal garden. If her mother's master discovered her secret, she didn't know what dangers it might bring. Therefore, as long as her mother remained with that Tang Ailian, she absolutely could not live with her mother. It's not unfilial. Xiao Tao comforted Mengyu. Your mother doesn't need you by her side right now. She is someone else's attendant now, and you cannot become someone else's attendant either. Your future success and achievements will be the greatest filial piety you can show her. How could the master of Xiao Tao become someone else's attendant? Mengyu thought about it and agreed. She rallied her spirits. I must become strong. One day, I will surpass that Tang Ailian and make mother a free person. Unfortunately, she had no idea that her mother, Lung Xiangyu, took pride in being able to follow the witch god. Why would she ever want to be a free person? Master, we've arrived at the normal university, Xiao Tao reminded Mengyu. Mengyu looked up and, sure enough, they had reached the stop for the normal university. She quickly got off the subway. Standing at the main gate of the normal university, Mengyu was filled with a myriad of emotions. When applying for university majors in her previous life, encouraged by her teacher, she had applied to a normal university. But now, she could not study to become a teacher. It wasn't that Mengyu looked down on the teaching profession, but after being confined as a wandering spirit by Jiang Huayu's side for over a decade, she yearned for freedom more than anything. And being a teacher offered no freedom. Of course, her teacher had considered her circumstances. Her family couldn't afford to support her university education. Although tuition wasn't required, travel and living expenses were still a significant burden. Normal universities, however, provided subsidies. After her rebirth, she possessed the witch body technique, her space, and from within the space, she had obtained the wood immortal technique, as well as texts on medicine, medical classics, and alchemy. These were all things she had to learn. Aside from continuously studying to accumulate learning points, she also had to seek out antiques to accumulate sun and moon essence points and practice medicine to accumulate virtue points. None of these could be achieved by being a teacher. But even if she wasn't going to attend the normal university she had tested into, she would not allow Jiang Huayu, her greatest enemy from her previous life, to fraudulently use her name to take the university's spot she had earned. Her purpose in coming here today was to drive Jiang Mengyu off this university campus. Chapter 67. Driving Jiang Mengyu off the university campus, Part 2. After her rebirth, Mengyu hadn't yet seen this dear younger sister who had driven the car that killed her in her previous life. She could never forget the arrogant expression on Jiang Huayu's face in her previous life, after Jiang Huayu had run her over with a car and left her severely injured, then stood over her, stepping on her. Just thinking about seeing Jiang Huayu soon made Mengyu's heart pound with excitement. Jiang Huayu's arrogant voice from her past life echoed in her ears once more. Being good to me is what you should do. My parents raised you, so you should serve me as my maid. But why did you have to grow prettier than me, attracting the attention of all the male classmates? You clearly didn't have much time to study, so why were your grades better than mine, making all the classmates admire you and all the teachers like you and favor you? Tell me, how could I not be jealous? Mengyu wanted to cover her ears, but Jiang Huayu's arrogant voice still forced its way in. My mom was truly farsighted. Selling you off not only earned a sum of money, but also got me the university spot you worked so hard to earn. An even bigger surprise was that your identity actually brought me even greater benefits. Do you know? Your birth mother is a wealthy woman. Being her daughter has brought me benefits you can't even imagine. Originally, if you had stayed obediently in the deep mountains as the shared wife of those two brothers, I might have considered sparing your life. But you just had to run away. Tell me, would I risk letting your birth mother discover that the daughter she recognizes is a fake by letting you wander around out there? Tell me, by running away, weren't you just asking for death? How could Mengyu from her previous life have known that Jiang Huayu, her sister who was only a year younger, possessed such a malicious heart? Not only did she take everything from her, but she also wanted to ruin her, and even dared to kill her. Mengyu's mind grew somewhat restless, and her eyes turned slightly red. Since she had been reborn, how could she let her dear younger sister have an easy time? At that moment, Jiang Huayu had just finished her class. Mengyu, are we going out for stir-fry again for lunch today? A petite girl invited Jiang Huayu. Another girl with big eyes also said, the cafeteria food is terrible. How about the three of us pool together for 2 dishes like we did yesterday? It costs about the same as eating in the cafeteria, but it tastes much better. Jiang Mengyu naturally wouldn't refuse. Of course we're going. Let's go. It had been nearly a month and a half since the semester started, and Jiang Huayu still couldn't quite believe that she was really in university, that she was a college student envied by countless peers. College students at this time were like 1,000 troops and 10,000 horses squeezing across a single log bridge. Those who made it across were considered the chosen ones. In their town, out of over 200 high school graduates that year, only 2 made it to university. The other one went to a junior college. Only she, Jiang Huayu, no, she was Jiang Mengyu now. Only she, Jiang Mengyu, was a student at the capital normal university. Because this opportunity was stolen, Jiang Huayu always felt like she was dreaming, and it kept her nerves constantly on edge. She was terrified that if she wasn't careful, someone would expose her as an imposter, and she would be sent back to her original state. It wasn't until a month had passed that she slowly began to relax. Jiang Mengyu had already been sold by her mother into the deep mountains to be the shared wife of a pair of brothers. Her mother had said that the other party would keep Jiang Mengyu under tight watch, and she would never be allowed to leave the mountains in this lifetime. So, the real Jiang Mengyu would be imprisoned in the mountains, and she was now Jiang Mengyu. Moreover, she had heard from her mother that Jiang Mengyu's birth mother was looking for Jiang Mengyu. Her mother said that Jiang Mengyu's birth mother was very wealthy. When the time came, she could impersonate Jiang Mengyu and acknowledge this birth mother. Then, she would never have to worry about money for the rest of her life. Chapter 68. Driving Jiang Huayu off the university campus, Part 3. Jiang Mengyu, why aren't you leaving? A classmate nudged Jiang Huayu, who had almost reached the campus gate. Yeah, Jiang Mengyu, why have you stopped? Hurry up, or we'll have to queue later, another classmate urged her to go. But Jiang Huayu was staring at Mengyu, who was walking toward the school gate, her face suddenly turning deathly pale. Jiang Mengyu. Is that Jiang Mengyu? Is it? Is it? She actually came looking for me. How could she come looking for me? Didn't she drink that spiked sweet wine I prepared? Wasn't she sold by mom into the deep mountains to be a shared wife for the Zhou brothers? Why can she still appear here? Did she escape? Weren't they saying that everyone in Tiger Hollow knows martial arts? How could they let her escape? The classmates standing beside Jiang Huayu found it strange. Jiang Mengyu, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so awful? Another was even more puzzled. What did you just say? Jiang Mengyu? Aren't you Jiang Mengyu yourself? Jiang Mengyu. Right, now I am Jiang Mengyu. So, what if that bitch showed up? Who can prove she is Jiang Mengyu? She took a deep breath and said to the 2 classmates, sorry, Xiaolan and Ningzi. I just suddenly remembered something very important. I can't go out to eat stir-fry with you today. Xiaolan and Ningzi, you could have said so earlier. It was most cost-effective for 3 people to order 2 dishes. For 2 people to order 2 dishes was a bit expensive. Therefore, both were somewhat displeased. Sorry, I really have something to do. How about this? I'll treat you both to lunch today. As she spoke, she took out 2 yuan and stuffed it into their hands. Although prices had risen a lot compared to a few years ago, it was still 1980, so the increase was limited. Usually, 3 classmates would order a 50-cent meat dish, a 15-cent vegetable dish, and with rice, just over 1 yuan was enough. All right, go do what you need to do. We'll bring food back to the dorm for you, Xiaolan said tactfully. After the 2 classmates left, Jiang Mengyu went straight to the gatehouse. She pointed at Jiang Mengyu, who had stopped walking right at the main gate, and said to the gatekeeper, "Uncle, I know that woman. She's a thief. Whatever you do, don't let her in." The gatekeeper looked at Mengyu outside through the window glass, then turned back to look at Huayu. "Are you sure she's a thief?" The girl at the main gate really didn't look like a thief. "She really is a thief. She's from my hometown. We went to school together. She once stole my necklace. Also, don't be fooled by how nicely she's dressed. The clothes she's wearing might very well be stolen too. Uncle Yu, please, don't let her in." Huayu spared no effort in slandering Mengyu. Uncle Yu looked at Huayu, his eyes probing. "She's not a student of our university, so she can't come in anyway." Huayu was taken aback. "Right, if you're not a teacher or student of this university and aren't wearing the school badge on your chest, you simply can't enter the campus." She really was so concerned that she became confused. "Ahem, I was just afraid you might not see clearly and accidentally let her in." Huayu's eyes darted. She needed to think of a way to firmly pin the label of thief on her. It would be best to get her sent to prison, so she could never come out. Meanwhile, Mengyu was also thinking about how to enter the campus. Seeing that everyone coming and going was wearing a school badge, she clearly understood that university campuses at this time were veritable ivory towers. Outsiders couldn't easily enter. Maybe she could slip in when there was a crowd? But could she really manage that? Chapter 69. Driving Jiang Huayu Away from the University Campus, Part 4. At that moment, a person without a school badge tried to blend in with the crowd and sneak into the normal university, but was stopped by the gatekeeper, Old Mengyu. "Student, where is your school badge?" I forgot to wear it." "It's in my dorm room," the young man quickly replied, offering a cigarette to Old Mengyu. Old Mengyu accepted the cigarette but pointed to the telephone nearby. "There's a phone here. Call your dorm and have your roommate bring it out for you." The young man wasn't actually a student at the university. He simply admired the campus and wanted to go inside to experience it. How could he possibly have any classmates there? In the end, he had to make an excuse. I just remembered, I haven't finished the errand I came out for. I'll go take care of that first and come back in the evening." In reality, he fled in embarrassment. Witnessing this, Mengyu understood that her plan to sneak in with the crowd had failed. How could she possibly enter the campus? While Jiang Mengyu was pondering how to get into the campus, Jiang Huayu's mind was racing. How could she pin the theft on Mengyu and have her sent to prison? A voice interrupted Jiang Huayu's thoughts. "Oh, isn't this student Jiang? Where are you headed?" Huayu looked up and saw Wang Yisin, a male student 2 years her senior, who had been pursuing her since she entered university. An idea struck her, and a look of grievance appeared on her face. "I wanted to go out for a meal." Wang Yisin was delighted to see the girl who usually paid him little attention showing such an expression. "That's easy. I'd be honored to treat you to a meal. But I'm afraid." "Afraid of what?" "Afraid of my stepsister." "Your stepsister? What's going on?" "Yes, actually, I'm not my parents' biological child. My adoptive parents adopted me because they hadn't had any children after 3 years of marriage. But the year after they adopted me, they conceived and gave birth to a daughter a year later. They named her Jiang Huayu. From then on, my life became difficult." Jiang Huayu recounted in detail the life Jiang Mengyu had lived in the Jiang family. However, she portrayed herself as the bullied Jiang Mengyu. Jiang Huayu sighed. "This younger sister of mine has enjoyed bullying me since we were children. This time, I got into university, but she failed the entrance exam. My adoptive mother demanded that I let her take my place at university. I refused. Then I secretly obtained a letter of introduction and came here to study on my own." "What? How could such a thing happen?" Wang Yisin was filled with righteous indignation. How could she do that? Just because she couldn't get in herself, she wants to steal the university opportunity you earned. Thankfully, you didn't agree to give it to her. Jiang Huayu sighed again. "But now she's come after me. She's right at the campus gate." "Wang Yisin, is that why you don't dare go out?" "Yes. If I go out and she sees me, she'll definitely try every way to make me give up my study opportunity to her. She might even twist black and white, claiming that I am Jiang Huayu and she is Jiang Mengyu." Wang Yisin's protective instincts flared up immediately. "Don't be afraid. What's true can't become false, and what's false can't become true. I'll take you out. Let's see what she dares to do to you." But you can help me this once, but you can't be by my side every moment. Right now, she's just waiting at the campus gate. What if she manages to get inside? Wang Yisin very much wanted to say, then I'll protect you closely all the time. But since she had just started being a little nicer to him, he didn't dare be too forward with the beauty. Besides, if that person really tried to sneak in with the crowd, it was entirely possible. He frowned. How about we think of a way to make her leave our school? Chapter 70. Driving Jiang Huayu off the university campus, Part 5. Jiang Huayu sighed. What can be done? When she was at home, she often stole my things. Whenever I had something nice, she would steal it. Even a jade pendant I've worn since childhood, which could very likely prove my identity, was stolen by her. In truth, when Mengyu was sold, she did have such a jade pendant on her. Because it was worn close to her body, even Lin Hai didn't notice it when he sold her. It wasn't until Li Chunhua helped little Mengyu change clothes that it was discovered. However, that jade pendant was of very fine quality. When she was still very young, Li Chunhua confiscated it. Later, she gave this pendant to Jiang Huayu. Therefore, even Mengyu herself didn't know she had once possessed a jade pendant of excellent quality. In her previous life, Ling Xiangyu was able to recognize Jiang Huayu so quickly, largely thanks to this jade pendant, because it was the very one Ling Xiangyu had placed around her biological daughter's neck. Stole. Wang Yisin's eyes lit up. Since she's a thief, then we can have her arrested on charges of theft and sent to the authorities. Jiang Huayu shook her head. That won't work. Since she came out like this, she definitely wouldn't be carrying my jade pendant with her. But Wang Yisin believed that since Jiang Huayu liked that pendant so much, she must be carrying it on her. All you need to do is bump into her, then say your pendant is missing and accuse her of being the thief. That way, we can search her. As long as the pendant is found on her, she won't be able to talk her way out of it even if she had 100 mouths. That pendant of yours must be quite valuable, right? Then we can send her to prison. Actually, Wang Yisin didn't believe a country girl could possess a jade pendant of significant value. He was planning, during their encounter, to slip his own wristwatch onto her. Even if the pendant wasn't found, discovering the watch would be enough to convict Jiang Huayu of theft. His Swiss watch brand was Audemars Piguet, a gift from his uncle in Y for his coming of age. Although his uncle hadn't mentioned the exact price of this watch, his father's reaction at the time seemed off, as if he thought it was too valuable and didn't want him to accept it. But he liked it too much back then and begged his father, asking to play with it for a few days. His father reluctantly agreed. At the same time, his father told him he could only keep it for 10 days. After 10 days, he must hand it over so his father could return it to his uncle during a business trip. Wang Yisin wheedled and pleaded until he finally got his father to agree to let him keep it for a month. He planned to use this watch to frame this Jiang Huayu. It would be her honor. The value of this watch would surely be enough to get her sentenced to over 10 years. Wang Yisin didn't feel it was cruel to use a watch to ruin a girl's fate. Because she was, after all, a thief who had stolen Mengyu's jade pendant. He was merely ensuring her thievery was confirmed. Jiang Huayu gave Wang Yisin a sweet smile. Thank you, classmate Wang. You're so good to me. Let's do as you said. Actually, she had her own plan. When she bumped into Mengyu later, she would slip the jade pendant into Mengyu's pocket. And so, before Mengyu could even figure out a way to enter the campus, Huayu had already brought a male classmate out of the school gate. It was noon and many students, dissatisfied with the school cafeteria food, had gone to a street near the school entrance to eat stir-fried dishes. Therefore, there was a lot of student traffic coming and going at this time. Mengyu knew it would be difficult to sneak in and was just about to find a place to call a phone number Gu Dongxing had given her to ask his friend for help. Although using Gu Dongxing's connections made her feel a bit frustrated, she figured she already owed him so many favors. What was one more? Since the debt was already large, there was no point worrying. Might as well use it since it was available. Little did she know, before she could even enter the campus to find Huayu, Huayu was already impatiently coming out to find her. Moreover, Huayu was setting her up with the identity of a thief. Chapter 71. Driving Jiang Huayu off the university campus, Part 6. Jiang Mengyu had just turned around to make a phone call when someone bumped into her from behind, jostling her from both sides and causing her to stumble. She hurried a few steps forward before regaining her balance. But the two people had rushed ahead of her before stopping. Immediately after, one of them let out a startled cry, as if something had gone wrong. Mengyu looked up and her heart gave a sudden jolt. She had actually spotted her target for this trip, Jiang Huayu. Only, this Jiang Huayu was currently holding her ankle, her face a mask of pain. A young man beside her immediately started shouting at Mengyu, "What's wrong with you? Bumping into people like that? Did you do it on purpose?" However, upon getting a clear look at Mengyu, his heart skipped a beat. Mengyu, this older sister, was truly beautiful. He thought Miss Jiang was already quite pretty, but Miss Zhang's older sister was even more beautiful by a fair margin. It was just a pity that the fierce aura surrounding her marred that beauty. Mengyu didn't know that at this moment, her entire body was radiating a fierce, almost predatory aura. Mengyu stared coldly at Jiang Mengyu. It was very clear that just now, she and this young man had bumped into her from left and right, yet they were now turning the tables, like the pig demon Beiji wielding his rake backward, claiming she had bumped into them. Moreover, she had been standing at the gate for a while and had only just turned to leave, while the two of them had come out from inside the campus. She didn't believe Jiang Mengyu hadn't seen her. Jiang Mengyu had stolen her college entrance exam results. Upon seeing her, the first reaction should have been to avoid her. She was attending university by fraudulently using Jiang Mengyu's identity. She was a thief. Shouldn't a thief, upon seeing the person they stole from, keep their distance? But not only had she not avoided her, she had bumped into her. If anyone claimed there was no trickery or scheme involved, even a fool wouldn't believe it. Mengyu immediately reached her hands into her pockets. Sure enough, there were now things in her pockets. The object in her left pocket felt like a jade pendant. The object in her right pocket was a wristwatch. Her heart sank. Were they trying to plant evidence and frame her? Not just one item, but two? Needless to say, this jade pendant belonged to Jiang Mengyu. In her past life, she had once seen Mengyu wearing a very exquisite jade pendant around her neck. Could it be that what had been placed in her pocket was that exquisite jade pendant Jiang Mengyu had worn since childhood? Mengyu quickly guessed Jiang Menyu's intention. She was afraid of her, afraid she would expose her identity. Therefore, she was striking first to gain the upper hand, trying to pin the identity of a thief on her, to make her words carry no weight, and then drive her away? Mengyu immediately felt something was off. Jiang Mengyu probably didn't just want to brand her a thief and send her away. It couldn't be that simple. This jade pendant was of considerable value, and Jiang Mengyu treasured it immensely. Once, she had merely touched the pendant, and Mengyu had thrown a huge tantrum, crying and making a scene until Li Chunhua had beaten her severely, leaving her unable to get out of bed for 3 days. She had also strictly forbidden her from ever touching her younger sister's jade pendant again. Such a treasured pendant, placed in her pocket and on the other side, a watch as well. She definitely wasn't aiming just to label her a thief. If the value of what she stole was high enough, it could mean over a decade in prison. The jade pendant was valuable. Perhaps the wristwatch in her other pocket was worth even more. She snorted inwardly. If she didn't have her space, she might truly have been framed as a thief today. Unfortunately for them, they could never have imagined that she possessed an extraordinary space. With this space, no matter how much evidence they tried to plant, it would only end up lining her pockets. Chapter 72. Driving Jiang Mengyu off the university campus, Part 7. Menyu's mind stirred, and in the next moment, she stored the jade pendant into her space. However, while the jade pendant in her left pocket was easy to store, the wristwatch on the other side was quite large. How could she transfer it into the ring space on her left hand without being noticed? A sudden idea flashed through Menyu's mind. She let out an ouch, as if she hadn't steadied herself after running a few steps, then pretended to stumble and crouched down. As she crouched, her right hand swiftly grabbed her left hand, and the wristwatch in her palm was quickly placed into the ring space on her left hand. With both the wristwatch and the jade pendant safely stored in her space, she felt a surge of confidence and immediately calmed down. She guessed that their next move would be to accuse her of stealing and then search her, right? She decided to strike first. Pointing at Jiang Mengyu and the young man, she said, "It was clearly the two of you who bumped into me from behind, yet you're trying to turn the tables and accuse me of bumping into you. What exactly are you trying to do?" Jiang Mengyu hadn't expected that Jiang Mengyu, who had never dared to talk back no matter how she bullied her, would now dare to retort. She pretended to have just recognized Mengyu, putting on a look of pleasant surprise. "Sister, it's you. Did you come to see me?" Immediately, her expression turned aggrieved. "Sister, are you still angry with me? I know you're upset because I didn't listen to our foster mother and give you the university spot I earned. But, sister, you should know that our foster parents have never liked me. Since we were little, you never had to do any chores, while I did all the household work and often went hungry and cold. I studied so hard to get into university because I wanted to escape that family. Sister, our foster parents love you. It's fine for you to stay at home, but if I stayed, our foster mother would surely marry me off to someone in the mountains. I worked so hard and finally got into university. This is my only chance to change my fate. I really can't give up my university spot for you." Mengyu had thought they were only trying to frame her and send her to jail, but she hadn't expected Jiang Mengyu to turn the tables and accuse her of trying to steal her university spot. This move was truly cunning. Jiang Mengyu must have guessed that Mengyu had come to the normal university to expose her for impersonating her identity. By speaking first, was she trying to strike preemptively? Even if Mengyu revealed that she was the real Jiang Mengyu, everyone would likely think she was trying to steal the university opportunity and wouldn't believe her, right? Sure enough, the people at the entrance, having heard the information in Jiang Huayu's words, began to look at Mengyu with disdain. This younger sister actually wants her older sister to give up the university spot she worked so hard for? Is there such a domineering younger sister in this world? Didn't the younger sister just say that this older sister isn't her biological sibling? She was adopted by her parents. She probably bullies her sister at home. That must be it. If she even wants to steal her sister's university spot, what wouldn't she take? With her mother backing her up, it must be easy for her to bully her sister. Maybe she even treats her sister like a servant at home. Exactly, such a malicious younger sister actually wants to be our classmate. Drive her away. Don't let her tarnish our pure university campus. Yes, drive her away. Drive her away. Drive her away. Chapter 73. Driving Jiang Huayu off the university campus, Part 8. Jiang Huayu quickly spoke up for her sister. Everyone, please don't say that. My sister didn't mean it. She just really wants to attend university. That's why she came to compete with me for this university spot. Jiang Mengyu, you're just too kind-hearted, which is why you get bullied by this sister of yours who isn't even related by blood. That's right, it's better to drive her away sooner rather than later. Call security. Seeing that someone was actually about to call security to have her removed, Jiang Huayu grew anxious. Her goal wasn't just to drive Mengyu away, it was to have her thrown in jail, ensuring she could never recover. She hurriedly intervened again. Don't call security. No matter what, she is still my sister, my foster mother's daughter. Even if my foster mother treated me poorly, she still raised me. I just can't. Hearing Jiang Huayu's words, everyone hesitated to call security. After all, if the victim herself wasn't pressing the matter, how could outsiders insist? At that moment, Wang Yisin spoke up. You're so kind-hearted, but who knows what your sister intended when she bumped into you just now. Maybe she took a liking to something of yours and came to steal it. My sister isn't that kind of person. Jiang Huayu shook her head. If my sister really wanted something of mine, she wouldn't need to steal it. She'd just take it directly. She seemed to realize she had misspoken and quickly corrected herself. I mean, if my sister wanted something of mine, I would give it to her myself. There's no need for her to snatch it. Except for the jade pendant I was wearing when I was kidnapped by traffickers. That's a token for me to reunite with my birth family someday, and I absolutely cannot give that to her. Upon hearing this, Mengyu was stunned. She grabbed Jiang Huayu's collar. What did you say? That jade pendant was actually something I brought with me when I was sold. No wonder she always felt something was off. Li Chunhua seemed particularly wary of her touching that jade pendant. So, that pendant actually belonged to her, Mengyu. In her past life, Jiang Huayu must have used that pendant to reunite with her birth mother, right? She had always blamed her birth mother for foolishly recognizing the wrong daughter. Now she realized it was because Li Chunhua had schemed from the start, letting Jiang Huayu take her place, enjoy the wealth meant for her, and steal her reunion token right from the beginning. Sister, you shouldn't be like this. That jade pendant was something I was wearing when I was kidnapped. It's proof for me to reunite with my birth family. It's not yours, so I can't give it to you. My jade pendant is gone, she exclaimed in panic. Jiang Huayu looked frantic. What should I do? My jade pendant is missing. That was the proof for me to reunite with my birth parents. Without it, how will I ever find them? What should I do? What should I do? Wang Yisin seemed to remember something and pointed at Mengyu. She must have stolen it. She took the pendant when she pushed you just now. As soon as Wang Yisin spoke, others immediately chimed in. That's right, your sister must have stolen your reunion pendant. To steal even her sister's reunion token, this sister is truly vicious. How utterly malicious. She doesn't want her sister to find her birth parents, so she can keep her as a servant forever. She may look beautiful, but she's truly a venomous beauty. Jiang Huayu hurriedly defended her sister again. Everyone, please don't misunderstand my sister. Without evidence, we can't say she stole it. Evidence? Just search her, and we'll have it, Wang Yisin said, looking at Mengyu with disgust. Chapter 74. Driving Jiang Huayu off the university campus, Part 9. At first, Wang Yisin thought that this girl was so beautiful and had such clear eyes. Could he have made a mistake? Destroying such a pretty girl made him feel somewhat uneasy. But upon hearing Jiang Huayu's stories of being oppressed, his anger grew, and he gradually began to see her as despicable, a true femme fatale. He didn't feel he was doing anything wrong at all. Destroying her was not only a way to please the one he loved, but also a means to uphold justice. Thus, he began steering everyone's thoughts toward searching her. That's right, search her. Search her. At first, only one or two voices called out, but eventually, all the students gathered at the entrance joined in. Search her. Search her. Search her. Search her. Having watched the scene unfold up to this point, Mengyu finally spoke. Did any of you see me steal her things? Her voice wasn't loud, but it was pleasant and managed to drown out all the other sounds. Even the unified chants of "search her" were silenced. All the students fell quiet, looking at each other in confusion. Indeed, what this sister of Jiang Mengyu said was true. None of them had actually seen her steal anything. Moreover, some had witnessed the girl being bumped into from behind by Jiang Mengyu. Finally, everyone turned their gaze to Wang Yixin. After all, he was the one who had first accused the girl of stealing Jiang Huayu's jade pendant. Wang Yixin said, "You bumped into us earlier, so you're the most suspicious." Mengyu looked at this young man who was being used as a pawn. "You're the ones who said I bumped into you." "In reality, I was walking ahead, and you were behind me." "How could I have bumped into you?" "Clearly, you saw me and bumped into me from behind." "Even if I did bump into you, no one saw me steal anything." "At most, that makes me a suspect." "But, even as a suspect, who among you has the right to search me?" Article 37 of the Constitution of the People's Republic of China stipulates, "The freedom of the person of citizens of the People's Republic of China is inviolable. No citizen may be arrested except with the approval or by the decision of a People's Procuratorate or by the decision of a People's Court, and arrests must be made by a public security organ. Unlawful deprivation or restriction of citizens' freedom of the person by detention or other means is prohibited, and unlawful search of the person of citizens is prohibited." Are any of you willing to knowingly break the law? Indeed, even if their items were found in her pocket, she had a way to prove they had been planted on her. These two were too impatient, rushing to frame her and doing it together at that. Their eagerness made it easy for flaws to show. Did they really think she would come to the university alone without any preparation or confidence? Once again, everyone looked at each other in confusion. According to the Constitution, no one present had the right to search her. Mengyu calmly said, "Only the police have the right to search me. So, call the police. I'll only allow a search when the police arrive." Everyone felt a strange sense of irony. Why hadn't any of the people trying to catch the thief suggested calling the police, while the one suspected of being the thief was the one demanding it? Wasn't she afraid of the police? Hearing the suggestion to call the police, Jiang Huayu inexplicably panicked. She had a feeling that once the police were involved, things would take a turn for the worse for her. "Don't call the police," she shouted. Seeing everyone look at her strangely, she quickly added, "She's my sister. As I said earlier, I was raised by her mother. I can't send my own sister to jail. Otherwise, I'd feel like I was betraying the kindness of my adoptive parents who raised me." This painted her as the image of a caring older sister who, despite being wronged by her younger sister, couldn't bear to punish her. Everyone's perception of Jiang Huayu shifted. This Jiang Huayu was truly too good to her sister. As for Jiang Mengyu, their gazes were filled with undisguised disgust. Chapter 75. Driving Jiang Huayu off the university campus, Part 10. Look, your sister is so good to you. Even though you treated her that way, she still wants what's best for you. Aren't you ashamed? That's right. Even if you stole your sister's things, she still doesn't want you to go to jail. Just take out the things you stole from your sister yourself. Yes, hurry up and take them out. Your sister isn't even holding it against you. And also, stop coveting the university's spot your sister earned. The university won't allow someone else to take a student's place. Right? Even if you did manage to study here, if you were found out, your student status would be revoked. Mengyu, however, looked coldly at the crowd and still said the same thing, "Call the police." After a moment's thought, she added, "My conscience is clear, so I'm not afraid of calling the police. Because I believe the police will give me justice." Hearing this and seeing the frank look in Mengyu's eyes, some people began to have second thoughts. If she really was as Jiang Huayu said, why wouldn't she be afraid of calling the police? On the other side, Wang Yixin was looking at Jiang Huayu with great puzzlement. This wasn't according to the strategy they had discussed earlier. They had clearly planned to send her younger sister to jail. For this purpose, he had even put his treasured Swiss Audemars Piguet watch into the other girl's pocket. But now Jiang Huayu obviously didn't want to call the police. If she didn't want to send her sister to jail anymore, what about his watch? This Jiang Huayu seemed to know the law and wouldn't allow them to search her. Moreover, after she cited Article 37 of the Constitution, no one dared to search her again. Otherwise, that would be knowingly breaking the law. In other words, if they didn't call the police, they couldn't search her. But if they didn't search her, how could he get his watch back? It was an expensive watch his uncle had given him. He had begged for a long time before his father allowed him to wear it for a month. If he couldn't get it back, how could he return the watch to his uncle? He looked at Jiang Huayu in confusion. "Mengyu, what's wrong with you?" He didn't voice the other question. "Why have you changed your mind?" Jiang Huayu was also in a difficult position. She had only thought that searching Mengyu would go smoothly, that the items would be found on her in front of everyone, they could convict her, and then send her to the authorities. But now Jiang Mengyu had suggested calling the police and used a single sentence to stop everyone from searching her. Could it be that they really had to call the police? Before, she would have called the police without hesitation. After all, she had done all this to have the relevant authorities convict her of theft, and of a significant amount at that. But seeing Mengyu's calm and composed demeanor, and her actively suggesting calling the police, she instinctively felt that calling the police would be very disadvantageous for her. Not to mention anything else, just her fake identity might be exposed at the police station. Therefore, she backed down. She could only pretend to be deeply sisterly. Isin, I really can't call the police. She is my sister. But Wang Isin was also in a dilemma. His watch was still in that girl's pocket. You treat her as a sister, but does she treat you as one? Wang Isin was a bit angry. His watch was still in the other's pocket. Even if she is unkind to me, I cannot be unjust to her. Jiang Mengyu continued playing the role of the loving sister. Wang Isin looked at Jiang Mengyu, moved by her kindness. Then he looked at Jiang Mengyu with disgust. It's a pity her sister is simply a heartless, ungrateful, venomous scorpion. Jiang Mengyu didn't want to play along with her act anymore and suggested again, call the police. Which classmate can help call the police? A female classmate who usually couldn't stand Jiang Mengyu and thought she was fake noticed Mengyu's expression and had a thought. This Jiang Mengyu is afraid of calling the police. Since she was afraid, it meant she was the one with a guilty conscience. She immediately ran to the guardroom. Uncle Yu, I need to make a phone call. Chapter 76. Driving Jiang Mengyu off the university campus, Part 11. Old Man Yu had been watching the whole farce. He glanced at the female student and said, go ahead and call. Then his gaze returned to Jiang Mengyu. This female student really knows how to act. Isn't she afraid of overplaying her hand? Indeed, with Old Man Yu's 50 years of life experience, he had long seen through this female student's act. Seeing how calm and composed the girl she had cornered was, she didn't seem like a thief at all. Old Man Yu also noticed that although Jiang Huayu's gaze toward her classmate appeared indifferent, his discerning eyes could tell that beneath her calm exterior, there was an unmistakable, bone-deep hatred that occasionally leaked through. As someone who was always the bully, what she should feel toward the bullied would be disdain, contempt, or scorn. It was impossible for her to harbor such profound hatred toward someone she bullied. In other words, it was highly likely that she was actually the one being bullied, and bullied so severely that she had accumulated such deep-seated hatred. Therefore, when he heard her mention calling the police, he wanted to make the call himself, but he decided to observe a bit longer before making a decision. Now, seeing this female student step forward to make the call, he knew she had also seen through Jiang Huayu's act and intended to report it to the police. When you report it, make sure to explain that the incident at the campus gate is very serious. If they don't come quickly to stop it, it could lead to bloodshed. The female student gave Old Man Yu a surprised look, but still reported the incident to the police as he had suggested. Outside the campus gate, Jiang Mengyu continued her act. Little sister, please just give me back my jade pendant. It's a token from my biological parents, and I need it to reunite with them. As long as you return the jade pendant to me, I won't hold it against you for stealing it. Even if you try to threaten me with it, I won't give up the university spot I worked so hard to earn. Upon hearing Jiang Huayu's words, the crowd suddenly understood. So, this younger sister stole her older sister's jade pendant to force her to give up her university spot. How could there be such a malicious younger sister? Strange things happen every day, but today takes the cake. How can anyone live with a sister like that? Yeah, no wonder Jiang Mengyu took the college entrance exam while still in her second year of high school. If I had a sister like that, I'd beat her to death. Her younger sister has their mother as a backer. Would the older sister dare to hit her? Exactly. This adoptive mother is even more detestable than a stepmother. This younger sister is the truly hateful one, chasing her all the way to the university. Doesn't she know that once she leaves home, her backer is gone? The most malicious sister of the century. Listening to the crowd Jiang Mengyu looked triumphantly at Mengyu. Even without mom and dad here as my backers, I have my classmates to help. You, all alone, are still no match for me. After today's incident, even if Jiang Mengyu tries to expose my identity in the future, no one will believe her. From now on, I am Jiang Mengyu. Jiang Mengyu simply stared coldly at Jiang Mengyu. You'd better save your breath now. When the police arrive and the truth comes out, I hope you'll still have this much energy. Just then, the distant sound of a police siren could be heard. And it seemed to be heading straight toward the normal university. Jiang Huayu's face turned deathly pale. Who called the police? A female student immediately raised her hand. I did. She looked at Jiang Huayu with a half-smile. Since you two can't settle this here, and you insist this comrade is a thief while she herself insists on calling the police, it's only natural to let the police handle it. Chapter 77. Driving Jiang Huayu off the university campus, Part 12. Jiang Huayu shouted furiously, chungingly, did you do that on purpose? Everyone found it strange. You caught a thief, a classmate helped call the police. Why are you shouting like that? And saying she did it on purpose? Isn't calling the police always intentional? Can you call the police unintentionally? Jiang Mengyu suddenly noticed all the classmates looking at her strangely. Even Wang Yisin was giving her a strange look. Only then did she realize she had lost her composure just now. This wasn't the attitude she should have now. She immediately softened. Classmate Cheng Yingli, I just said, she is my younger sister. This is a family matter. How can we handle it by calling the police? She may treat me unkindly, but She treats you unkindly, so you can't be unrighteous, is that it? Cheng Yingli smiled, but I just can't stand thieves. So when I find a thief, I call the police. I didn't do anything wrong, did I? And she pointed at Jiang Mengyu. This person you called a thief even openly said she wanted to call the police herself. Maybe there's a misunderstanding? Maybe she's being wronged and can't prove her innocence, so she wants to ask the police for help? So, I helped call the police. I didn't call them wrongly, did I? Could Jiang Mengyu say the call was wrong? Jiang Mengyu looked at Cheng Yingli in surprise. She could tell, this Cheng Yingli was helping her. Her tense expression softened slightly, and she smiled at Cheng Yingli. Thank you, classmate. You're absolutely right. I really am being wronged. She pointed at herself. Look at me. Do I look like a younger sister? Then she pointed at Jiang Mengyu. Look at her. Does she look like an older sister? Only then did the classmates notice their appearances. Upon looking, they found something off. This person Jiang Mengyu called her younger sister actually looked taller than Jiang Mengyu. In truth, she was originally about the same height as Huayu, but after guiding Qi and cleansing the marrow in the mountain cave, she had grown quite a bit. Her face also looked more mature than Jiang Menyu's. She really didn't look like a younger sister. Looking at Jiang Mengyu again, she was noticeably shorter and smaller than Jiang Mengyu. Plus, she was actually a year younger than Mengyu, so she appeared much more youthful. If Mengyu hadn't pointed it out, they might not have noticed. But with the comparison, the classmates could immediately see that Jiang Mengyu looked more like the younger sister. And even stranger, this person being accused as a thief repeatedly and openly demanded to call the police. Thieves fear the police. That's an age-old rule. Yet this accused thief wanted the police called, while the person who caught the thief changed expression upon hearing about the police. Who is the real thief? Hearing Mengyu bring up her physique, Jiang Mengyu grew anxious. That's because I didn't have enough to eat growing up, lacked nutrition, so I didn't grow properly. My younger sister was favored by mom, had good food, clothes, and everything since childhood, so she grew tall and big. Hearing this, the classmates felt it wasn't entirely unreasonable. Looking at Mengyu's physique, she indeed didn't look abused. Little did they know, Mengyu used to be sallow and thin. But firstly, she had been practicing cultivation, absorbing primal qi from heaven and earth to refine her body, so her entire spirit and appearance had changed. Secondly, in the cliffside cave, she cooked for herself. Because her storage talisman contained large amounts of rice, flour, and meat, she ate freely for the month she was there. She even consumed some tonic herbs like ginseng to aid her practice. A month was enough for her to replenish all the deficiencies from the past. The current her indeed didn't look like a girl abused by an adopted sister. However, the maturity and even a touch of weariness on her face were real, something no one could deny. And the youthful innocence on classmate Zhang's face was also plain for all to see. Chapter 78, Driving Jiang Mengyu off the university campus, Part 13. Mengyu gave a cold laugh and raised her own hands. Take another look, fellow students. Do these hands look like the hands of someone who has lived a life of ease? The students looked at her hands, their eyes showing surprise. They saw that Mengyu's hands were larger than those of an average girl. Moreover, every joint on her hands was prominent, the skin slightly rough and covered with faint scars. This was after she had begun guiding qi into her body, which had lightened the scars and softened her skin considerably. Before, these hands had been even more unsightly, not only densely covered with scars, but also dark, coarse, and perpetually stained from deep creases that never seemed to come clean. To use a local saying, they were so rough you wouldn't even throw them to a dog. Even so, these now somewhat improved hands were clearly the hands of someone who had labored since childhood. Those joints could never have grown so large without starting hard work from a young age. A student standing relatively close counted the scars on her hands and exclaimed in shock, "She has 26 scars on her hands." The expressions of the students changed. Could a girl who was supposedly favored by her mother and lived a pampered life have such a pair of hands, formed by labor since childhood? Mengyu stared at Huayu. "Do you dare to show your hands?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Mengyu hurriedly hid her own hands in her pockets. Her hands were slender, delicate, and very pretty. Under normal circumstances, she would have been eager to show them off. But at this moment, she didn't dare to extend them because if someone had worked since childhood, they could not possibly have such slender, delicate hands. Mengyu glared at Jiang Mengyu. You don't dare, do you? Because you have a pair of pretty, slender, smooth hands that could only be formed by a pampered, meticulously cared for life. Meanwhile, student Wang Yisin had been somewhat stunned when Mengyu showed her hands. Could someone who never did any manual labor have hands like that? Was this person really the vicious younger sister Jiang Mengyu had described, the one who supposedly never lifted a finger to do any housework at home? Wang Yisin had seen Jiang Mengyu's hands before, long, slender, fair, and smooth. He liked her, and he liked her hands. Yes, Jiang Mengyu had previously told him that she had worked since childhood at home, treated like a servant, never having enough to eat or wear, relying on collecting scrap to sell for her schooling. Why hadn't he thought of it earlier? How could someone who worked from a young age possibly have such beautiful hands? Could it be that Jiang Mengyu was actually the younger sister? And this girl before them, whom they had framed and wronged, was actually the older sister Jiang Mengyu, who had been exploited by her adoptive parents, but still managed to test into university. In other words, his classmate was actually Jiang Mengyu, not Jiang Mengyu? Had she stolen the university admission spot her older sister earned? Wang Yisin broke out in a cold sweat. If the truth was as he now suspected, hadn't he been aiding and abetting a villain? No, that's not it. I just always took good care of my hands since I was little, Jiang Mengyu still tried to argue. But Mengyu just gave another cold laugh. We are all university students. You should understand a basic principle. Human organs develop with use and atrophy with disuse. But bones have a growth period. Once that period is over, it's very difficult for them to change. If a girl didn't start laboring from childhood, it would be very hard for her to develop such prominent, bony joints. And hands that have labored since childhood, no matter how well they are cared for later, will have enlarged joints. They cannot become slender and delicate. She pointed at Jiang Mengyu. The fact is, she is lying. Because she is the one who lived a pampered life since childhood, Jiang Mengyu. I am the older sister, Jiang Mengyu, who grew up being bullied by her. Jiang Mengyu retorted, you're talking nonsense. She's lying. I am the older sister. You are clearly the younger sister, Jiang Mengyu, who always bullied me. But by now, few are listening to her anymore. Because Jiang Mengyu's hands, still raised high, those hands formed by a lifetime of labor, spoke for themselves. Chapter 79, Driving Jiang Mengyu Off the University Campus, Part 14. Mengyu turned to the crowd. I was adopted by my foster parents when I was young. I started doing chores at the age of 3, and by the time I was 5, I was responsible for all the household tasks. My foster parents didn't allow me to attend school and refused to pay my tuition. To be able to study, I not only handled all the household chores, but also collected scrap to sell in my spare time to fund my own education. Because I was too young to know how to protect myself, my hands were left with these 28 scars of varying sizes, and they grew into these bony, sinewy hands. She glanced at Jiang Mengyu. To save on education expenses, I had to find ways to skip grades. I started school at the age of 10, graduated from elementary school at 13, finished junior high at 15, and entered high school. This year, I am 16. As everyone listened to her story, their eyes filled with astonishment. Starting school at 10 and taking the college entrance exam at 16 meant she had completed elementary school, junior high, and high school in just 6 years. This year, I should have been in my second year of high school, but I overheard my foster mother telling someone that she planned to sell me to a libertine for a bride price once I graduated from high school. To escape that family, I begged my teacher to let me take the college entrance exam. Fortunately, I was admitted to university. But Mengyu paused, drawing everyone's attention before continuing. On the day I received my admission letter, my family bought meat to celebrate. My dear younger sister offered me a cup of homemade sweet wine to toast. After drinking it, I passed out. The crowd was shocked. One student asked, after you fainted, did your mother lock you up and then have her own biological daughter take your admission letter and impersonate you to attend university? This student voiced what everyone was thinking. But Jiang Mengyu shook her head. The crowd was puzzled. Wasn't that what happened? Jiang Mengyu raised her voice. When I woke up, I was in a stuffy cargo truck that was already moving. My hands and feet were tied. I overheard the men in the driver's seat talking and realized my foster parents had sold me. Wow! The students erupted in uproar. This girl had actually been sold. Wait, the sweet wine was offered by her younger sister. Did that mean her younger sister was the one who sold her? To steal her older sister's university spot, she sold her to human traffickers? Yes, after my dear younger sister drugged me with the wine she personally offered, my foster parents sold me to human traffickers for 500 yuan. They gave the money to my dear younger sister as travel and living expenses for attending the university I had earned admission to. Moreover, they made a condition with the traffickers. I was to be sold into a remote mountain area called Tiger Hollow to become a shared wife for several men, never to leave the mountains again. As everyone listened to Mengyu's words, they grew furious. 10 years of diligent study, all for the chance to pass the college entrance exam and become one of the chosen few. Yet the fruits of her hard work were stolen from her. This was the first reason for their anger. Though not related by blood, she still called them father, mother, and sister, and had lived with them for over 10 years. How could they sell a soon-to-be university student, one who had just passed the exam and was about to become one of the chosen few, to human traffickers? This was the second reason for their anger. Not only did they sell her, but they also sold her into the deep mountains to become a shared wife for several men, utterly destroying her life. This was the third reason for their anger. The crowd felt ashamed for having been deceived earlier and looking down on Jiang Mengyu. Immediately after, their gazes turned toward Jiang Huayu, burning with anger. It was all because of this malicious woman that they had misunderstood a kind-hearted student who had suffered so much oppression. Chapter 80. Driving Jiang Huayu off the university campus, Part 15. The students clenched their fists one by one, glaring angrily at Jiang Huayu, wishing they could step forward and beat her to death. What a vicious younger sister. Just now she was still trying to confuse everyone, impersonating her older sister. She wanted us to help her drive her sister away so she could continue impersonating her and attend university. We can't let someone like this tarnish our campus. Right, drive her out of our university. Drive her away. Vicious younger sister, get out. Get out. Get out. Get out. Get out. Although the shouts weren't very unified, and some still didn't believe Jiang Huayu had borrowed someone else's identity to attend university, Jiang Huayu herself was completely panicked. Someone asked Jiang Mengyu, then how did you escape? Tang Alian knew that the students' earlier defense of Jiang Huayu was essentially a matter of perspective. They had been classmates with Jiang Huayu for nearly 2 months. Jiang Huayu had long since become one of them in their eyes. Jiang Mengyu, on the other hand, had only arrived today and hadn't even entered the school gate. In everyone's eyes, she was an outsider. No matter who it is, when a conflict arises between one of us and an outsider, people instinctively tend to help their own. Therefore, although she didn't want to accept the students' earlier stance in supporting Jiang Huayu, she could easily understand it. She didn't blame them. Hearing the student's question, she answered very seriously, I swore I would rather die than be sold into the deep mountains. After the traffickers transported me to the foot of the mountain, they untied my hands and feet. While climbing the mountain, I came to a cliff and jumped off. As a result, I got caught on a pine tree protruding from the middle of the cliff and didn't die. I was rescued by a PLA comrade. After I recovered from my injuries, I came here immediately. Because I didn't have a school badge, I didn't dare go in. I was just about to leave to find someone to help when she glanced at Wang Yisin. This classmate actually bumped into me from behind along with my sister. What happened next, everyone saw. The students all looked at Wang Yisin. Wang Yisin looked at Jiang Mengyu, who had reversed the situation with just her pair of laboring hands. He felt admiration, but also a sense of guilt. He stepped forward and bowed to Mengyu. I'm sorry, I apologize to you. My name is Wang Yisin. I failed to see clearly and was deceived. He pointed at Jiang Huayu, she told me. He then recounted everything Jiang Huayu had told him, even admitting to the incident where he had framed Mengyu by planting the Swiss watch on her. And so, we bumped into you from behind, and then, everyone saw what happened next. He apologized to Mengyu again. I'm sorry. Wang Yisin's face was full of remorse. That watch was a gift for my uncle for my coming of age, but my father forbade me from accepting such a valuable gift and told me to return it to my uncle. So, I hope you can forgive my mistake and return the watch I planted in your pocket to frame you. Seeing Wang Yisin's sincere apology and his frank admission of framing her along with Jiang Huayu, Mengyu chose to forgive him. She took the watch out of her pocket, actually from her space. In the future, keep your eyes open and don't be deceived again. Wang Yisin was very grateful. Thank you, classmate Jiang. He took the watch and couldn't help but remind her, she must have framed you too. Mengyu smiled. She did frame me, but I actually want to thank her for framing me this time. Everyone was puzzled. Thank someone for framing you? Chapter 81. Driving Jiang Huayu off the university campus, Part 16. Mengyu took out the jade pendant. I was bought by her mother from my birth father behind my own mother's back when I was little. After I was brought home, my adoptive mother snatched this jade pendant from around my neck. Later, when Huayu was born, she gave this pendant to Jiang Huayu. So, I truly didn't know before that this pendant was actually mine. Seeing the pendant, Jiang Huayu immediately remembered what her mother had said about using it to falsely claim to be Mengyu's birth mother. She lunged forward. That pendant is clearly mine. I told you. She stole my jade pendant. Mengyu sidestepped, and Huayu fell face first into the dirt. Spitting out soil, she still yelled, give me back my pendant. However, in her single-minded focus on retrieving the pendant, she forgot that Wang Yisin had already revealed their plot to frame Mengyu. He had simultaneously let everyone know that this pendant was originally given by Mengyu's birth mother to her daughter. Mengyu sneered coldly. Give it back to you? It's true you used this pendant to frame me, but it was given to me by my birth mother and stolen by your mother. Now that you've used it to frame me, and since the pendant originally belonged to me, I'll consider this as you returning the jade to Zhao, restoring the property to its rightful owner. She glanced at Jiang Mengyu and continued, I know your mother must have told you that with this pendant, you could impersonate me and claim my wealthy birth mother, right? What a pity. Just the day before yesterday, I already reunited with my birth mother. I came to City B with her. She works here now, and last night, I even stayed with her. Hearing that Mengyu had already reunited with her birth mother, Huayu was stunned. She had originally thought that, even if her impersonation to attend university was exposed, she could still use the pendant to claim a rich woman as her mother, and enjoy a life of wealth and luxury. But now, Mengyu had already reunited with her birth mother. What did she have left? It was over. Everything was over for her. She shouldn't have chosen to frame Mengyu right at the university gate. She had thought that since Mengyu had always been inarticulate, as long as she controlled the narrative and solidified the theft accusation, she could surely condemn Mengyu to hell. Afterwards, even if Mengyu claimed to be Jiang Mengyu, no one would believe her. But she hadn't expected that while things started off well and her plan was almost successful, this Jiang Mengyu had changed. The formerly timid, cowardly, and reticent girl had become sharp-tongued and eloquent. With just her pair of hands, she had turned the situation around. Why hadn't she noticed that the hands of a laborer and those of someone living in comfort could be so different? She shouldn't have recognized this sister. She should have just handed her over to the police as a thief, and then had Wang Yisin use his connections to have her killed inside. No, Wang Yisin had changed too. He was apologizing to that bitch and had revealed their plan. How could he do this to her? Didn't he love her? Hadn't he been pursuing her all along? Hadn't he been captivated by her playing hard to get? How could he have sobered up? How could he have turned against her? Could it be that he had taken a liking to Jiang Mengyu, who was prettier than her? She knew it. Wherever Jiang Mengyu was, she was always overshadowed. That was why she had always wanted to destroy Jiang Mengyu. The police finally arrived. Who called the police? Qingyingli, however, shrank back nervously. She was the one who had called, but now everything had been turned upside down. What was she supposed to say? Could she say she called the police to clear this female comrade's name? The other party had already turned the situation around with her pair of hands, and with Wang Yisin voluntarily confessing the framing plot, the reason for calling the police no longer existed. Chapter 82. Ruin her. Mengyu stepped forward. I'm the one who called the police. The policeman glanced at the students. What's the matter? Mengyu pointed at Jiang Mengyu. I'm reporting her. Her name is Jiang Mengyu. Under the pretense of toasting me for getting into university, she drugged me. Then, together with her motherly Chunhua, she sold me to human traffickers and impersonated me to attend university. Jiang Mengyu suddenly looked up. No, I wasn't involved in selling you. It was my mother who sold you, not me. I only took your identity and used your admission letter to attend university. You can't arrest me. Among the classmates, some had initially been hesitant to fully believe Mengyu's words, but after Jiang Huayu's statement, everyone was convinced. This woman who had been their classmate for a month and a half was really an imposter? She really stole her sister's identity to study. You didn't sell me? It's true that your mother contacted the traffickers, but it was you who handed me that glass of wine and drugged me. Now you claim you weren't involved. Who do you think will believe that? Mengyu took out the photocopies of the materials Gu Dongxing had given her and handed them to the police. These are the conviction documents proving her parents sold me to human traffickers. Upon hearing Mengyu's words, Jiang Huayu's mind buzzed. Her parents had already been arrested. This Jiang Mengyu had evidence to prove her identity all along, but hadn't produced it, letting her perform like a clown here. She was truly despicable. Everyone also suddenly understood. This Jiang Mengyu hadn't stopped Jiang Huayu's performance from the beginning. Instead, she stood there calmly and composedly. Only when everyone demanded to search her did she mention calling the police. When she heard the police siren from the three-wheeled vehicle, she raised her hand and turned the situation around. When the police arrived, she handed over the materials. This classmate was frighteningly calm. Yes, everyone recognized from the bottom of their hearts that Jiang Mengyu was their true classmate. As for Jiang Huayu, she was the daughter of human traffickers. No, she herself was involved in human trafficking and was also a criminal. Because Jiang Huayu was a student at the normal university, the police needed to go through the university to take Mengyu away. The news that Jiang Mengyu had been impersonated to attend university, sold by her adoptive parents to human traffickers, and only escaped after jumping off a cliff and being rescued quickly spread throughout the university. The higher-ups took the matter very seriously and quickly sent people to investigate. However, the materials Mengyu submitted alarmed someone from a law enforcement agency. This person secretly observed Mengyu, who had gone to the police station to assist with the investigation, for half a day. Then, he went to the Nan family villa area to request an audience with the master he served. After listening to the official's report, the master was very surprised. Her mother is Lung Xiangyu? She's 16 this year? Can it be confirmed she's his seed? She quickly made a decision. Whether she's his seed or not, she cannot stay in the capital. She must be sent back as soon as possible. Even if she goes back, she must be monitored. If necessary, ruin her. The official had just replied, yes, when the master added, no, we can't take action ourselves. Otherwise, if the old man finds out later, it will be disadvantageous for me. After thinking for a moment, she said, doesn't she have a sister? Find her, offer her benefits, tempt her, and have her sister take action. But we can't rely solely on her. Find someone else to help her sister. Good, I'll handle it immediately. Chapter 83. Being deceived does not absolve one of guilt. Since Jiang Mengyu's adoptive parents had already been detained, a single phone call was enough to uncover the truth. Consequently, the university quickly reached a decision. Jiang Mengyu's student registration was revoked, and her file was sent back to her place of origin. However, her household registration was not immediately returned. This was a request she had made to the university. Because the university's lax review had allowed someone to impersonate her and take her place, the university agreed to her request, though only for 1 month. After that, it would still be sent back to her place of origin. Mengyu planned to buy a house here and settle her household registration. Jiang Mengyu was completely expelled from the university campus, but Mengyu did not take over the student registration that Huayu had used to attend university. The students found it strange, since it had been confirmed that Jiang Huayu had impersonated Mengyu to attend university. Why wasn't the situation rectified by having the real Jiang Mengyu continue her studies? Why was the student registration revoked instead? In fact, the university leadership had suggested that Jiang Mengyu enroll and continue her studies, but she refused. She said, this student registration has been tainted by Jiang Huayu. Her behavior at the university will also be recorded in the file. I would rather repeat my final year of high school and retake the college entrance exam next year than accept this tainted registration. The university leadership understood that Mengyu likely harbored resentment toward their institution. After all, they were also at fault for failing to conduct a proper review, and allowing an imposter into a university campus meant only for the most exceptional students. However, considering that Mengyu had achieved such outstanding results after only completing her second year of high school, they agreed that with another year of study, she would undoubtedly achieve even better results in the following year's college entrance exam. As she was leaving the university, Wang Yisin caught up with her. Classmate Jiang. Mengyu turned to look at him. Is something the matter? Could you leave me your contact information? Wang Yisin looked at Jiang Mengyu, his demeanor somewhat awkward, yet his eyes revealed tenderness. Mengyu had returned his wristwatch to him, but that didn't mean she had easily forgiven him. Classmate, I'd like to ask you something. Back then, after hearing Jiang Huayu's words, did you intend to ruin me? Wang Yisin was stunned. At that time, after hearing what his beloved had said, he had thought Mengyu was despicable and malicious, and he had indeed planned to destroy her. He didn't answer, but Mengyu answered for him. Not only did you intend to ruin me, but you also acted on it. Otherwise, that expensive Swiss Audemars Piguet watch wouldn't have ended up in my pocket. Wang Yisin's face flushed red. I was just deceived. Does being deceived give you the right to casually ruin a girl's life? If I hadn't been able to prove my innocence today, and your scheme had succeeded, I might have spent over a decade in prison. Do you think a young girl who spends over a decade in prison could have any happiness left after she gets out? Do you think being deceived means you're not guilty? In my book, being deceived does not absolve you of guilt. To be honest, I could have easily denied that your watch was on me and made sure you couldn't find it even if you searched me. I returned it to you because, from what you said, I could tell your father is a man worthy of respect. I advise you to think carefully before you act in the future. Don't believe everything others say without questioning it. Otherwise, if you continue like this, you'll eventually cause serious trouble for your father. I'm leaving now. There's no need for contact information. We won't meet again. Indeed, Mengyu chose to return the watch because she had guessed that this classmate's father was no ordinary man. His uncle could give such an extravagant gift, but his father forbade him from accepting it, indicating that his father knew his uncle's intentions were not pure. That wristwatch was worth at least $20,000. The fact that his father could refuse such an expensive gift also showed that he was an upright man, worthy of respect. That was why she had bothered to say those extra words. Wang Yisin took Mengyu's words to heart and later recounted them to his father. She really said that? She returned the watch because of me. Wang's father was astonished, staring into Wang Yisin's eyes. Are you sure you didn't reveal your identity as the child of a high-ranking official? Chapter 84. Who holds more hatred? Wang Yisin was absolutely certain. I definitely did not reveal my identity. Moreover, this Jiang Mengyu is also visiting our school, the entrance, for the first time. There's no way she could have found out about my identity anywhere. Wang's father sighed. This girl is not simple. He glanced at his son. What a pity, what a pity. Such a girl would have been perfect to complement his somewhat simple-minded son. What a pity that his son couldn't handle her and was even disliked by her. Jiang Huayu, carrying a large suitcase, left the university campus like a stray dog. Mengyu quietly followed behind her. The antique vase she had picked up while scavenging was still in Jiang Huayu's hands. She had personally seen Jiang Huayu carefully wrap the vase in newspaper and place it inside the large suitcase. This vase belonged to her, and she had to get it back. She thought of many ways to retrieve the vase, but none seemed feasible. In the end, she decided to simply ask for it directly. So, that night, when Jiang Huayu was staying at a small inn and was about to close the door, a figure quickly stepped forward, pushed the door open, and then swiftly closed it again. Just as Jiang Huayu was about to scream, Mengyu had already stepped forward, first covering her mouth, and then attempting to strike her pressure points. She had just learned the acupoint chart and knew which points were the mute points. However, she was still a beginner. She struck several times, causing Jiang Huayu pain multiple times, but Jiang Huayu couldn't cry out because Mengyu was covering her mouth. Mengyu finally located the mute point accurately and struck it several more times before hitting the points that rendered Jiang Huayu immobile. Jiang Huayu had initially thought she had encountered a bad person, but upon seeing it was Mengyu, her eyes immediately shot out venomous hatred. Her current situation, being driven out of the university campus, was all because of this wretched girl. She had originally been a praised, flattered, and envied female university student, studying peacefully at the university. But because of this wretched girl, a single visit to the university had ruined her chance to study. She hated Jiang Mengyu. Why did she have to escape from the hands of the traffickers? Why couldn't she have obediently stayed in the deep mountains as the shared wife of the Zhou brothers? She was clearly supposed to be her stepping stone. Her mother had said that Mengyu's university entrance exam was taken for her sake. If it weren't for making Mengyu take the exam so she could attend university in her place, her mother would never have allowed Mengyu to attend high school or take the university entrance exam. But now, after Mengyu took the exam and got into university, she actually dared to resist and even ruined her chance to study. How could she not hate her? She hated her, but because her mute point had been struck, she couldn't make a sound. Moreover, her body was also immobilized. Immediately after, her eyes flashed with fear. When did Jiang Mengyu gain such skills? With just a few strikes on her body, she was rendered unable to speak or move. She wanted to ask, "What do you want?" but couldn't get the words out. Mengyu looked into her eyes. "What, you hate me? Hate me for ruining your chance to attend university? Why don't you think about who actually passed the university entrance exam? Why don't you think about who should be the one filled with hatred? Your mother couldn't bear children, so she consulted a fortune teller who said she was destined to have no children of her own and had to adopt someone else's child to bring forth younger siblings. So, your mother secretly took me from my own mother and brought me home, completely disregarding the separation of flesh and blood between me and my mother. Don't tell me things like your father and mother raised me. If your mother hadn't snatched me away from my own mother, my mother would have raised me by her side, and I would have been the apple of my mother's eye, just like you. It was only because of my destiny to bring forth younger siblings that your mother became pregnant with you and later gave birth to your brother. Logically speaking, without me, there would be no you or your brother. I performed a great service for your Jiang family, so you should have treated me well. But how did you all treat me?" Chapter 85. I'm going to beat you to death. Thinking of the life she had lived in her past existence, Jiang Mengyu was overwhelmed with sorrow. Since I was little, I never had a full meal at the Jiang family, never wore a decent piece of clothing. Your mother never gave me a single cent to spend. All of you, young and old, treated me like a servant girl. If I wanted to study, I could only do so by picking up scrap to sell for money, which meant I didn't start school until I was 10. The university spot I worked so hard to earn, you all snatched away. That aside, the worst thing you shouldn't have done, after stealing my university spot, was to sell me to human traffickers. And selling me wasn't enough. You specifically requested I be sold into Tiger Hollow, to be a shared wife. What deep-seated hatred did you have for me, to first abuse me like that and then utterly destroy me? What's even more despicable is that you actually tried to deceive my birth mother, wanting you to pose as me and acknowledge her as your mother, all to seize her property. Mengyu glared at Huayu. No, all of this is connected to you. You were jealous that I was prettier than you, that I studied better than you. You wanted to keep me under your heel forever, and your mother just followed your wishes. The truly vile one is you. And don't say it was all your mother's doing. The one who benefited was you. The one who stole my university spot was you. The one who came to university impersonating me was you. You enjoyed the benefits, so naturally, the sin falls on you. You want to enjoy the games without bearing the responsibility? How could anything in this world be that perfect? There was another thing she didn't say. Besides, in our past lives, you were the one who personally drove the car to kill me after I had gone through immense hardship to escape from Tiger Hollow. Remembering the ferocious look on Jiang Huayu's face as she ran her over in that past life, Mingyu's ears echoed with the words Jiang Huayu had uttered while stepping over her dying self. Being good to me is what you should do. My parents raised you, so you should serve me as my maid. Why did you have to be prettier than me? Clearly, you had no time to study, so why were your grades better than mine? Originally, if you had obediently stayed deep in the mountains as a wife to those two brothers, I might have considered sparing your life. But you just had to run away. Tell me, would I risk letting your birth mother discover the daughter she acknowledged was a fake by letting you live and go out there? Tell me, by running away, weren't you just asking for death? Thinking of the hellish days in Tiger Hollow in her past life, Mingyu's hatred gradually surged. Her eyes slowly turned red as she stared at Jiang Huayu, wishing she could tear her to pieces. Mengyu wanted to kill. And also, where is my vase? The antique vase I picked up, what right do you have to seize it? Give me back my vase. Jiang Huayu wanted to shake her head but couldn't. However, the expression in her eyes conveyed it clearly. How could she possibly bear to return that vase to Mengyu? She had heard that some old objects could be very valuable. When Mengyu first brought the vase home, she had sensed it must be worth a lot. She had brought the vase to City B precisely to have it appraised and sold. She had already asked Wang Yisin to have someone look at it. That vase was worth at least 100,000 yuan. 100,000 yuan. Nowadays, a department head's monthly salary was just over 40 yuan. 100,000 felt like more than she could earn in a lifetime. She had already entrusted Wang Yisin to find a buyer. She just hadn't managed to sell the vase before Mengyu showed up. Seeing her expression, Mengyu knew exactly what she was thinking. You won't give it? You dare say no? That's my vase, the one I picked up while collecting scrap. Do you know how I found it? I was digging for scissors clamp, a type of medicinal herb, on the mountain to sell, and I accidentally fell down a slope into a cave. That's where I found it. That cave was a burial cave. I almost lost my life retrieving that antique vase. How dare you not return it to me? I'll beat you to death. Mengyu rushed forward and began beating Jiang Huayu fiercely, who had no ability to resist. Chapter 86, Inner Demon. Mengyu wasn't using her internal energy, she was purely relying on brute force to strike, but every punch landed solidly on flesh. Yet, even with just brute force, it was more than Jiang Huayu could endure. The pain made Jiang Huayu want to scream to vent, but she had been struck mute at a pressure point and couldn't make a sound. Only the look of agony on her face and the bean-sized beads of sweat could reveal her extreme suffering at this moment. Gradually, Mengyu became controlled by her inner demon, striking harder and harder with each blow. Finally, Jiang Huayu was beaten to the brink of death by her and collapsed on the ground. But Mengyu kept hitting. Her mind held only one thought: kill her, kill her. Xiao Tao finally noticed something was wrong with her master. She desperately shouted in Mengyu's heart, "Master, stop hitting. If you keep going, she won't be able to be saved." With a jolt, Mengyu finally snapped back to her senses. She looked down at Jiang Huayu on the ground, who was now on the verge of death. It seemed that in the next moment, she would breathe her last. What happened? She exclaimed in shock. Xiao Tao, Master, you beat her. You almost succumbed to demonic possession just now. Fortunately, you could still hear me calling. Mengyu also felt a belated fear. She had just begun her cultivation, her mind was unstable, and the tragic experiences of her past life had stirred up an inner demon. Luckily, Xiao Tao was there. Mengyu looked again at Jiang Huayu, lying like a corpse on the ground before her, and felt somewhat frustrated. This wasn't a remote, deep mountain forest. If Jiang Huayu died, she herself would not escape the law. Besides, the suffering she endured in her past life, how could Jiang Huayu's death alone repay that? Mengyu took out the medicine she had stolen from the storage talisman from her space. She applied medicine to all of Jiang Huayu's external wounds, but for internal treatment, she only fed her half a pill to keep her alive. By tomorrow morning, her external injuries would be gone, but her internal injuries would take at least 1 or 2 months to heal. Even after healing, her physical constitution would be greatly diminished. Taking advantage of Jiang Huayu still being unconscious, Mengyu quickly opened her suitcase, found her own vase, and stored it in her space. Xiao Tao exclaimed in surprise within the space, "Wow, this is really a good item. This ancient vase is a pair with the one from last time, also worth 200 essence points. This time, the space can expand a bit more." Mengyu, of course, knew this vase was a pair with the last one. She moved Jiang Huayu onto the bed, covered her with the blanket, casually erased any traces of her own presence, left the room, avoided people, and exited the inn. Tomorrow, when Jiang Huayu woke up, her sealed pressure points would release on their own. She would remember what happened tonight, but since no injuries would be visible on her body, even if she reported it to the police, no one would believe her. In the end, others would only think she had a nightmare. Even if she mentioned the vase, no one would believe her. After wandering around for a bit, Mengyu found the front desk of another inn, registered for a single room, and checked in. At night, she entered her space. She discovered that because the space had absorbed the sun and moon essence from the ancient vase, it had expanded outward by another meter. Although the thick mist had only receded 1 meter, the entire space felt much wider, and the peach tree was now 2/3 exposed. Originally, the entire space seemed to be only about 4 mu, now it should be around 6 mu. Moreover, although it was over 4 mu wide before, the mountain, river, and beach occupied most of it, leaving less than 1 mu of land. But after this expansion, mainly extending towards the peach tree side, the increased area was all land. Combined with the original 1 mu, there were now 3 mu of land. Of course, the medicinal garden attached to the thatched hut wasn't counted, as it was a spatial room itself. She should get some seeds to plant inside. From now on, with this space, she wouldn't have to worry about food and shelter. Chapter 87, Buying a Courtyard. Mengyu had already stayed in the capital for 3 days. During these 3 days, she wandered the streets during the day, hoping to find a house for sale. Because she knew that houses were still very cheap at this time, and in another 2 years, they would start to become expensive. She had 10,000 yuan given by her birth mother and 50,000 yuan from Gu Dongxing helping her exchange gold. That should be enough to buy a small Sahiyuan courtyard house. At night, she would enter her space to study. The time inside the thatched cottage space was 10 times that of the outside world. Over these 3 nights, she had almost finished learning the contents of the appraisal canon. She chose to learn the appraisal canon first because it was the easiest to learn, and also because she was thinking that antiques were cheap during this period and she wanted to get into antique collecting. Of course, cultivation was the top priority. After guiding Qi into her body and taking the foundation consolidation pill, she quickly reached the first layer of gathering yuan. As for body refining, she was still at the first layer of the Hotian stage. Over these 3 days, although she had seen some small advertisements, she hadn't come across any houses for sale. In her previous life, she only knew that houses were cheap at this time, but she hadn't expected them to be so difficult to buy. In the end, she still dialed the phone number Gu Dongxing had given her. Phones at this time were dial-operated, which was quite troublesome. She finally managed to get through. "Hello, I'm looking for Qingjioha." A mellow voice came through. "Speaking, may I ask who's calling?" This is Mengyu felt it was awkward to introduce herself, so she brought up Gu Dongxing. "I'm a friend of Gu Dongxing. Brother Gu told me to call this number if I needed anything." "Oh, it's sister-in-law." Mengyu almost dropped the receiver, but she couldn't help slamming the phone down with a thud. What sister-in-law? She, Jiang Mengyu, wasn't even 16 yet. It must be that guy Gu Dongxing's doing. Not only had she not agreed to be his fiancé, but even if she had, they still weren't married. How could he have others call her sister-in-law? She was so angry she was panting. "Forget it. I'll look on my own. I don't believe that with money, I can't buy a house." On the other end, Qingjioha heard a thud, followed by a busy tone from the receiver. He looked at the receiver and laughed. "Hey, this girl has quite a temper. Brother Dong is in for it." Thinking of Gu Dongxing, he immediately panicked. His joke had scared the girl away. If he didn't take good care of the little girl for him, Gu Dongxing would definitely make his life difficult once he found out. He quickly picked up the phone and dialed back. After a while, someone picked up on the other end. He spoke up. "Little girl, I'm sorry about earlier." However, the other person said, "You mean the little girl who called just now? She's already left." Qingjioha hadn't expected his one-word sister-in-law to scare the other party off. Anxiously, he asked, "Can you call her back?" "Sorry, she's already run far away." Immediately after, another thud was heard as the phone was hung up. Qingjioha couldn't help but smile wryly. How is he going to find that little one? Mengyu walked into a hutong. The hutong was full of Sahiyuan courtyard houses. She suddenly remembered that she had only been thinking of finding a house near the traditional Chinese medicine college she would attend in the future. But this area was demolished around the year 2000. Buying here wouldn't mean living there for long. So she started walking outward again, trying to recall in her mind which areas wouldn't be demolished. She had to buy a Sahiyuan in an area that wouldn't face demolition. However, before she even reached the entrance of the hutong, she heard the sound of an argument. "Your courtyard is so run down. I'm giving you 12,000 yuan, which is really not a small amount. If you don't believe me, go ask others if anyone can offer this price." This was a woman's voice. Menyu's heart stirred. Is someone selling a courtyard? Chapter 88. I want this courtyard. Chapter 88. I want this house. No, this courtyard is a bit run down, but it covers 350 square meters. I won't sell it for less than 30,000. The voice sounded weathered, seemingly belonging to an elderly person. Forget it, forget it. Final offer, 15,000. I'll have to spend several thousand more on repairs if I buy it. Any more than that, and it's just not worth it for me, the woman said. I told you, I won't sell for less than 30,000. The old man seemed equally stubborn, refusing to budge. The more Mengyu listened, the more excited she became. After searching for 3 days, she had finally heard news of someone selling a house. Although the houses here would be demolished around the year 2000, they could still be exchanged for other housing. She stood at the entrance of the alley. Sure enough, after a short while, a tall, large, and stout woman stormed out angrily. The woman was still muttering as she left. You stubborn old fool. If you won't sell the house to me, let's see who dares to buy it from you. Just keep it until you die. Let's see if anyone will want your courtyard after you kick the bucket here. She continued grumbling as she walked away. Mengyu waited until the woman was far away before turning into the household that was selling the property. As soon as Mengyu stepped inside, a cold voice came from within. I told you, I won't sell for 15,000. What about 30,000? Mengyu replied. She actually felt a pang of heartache. She only had a little over 60,000 in total, and she had just gotten this money not long ago. Now, she was about to spend it like this. The person inside came out. It was an elderly man around 65 or 66 years old. He wasn't very robust, his back was slightly bent, and he coughed occasionally. The old man was somewhat surprised to see Mengyu. You are? My surname is Jiang. I'm here to buy the courtyard. What's your surname, sir? The name on her household registration was Jiang Mengyu. Ling Xiangyu hadn't asked her to change it, so she had kept the Jiang surname. My surname is Qin. You want to buy the courtyard? The old man looked Mengyu over, not hiding his disdain for her. I won't sell this courtyard for less than 30,000. He didn't believe a young girl could afford his courtyard. Mengyu nodded. I know. Can I take a look at the house first? Of course. Old man Qin still let Mengyu in. Although he didn't consider Mengyu a serious buyer, she was already inside. Letting her look around for a bit wouldn't cause any loss. The courtyard had only one main section. There were 3 main rooms on the north side, each with a half-sized side room attached. There were 2 wing rooms on the east and west sides respectively. The south side consisted of a wall and the main gate. Between the wing rooms and the side rooms were the kitchen and toilet. It was a small 3-sided courtyard. What pleased Mengyu was that behind the courtyard, there was actually a small garden of about 50 or 60 square meters, planted with some flowers and plants. A corner in the northeast was cleared for growing some vegetables. To make room for the back garden, the owner hadn't built rooms along the south side. Therefore, what could have been a traditional Sihiyuan, 4-sided courtyard, became a Sanhiyuan, 3-sided courtyard. But Mengyu preferred this layout. After all, she didn't need that many rooms and felt having a garden in the back was better. For such a large courtyard to be sold for only 30,000, Mengyu was extremely satisfied. Old man Qin, I'll buy your courtyard. Old man Qin thought he had misheard. What did you say? I said, I'll buy your courtyard, Mengyu said loudly. Old man Qin still couldn't quite believe it and looked at Mengyu with suspicion. My courtyard costs 30,000. I won't sell for a penny less. Are you sure you want to buy it? All right, 30,000 it is, Mengyu said decisively. She just wanted to buy it quickly. Moreover, she had inquired about the market these past few days. This kind of slightly run-down small courtyard could sell for about 100 yuan per square meter. This courtyard was 350 square meters. Calculated at 100 yuan per square meter, it should sell for 35,000. Chapter 89, The Arrival of a Top-Tier Troublemaker, Part 1. Old man Qin tested the waters again. I sold my house to go live with my son in Shanghai, so I must have the payment in cash. Mengyu nodded once more. No problem, I can withdraw the full amount for you, not a single cent less. However, I hope we can complete the transfer of ownership as soon as possible. Once the transfer was done, she could return quickly. The old man was overjoyed. All right, I have connections. It's just past 2 o'clock now, we can go handle the transfer immediately. All the furniture in this house can be yours too. Fine, let's go right away. As Mengyu spoke, she headed toward the main gate. Unexpectedly, old man Qin tugged at her sleeve. Let's go through the back door. Mengyu found it strange. Why use the back door instead of the main entrance? Could there be something wrong with the house? But she had carefully checked the property documents, which clearly bore old man Chen's name, so it didn't seem problematic. Besides, if there really was an issue, would the transfer even be possible? As long as the transfer went smoothly and the house was under her name, she wouldn't have to worry. The two exited through the back door. Old man Qin then led her out through a side gate in the backyard garden, finally emerging from a small alley. Seeing Mengyu's slightly puzzled expression, a flicker of guilt passed through old man Chen's eyes, but he still explained, taking this alley is a shortcut. Although Mengyu had some doubts, as long as the ownership transfer proceeded without issues, she wasn't afraid. If there really was a problem, she could always seek help from Gu Dongxing's friend, Chung Jioha. But at the property department, there were no problems at all. The property rights were very clear, no loans, no disputes. The property department easily processed the transfer, and Mengyu's heart settled. However, she had let her guard down too soon. Property transfers at this time were still quite straightforward, unlike in later years when it could take over a month. With connections paving the way, the transfer procedures were completed quickly. Mengyu was also decisive. Once the house was transferred, she withdrew 30,000 yuan and paid old man Chen the full amount in one go. That very night, Mengyu moved into the courtyard. The old man called his son, and a car came early the next morning to pick him up. Seeing the old man leave in such a hurry, Mengyu once again wondered, was there really nothing wrong with this house? After the old man left, Mengyu inspected her new property, feeling very pleased. 30,000 yuan had bought her such a courtyard. Although she had bought this courtyard, Mengyu thought about how this area would be demolished in the future. She still wanted to buy another courtyard in a neighborhood that wouldn't be torn down later, a place where she could live long-term. As for this courtyard, she would treat it as an investment. Even though 30,000 yuan at this time could be equivalent to 3 million in the future, realistically, turning 30,000 into 3 million later would be difficult. So, it was better to invest directly in real estate. Still, even as an investment, she could live here for at least 20 years before the demolition. She could spend a couple thousand yuan on renovations. Just as Mengyu was planning how to renovate, the courtyard gate was pounded. Yes, pounded, not knocked. Mengyu opened the gate to find the woman who had stormed off angrily the day before standing at the entrance. Why is it you? Where's old man Chen? He moved away. The middle-aged woman shouted loudly. What? He moved away? Isn't he selling the house anymore? Mengyu replied calmly. He sold the house to me. What? The middle-aged woman was furious. How dare you buy his house? I saw it first. How dare you cut in? Chapter 90. The Arrival of a Top-Tier Troublemaker, Part 2. Chapter 90. The Arrival of a Top-Tier Troublemaker, Part 3. Mengyu was baffled. Didn't you say you weren't buying it? Just because you aren't buying, does that mean others can't? You have some nerve. How dare you swoop in and snatch a house I, Ma Depan, am in the middle of negotiating for? Ma Depan was furious. She had chased away all other potential buyers and had been counting on old man Chen's poor health and his urgency to sell the house so he could move in with his son. That was why she dared to lowball him so aggressively. In reality, the entire courtyard covered over 300 square meters, with the house itself spanning about 150 to 160 square meters. If old man Chen hadn't been in such a hurry to sell, this property could easily have fetched over 35,000. But who told him to stubbornly hold onto the house despite his poor health while trying to sell it? Word had it that he needed the money urgently this time because his grandson required funds. That was why he was in such a rush to sell. She estimated that if she kept pestering him for another couple of days, she could buy the courtyard for just 16,000. But she had left yesterday morning and returned this morning, a mere 24 hours later, only to find that someone had swooped in and taken the house right from under her nose. When had Ma Depan ever suffered such a loss? This house belongs to old man Chen. He's willing to sell and I'm willing to buy. As long as both the buyer and seller agree, the deal goes through. The house isn't yours, so why should I need your permission to buy it? Mengyu said coldly. She could see it now, this woman was here to cause trouble. If she showed any weakness, keeping the house might become a real problem. Ma Depan flew into a rage. You little bitch, how dare you talk back? Don't you know who I, Ma Depan, am? Looking at the girl before her, who appeared to be only 16 or 17, Ma Depan had another thought. Before, when the house was in old man Chen's hands, she couldn't force him to sell, she could only pester him. But now that the house was in this young girl's possession, she didn't need to hold back anymore. Fine, considering your youth, I won't hold it against you. Transfer the house to me for 12,000 right now and we'll go completely today. Sell her a house she had just bought for 30,000 for 12,000? Where was your shame? Mengyu replied stiffly, sorry, I really like this house. I'm not selling. You dare refuse to sell? Ma Depan raised her large hand and swung it at Mengyu. Mengyu reached out and caught Ma Depan's wrist. You dare hit me? Ma Depan tried to wrench her hand free but couldn't break Mengyu's grip. Deciding to go all out, she raised her other hand and viciously aimed a slap at Mengyu's face. What if I do hit you? Mengyu, a martial artist at the first level of the Hotian stage, would be disgracing all martial artists if she let a shrew like this hit her. As a result, as soon as Ma Depan's other hand moved, Mengyu caught it as well. Then, gripping both of Ma Depan's hands, Mengyu twisted them behind her back and forced Ma Depan to her knees. You still want to hit people? Ma Depan shrieked in pain as if she were being slaughtered. How dare you hit me? I'm telling you, you're in trouble now. My brother will kill you. Mengyu's icy voice seemed to crawl out from the depths of hell. You want your brother to kill me? Then shouldn't I kill you first, Ma Depan shuddered uncontrollably. At that moment, why did this girl seem so terrifying, like a demon that had crawled up from hell? Mengyu hadn't spent over a decade as a wandering spirit in her past life for nothing. Creating an eerie, sinister atmosphere was practically second nature to her. Please, let me go, Ma Depan cried out. Mengyu gritted her teeth. If I let you go, are you still planning to force me to sell my courtyard? Chapter 91. The courtyard must not be bought. Chapter 91. The house must not be bought. No, I don't dare anymore. Please, I beg you, spare me. Ma Depan pleaded for mercy. No, I won't dare to buy your courtyard anymore. Mengyu's voice was sinister. Didn't you say you were going to get your brother to kill me? No, my brother is no match for you. I won't call him over, Ma Depan hastily assured her. But a flicker of resentment flashed in her eyes. As soon as she was free, she would definitely call her brother to cripple this little bitch. Mengyu couldn't actually kill this woman. Seeing that she had tormented her enough, she simply grabbed Ma Depan's belt, hoisted the 180 Jean woman sideways, and threw her out of the courtyard gate, shouting, "Get lost." Ma Depan felt as if her entire body had been shattered by the throw. She groaned and cried out as she struggled to her feet. Just as she was about to start cursing, she noticed Mengyu standing on the doorstep, staring at her with eyes as cold as ice. How could she dare to curse now? She scrambled up and ran. But before leaving, she turned back and roared, all of you, just wait for me. Mengyu found it a bit strange. She was clearly alone, so why did Ma Depan say all of you? After a moment's thought, she realized the words probably weren't directed at her and decided to ignore it. She recalled Old Man Chen selling the house yesterday and his urgent move early this morning. Mengyu had a vague feeling that she might have been tricked by Old Man Chen. Perhaps there was something wrong with this house. However, the procedures had been normal, and the courtyard had already been transferred to her name. It belonged to her now. Even if there were other issues, she wasn't afraid. She expected that since Ma Depan had mentioned her brother and her eyes had shown resentment before leaving, she would definitely call him over. But as a cultivator who had achieved the first level of chi gathering and was also a first-level martial artist, why should she fear a mere hoodlum? If Ma Depan didn't call her brother, that would be fine. But if she did, Mengyu would make sure to teach them a proper lesson and beat the fear into them. Only after Ma Depan had run far away did neighbors from both sides finally open their doors and look toward Mengyu. The neighbors were surprised to see that the new neighbor was a 15 or 16-year-old girl. Was it really this young girl who had driven away the notorious Ma Depan? A square-faced elderly woman asked, "Young lady, did you buy Old Man Chen's courtyard?" If her smile hadn't been so strained, Mengyu might have thought she was kindly greeting her. Even though she noticed the forced smile on the square-faced woman's face, Mengyu still responded politely with a smile and a nod. "Hello, Auntie. Yes, you're right. I bought Grandpa Chen's courtyard. I'm the new owner now. My surname is Jiang. You can call me Xiao Jiang. May I ask your surname, Andy?" The square-faced woman sighed. "My surname is Long." "Oh, Xiao Jiang, how could you young people be so unreliable? Such a big decision as buying a house, and your family didn't come? They let a young girl like you decide on your own? Didn't you make any inquiries before buying?" Mengyu's heart skipped a beat. "What? This house shouldn't be bought." Auntie Long frowned. "Of course not. Why did you buy this house? This house must not be bought. Now that you've bought it, how could Ma Depan possibly let you off?" Mengyu's mind stirred. "Why? This house belongs to Grandpa Chen. He was willing to sell, and I was willing to buy. Why wouldn't she let me off after I bought Grandpa Chen's house?" This matter. It's a long story. Chapter 92, Moral Blackmail, Part 1. Auntie Long then explained the whole story behind Old Chin selling his house. It was true that the house belonged to Old Chin, but hadn't he been sent down to the countryside back then? The house was taken over and allocated to 3 households, one of which was Ma Depan's. A few years ago, however, Old Chin was rehabilitated, and the house was returned to him. The 3 households living there had to move out. The other 2 households were fine with it, but Ma Depan, who had been living in the main room, refused. She claimed that Old Chen's son wasn't in City B, and that an old man like him didn't need such a big house anyway. She stubbornly refused to move. It took a long, drawn-out argument before she reluctantly moved out. After Old Chin retired, his son came to take him to City H, but Old Chin couldn't bear to part with the house and stayed. However, a few days ago, he heard that his grandson had heart disease and urgently needed money, so he hinted at his intention to sell the house. As soon as the news got out, people came to see the house, but Ma Depan chased them all away. She insisted that since her family had originally lived there, Old Chin could only sell the house to her. Even if someone else bought it, she wouldn't accept it. Old Chin didn't really care who he sold the house to, he just wanted the money. But the house was worth over 35,000, and Ma Depan only offered 15,000. Naturally, Old Chin refused. But Ma Depan was a tough nut to crack. She pestered Old Chin day after day to sell her the house. Old Chin was fed up with her, but his son, overwhelmed by his grandson's illness, had no time or energy to deal with the matter. Ma Depan probably had something to do yesterday and left at noon. Then you showed up and bought the house in one afternoon. How could she not be furious? Tell me, if she's angry, won't she cause trouble for you? Will she let you live here peacefully? Xiao Jiang, you should have your family come and handle this matter as soon as possible. You're just a young girl. You can't win against her. Another neighbor nearby looked at Mengyu and sighed. Yes, she won't let you live in peace. You should just give the house to her. Mengyu turned to the other neighbor, surprised that she was actually advising her to give the house to Ma Depan. Seeing Mengyu staring straight at her, the tall, thin female neighbor who had suggested giving the house to Ma Depan felt a bit guilty. I was just trying to be kind. Seeing that you're a young girl and no match for someone as big and strong as her, I advised you to give her the house. Otherwise, if she comes to make trouble every day, you'll be in big trouble. Mengyu looked at Auntie Long and saw that she also seemed to agree. It dawned on her that Ma Depan must have caused these neighbors a lot of trouble when she lived nearby. Mengyu found it strange. You want me to give the house to Ma Depan? Do you actually want her as a neighbor? The neighbors' faces immediately fell. They definitely didn't want Ma Depan as a neighbor. Mengyu was even more puzzled. If they didn't want Ma Depan as a neighbor, why were they advising her to give the house to Ma Depan? Then it hit her. Most likely, the neighbors had been bribed by Ma Depan. They were all keeping an eye out to prevent Old Chin from selling the house to anyone else. Yesterday, she had entered Old Chen's house right after Ma Depan left, so the neighbors hadn't noticed. Old Chin had taken Mengyu through the side gate, so by the time the neighbors realized what was happening, Mengyu had already completed the property transfer with Old Chin. Mengyu wondered again, were the neighbors really that foolish, accepting a bad neighbor just for a small benefit? No, they must have been threatened. Chapter 93, Moral Blackmail, Part 2. Thinking of this, Mengyu asked the neighbors, what kind of person is Ma Depan's younger brother? Sure enough, as soon as Mengyu mentioned Ma Depan's younger brother, the expressions of all the neighbors changed. Auntie Long looked around before saying, her younger brother is a hooligan who has been in and out of prison twice. The tall, thin neighbor added, her younger brother is named Ma Dana. She raised him, so he listens to her especially well. Anyone who dares to provoke Ma Depan will have her younger brother help her deal with them. It won't stop until the other party brings gifts to apologize to Ma Depan. Been in and out of prison twice doesn't refer to a play's title, but is a metaphor for someone who has been detained or imprisoned for the second time. No wonder everyone was afraid of Ma Depan. She had a brother who had been to prison. So, all of you are not so much afraid of Ma Depan as you're afraid of Ma Dana? Mengyu glanced at the neighbors. And that's why you helped Ma Depan prevent others from buying Old Chen's house? Even though Old Chin was eager to join his son, and even though Old Chen's son urgently needed money, the neighbors all averted their eyes. They were feeling guilty. Mengyu asked again, do you know what price Ma Depan offered me to transfer the house to her? The neighbors shook their heads. Mengyu held up one finger. 12,000. She only offered 12,000 to buy the courtyard I spent 30,000 on. Upon hearing Mengyu's words, the neighbors were all shocked. Previously, Ma Depan had been willing to spend 15,000 to buy Old Chen's house. But as soon as this young girl bought Old Chen's house, Ma Depan came to buy it for 12,000. Wasn't this bullying the young girl for being an outsider? I spent 30,000 to buy this courtyard just yesterday, and today she wants to force me to sell it for 12,000. Do you still advise me to transfer the house to Ma Depan? The neighbors fell silent. After all, no one would agree to sell a courtyard they bought for 30,000 for just 12,000. But they wouldn't say this out loud, as Ma Depan's threats before she left still echoed in their ears. Mengyu found it even stranger. Do you really want to live next to someone like her every day? Of course, the neighbors didn't want to, but what could they do? They didn't want to be neighbors with Ma Depan, but could this young girl really keep the house? Wait, the key issue was that they hadn't stopped Old Chin from selling the house to this young girl. That hooligan would come after them. Mengyu sighed. Don't you think that when facing a bully, the more you give in, the more they'll push you until you're completely crushed? Do you have to wait until there's no room left to retreat before you stand up and resist? Are you sure you'll still have the strength to resist by then? Auntie Long shook her head. I don't want such a bad neighbor. But the other neighbors also shook their heads. We don't want one either. It's just, the tall, thin woman said with a worried expression, but Ma Depan told me that if I didn't stop others from buying Old Chen's courtyard, and if Old Chen's courtyard was sold to someone else, she would have her younger brother cause trouble for my son at Longmen Road Elementary School. She began to sob. If you don't sell the house to her, what should I do? What will happen to my son? Are you just going to stand by and watch my son get hurt by that ex-convict? You're so young, how can your heart be so cruel? Woo-woo. Chapter 94, Moral Coercion, Part 3. Mengyu was momentarily speechless. Was it considered malicious of her to refuse selling a house she bought for 30,000 yuan to someone else for 12,000? Mengyu looked at the other neighbors, but they all lowered their heads. Do all of you also think I should transfer the house I bought for 30,000 yuan to Ma Pan for 12,000? Aunt Long held back for a while but finally spoke up. What else can you do if you don't transfer it? Even if you can fight off Ma Pan, can you take on Ma Dana? Another neighbor nodded in agreement. Yes, even if you can fight them off. What about us? Should we face danger just because you bought a house? Should we all be threatened by Ma Dana just for your sake? You can't be so selfish. Mengyu stared at these neighbors in disbelief. Are you really forcing me to sell my 30,000 yuan house for 12,000? A tall, thin woman tugged at Mengyu pitifully. How can you say we're forcing you? We're begging you. With that, she knelt down. Please, just give the house to Ma Pan. I don't want my son to be threatened. Mengyu looked at the neighbors. Under her gaze, each of them first lowered their heads, but soon raised them again. They all shared the same thought, to persuade Mengyu to give the house to Ma Pan. So, they gathered around her, pulling at her and urging her. Yes, young lady, give the house to Ma Pan. Otherwise, not only will you suffer, but all of us will too. You can't be so selfish and only think of yourself. It's just a loss of money. Money can be lost, but it's better than having our lives threatened. Most importantly, because you bought this house, it's not just you who's threatened, it's all of us. Yes, you might be fine on your own, but what about the rest of us? Give the house to Ma Pan. You can't ignore our lives. Once you give up the house, you can find another place to buy. Looking at these neighbors, Mengyu remembered Ma Pan's shout as she left. You, every single one of you, just wait. Now she understood, that shout was directed at these neighbors. Thinking of old Chen's hurried escape, she finally realized that it wasn't just Ma Pan bullying her. These neighbors were accomplices too. Rage surged within Mengyu. These neighbors were forcing her to sell her 30,000 yuan house for 12,000 to Ma Pan. If she refused, she was selfish and didn't care about their lives? Were they only making such demands because she was alone and easy to bully? Originally, she had thought that even though the house might be demolished in 20 years, she could at least live there for 2 decades. But now it seemed that even if she bought the house, it could only serve as an investment. If she wanted to live somewhere, she'd have to buy another place. Faced with the arrogant Ma Pan, she could simply use force to drive her away. Even if Ma Dana showed up, she could fight if possible or slip away if not. After all, she was about to return to her senior year of high school and wouldn't be back for a year. But these neighbors were not so easy to deal with. Her hands and feet were being held by them. Clearly, these people had no way to handle the troublemakers, so they were putting pressure on Mengyu instead. Chapter 95, Moral Coercion, Part 4. Their goal was simple. As long as they could persuade Mengyu to give up the house to Ma Pan wouldn't cause them any trouble. Having a bad neighbor in the future was a problem for the future. As for how much money Mengyu would lose by transferring the house to Ma Pan, it wasn't their money being lost. Besides, they weren't the ones taking advantage, so what did it have to do with them? Mengyu sighed and said, all right, I'll be honest with you. I bought this house for someone else. 30,000 yuan for a 300 square meter courtyard house. I thought it was a great price, so I made the decision to buy it. But now, you're asking me to transfer it to Ma Pan for 12,000 yuan. It's not that I can't do it, but I can't be the one to bear the loss. I still need the money to buy another courtyard elsewhere. Since you're asking me to transfer this courtyard to avoid being threatened by Ma Pan, and you're the ones benefiting, then you should discuss among yourselves how to compensate me for my loss. Ma Pan offered 12,000 yuan, leaving a shortfall of 18,000. Whoever wants me to transfer the house to Ma Pan should be the one to make up the difference. If all of you need me to give up this courtyard to ensure you're not threatened, then you should figure out how to pool together the 18,000 yuan. The neighbors were stunned when they heard Mengyu asking them for money. How had this young girl suddenly become so clever? How could they possibly take out money to compensate her for the loss from selling the house? Seeing their dumbfounded expressions, Mengyu thought to herself, how righteous they were when it came to being generous with someone else's property, but how hesitant they became when it was time to sacrifice their own. This was human nature, bullying the weak, fearing the strong, and being selfish. She feigned surprise. I've already completed my task, buying such a nice courtyard for just 30,000 yuan. Now, for your sake, I'm reluctantly giving up the courtyard, and I'll have to find another house. Are you really unwilling to contribute even a little money? The neighbors looked at Mengyu with disdain. They had thought she was buying the courtyard for herself, but it turned out she was just running an errand for someone else. Still, the thought of Ma Pan's threat made them frustrated. If the owner wasn't this young girl, then persuading her to give up the house would be even more impossible. Granny Long coughed. Well, it's your own fault for buying the house so quickly. You should have asked us neighbors first. The more she thought about it, the more she believed it was true. Yes, it was all this young girl's fault. Who buys a house without consulting the neighbors? But this girl didn't follow the usual rules. She quietly went ahead and bought the house. It was all her fault. Mengyu laughed. This house belongs to Old Mansion. He wanted to sell it because he's moving to live with his son, and I bought it because I wanted a house and fell in love with it at first sight. He was selling his own house. He has the right to sell it. I bought it legitimately. It wasn't stolen or seized. The seller was willing to sell and the buyer was willing to buy. How could that possibly offend anyone? The neighbors thought to themselves, well, you did offend someone, you offended Ma Depan. The tall, thin woman shouted, no matter what, you have to give up this house. Chapter 96 Moral Blackmail, Part 5. I never said I wouldn't give it up. Mengyu looked at the tall, thin woman. Didn't I just say I agree to give it up, as long as you can help me get my money back? You should know this house is worth at least 35,000. The reason I could buy it for 30,000 is because I had that much cash to pay in full upfront, which is why Old Mansion agreed to lower the price and sell it to me. If I were to put up an advertisement on the street right now, I could definitely sell it for 35,000. But for your sake, I've agreed to give up the house for just 30,000. That means I'm taking a loss of 5,000. I have no relation or obligation to any of you, yet I'm willing to lose 5,000 to give up the house for you. Are you telling me that for your own sake, you aren't even willing to cover this amount? If I only get 12,000, there's no way I can buy another courtyard house. What am I supposed to do if I can't complete my task then? You wouldn't be so selfish as to not care whether I live or die, would you? The neighbors all stared at Mengyu, speechless and gaping. Because just moments ago, they were the ones accusing Mengyu of being selfish for not giving up the house and of not caring whether they lived or died. Now, hearing Mengyu throw those words back at them felt like a slap in the face. Mengyu sneered inwardly. She knew these neighbors would never be willing to bear someone else's loss. They were only too happy to be generous with what wasn't theirs, using her interests to curry favor with Ma Depan. But when it came to sacrificing their own interests, they would never do it. Besides, an ordinary family couldn't easily come up with such a large sum of money, let alone give it away for free. In truth, Mengyu had no real intention of giving up the house, even if she just locked up the courtyard and left it empty. In 10 or 20 years, it would yield 100 or 1,000 times its current value. While it was true that money now was worth more than money in the future, if an ordinary person held on to 30,000 for 20 years, they might not necessarily be able to turn it into 3 million. Moreover, this courtyard would definitely be worth far more than 3 million in the future. Besides, she wasn't cut out for business. Even though she had lived a second life and spent over a decade as a wandering spirit following Jiang Mengyu, and even though she knew the 1980s were a golden era full of opportunities, she still couldn't make a fortune through legitimate business. She could only rely on some unconventional methods to earn money. Therefore, she had no intention of giving up the house. Taking advantage of the neighbors' stunned silence, she quickly locked the door and strode away. The remaining neighbors were left staring at each other in disbelief. The tall, thin woman looked at Auntie Long. What do we do now? Do you have 18,000 to compensate her? Auntie Long asked. The tall, thin woman shook her head. Only my husband, Laoli, brings in a salary. I just do odd jobs here and there. If I find work, I get paid. If I don't, I have nothing. I don't even have 1,800, let alone 18,000. In reality, she could come up with 18,000. She also had a considerable dowry from her family, which, if converted to cash, could easily cover 18,000. Auntie Long turned to the others. Can any of you come up with 18,000? Everyone shook their heads. What a joke. Even if they could, they wouldn't agree to pay that amount. The tall, thin woman grew anxious. If no one can come up with the money, what do we do? Auntie Long turned and headed back to her own home. What can we do? Let it go. Asking her to take out money to compensate Mengyu? Impossible. Even if she had the money, she wouldn't give it up, let alone when she didn't. The tall, thin woman stomped her foot. You all don't care whether my son lives or dies? Auntie Long glanced back at the jade bracelet on the tall, thin woman's wrist. Jiang Xiaoying, don't you dare say others don't care about your son's life. No one but you is responsible for whether your son lives or dies. You should take responsibility for it yourself. Jiang Xiaoying immediately covered the bracelet on her wrist. Auntie Long Chapter 97, Narcissistic Chung Jioha. Auntie Long snorted coldly in her heart. Did they think she didn't know? Jiang Xiaoying's maiden family was wealthy, just the jade bracelet on her wrist alone could sell for several thousand yuan. If you yourself aren't even willing to bear a loss for your own son's safety, what right do you have to expect others to pay for your son's safety for nothing? But she had forgotten that just moments earlier, she herself had been urging Mengyu to sell the house she bought for 30,000 yuan to Ma Depan for only 12,000. The tall, thin woman stamped her foot once more and went back inside as well. However, in her heart, she now harbored resentment toward Auntie Long and all the other neighbors. Hiding at the entrance of the alley, Mengyu had naturally overheard everything these people said, and she felt quite pleased with herself. With just a small trick, she had dismantled the united front of neighbors who had been banding together to criticize her. She wanted to see now who would still dare to use moral pressure to force her to hand over the courtyard she had rightfully obtained. Mengyu no longer felt any goodwill toward these neighbors. Originally, she had considered dealing with the matter of Ma Dana threatening the neighbors. She thought she might as well handle it while she was at it. But after witnessing how selfish these neighbors were, she no longer wanted to get involved. Nevertheless, Ma Dana would certainly come looking for her, but she wasn't afraid of him. Leaving Yang and Ali, she planned to find a place to call Chung Jioha. Sorting out the household registration matter would still require his help. Only, she felt a little hesitant. She had hung up on him just yesterday, and now she was seeking him out again today. She wondered if he would even pay her any mind. However, as soon as the call went through and she had just said, "Hello, this is Jiang Mengyu. Please help me find Chung Jioha," the person on the other end immediately exclaimed, "Oh, my little ancestor, you finally called. You had me worried to death. What was with you yesterday? I was just making a joke and you actually hung up on me. It's not a big deal that you hung up, but if Gu Dongxing finds out you're in V City and I didn't take good care of you, he'll cut ties with me. Quick, tell me, where are you right now?" The corner of Mengyu's lips lifted. She had been worried he would ignore her, but she never expected he would be even more anxious than she was. "I bought a courtyard in Yang and Alley, Fengshe Lane. I wanted to ask for your help to register the household." "What did you say? You bought a courtyard?" Ching Jioha was a bit stunned. "Yes, when I asked for your help yesterday, it was because I wanted you to recommend if there were any courtyards for sale." Why? Why didn't you say so earlier? My friend's family happens to have a courtyard they want to sell." Mengyu's heart skipped a beat. "Really? Where is it located?" "Of course it's true. The location is." Mengyu's heart raced. Wasn't that location exactly the area of the well-preserved Sihiyuan courtyard house complex she had always dreamed of, the one that remained intact even in later years? "All right, then take me to see it." "I'd like to buy it," Mengyu said, feeling a little guilty. In reality, she didn't have enough money to buy a courtyard now. But what could she do? She really wanted a house there. "You really want to buy it?" "The house is actually very nice," Ching Jioha said, somewhat sheepishly, "but because of its prime location, the price is very high. I heard they're asking for 180,000 yuan. Mengyu was shocked. 180,000? She couldn't afford that. She only had a little over 30,000 left now. However, in her past life, she had heard that the most sought-after Saihiyuans were near Qianhai and Hohai. Now that she had the chance to buy a courtyard there, how could she not? If it really came down to it, she could just sell a couple of Peiyuan pills. "I still want to take a look." Ching Jioha thought it was just a girl's whim to visit and have a look. To avoid getting into trouble with Gu Dongxing, he was willing to agree to anything short of plucking stars from the sky. So he said, "All right, wait for me. I'll come pick you up." Since someone was coming to get her, Mengyu simply stood at the entrance of the alley to wait. When Ching Jioha appeared before Mengyu, she was stunned. It was actually him. Chapter 98, The Headache of Ching Jioha. Yes, after meeting Ching Jioha, Mengyu recognized him. This somewhat devilishly handsome man had also been a friend of Gu Dongxing in her past life, a comrade who had fought alongside him on the battlefield. Like Gu Dongxing, he had risen through the ranks on the merit of his military achievements. In 1992, while Gu Dongxing was a division commander, he served as the division's political commissar. For some unknown reason, however, this commissar died in a car accident the day before Army Day. After his death, Gu Dongxing often wore a furrowed brow. Later, over a minor incident, Gu Dongxing even struck a fellow officer who had recently been promoted to the same rank. This incident also caused Gu Dongxing, who was originally slated for promotion to Major General, to be passed over. It wasn't until the year 2000 that he was finally promoted. After Gu Dongxing's promotion, that officer sought out Jiang Mengyu and gave her an expensive watch, hoping she would intercede on his behalf and ask Gu Dongxing to let the matter go. Jiang Mengyu accepted the watch and agreed. But when Jiang Mengyu mentioned the officer to Gu Dongxing, he became furious. He smashed a teacup and said fiercely, "You dare to plead for him? I wish I could kill him." He sternly ordered Jiang Mengyu to return the lavish gift. At that time, Mengyu, as a wandering spirit, didn't understand. But now Mengyu suspected that officer was very likely the one responsible for Ching Jioha's death. Ching Jioha's son, Chang Xiang, grew up playing with Jiang Huayu's daughter, Gu Jiaojiao. Jiang Huayu often jokingly called him her little son-in-law. But after Chang Jioha's death, Jiang Huayu forbade her daughter from playing with him anymore. However, when Gu Jiaojiao grew up, she still married Chang Xiang. Now, looking at Ching Jioha, Mengyu felt very conflicted. Should she warn him to be careful and avoid danger? But she immediately knew she couldn't say much. This was their first meeting, and they weren't familiar with each other. No, even if they were familiar, she had no grounds to tell him to avoid disaster. He would surely think she was crazy, wouldn't he? Hello, young lady. You must be Jiang Mengyu, right? I'm Ching Jioha. When Ching Jioha saw Mengyu, he was also somewhat surprised. Why did this Mengyu give him a sense of familiarity? It was as if they had met before, and this was merely a reunion after a long separation. But looking at Mengyu carefully, he was absolutely certain this was the first time he had seen this sweet and lovely girl. Noticing Mengyu staring straight at him, he felt a bit smug. Could this fair-skinned, apple-cheeked, adorable young lady with dimples when she smiled have taken a liking to him? The narcissistic Ching Jioha felt a headache coming on. This girl was the woman Brother Gu had his eye on. A friend's wife is not to be coveted. He couldn't accept her advances. What should he do? Brother Gu would beat him to death. But if he didn't accept, wouldn't she be very hurt? He really couldn't bear to hurt such a sweet and lovely young girl. What a predicament. It can't be helped. Who told me I'm so handsome and attract young girls? I must think of a good, tactful way to reject her. Still, the woman Brother Gu likes is so young. She looks no older than 16, but Gu Dongxing is already 26. He really is an old cow eating tender grass. Mengyu didn't know that because of her past life memories, her few extra glances at Ching Jioha led this narcissistic guy to believe she had fallen for him, and he was already thinking about how to let her down gently to avoid hurting her feelings. If she knew what he was thinking, who knows if she would turn and walk away just like she had hung up the phone last time. Chapter 99, Just a Hoodlum. At this moment, Mengyu was unaware of the convoluted thoughts running through the narcissistic Ching Jioha's mind. She realized she had been staring at Ching Jioha for a bit too long and felt embarrassed. Hello, I'm sorry. When I saw you just now, you reminded me of a friend. Is this your car? But as soon as the words left her mouth, she knew she had said the wrong thing. This Jeep was clearly a military vehicle. Hearing her say he resembled a friend of hers, Ching Jioha felt a wave of relief. So she wasn't interested in me after all. At least I don't have to worry about making a difficult choice. But immediately afterward, he felt a twinge of disappointment. I'm better looking than Gu Dongxing, aren't I? Besides, that guy Gu Dongxing, having been on the battlefield, carries an aura of fierceness and always wears an icy, stern expression. How did this adorable dimpled beauty end up liking him? Please, get in the car, Ching Jioha said, opening the passenger door for Mengyu to sit beside him. However, Mengyu opened the rear door instead. I'll sit in the back. Once in the car, Ching Jioha made small talk. So the courtyard house you bought is in this alley? Yes, Mengyu sighed. What's wrong? Regretting it already so soon after buying. Ching Jioha watched her expression through the rearview mirror. Mengyu then explained the whole story of why she bought this courtyard and the current difficulties she was facing. Upon hearing this, Ching Jioha was furious. Just a hoodlum, and he dares to tweak the tiger's whiskers. And those neighbors, how dare they aid and abet a tyrant? Ching Jioha immediately wanted to turn the car around to teach those neighbors a lesson and then go deal with Ma Dana. Mengyu quickly stopped him. I'll handle this matter myself. Let's hurry and go see the house. If I find a better one, I won't live here anymore. Let them cause trouble all they want. Ching Jioha turned to look at Mengyu. Even if you buy a house just to rent it out, people like that won't let you rent it out peacefully. Are you sure you can handle that hoodlum? He knew that a soldier's wife couldn't be a pushover. Because soldiers are away from home for long periods, if the woman at home can't stand her ground, it will distract the man. If Mengyu could handle some things on her own, he would feel more at ease, thinking that his buddy had finally found the right person. Mengyu nodded. Today, that Ma Depan tried to hit me, but I easily subdued her. I picked her up and threw her out of the courtyard gate. She weighs over 180 pounds, you know. Ching Jioha was inwardly astonished. A girl just over 5 feet tall could pick up a 180-pound fat woman? Indeed, the woman boss Gu has his eye on is extraordinary. But this also made him feel much more relieved. I'm on vacation in B City for this period. If you have any trouble, you must come find me. Gu Dongxing and I are as close as brothers. You can think of me as an older brother. Mengyu nodded. All right, then I'll call you Brother Cheng. Great, I'll call you Xiaoming then. They soon arrived at their destination. This is Hohai? Yes, Ching Jioha said, surprised. You seem quite familiar with B City. Mengyu felt a bit guilty. Haven't seen a pig walk, but I've eaten pork. I've long heard this area has beautiful courtyard houses. What surprised her was that this area was in the very center of B City. With such a prime location, why would the owner want to sell? Could the owner be in urgent need of money? She looked around but didn't see anyone and wondered, where's the owner? Ching Jioha took out a key. The owner isn't here, but I already have the key. Chapter 100, Recognizing a Brother. Without the owner to lead the way, Ching Jioha acted as the host and introduced the property to Mengyu. Don't be fooled by the fact that this courtyard only has 2 sections. It's actually quite spacious. It's 26 meters wide and 36 meters deep, with a total of 16 rooms, plus a kitchen and bathrooms. It's very suitable for a large family to live in. Oh right, the original layout was for a 3-section courtyard. The rear section wasn't built with a back house, but there is a backyard garden of over 200 square meters. If you like, you could convert the backyard into a back house, making it a proper 3-section courtyard. Mengyu felt she really had a connection with gardens. Yesterday, the small courtyard she bought was designed as a 3-sided courtyard to leave space for a backyard garden. Today, this house was built as a 2-section courtyard because they kept the garden, even though it was originally planned for 3 sections. Moreover, she noticed the buildings in this courtyard were much better than the ones she bought before. For starters, the structures here featured carved beams and painted rafters, were made of mahogany, and had a very reasonable layout. No wonder they were asking for 180,000 yuan right off the bat. The small courtyard had already delighted her, but she liked this one even more. However, there was a major problem. She only had 60,000 yuan on her. She had spent 30,000 on Old Chen's courtyard, leaving her with just 30,000. What should she do now? Seeing Mengyu's expression, Chung Jioha knew she wanted this courtyard. He was secretly amazed. Where did she get so much money? Just as he was about to speak, Mengyu turned to him and said, "This courtyard is worth more than 180,000, but I don't have enough money right now. Could you help me find someone to sell something for me?" Chung Jioha was puzzled. "What do you want to sell?" "Peiyuan pills." Mengyu took out a small jade vial, about the size of 2 fingers, containing 4 Peiyuan pills. This jade vial was taken from that storage talisman, specifically to portion out the Peiyuan pills she retrieved from her space. Perhaps because they were too common, the Peiyuan pills in her space came in a bottle containing 30 pills. Hearing this, Chung Jioha was shocked. She actually had Peiyuan pills? Chung Jioha knew very well that this kind of pill was a treasure coveted by martial artists. Each pill could fetch 50,000 to 100,000 yuan, and they were often unavailable at any price. Didn't she realize how tempting such precious pills were to a martial artist like him? She had just handed him 4 pills to sell without hesitation. How much trust did she have in him? Wasn't she afraid he might just take her Peiyuan pills for himself? He didn't know that Mengyu trusted him because she had known him in her previous life. Both his and Gu Dongxing's characters were trustworthy. She knew that in her past life, both he and Gu Dongxing were martial artists. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to achieve repeated meritorious deeds on the battlefield and continuously rise in rank. It was just a pity that this hero, who had accomplished so much on the battlefield, didn't die in the hail of bullets on the life-threatening battlefield, but instead perished due to schemes and plots. Mengyu had no other choice. She was completely unfamiliar with City B and couldn't find anyone to buy the Peiyuan pills. If she took them out, someone might even kill her for the treasure. As a martial artist, Chung Jioha should know the value of Peiyuan pills. Given his influence in City B, he wouldn't have trouble finding buyers. Asking him to help sell them was the safest method she could think of. "Mengyu, do you really trust me that much?" Chung Jioha looked at Mengyu with a half-smile, but bubbles of thought kept rising in his mind. Could it be that she has taken a liking to me? Mengyu smiled slightly. "Brother Gu said you can be trusted." The moment Mengyu mentioned Gu Dongxing, Chung Jioha immediately dropped his casual demeanor and became serious. "All right, I'll help you sell these Peiyuan pills." He was already thinking of a way to keep these 4 Peiyuan pills for himself. Chapter 101. Even Gu Dongxing can't bully you. Chung Jioha was quite helpless. The family simply didn't have that much money. No, even if they did have that much money, he wouldn't be able to get it. The financial power in the family was all in his stepmother's hands. Yes, just like Gu Dongxing, his father had also remarried. The difference was that Gu Dongxing's mother was still alive, while his own mother had already passed away. It was precisely because they shared this similar misfortune that the two of them were as close as brothers. "Brother Chung, how much can a foundation establishment pill sell for?" In the past, it was about 50,000 per pill. Now that medicinal ingredients are getting harder and harder to find, it's estimated they could sell for 80 to 100,000 per pill, Chung Jioha said. Mengyu was taken aback. The foundation establishment pill was that expensive? She had thought it would sell for 50,000 at most. "Brother Chung, selling 2 foundation establishment pills will be enough. The other 2 are for you. Consider them a meeting gift from me to you." Mengyu knew there were people who wished for his death. In her previous life, he had even been successfully killed, which showed his situation was also very dangerous. She couldn't warn him about anything specific, but helping him improve his cultivation should allow him to better avoid those schemes and plots. Hearing that 2 of the foundation establishment pills were for him, Chung Jioha was deeply moved. The gift was too precious. He shouldn't accept it. Yet, he couldn't refuse, nor did he want to refuse. He reached out and ruffled Mengyu's hair. "Little Meng, thank you for your trust. From today on, you're my dear younger sister, Chung Jioha's own sister. If anyone dares to bully you in the future, you come find me." A thought struck Mengyu. What if Gu Dongxing bullies me? Chung Jioha answered without hesitation, "Even Gu Dongxing can't bully you." A smug smile spread across his face. Haha, from now on, I'll be Gu Dongxing's brother-in-law. Let's see if he still dares to act like the boss in front of me. Mengyu couldn't help but roll her eyes. I haven't even agreed to be Gu Dongxing's wife yet. Actually, she had felt an affinity for Qing Jiohe from the moment she met him. Moreover, having experienced her past life, she knew this man had excellent character and was someone trustworthy. She was very happy to be able to recognize Qing Jiohe as her brother. Although she had been reborn, her familial bonds were still very thin. There was no need to mention father and mother Jiang. In both her past life and this one, they were enemies, not family. In her past life, her birth mother had recognized Jiang Huayu as her daughter. In this life, although she had reunited with her birth mother, her mother was solely focused on following her master. She valued her master more than her own biological daughter. As for her birth father, that Lin Hai, for some reason, she couldn't feel close to him upon meeting him. But then again, anyone who had been sold by their birth father right after being born probably wouldn't feel close to him either. When she went with her mother and watched her birth mother divorce him, she didn't even say goodbye to him, let alone acknowledge him as her father. As for siblings, that bond was even weaker. In her adoptive parents' family, Jiang Huayu would only ever be her enemy. Jiang Huiqing had always treated her like a servant girl since childhood, and she had never considered him a brother either. And her birth mother had only given birth to her. Therefore, in this lifetime, she still had no family by her side. But now, she finally had a brother. Even though this brother was only recognized after she gifted the Foundation establishment pills, she could see the sincerity in her brother's eyes. This is wonderful. From now on, I also have a brother who cares for me. Brother, thank you. Thank you for letting me have a brother. She really wanted to jump up and shout a few times to express the joy in her heart. Qing Jiohe could tell that Mengyu was genuinely happy to recognize him as her brother. He was also extremely happy in his heart, feeling that the sky was especially blue today and the air was especially fresh. He was also grateful to Gu Dongxing for asking him to look after little Meng, allowing him to gain such a good sister. Chapter 102. It's a long story. Sister, from now on, you must tell your brother everything and let me share your burdens. Mengyu nodded emphatically. Now that I have a brother, I'll definitely rely on you in the future. I just hope you won't find me annoying. Come on, let's go handle the transfer procedures, Qing Jiohe said. Mengyu was puzzled. But the owner isn't here. How can we process the transfer? Qing Jiohe looked a bit embarrassed. To be honest, this courtyard was left to me by my grandfather. Mengyu's eyes widened. No wonder he came over immediately when she called him and already had the keys to this courtyard. No wonder this courtyard was clearly worth far more than 180,000 yuan, yet he only asked her for 180,000. So, the courtyard was actually his all along. Mengyu hesitated. Brother, how can I take your courtyard? But Qing Jiohe took her hand and started walking. If you don't take it, I'll have to sell it to someone else. I accepted the 2 foundation building pills you gave me. Now I'm giving you this courtyard. Surely you won't refuse it. Mengyu wavered. But, then a thought struck her. Brother, why do you want to sell the courtyard? That is a long story. It turned out that the courtyard originally belonged to Qing Jiohe's grandfather, Nan Huaishan. His grandfather was a university professor who later had to change careers and go into business to manage the family enterprise. Later, Nan Huaishan joined the revolution and donated the vast majority of his assets to the revolutionary cause. After the revolution's victory, he returned to his old profession and became a professor again. He had 2 sons but only one daughter, Qing Jiohe's mother, Nan Lan, the apple of her parents' eyes. However, Nan Lan passed away in the 3rd year of her marriage to Qing Dajuan, leaving behind Qing Jiohe, who was not yet 2 years old. During the Cultural Revolution, Nan Huaishan couldn't avoid the turmoil either. He and his wife were sent down to the May 7th cadre school, and their 2 sons were also sent down to the countryside as educated youths. When they returned from the cadre school, they received the death notice of their eldest son, Nan Xiao. To take care of them, the organization arranged for their younger son to return as well. After the reform and opening up, Nan Huaishan used the family's remaining savings to help his younger son, Nan Cheng, go into business. Nan Cheng had a talent for commerce, and so the Nan family began to rise again. Nan Cheng didn't like living in this kind of traditional courtyard house, so he bought a plot of land and built a new villa. Thus, this old courtyard was given by Nan Huaishan as an additional dowry for his daughter and was directly transferred to Qing Jiohe's name. Although the Qing family was a large family, they were nouveau riches. Even the ancient martial arts they practiced were obtained by chance during the war. The Qing family members were quite envious of this antique courtyard given to Qing Jiohe by his grandfather. Qing Jiohe's stepmother, Xiao Yuhua, really wanted to move into this courtyard, but Qing Jiohe had always refused. While his grandfather was still alive, the Qing family naturally didn't dare touch his property. Last year, after his grandfather passed away, the Qing family started clamoring to move into the courtyard, which annoyed Cheng Jioha immensely. Especially during this vacation when he returned, his father even brought up that his half-brother, Cheng Jionian, was getting married this year. The bride-to-be knew the Cheng family had such a courtyard and insisted on holding the wedding here. Cheng Jioha knew very well that once the Cheng family moved into this courtyard, especially if it became Cheng Jionian's marital home, the courtyard would no longer be his. At most, they might leave him a small room in a corner, just so his stepmother could show off her kindness to the outside world. In other words, if he didn't sell the courtyard, it was very likely to change hands. Today, when Mengyu called saying she wanted to buy a courtyard, an idea struck him. Since he couldn't keep this courtyard anyway, why not just sell it to Gu Dongxing's girlfriend? Chapter 103, Accepting the Courtyard. Cheng Jioha thought that selling the courtyard to Mengyu was essentially selling it to Brother Gu. Given his relationship with Gu Dongxing, he could still frequently return to this courtyard in the future, even keep a side room for himself. Therefore, he simply brought Mengyu to his own courtyard. Cheng Jioha had previously been thinking that if he sold the house, they likely wouldn't let the money go. In the end, they would probably take the money under the pretext of buying a house for Cheng Jionian's marriage. Now, with the foundation establishment pill, it would be much easier to explain. All martial artists knew that breaking through from the 6th to the 7th layer was a major hurdle. Most people were stuck at this stage for life, unable to advance. And he was currently at this 7th layer hurdle. To break through, selling the house to buy elixirs, who could say he was wrong? The house was given to him by his grandfather. Even if they were unhappy, they could only bear it. Hearing Cheng Jioha say this, Mengyu's heart stirred. Could it be that his death in her previous life was related to this courtyard? Such an exquisite courtyard, in such a prime location, would likely sell for over $1 billion in the future. But she immediately dismissed this thought. Cheng Jioha died in 1994. At that time, commercial housing had just entered the market, with prices around 1,500 per square meter. Even if the price of a quadrangle courtyard had risen, it would only be around 2,000 per square meter. This courtyard was about 1,000 square meters, so its value would only be a little over 2 million. Would those people really take a life for just over 2 million? She then patted her forehead. In the 1990s, most people's salaries were only 2 or 300 yuan. In the mid-1990s, over 2 million was already a huge sum. Moreover, they probably thought there were other treasures in the courtyard. And once Cheng Jioha died, the house would naturally fall into the Cheng family's hands. So, was it the Cheng family who killed Cheng Jioha back then? His stepmother or his stepmother's son? The more she thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. If that was the case, accepting Cheng Jioha's house might actually be a good thing for him. Mengyu looked up and said to Cheng Jioha, "All right, I'll accept the courtyard you're giving me, brother. But I can't give you nothing in return. I have 30,000 on hand, so I'll give you that. Otherwise, it'll be hard for you to explain when you go back." After a moment's thought, she added, "Let's sell the remaining 2 foundation establishment pills. We can split the money from selling these pills 50-50. If the house was given to her, how would her brother explain it when he returned? Bringing back money would be better than returning empty-handed." Cheng Jioha pushed the 30,000 she had just given him back into her hands. "If you need money, sister, I'll give it to you." Mengyu. Although she really did need money, she was only thinking of her brother, wasn't she? Cheng Jioha, of course, knew she was thinking of him. This sister was truly worth recognizing. However, he still said, foundation establishment pills are usually only circulated among those from mountain sections. If someone finds out you have them, it could bring you trouble. So, it's best not to sell them. Mengyu was taken aback. She was still very weak and indeed shouldn't sell foundation establishment pills. "If we're not selling them, then I'll give the foundation establishment pills to you, brother. But don't tell Brother Gu that I only gave him 2. As for the money, she handed the money back to Cheng Jioha. "If you sell the courtyard but don't bring back any money, it won't make sense." When Cheng Jioha heard that Gu Dongxing only got 2 pills, he felt smug again. As her brother, he got 2 more pills than Gu Dongxing, her boyfriend. It never occurred to him that he had given Mengyu a courtyard. Not being able to sell the foundation establishment pills left Mengyu somewhat worried. She needed money. Maybe she could sell the lingji she picked from the cliff for money? Chapter 104. Selling the Ganoderma. Seeing her in a daze, Cheng Jioha took her hand and once again took half of the money, placing it in her palm. "Although your brother doesn't have much money, it's more than enough to support my little sister. If you ever run short, I'll send you my allowance from now on." Mengyu felt embarrassed. "Brother, how can I possibly take your money?" Cheng Jioha held back for a moment, but couldn't resist reaching out to pat her head. "I've already accepted such a precious Peiyuan pill from you, and you're still concerned about this little bit of money?" The feel of her hair was simply wonderful. Mengyu thought it over. She truly was penniless at the moment, so she accepted the money her brother gave her, looked up, and gave him a sweet smile. Thank you, brother. Qing Jioha sighed inwardly once again. His sister was so sweet and adorable. Gu Dongxing was really getting a bargain. However, thinking about how he had become Gu Dongxing's brother-in-law, he couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. He didn't notice that he had already embarked on the path of becoming a doting brother. With Qing Jioha there, the transfer procedures didn't take much time. Looking at the property deed in her name, Mengyu felt very excited. She finally had a proper Sahyuan courtyard house in V City. Still, she was thinking about money and decided to sell one of the Ganoderma. Seeing that it was almost noon, Qing Jioha said, "Little sister, let me treat you to lunch." After lunch, the siblings had nowhere to go for the moment, so Qing Jioha drove around the streets and alleys, letting Mengyu familiarize herself with the city. He didn't know that in her previous life, as a wandering spirit, Mengyu had followed Jiang Mengyu and spent 19 years in this city. Was there any place she hadn't been? When the car passed by a traditional Chinese medicine shop called Yutangchun, Mengyu suddenly called out to stop. Qing Jioha parked the car and asked curiously, "What's wrong? Do you need to see a doctor?" Usually, larger traditional medicine shops had resident doctors. Mengyu said, "No, I want to sell some medicine." While Qing Jioha was looking for a parking spot, Mengyu walked into Yutangchun. "Excuse me, is the owner here?" The middle-aged woman selling medicine glanced at Mengyu. Seeing she was just a young girl, she couldn't help but look down on her a little. "You can tell me what you need." Mengyu thought for a moment. She took out a wooden box from her backpack, actually from her space. The box naturally came from the storage talisman. She opened the box halfway, held it in front of the middle-aged woman for a moment, then closed it and put it away. Looking at the woman, she asked, "I want to sell medicinal herbs. Can you make the decision?" Mengyu chose to enter Yutangchun instead of going elsewhere to sell her medicine because she knew this pharmacy was a century-old shop that had always been fair to both the young and the old. The moment the middle-aged woman saw it was Ganoderma, and after just one whiff felt refreshed and clear-headed, she knew it was a rare treasure. She quickly put on a smiling face. "Please wait a moment. I'll call the owner." Qing Jioha parked the car and walked in. When the middle-aged woman saw Qing Jioha, her heart skipped a beat, and her expression became even more respectful. Mengyu was secretly surprised. It seemed the Chung family's influence was quite significant. Soon, the middle-aged woman put down the phone. "The owner will be here within 10 minutes. In less than 10 minutes, a man in his 50s rushed in, wiping sweat as he entered. He asked the middle-aged woman, "Where is the person selling the medicine?" As he asked, he looked around the shop, immediately settling his gaze on Mengyu and Qing Jioha. When he saw Qing Jioha, his eyes flickered. The middle-aged woman pointed at Mengyu. "It's this customer." The owner was a bit surprised. He had thought the seller was Qing Jioha. Chapter 105. Buying and selling cultural relics is illegal. Please follow me, you two. The two followed the shop owner into a quiet inner room. "My surname is Zhang. May I ask your surnames?" Qing Jioha reached out and shook shopkeeper Zhang's hand. "My surname is Chung. This is my younger sister. What medicine are you selling?" Shopkeeper Zhang looked at Mengyu. Mengyu directly took out the wooden box containing the lingji again and placed it on the table. "Please examine the goods first, shopkeeper." Shopkeeper Zhang hurriedly picked up the wooden box and opened it. A refreshing, penetrating fragrance wafted out. Taking a deep breath, he indeed felt invigorated and clear-headed. Shopkeeper Zhang's face immediately flushed red with excitement. This was a wild lingji, reddish-brown in color. Because it grew on a tree root on a cliff, its diameter wasn't very large, only about 25 centimeters, and its weight was probably only around 1.5 jin, approximate 0.75 kilograms. He examined it for a full 10 minutes before finally putting down the wooden box and looking at the two. "You intend to sell this lingji to my shop?" Mengyu nodded. "That depends on the price you offer." Qing Jioha secretly approved in his heart. This sister of his was clever. By not stating a price herself, she could maintain the initiative. "I'll offer you this price." Shopkeeper Zhang extended 2 fingers, forming the shape of an 8. 8,000. Mengyu thought for a moment. In later times, a lingji of such fine quality and several thousand years old could sell for millions. She looked up at Shopkeeper Zhang. "You should be able to see that this lingji is at least 3,000 years old. Moreover, this isn't an ordinary forest lingji. It grew on a tree root on a cliff. Its effect on the soul is stronger than that of ordinary lingji. Additionally, although its growing environment was harsh, its appearance is still excellent. You could even collect it as a piece of art." Shopkeeper Zhang hadn't expected this girl to be so articulate. 10,000, Qing Jioha said. "If you don't need it, we'll sell it to Jimin Hall. I'm sure they'll definitely take it for 10,000. Qing Jioha said this because he knew Jimin Hall and Yuchin Hall were competitors. How could Shopkeeper Zhang allow this 1,000-year lingji to fall into his rival's hands? He gave a bitter smile. "You really know how to do business. 10,000 it is then." Just like that, The Lingji in Mingyu's possession sold for 10,000 yuan. In her space, there was an even larger one. That one, she decided to keep for herself. She directly asked for the 10,000 yuan in cash and put it in her backpack. Mingyu's heart finally settled. She had money again. When the car passed by the flower and bird market, Mengyu suddenly suggested going to browse the market. Because she had heard that in the 80s, antique markets hadn't really formed yet, but some flower and bird markets had people selling old items they had acquired. Therefore, she really wanted to try her luck. Qing thought all girls liked flowers and plants, so naturally he would satisfy his sister's request. He parked the car and the two entered the flower and bird market. However, after browsing the entire market, she didn't see any old items for sale. Apart from buying some plant seeds, she didn't buy a single old item. Seeing Mengyu's dejected look, Qing found it strange. Little sister, what did you want to buy at the flower and bird market? Mengyu let out a long sigh. I thought the flower and bird market might have antiques for sale. Qing was stunned for a moment, then burst into loud laughter. Mengyu rolled her eyes at this newly recognized brother. Was it that funny? Qing finally realized his sister was unhappy and quickly took Mengyu's hand. Little sister, don't be angry. Brother will take you to find antiques. Hearing this, Mengyu became happy again. You know where to sell antiques? Qing looked around. Seeing someone paying attention, he glared at them. When no one was paying attention anymore, he pulled Mengyu to a slightly more secluded spot. Little sister, you can't just casually sell antiques. Trafficking in cultural relics, that's illegal. Chapter 106, Blocked. Mengyu widened her eyes as she looked at Qing. Only then did she remember that during this period, it was difficult to distinguish between antiques and cultural relics. A single misstep could mean crossing a high-voltage line and becoming a cultural relic trafficker. There was once a person who tried to sell a blue and white porcelain vase. The Cultural Relics Management Office wanted to confiscate it, and in a fit of anger, the owner smashed his own vase. As a result, he was charged with another crime, destroying cultural relics. Moreover, trafficking cultural relics for profit, if the circumstances were severe, could lead to a 10-year prison sentence. So, who would dare to openly sell antiques at this time? This meant her original plan of buying antiques, letting her space absorb the essence of the sun and moon, and then selling the antiques wouldn't work. She could buy antiques, but she couldn't sell them. And with the 10,000 yuan she got from selling the Ganoderma, how many antiques could she buy? Earning essence points was just too difficult. Mengyu now deeply regretted not taking more gold pieces from the storage talisman. She had only taken that one piece, and even that was taken before returning the talisman. That entire cave of treasures. Her mother's master had 19 cave storages. She wouldn't have minded if Mengyu had taken a few treasures. In fact, she had even offered to give Mengyu that one cave of treasures, but Mengyu's birth mother had stopped her. And, because her birth mother didn't give it to her, Mengyu pretended to be tough. Apart from some medicines that she didn't consider for selling, she didn't take any other treasures that could be exchanged for money. She had even returned the pearl necklace, earrings, and bracelet she had worn to show off in front of Yirushui. As a result, when she needed money now, she had none to use. If she couldn't sell antiques, she could only buy them to collect for now. But without money, how could she collect antiques? Without antiques, how could she provide her space with the essence of the sun and moon to obtain essence points and upgrade the space? She was very weak now. She couldn't sell elixirs, or there would be trouble. She couldn't sell antiques, or she'd cross that high-voltage line. Although she had a pair of antique vases in her space that would be worth hundreds of millions in the future, she couldn't exchange them for money now. What would she use to buy antiques? Would she have to go back to her old trade, scavenging? But she had scavenged for 16 years and only once found an antique vase, nearly losing her life in the process. Antiques weren't that easy to find, unless she switched from scavenging to buying scrap. Some rural households did have quite a few old items. But one careless move, and she could be arrested as a cultural relic trafficker and sent for reform through labor. Mengyu was frustrated. She could only look at Qing with hopeful eyes. Seeing his younger sister looking at him with trusting, adorable eyes, Qing immediately thumped his chest. Don't worry, little sister. Your brother said he'd take you, and he definitely will. But before we go, we need to do some disguising. Yes, there were no antiques for sale on the open market, but some underground markets had them. It's just that ordinary people didn't know about them. And without someone to vouch for you, you couldn't get in. Qing knew about this place because he had once heard about it from someone in the circle. And so, Qing, this soldier, took his newly recognized younger sister to the bandits' territory, all to make his sister happy. However, to avoid trouble, both of them disguised themselves. They even removed the license plate from the car. The car drove all the way to the suburbs and entered a farmstead. The farm had fields, land, and fish ponds, somewhat similar to the agritainment farms of later times. From the outside, you would never guess this was an underground black market for antique trading. At the farm entrance, a tall, burly man stopped Chung Jioha's car. "Sorry, this is private property. We don't accept outside visitors." Chapter 107. Buying Only Junk. Chung Jioha rolled down the car window. "We were referred by Zhao Laolu." Upon hearing the name Zhao Laolu, the man immediately broke into a smile. "Please come in." The car drove into the farmstead and traveled another 400 or 500 meters before arriving in front of a large shed covered with asphalt felt. Chung Jioha parked the car in an open area and, taking Mengyu by the hand, headed toward the shed. There was still someone guarding the entrance. Chung Jioha said, "We were referred by Zhao Laolu, and the person let them pass." Mengyu felt a bit nervous yet also excited. Why does this feel a bit like engaging in underground activities? Inside the shed, there were quite a few people. 5 or 6 stalls were set up, each with various kinds of old and antique items displayed in front of the sellers. However, there were only about 13 or 14 buyers, making the atmosphere seem somewhat quiet. Chung Jioha noticed that as soon as Mengyu saw the old items on the stalls, her eyes began to sparkle brightly. He couldn't help but find it amusing. It turned out his little sister really did have a fondness for antiques. What a strange hobby indeed. Most young girls like flowers and plants, and even those with a bit of money preferred jewelry. But she liked antiques. He took her hand. "Come on, little sister, let's go take a look." As they approached a stall, Mengyu heard Xiao Tao's voice ring out. "Wow, so much sun and moon essence. These items have all absorbed a lot of sun and moon essence. Master, quickly take them in. Take them all in." Mengyu suddenly remembered how this fellow had once taken an ancient vase into the space on her own and hurriedly warned, "These antiques belong to others. You are not allowed to take them privately." Xiao Tao pouted. "Master, last time I took the ancient vase privately because I knew it belonged to you." Only then did Mengyu feel relieved. "Quickly take a look and tell me which antiques have the most sun and moon essence on them." Following Xiao Tao's guidance, Mengyu pointed at an item on the stall and asked for the price. "Boss, how much for this bowl with a chip?" The middle-aged, thin boss glanced at the dark, chipped bowl and said, "This one is 100 yuan." Mengyu was dissatisfied. "Boss, this is broken. And it's not a rare piece, just a common one. Once it's broken, it's not worth much. No one but me would buy it. How about 20 yuan? The boss thought for a moment and agreed. "Take it." Mengyu then picked up another plate, which Xiao Tao had pointed out, that was missing about 1/5 of its rim. "What about this one?" Seeing that she had picked yet another broken item, the boss said, 15 yuan. After getting a sense of the prices for these broken and old items, Mengyu stopped asking about them one by one. Following Xiao Tao's directions, she quickly selected several pieces of broken antiques. She gathered the broken antiques she wanted and placed them in front of the boss. "Boss, how much for this pile of broken old items?" The boss looked at the 5 or 6 antiques, all of which were damaged, difficult to repair and common pieces, then offered a fair price. "Give me 100 yuan for the lot." Chung Jioha looked at the pile of broken antiques Mengyu had chosen, his brows furrowed tightly. "Little sister, why are you only picking these broken things? You didn't come here just to buy junk, did you?" When others buy antiques, they choose items with collectible value, waiting for them to appreciate in the future. But when Mengyu bought antiques, she chose those that had absorbed the most sun and moon essence, meaning the oldest ones. Therefore, she wasn't afraid of them being broken, she was only afraid they weren't old enough. Mengyu gave her brother a reason. "Brother, I'm choosing these broken things because I want to study and learn about archaeology. So I'm not afraid of them being broken. I'm only afraid they aren't old enough." Upon hearing that Mengyu was doing this for the sake of learning, Chung Jioha stopped interfering. Chapter 108. Buying Until It Hurts. Actually, Mengyu knew that if she had the money, she should buy some good antiques to collect. They would fetch sky-high prices in the future. But right now, she didn't have enough money. After all, for her space, the essence of the sun and moon contained in good antiques and bad antiques was the same. It was just a matter of whether they were from a more recent era or an older one. However, if she had more money, she would also like to buy some good antiques, let her space absorb most of their essence, and then sell them again. As for these broken antiques, they could only serve as food for her space, to be directly consumed. The other stall owners, seeing Mengyu specifically buying broken antiques while her brother didn't interfere, secretly sighed. This older brother is too indulgent. He actually lets her spend several hundred yuan on junk just so she can learn. But the antique dealers loved it. If a rare piece was slightly damaged, it could still be sold at a discounted price. But if an ordinary piece was broken, it really wasn't worth much. They had only brought them along because they happened to come across them. Even if they weren't worth much, they could still fetch a few dozen yuan. "Little sister, I also have some damaged ones here. Do you want them?" A one-eyed man proactively called out. Mengyu just glanced and shook her head. I want the ones with learning value. Next, Mengyu selected some broken antiques from each stall, spending over 300 yuan in total. Chang Jioha helped Mengyu pack all the broken antiques she bought into a cardboard box, placed it in the car, and then they entered the inner rooms. Actually, the antiques in this large shed weren't of high value. The truly good items were in the individual rooms inside. As soon as Mengyu walked into one of the rooms, Xiao Tao called out again. There are good things. The third item in the first row on the left, the third on the left in the second row, the second on the right in the third row. Master, hurry, get them all. Mengyu scanned according to its instructions, took just one look, and cursed inwardly. Do I look like someone who can afford that jadeite bowl? And that gold dough measure, that gemstone bracelet, these items would cost at least tens of thousands. Are you sure I can afford them? Xiao Tao's voice weakened. If you sell that ancient vase that has already absorbed essence, you can afford them. Mengyu was stunned. That vase would be worth 100 million in the future, and she was supposed to sell it here? Probably not even 100,000, right? Xiao Tao scoffed. By the time the future comes, will you still lack money? It's now that you're short on cash, right? If you sell it, you can buy more other antiques. After absorbing essence from those, you can sell them again, and the money will come back, won't it? Although Mengyu thought Xiao Tao made sense, she really liked that pair of vases and couldn't bear to sell them. But under Xiao Tao's nagging, she still bought the antiques it wanted. Fortunately, Chang Jioha helped bargain, and she only spent a little over 8,000. However, the money from selling the Lingji was almost spent again, leaving her with just over 1,000 yuan. She couldn't buy anything more. Chang Jioha didn't have much cash either. In this kind of business, only cash was accepted, no credit, no matter how big the face. That was the rule for doing business here. Mengyu let out a long sigh. Chang Jioha found it amusing. What are you sighing about? Didn't you buy enough today? Mengyu made a pained face. Seeing so many treasures, I still want more, but I'm out of cash. I should have withdrawn more money earlier. Chang Jioha tapped her nose. I don't oppose you studying archaeology, but you can't be too wasteful. Mengyu wrinkled her nose. Yes, brother. Chapter 109. Black light pressing down. Chang Jioha almost laughed again. He patted Mengyu's hair, feeling a bit regretful himself. He had no money. Otherwise, how wonderful it would be to let his little sister buy whatever she wanted. All right, let's head back. But Mengyu refused to leave. Mengyu tugged at Chang Jioha's hand, shaking it. Brother, we haven't seen the other rooms yet. Even if we don't buy anything, it's nice to just look. Can't we take a look around? Chang Jioha was both amused and exasperated. Just looking without buying, probably no one would like that, right? However, as a doting brother fanatic, he naturally listened to his sister. So, they walked through the rooms one by one. Every time they entered a room, Xiao Tao would shout and yell, urging Mengyu to buy the antiques it fancied. But Mengyu completely ignored it. Just as they were about to finish and leave, Mengyu noticed there was still one room at the very end they hadn't visited. She pulled her brother along. The last one, let's take a look. Even though she couldn't buy anything without money, she still wanted to see. She would only come here once, and she would regret not looking. However, the moment she stepped into this room, Mengyu regretted it. Upon entering the last room, Xiao Tao suddenly let out a sharp scream. The sound was unbearable for Mengyu. Hurry, you must buy everything here, all of it. Xiao Tao screamed frantically. Mengyu shouted inwardly, stop. Apart from the vendor himself, there was no one else in this room. She looked toward the vendor in the room. But what did she see? When Mengyu studied medicine, the first thing she learned was the art of observing qi. Every person's body emits a certain aura around their head, also known as the afterglow. Those who have practiced can see it. This aura is closely related to a person's health. Generally, a healthy aura is white light. Those in suboptimal health have a grayish white light. Sick individuals have gray light. Those on the verge of death have black light. And what she saw above the vendor's head right now was a massive black light, pressing down on him, compressing the white light above his head until only a thin layer remained. This was the famous black clouds pressing down on the crown. If that thin layer of white light were crushed, his days would be numbered. But it was clear that the white light above his head wouldn't last more than a few days. In other words, if she didn't intervene to save him, he had only a few days left to live. Yet he couldn't be more than 16 years old. His spirits were extremely low. He kept his head down, looking at the 7 or 8 antiques in front of him, not even lifting his head when Mengyu and the other entered. Mengyu sighed inwardly and shifted her gaze to the items displayed in the room. Above them, too, hung a mass of black clouds. Mengyu understood. Everything in this room was Mingqi funerary objects. Ming sounds like the underworld, meaning all the items in this room were burial objects. Of course, many antiques are often burial objects. But if the tombsine energy isn't too strong, after these Mingqi are cleaned and exposed to sunlight for a while, the Yin energy can dissipate. However, if the tomb is extremely inauspicious and the yin energy has deeply penetrated the objects, turning into evil energy, no amount of sun exposure can make it disappear. Anyone who keeps such antiques close will have their body eroded by the evil energy, falling ill, and in severe cases, even losing their life. Naturally, the first to be eroded by the evil energy are the tomb raiders. For example, the vendor before her, because he was surrounded by this large pile of Mingqi saturated with heavy yin energy, already had black light pressing down on his head. This person had only a few days left to live. And at this moment, Xiao Tao was still shouting, "Hurry, master, hurry and buy all these essences." Chapter 110, Won't live past 3 days. Mengyu scolded Xiao Tao, "All you know is to shout buy, buy, buy. Don't you realize these are all funerary objects?" Xiao Tao cautiously replied, "But, master, haven't you cultivated the witch body technique? I see summon a lot of righteous energy every time you practice. That righteous energy can dispel this evil energy." Mengyu was surprised. "When I practice the witch body technique, isn't the energy I gather called the primordial energy of heaven and earth?" "Master, you're silly. The primordial energy of heaven and earth is just the righteous energy of heaven and earth, isn't it?" It mocked Mengyu. Master doesn't even understand this. Hearing Xiao Tao's words, Mengyu was stunned. The primordial energy of heaven and earth is the righteous energy of heaven and earth? If that's really the case, if she could cleanse these funerary objects, then they would become auspicious objects. Also, she could conveniently save this person. Perhaps then he would sell these funerary objects to her at a cheaper price? Qing Jioha entered the room and saw Mengyu staring at these old items after coming in, occasionally glancing at the vendor. For some reason, he felt uncomfortable. He tugged at Mengyu. "There's nothing good to buy here. Let's go." But Mengyu shook her head. She pointed at the vendor. "He needs help." Her words startled the other 2 people in the room. The vendor finally looked up at Mengyu. Qing Jioha looked again at the listless antique peddler and finally realized this person wasn't right. Looking at those items again, he finally noticed these were all funerary objects. No wonder he, a martial artist with vigorous qi and blood, felt uncomfortable in this room. Qing Jioha pulled Mengyu to leave. "Let's go quickly. Your brother feels a bit unwell." Only then did Mengyu notice her brother's somewhat pale face. Mengyu silently blamed herself for not paying attention to her brother and hurriedly said, "Brother, you don't need to leave. Let me help you." Her fingers moved slightly as she silently recited an incantation, summoning a stream of primordial energy of heaven and earth and directing it towards her brother. Qing Jioha only felt a warm breeze pass over him, and the cold, gloomy sensation in his body vanished. He stared at Mengyu in astonishment. "Little sister, that evil energy can't affect me, so brother, you don't need to worry." Before Qing Jioha could speak, the person sitting behind the pile of funerary objects suddenly looked up, his gaze burning as he looked at Mengyu. "You can exorcise evil?" He remembered what Mengyu had just said. He needs help. He suddenly bowed deeply to Mengyu. "Please, I beg you, save my brother." Seeing him kneel, Mengyu thought he was pleading for himself, but he was actually begging her to save his brother. Could it be that these funerary objects weren't dug up by him, but by his brother? Seeing Mengyu look at the pile of funerary objects, the man quickly added, "As long as you save my brother, all these antiques, I'll use them as your reward." Admittedly, Mengyu was tempted. The vendor then urgently said, "These things were brought back by my brother, but he himself was also brought back by the people who went with him. He's been back for 2 days, unconscious the whole time. The doctors said there's no hope. We sought out a master, and the master said if he doesn't wake up within another day, he can't be saved. The master said that just one revitalizing pill could wake his brother, but a revitalizing pill costs 100,000 yuan. Their family had no money left, so they could only offer these things his brother brought back as payment. But the master refused, saying these antiques had been contaminated by evil energy and whoever took them would be cursed. He brought these things here today to see if he could sell them. If sold, he would have money to pay the master to save his brother's life." After hearing the vendor's explanation, Mengyu hesitated a little. Chapter 111. Are you really going to help him? If it were a case like this vendor's, Mengyu was confident she could save him. But his brother had already been unconscious for several days. She feared even his soul might have been corrupted. If the soul was corrupted, she would be powerless to save him. She looked at the vendor. "What about you?" The vendor was puzzled. "Me? I'm fine. I'm just always tired and want to sleep." Mengyu couldn't bear to tell him the truth, but she had to. "You've been too close to these funerary objects, guarding them for too long. You've already been tainted by sinister energy. Without treatment, your body won't last more than a few days." Upon hearing this, the vendor's face turned deathly pale. He buried his head between his knees, covering his face with his hands as he wept. "People say my brother's condition is retribution for digging up ancestral graves, but I didn't do anything. Why must I die too? Mengyu sighed. I can save you, but you'll have to give me these antiques as payment. However, the vendor, who had earlier been willing to give all his antiques to Mengyu if she would save his brother, now hesitated. These things, my brother risked his life for them. I can't give them to you. Mengyu found it strange. Don't you value your own life? The vendor hesitated for a moment, then said firmly, these antiques belong to my brother. They must be used to save him first. Mengyu sighed inwardly. Even when his own life was at stake, he insisted on saving his brother first, fearing that if he used up the resources, his brother would be beyond help. This was true brotherhood. She spoke seriously once more. But if you don't receive treatment, you won't live more than 3 days. The vendor's face remained pale, but he clenched his lips tightly. My brother must be saved first. Mengyu pressed him again. Aren't you afraid of death? Or are you? The vendor shook his head. I am afraid. But I still have 3 days. My brother, he only has 1 day left. Qingjiaohe looked at Mengyu. She was clearly moved and wanted to help, yet she was deliberately teasing this young man. Still, he worried, could she really save them? Sure enough, Mengyu turned to Qingjiaohe. Brother, I want to go help him. The young vendor immediately bowed to Qingjiaohe. Qingjiaohe did not accept his gesture. I have no way to save your brother. Besides, it's already very late today. He glanced at his watch. It's 4 o'clock. He knew Mengyu was likely planning to use a Peiyuan pill to save the brother, and he was reluctant. After all, they had no relation to this young vendor. The vendor held back tears. But 1 day earlier, Mengyu waved her hand to stop him and said to her brother, Brother, I want to go. Qingjiaohe sighed. Little sister, think carefully. Are you really going to help him? His brother, who knew if his brother was a good person or a bad one. The vendor quickly interjected, if this elder sister is willing to try, that's enough. Whether she can cure him or not, he said sadly, I won't blame her. Brother, I want to try to save him. Maybe he can be saved. She pointed at the antiques. If I save him, these antiques will be mine. The young vendor nodded eagerly. Yes. If you can save my brother, all these antiques are yours. Mengyu pouted at Qingjiaohe. Brother. Qingjiaohe sighed helplessly. Fine, you decide. Seeing her brother agree, Mengyu said to the vendor, I can try to see your brother, but I can't guarantee I can save him. The vendor was overjoyed and bowed to Mengyu again. Thank you, elder sister. If you're willing to go, I'm sure you can cure my brother. He then bowed to Qingjiaohe. Thank you, elder brother. Chapter 112. Husband and wife are birds in the same forest. The stall owner quickly packed up his things into a large suitcase, then picked it up and followed Qingjiaohe into his car. After the car drove away, a man in his 50s or 60s emerged from inside, watching Qingjiaohe's car depart. Chung family's Jiohe? He actually recognized Irin as his younger sister. It seems Xingyang will have a hard time suppressing him. He returned to the previous room and picked up the phone. Hello, the Qing residence? Please connect me to Madam Chung. Following the stall owner's directions, the car arrived at a rural village in the suburbs. Mengyu got out of the car and noticed that above a house at the west end of the village, thick black energy was gathering, already forming into dark clouds. It was still October, and the weather shouldn't have been cold, yet Qingjiaohe felt a chilling coldness. Qingjiaohe looked at Mengyu with concern. Given this situation, even a Peiyuan pill might not be enough. Can she really cure him? But Mengyu had already gotten out of the car and was heading straight for the house shrouded in dark clouds. Xiaohe, the stall owner, wanted to say, let me show you the way, but he noticed Mengyu didn't need his guidance at all. She was walking directly toward his home. He couldn't help but wonder, how does this young lady know which house I live in? Mengyu entered the He family home and saw a young man in his 20s lying on the floor of the main hall, with only a mat spread beneath him. Above his head hung a much denser and darker cloud than the one over Xiaohe's head. However, this man's will to survive was incredibly strong. Judging from the pained expression on his face, he was struggling desperately to hold on. A final point of white light guarded between his eyebrows, preventing the dark clouds from invading. The expert Xiaohe mentioned was right. If she didn't intervene, this man could last at most 1 more day. Mengyu found it strange and turned to ask Xiaohe, who had followed closely behind, this is your older brother, right? Why isn't he sleeping in bed? It's a local custom. It turned out there was a local tradition. When someone is about to die, they must not be left in bed. Instead, the person is placed on the floor of the main hall. Firstly, it's hoped they can absorb the earth's energy and revive. Secondly, one must not die in bed. Dying in bed is colloquially called carrying the bedboard and is frowned upon. Mengyu asked again, where are the other members of your family? Xiaohe felt like wiping his tears again. My parents died early. I was raised by my brother. My sister-in-law took my nephew and left, and she also took more than half of the antiques my brother had gotten his share of. Mengyu was surprised. She took more than half? So, your brother brought back quite a lot of goods this time. Xiaohe nodded. This time, they said they excavated a large tomb from the Warring States period. 8 people went in, with 2 guarding outside. Of those who entered, only my brother and 1 other person came out, bringing over 100 funerary objects. The 4 survivors each got 42 pieces. On the way back, the brother who went into the tomb with my brother collapsed. My brother collapsed right at our doorstep. We took him to the hospital, but they wouldn't admit him and told us to prepare for the funeral. I invited a master to take a look, but he couldn't do anything either. He only said to prepare a Peiyuan pill. And the brother who entered the tomb chamber with my brother died that very night. Mengyu and Cheng Jioha exchanged glances upon hearing this. How treacherous must that large tomb have been to claim all 4 who entered? Xiaohe continued, yesterday afternoon, my sister-in-law said my brother was beyond hope and that she and my nephew couldn't bear staying at home, so she took my nephew back to her parents' house. She said she wouldn't be coming back. This morning, I discovered only 7 of the funerary objects my brother brought back remained. That expert said my brother's condition required a Peiyuan pill, so I wanted to sell these to buy one for him. Mengyu sighed. His sister-in-law truly lived up to the saying, husband and wife are birds in the same forest, but when disaster strikes, each flies away alone. Chapter 113, A Huge Loss. Mengyu turned to Xiaohe. This Xiaohe was truly a brother with deep affection. While Mengyu agreed to help partly because she wanted those antiques, the main reason was that she was moved by Xiaohe's deep feelings for his brother. With a younger brother like this, the older brother probably wasn't a bad person either, right? Cheng Jioha took the lead, taking out a bottle and pouring out a Peiyuan pill for the younger brother. Give this to your brother to take. Xiaohe was still a bit confused. Didn't they say that Sister Mengyu would be the one to treat him? Why was this older brother taking out the pill? A pill? He looked at the pill in his hand, utterly shocked. This is a Peiyuan pill? He had been running around these past few days trying to find a Peiyuan pill for his brother, so he naturally knew that a Peiyuan pill cost 100,000 yuan per pill and was extremely hard to come by. His 7 Ming Dynasty artifacts definitely couldn't sell for 100,000 yuan, yet this brother Cheng had taken out a Peiyuan pill? Didn't that mean they were taking a huge loss? He really wanted to compensate them for their loss, but all he had were these 7 artifacts. Cheng Jioha said impatiently, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and give the pill to your brother. He didn't want to take it out either, but it was better for him to take it out than for his sister to do so. Coming here today was a huge loss. Xiaohe was so startled he almost dropped the pill. He quickly ran over, fed the pill into his brother's mouth, took a sip of water, and then fed it to his brother mouth to mouth. Seeing his actions, Mengyu finally understood why he had been so deeply affected by the evil energy. If he didn't know before, his actions could be considered accidental. But even after knowing that his brother was heavily tainted with evil energy, he still chose to feed the medicine to his brother this way. It was clear that his feelings for his brother were truly profound. Xiaohe didn't know that it was precisely because of his deep affection for his brother that Mengyu decided, no matter what, to save both brothers. After feeding the Peiyuan pill, Xiaohe's brother's vital signs noticeably improved, but he still didn't wake up. Moreover, the expression on his face became even more pained. Xiaohe anxiously asked, what's going on? Mengyu stared at the face shrouded in black energy. Your brother originally had only a faint breath left. The evil energy, fearing a backlash, wasn't in a hurry to take his life, only wanting to slowly consume his vitality. But you just fed your brother a Peiyuan pill, giving him a strong surge of internal energy. The evil energy, seeing him suddenly become stronger and fearing that he would expel it after digesting the Peiyuan pill, is now attacking urgently. She thought for a moment and prepared to gather the primal energy of heaven and earth, as Xiao Tao had suggested, to drive away and dissolve the evil energy. Listen, everyone. I'm going to start the ritual now. Brother, you stand guard at the door for me and don't let anyone in to disturb us. Xiaohe, you sit cross-legged by your brother's head, focus your eyes on your nose and your nose on your heart, and clear your mind of all distractions. Cheng Jioha was inwardly surprised. This sister of his even knew how to perform rituals? He immediately agreed. Don't worry, with me here, no one will get in. Yes. Xiaohe also quickly followed Mengyu's instructions, running to sit cross-legged by his brother's head, truly focusing his eyes on his nose and his nose on his heart, clearing his mind of all distractions. Mengyu silently recited the incantation and began forming hand seals with broad, sweeping movements. This method of gathering the primal energy of heaven and earth was something Mengyu obtained along with the storage talisman when she was in the cave halfway up the cliff. She also obtained the witch body technique at the same time. Although she now practiced the wood immortal technique, she hadn't given up on body training. This method of gathering the primal energy of heaven and earth was very useful for body training. Xiaohe, focusing his eyes on his nose and his nose on his heart with a clear mind, naturally didn't notice Mengyu's actions, but Cheng Jioha saw them. He was utterly shocked inwardly. What kind of sister had he recognized? Chapter 114, Overestimating Herself. Although Mengyu was only a first-level gathering yuan cultivator and a second-level martial artist, she possessed a heavenly with spiritual root. Those with spiritual roots are inherently born with powerful soul strength. Therefore, as she performed the hand seals with broad, sweeping gestures, the surrounding heaven and earth source energy rapidly converged and entered the He residence. Ever since Chung Jioha approached the He family, he had felt an intense chill. But at this moment, he felt as if bathed in a spring breeze, warm and gentle. Young He's sensations were even more intense. Ever since his brother returned home and he stayed close to him, he had constantly felt an all-pervading, deepening chill. It had grown so severe that today, he felt as if his entire body was submerged in icy water, or as if ice had formed on him, making his movements unusually sluggish. But now he felt as if the sun was shining directly on him from all directions, incredibly warm. Young He sensed the ice on his body melting away. What he didn't notice was that the expression on his brother's face had gradually softened. This was because his spirit was slowly sinking into his heart. However, Mengyu was now in danger. She had overestimated herself. And the consequence of overestimating herself was, she almost lost her life here. Mengyu had overestimated herself. This was her first time performing such a ritual. Following Little Peach's instructions, she gathered the heaven and earth source energy to dispel the evil chi from the two brothers. However, the amount of evil chi they had attracted was simply too great. With her current cultivation level, the amount of heaven and earth source energy she could summon was insufficient. After she exhausted her energy, only 1/3 of the evil chi on the two brothers had been dispelled. Little Peach warned her, "Master, you must not continue. Otherwise, you will suffer a backlash." But she had never been one to leave a task half-finished. She took out a foundation-building pill to consume. Little Peach stopped her again. "Master, you must not take the foundation-building pill. Consuming it will cause you to break through too quickly, making you even more prone to chi deviation in the future." But Mengyu simply ignored it. "Master, you are forbidden from gathering more heaven and earth source energy." Little Peach was being too noisy, so Mengyu simply blocked off her space. Finally, she could no longer hear Little Peach's voice. She consumed a foundation-building pill to restore her energy, and then continued gathering the heaven and earth source energy. However, before the energy from the foundation-building pill could fully replenish her, the evil chi turned and began attacking her. At first, it wasn't too severe, but for some reason, she began recalling her past life, how she was sold to Tiger Hollow, and every night, was tormented in turn by the Zhou brothers. She remembered her 2 previous attempts to escape and being caught. The first time, she was beaten half to death. For the second escape attempt, they said they would give her a lesson she would never forget. She never knew that the so-called unforgettable lesson meant being violated in turn by a large group of traffickers until she lost consciousness. The lesson was indeed profound. After that, she made no move for 9 years. It wasn't until the 10th year that she found an opportunity to escape. However, after fleeing the deep mountains, she was run over and killed by Jiang Mengyu's car. So, she had suffered such tragic events. So, her body was very, very dirty, so dirty that only blood could wash it clean. She felt the resentment in her chest growing stronger and stronger, then transforming into a fierce, violent chi. This violent chi filled Mengyu's chest, seeming ready to explode. She even wanted to take a knife to cut open her own chest, to let the chi out, to wash her body clean with blood. Moreover, a short sword actually appeared in her hand, the one she had obtained from the artifact pavilion in the thatched cottage. Without hesitation, she thrust it toward her own chest. Chapter 115, Little Sister, Brother is Here. Suddenly, a dark figure flashed before her eyes, and Mengyu's short sword was seized by someone. Little sister, wake up quickly. You've lost control of your cultivation. Wake up. Mengyu opened her eyes and looked at Chung Jioha, brother. A trace of sorrow flashed in her eyes. Before this, she only remembered that after the wife bought in Tiger Hollow was caught escaping for the second time, the traffickers gave her a lesson she would never forget. But she had forgotten the process of that lesson. Just now, however, the part of her past life that she had deliberately forgotten came back to her. How could she have forgotten that whole group of enemies? Jiang Haidong, Li Chunhua, Jiang Huayu, Zhou Daoling, Zhou Erling, Lao Lu, Lao Wu, Lao Si, Lao San, Lao Er, and Lao Da. She would not let a single one of them go. Last time, when Gu Dongxing went to Yinghua town to raid the tofu shop, they only caught Lao Lu and some underlings. When rescuing the trafficked women, the Zhou brothers escaped punishment because they hadn't managed to buy a wife. But it didn't matter. She would find each of them herself. She would go find them personally. Little sister, brother is here. Chung Jioha held her and called out, Little sister, your brother is by your side. There's nothing to be afraid of, okay? At that moment, he felt the sister in his arms was like a demon from hell, sending chills down his spine. He didn't know what his sister had been through to generate such bloodthirsty, murderous aura. Yes, it was a murderous aura. The ferocity in Mengyu's chest quickly dissipated. Her eyes finally became clear again. That's right, she had been reborn. Her body in her past life was defiled, but in this life, she was still pure. In this life, she wasn't sold into Tiger Hollow. She jumped off a cliff halfway and was saved by Gu Dongxing. Moreover, she was cultivating now. She was growing stronger continuously, and once she became powerful, she would crush all that trash beneath her feet. After an unknown amount of time, Xiaohe suddenly woke up. The heavy feeling all over his body vanished completely. He felt light as a swallow, so light he wished he could shout out loud. He looked down at his brother and found that the pain was gone from his brother's face, and there was even a hint of color in his cheeks. Now he looked more like he was asleep. He was surprised to discover that his brother was indeed asleep because he could hear him snoring. His brother? Was he cured? He really wanted to wake his brother up. But as soon as he made a move, he heard a voice. Let him sleep. Don't wake him. Looking up, he met Cheng Jioha's cold gaze from the doorway. Wait, his eyes also held anger and even resentment? Xiaohe was puzzled. Why was brother Cheng resentful towards him? But when he looked down and saw Mengyu, also pale and deep in sleep, he understood. Sister Mengyu had exhausted herself performing the ritual for them brothers and had fallen asleep. Actually, it wasn't just simple exhaustion for Mengyu. She had almost lost her life here today. She had lost control of her cultivation. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Cheng Jioha noticed something was wrong and immediately intervened, stopping her from harming herself. Afterwards, he channeled his internal energy into her, helping her regulate her meridians. Only then did she manage to overcome the crisis, not only successfully expelling the evil energy, but also beginning a breakthrough. Not long after, Mengyu broke through from the first level of the Hotian stage to the second level. After the breakthrough, she sat in meditation to stabilize her cultivation. But because she was utterly exhausted, she fell asleep. Chapter 116, so the master knows she was wrong. Although Mengyu had suddenly become a second-level martial artist, Cheng Jioha was very dissatisfied. Using medicinal power to break through could easily lead to an unstable realm. Most importantly, Mengyu's chi deviation today had frightened him, and he felt resentment toward his sister for her overestimation of her own abilities. If he hadn't been here today, who could have saved her if she had suffered chi deviation? Therefore, he was resentful. His resentment originally stemmed from his sister, but he couldn't bring himself to blame her, so he directed his anger toward Xiaohe. If it weren't for him, how could his sister have almost suffered chi deviation? Moreover, to save this guy, his sister had even used 3 nourishing origin pills. How could those few antiques compensate for his sister's loss? Thinking of those antiques, his gaze turned to the large bag Xiaohe had brought back. Suddenly, he felt that the bag seemed to have changed as well. Before, Cheng Jioha always felt that the large bag containing the antiques had a somewhat gloomy, grayish aura. But now he felt that the bag looked much brighter and more pleasing to the eye. He guessed that the evil energy attached to those antiques had already been dispelled by Mengyu. Xiaohe, having been glared at several times by Cheng Jioha, felt wronged, but seeing that his brother seemed to have recovered, he became happy again. This older sister was truly amazing. Even the expert couldn't cure his brother, yet she managed to heal him. Yes, what the expert said was that with nourishing origin pills, there was only a 10% chance of saving the person. He never said that with the pills, his brother would definitely be saved. But this older sister actually managed to save him. However, the older sister was so exhausted that she fell asleep. Big brother must be worried about her. It was all because of his own matter that the older sister became so tired and fell asleep, so it was only right for brother Cheng to glare at him a few times. As long as Big Brother could vent his anger, he could glare as much as he wanted. Seeing Big Brother look at the large bag containing the antiques, he thought he understood what this person was thinking and immediately brought the bag to Cheng Jioha. Now, the things in this bag belonged to the older sister. Cheng Jioha was almost infuriated by Xiaohe. Was it for those few broken items dug out of a dead person's grave? He was worried about his own sister. Whether it was Xiaohe's words or the slight sound of the antiques hitting the ground that disturbed her, Mengyu opened her eyes. As soon as she saw Xiaohe bringing the antiques over, she happily said, "You're better now?" Xiaohe replied sheepishly, "Yes, I'm better." He glanced timidly at Cheng Jioha and, braving his gaze, mustered the courage to say, "Could you please check how my brother is doing?" Mengyu wanted to check on brother He, but Cheng Jioha stopped her. "Do you know how dangerous your situation was just now?" Seeing her brother's stern face, Mengyu immediately knew he was angry. She quickly grabbed his hand and shook it. Brother, I was wrong. Brother, I promise I won't do things beyond my abilities in the future." She knew that because of the unresolved resentment from her past life, she was prone to qi deviation. Although Zhang's parents had been sent to the police station by Gu Dongxing, strictly speaking, as long as they insisted they were merely marrying off their daughter and receiving a bride price, nothing could really be done to them. In the end, they would surely be released. And this Jiang Mengyu had only been driven out of the university campus by her. As for the Zhou brothers and the human traffickers, they must be severely punished before her inner demons could completely dissipate. Her path was not smooth, and such incidents would likely happen again in the future. What she should not have done most was to block out Xiao Tao. So the master knows she was wrong, Xiao Tao said quietly. Chapter 117, Obtaining a Pill Cauldron. Little Tao, your master was wrong. I'll apologize to you properly when we get back, but right now I need to seek my brother's forgiveness. Mengyu felt deeply guilty towards Little Tao. It always thought of her first, yet she had scolded it and even blocked it. Little Tao is a forgiving spirit, master. I forgive you, Little Tao said. While Mengyu was communicating with Little Tao, Cheng Jioha thought she was feeling upset. He patted Mengyu's hair. Sigh, it's good that you realize your mistake, little sister. Life only comes once, you must cherish it. Mengyu secretly sweated in her heart. This is actually my second life. Xiaohe looked at Mengyu, then at Cheng Jioha, confusion in his eyes. Had something happened while he had his eyes closed and was asleep? Mengyu walked over, lifted Brother He's eyelid to check, and then took his pulse. This was purely for practice, as she had only learned from books and this was her first time taking someone's pulse. However, the pulse she felt matched what the books described for a healthy person, except for a few beats that seemed slightly obstructed. Checking again, it seemed to flow smoothly once more. She said, your brother's body is basically fine now. Because he took the Foundation Establishment pill, his body is currently repairing some past damage. Sleeping is good for him. Mengyu looked at Xiaohe's frame, then turned to Cheng Jioha. Brother, could you carry him to the bed? She had the strength to carry someone, but she was, after all, a girl. Having Xiaohe carry his brother would probably be difficult for him, so she asked her brother. Cheng Jioha, being ordered by his little sister, didn't seem displeased. He came over and picked up the man as easily as if he were an infant, asking Xiaohe, which room? Xiaohe quickly pushed open his brother's bedroom door. Here. Cheng Jioha placed Brother He on the bed. After coming out, he picked up the bag of antiques Xiaohe had brought with one hand, took Mengyu's hand with the other, and started to leave. Xiaohe chased after them and asked, Sister Mengyu, when will my brother wake up? Mengyu looked back. He'll wake up tomorrow morning. Also, if your sister-in-law and nephew are infected by the evil energy, they can bring the antiques to find me. And within 3 days of your brother waking up, I'll still be in B City. I live at. Seeing Cheng Jioha's disapproving look, Mengyu hurriedly said, this Brother He today contracted the evil energy from inside a tomb, and it had already been 2 days, so it was especially severe. Others were just contaminated by the funerary objects. Dispelling the evil energy won't require much effort. I can handle it. Cheng Jioha helplessly rubbed Mengyu's head. You're taking a huge loss on this deal. You used 3 Foundation Establishment pills and only got these few pieces of junk in return. And you're still willing to come back. Cheng Jioha felt his little sister had gotten the short end of the stick. Mengyu herself didn't think she was at a disadvantage. Brother, but my cultivation also broke through. Meaning, her Foundation Establishment pills weren't wasted. Moreover, she had a feeling she seemed to have gained some merit points, which also added a bit to her recently broken through first layer of gathering origin cultivation. Alright, as you wish, Cheng Jioha conceded helplessly. Only then did Mengyu say to Xiaohe, we'll come by again tomorrow. If anyone else has evil energy invading their body, have them wait for us at your house tomorrow. However, it's not free. Sigh, payment, we'll discuss it then. Xiaohe quickly agreed. Hearing Cheng Jioha say Mengyu had used 3 Foundation Establishment pills, he finally understood why Brother Cheng was dissatisfied with him. Xiaohe felt very guilty. Sister Mengyu, I'm sorry. Wait for me a moment. With that, he ran back to his room. Shortly after, he came out holding a cauldron. Here, this is my favorite thing. My brother gave it to me before. Chapter 118, Get Out Here. As soon as Mengyu saw the cauldron, for some reason, her heart stirred. Immediately after, Xiao Tao's voice rang out again. Master, take it quickly. This is an alchemy cauldron. From now on, Master can refine pills herself. Mengyu hurriedly reached out and took the cauldron, smiling at Xiaohe as she said, thank you. I really like this cauldron. With this, you don't owe me anything anymore. Xiaohe's face flushed red. He was extremely happy. This was his most treasured possession, but seeing Big Sister Mengyu like it made him feel very satisfied. As long as Big Sister Mengyu likes it, that's all that matters. By the time Cheng Jioha brought Mengyu back to Yong'an Alley, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Cheng Jioha first checked the surroundings to confirm no one was lying in ambush. Only then did he carry the box of old junk Mengyu had bought that day, along with the bag containing 8 pieces of Ming Dynasty antique artifacts, into Mengyu's courtyard. Although the courtyard Chung Jioha had gifted her was much more exquisite than this one, ever since that courtyard was reclaimed, no one had lived in it. It had been left empty, and to make it habitable would require a major cleaning. Furthermore, because that courtyard was too large, and even if the surrounding residences were occupied, it wasn't like Yong'an Alley where several families lived in one courtyard, creating a lively atmosphere. Therefore, Chung Jioha still brought Mengyu back to Yong'an Alley. Little did he know, for Mengyu, it made no difference where she went because she would definitely enter her space at night. Although she had considered that there might still be people in Yong'an Alley waiting to cause trouble for her, was she afraid? I'm telling you, little sister, even though you have neighbors living on both sides here, these people aren't good neighbors. Wouldn't it be better to just come home with your brother instead? That Ma Dapan's brother, Ma Dana. Mengyu shot him a look. Brother, do you think with my skills, I'd be afraid of a Ma Dana? Moreover, are you sure the people in your home would welcome me if I went to live there? Chung Jioha was speechless. His home, Mengyu smiled. Brother, after the courtyard at Hohai is renovated later, you should move out. Chung Jioha was overjoyed. Good. When the time comes, we siblings will live in that courtyard together. Then I'll be off, little sister. Call me if anything happens. He checked the area once more, making sure no one had come to cause trouble for his sister, before driving away. Before leaving, he also gave his sister a dagger for self-defense. Mengyu really wanted to say that she had her own weapons. There were magical tools like broadswords, long swords, short swords, and bows and arrows in the thatched cottage. However, she couldn't take out those blades. So, she could only accept the dagger Chung Jioha gave her. Mengyu closed the courtyard gate securely and entered the study in the front courtyard. Although the main rooms were in the rear courtyard, Mengyu didn't like sleeping in a house others had slept in without it being renovated. Therefore, she only occupied one of the Daozhuo rooms in the front courtyard that the previous owner had used as a study. Anyway, she didn't plan to sleep in the bed. At night, she would definitely enter her space to practice cultivation and study in the thatched cottage. Just as she was about to enter her space, she heard the courtyard gate being pounded. Little bitch, get out here. Earlier, Chung Jioha hadn't found anyone lying in ambush because he had only checked the alley and hadn't inspected the neighbors' houses. That's right. Ma Dapan, leading Ma Dana and his gang, weren't in the alley. They were waiting in the house of their neighbor, Jiang Xiaoying. When Mengyu returned, they had intended to come out, but upon noticing Chung Jioha was still there, they weren't in a hurry. Only after Chung Jioha drove away and they saw Mengyu was alone did they emerge from the neighbor's house. Chapter 119. Do you dare to argue? Mengyu opened the courtyard gate and stood on the steps, her cold gaze sweeping over the group of people before her. She had already met the tall and stout Ma Dapan. The man in his 30s who bore some resemblance to Ma Dapan was likely Ma Dana. Although it was already October and the weather was a bit chilly, he wore only a black tank top, revealing the tattoos on his shoulders and arms. It seemed as if he was afraid others wouldn't know he was a ruffian. You little bitch, you still dare to come out? As soon as Ma Dapan saw Mengyu, her anger flared. She was still furious about being grabbed by the belt, lifted horizontally with one hand, and thrown out of the courtyard by Mengyu that morning. Back when Ma Dapan lived in this courtyard, who in the entire alley dared to say no to her? Having her arm twisted and being thrown out of the house, landing face first in the dirt, was an unprecedented humiliation. What infuriated her most was that the person who did this was a 15 or 16-year-old girl. She thought that after calling her brother over, this girl should have been too scared to come out of the house. How could she just walk out as soon as her brother banged on the door and she shouted? If she had come out trembling with fear, that would have been one thing. But she stood on the third step of the gate, making her, who was originally half a head shorter, appear taller than Ma Dapan. Being looked down upon from above filled Ma Dapan with unprecedented rage. She immediately cursed, "You little bitch, you dared to hit me this morning. Now that my brother's here, you better let him beat you up properly and then transfer the house to me for 10,000 yuan. Otherwise what?" Mengyu looked coldly at Ma Dana. Yes, she was looking at Ma Dana, not Ma Dapan, the tall, burly man covered in tattoos. Earlier, she had thought that since Ma Dapan was so arrogant, this man must have some skills, giving her a chance to test her newly learned martial arts. But from the moment she saw this man, she was disappointed. Outwardly, he appeared tall and strong, seemingly robust and powerful. It was unclear what method he had used to tap into his body's potential, using it to temper his physique. However, in reality, his body's potential had already been nearly depleted. A person is like a lamp with 100 pounds of oil. Using 1 pound a year, it could last 100 years. But if 2 or even 3 pounds are used each year, the oil that should have lasted a century would be exhausted in 50 or even 30 years. Drawing on one's potential is like burning more oil. Although the lamp may appear brighter than others at first, Once the oil runs out, the lamp goes out. Ma Dana was exactly like this. He looked to be in his 30s, but was already using the oil of a 60-year-old. He appeared fierce and aggressive, but Mengyu was certain he wouldn't live past 40. As for the 4 men he brought with him, they were similar, though not as formidable as Ma Dana. Mengyu had no desire to argue with such people. She waved her hand. Leave. I won't argue with you. With that, she cast a cold glance at Ma Depan and turned to close the gate. When Ma Depan met Mengyu's icy gaze, it felt as if her blood had frozen. The sensation from that morning instantly resurfaced, paralyzing her with fear. Ma Dana thought he had misheard. This young girl actually said she wouldn't argue with them? He looked at Ma Depan. Sis, she said she won't argue with us? A young girl actually dared to say she wouldn't argue with him? Chapter 120. Daring not to quibble. Chapter 120. Daring not to quibble. Ma Depan wanted to speak, but for some reason, when she saw Mengyu's cold gaze, she found herself unable to utter a word. However, the men brought by Ma Dana burst into loud laughter. Boss, she actually said she won't quibble with you. I'm dying of laughter. How dare someone tell Boss Ma they won't quibble? You dare say you won't quibble with the boss? Did you ask the boss for permission? You might not quibble with the boss, but the boss wants to quibble with you. Wrong, wrong, wrong. The boss won't quibble with her either. She's got some looks on her. Right, right? Boss, take her in. Little girl, hurry up and go with the boss. Then the boss won't quibble with you. Ma Dana was originally furious, but after being teased by his underlings and taking another look at Mengyu's face and figure, his gaze couldn't help but deepen. Mengyu snorted and said in the direction of Ma Dana and his men, Do you still want to quibble with me now? We won't quibble, Ma Dana quickly said. The men behind him also scrambled to their feet, repeatedly saying, No quibbling, no quibbling. Only then did Ma Dana and his gang realize that when Mengyu said she wouldn't quibble with them earlier, she genuinely meant she didn't want to bother with them. Mengyu, who had already decided not to quibble with these people, stopped when she heard the filthy language coming from behind her. Mengyu looked at the neighbors on both sides. As a result, the neighbors who had been hiding behind their doors watching all hurried back into their rooms. When she turned around, her face had already turned cold as frost. She looked at Ma Dana. Are you sure you want to quibble with me? After being stunned for a few seconds, Ma Depan let out a loud, and ran towards the alley entrance. The hooligans who had received a kick from Mengyu actually found they could move again. They hastily scrambled up and ran away. When others didn't even want to quibble with them, what face did they have to say they wanted to quibble with someone? So many of them couldn't even withstand a single move from a young girl. They even abandoned her brother who was lying on the ground. How could we dare not to quibble with you? Ma Dana, who was the first to be knocked down, tried to get up. Mengyu added another kick, and he fell down again. Ma Dana looked Mengyu up and down. I didn't notice before, but you're not bad looking. If you're willing to follow me, I'll persuade my sister to give up the house. This young girl was clearly still a virgin. If. She curled her lips. Since the neighbors on both sides basically had 3 or 4 families sharing one courtyard, she wasn't sure which house Ma Dana and his men had been hiding in earlier. Thus, no one dared to get up. Yes, yes, no quibbling, no quibbling. Ma Depan was anxious. How could they agree to give up the house? Ma Dana wanted to hide in their house, and they didn't dare to resist him, so she didn't really blame them. When she looked closely again, her brother and all his underlings were lying on the ground, unable to get up. Dana, don't, but before her words finished, a black shadow flashed under the streetlight, followed by several sounds of pain or muffled grunts, humph, and then several thump, 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 thump sounds. Mengyu had already flashed back onto her doorstep, clapping her hands. How boring. Mengyu went down and gave each of them a kick. Not to mention they were incapable, even if they had the ability, with Ma Depan fleeing without regard for their lives. How could these people who came to back her up have the heart to quibble with anyone anymore? Since you don't want to quibble anymore, then get up and scram. Don't dirty my doorstep with your sleeping. However, after tonight's episode, probably no one would dare to come again and persuade her to transfer the house she bought for $30,000 for just over $10,000. They say a close neighbor is better than a distant relative. She felt somewhat disappointed about having such people as neighbors in the future. Thanks to Saw Dishing for the consistent daily tips. Thanks to Tgibi, Phongling Pipa, Secret Prince, Lulu WI, LTS 911, and other dear readers for the tips. I haven't been able to get online recently, relying on scheduled updates, so I haven't been able to reply promptly. Thank you all for your strong support. End of chapter. Chapter 121, a night where no one is fated to sleep well. Mengyu thought, forget it. Buying a house here was just for living in during the few years of university anyway. In the future, she should try to stay at the courtyard in Hohai as much as possible. But at this moment, the neighbors all had pale faces. They truly hadn't expected this girl to be so formidable, easily defeating even a ruffian leader like Ma Dana. Actually, Mengyu's martial arts weren't that impressive. It was just that she had intensely practiced the divine art of acupoint striking last night. These people were basically struck at their acupoints with a single move from her, which is why they fell with one move. The kick she delivered afterward was merely to release their acupoints. But Auntie Long and the others didn't know that. All they saw was that Ma Dupin's arrogant younger brother and the thugs he brought were all taken down by Mengyu in just a few moves. Each of them deeply regretted having acted as Ma Dupin's lobbyists earlier, and even bullying a young girl from out of town to complete their task, trying to morally pressure her into selling the courtyard she bought for 30,000 at a little over 10,000. They wondered, would she hold it against them? And so, on this night, none of Mengyu's neighbors on either side were fated to get a good night's sleep. They unanimously decided to go apologize to Mengyu first thing tomorrow morning. Mengyu bolted the door and entered her space. Today, she had obtained a box of broken antiques. Although these antiques were damaged, the essence of the sun and moon they contained was no less than that of intact ones. Additionally, she had gotten 7 funerary objects from Xiaohe. Judging by Xiao Tao's reaction, the essence value on them should be quite good. As soon as she entered the space, Xiao Tao's voice rang out, "Master, master, come quickly." "How should this essence value be allocated?" Mengyu asked, "How much essence value did we gain today?" "Master, the total is 11,318 points of essence value." Mengyu was startled, so much. Her antique vase had only given 200 points of essence value. Among that box of broken antiques, some were from the Tang dynasty. Just those 2 pieces yielded over 600 essence points, and the others gave 1,200 points. The 5 items bought in the house yielded over 800 essence points. The most came from those 7 funerary objects, all antiques from the Warring States period. Each one actually had over 1,000 essence points on it. Adding up all the antiques, it comes to 11,318 points of essence value. Mengyu was inwardly shocked. Did those funerary objects contain that much essence of the sun and moon? It seemed she needed to find a way to get her hands on all the funerary objects that Boss He and his crew obtained. But she had no money. How could she get the funerary objects in their possession? "Master, there's also this tripod. It has over 10,000 essence points on it. I thought Master would definitely need it, so I didn't absorb the essence from it." Mengyu was shocked again. She really couldn't tell this tripod had so much essence value. She was about to say it was useless for her to keep it, but then immediately remembered she still had the task of alchemy. "Can this be used for alchemy?" "Of course it can. It's even a spirit artifact," Xiao Tao said. However, Mengyu couldn't use it for the time being. When allocating the essence value, Mengyu asked, "Is there a specific way to allocate this essence?" Xiao Tao nodded, "Of course. This essence of the sun and moon value can be exchanged for pills, spiritual herbs, or spiritual fruits. Most importantly, it can also expand the space, something that learning points and merit points cannot do. For example, the initial activation of the space relied on the essence of the sun and moon value. So, essence value was the most useful. Mengyu decided not to allocate the essence value obtained this time for now, and to wait until she got other funerary objects tomorrow. She had a feeling she should be able to obtain quite a bit of essence value tomorrow. Chapter 122, Vacating the Courtyard at Hohai. On the other side, as soon as Cheng Jiohe returned home, he immediately called Gu Dongxing to report on the day's events. "Dongxing, from now on, I'm your brother-in-law. You'd better treat me well or else, He was feeling quite pleased with himself. Now that he was Gu Dongxing's brother-in-law, he didn't even have to call him boss anymore. Upon hearing this, Gu Dongxing secretly fumed. This guy really has some nerve, daring to make my woman his sister. What's even more infuriating is that he actually dares to threaten me. Do you think your relationship with my fiancé is better, or is mine with her better?" Cheng Jiohe was immediately stumped. How long had he even known Mengyu? Naturally, Gu Dongxing had a closer relationship with his sister. A bad premonition instantly arose in his heart. Sure enough, Gu Dongxing immediately said, "Listen here, Jiohe. If you don't behave, I'll have my Mengyu disown you as her brother. And even if she still recognizes you, tell me if I forbid her from seeing you." Cheng Jiohe panicked right away. He genuinely liked this sister. If Gu Dongxing really forbade him from seeing her, it would be a tragedy. No, you're the boss, Gu. I'll listen to you from now on." He inwardly cursed Gu Dongxing for being as cunning as a fox. Gu the fox struggled hard to suppress his laughter. "That's more like it. Let me tell you, behave yourself from now on, or else don't even think about seeing my Mengyu." Cheng Jiohe was frustrated. He thought becoming Gu Dongxing's brother-in-law would give him an edge over the guy. Who knew he would instead have his weak spot seized? But what could he do? He simply adored his sister. Just then, there was a knock on the door. The voice of the family's housekeeper, Auntie Zhang, sounded, "Young master, the master requests your presence in his room." Although Cheng Jioha had just been pressured by Gu Dongxing, he still wore a smile on his face. However, upon hearing that his father wanted to see him, his shoulders immediately slumped. Cheng Jioha knocked on the door of his father, Cheng Dajuan's room. "Come in. You wanted to see me?" Cheng Dajuan, seated in a chair, pointed to the wooden sofa beside him. "Have a seat." "I'll stand," Cheng Jioha said. The chair was significantly higher than the sofa. If he sat on the sofa while his father sat in the chair, it would create a sense of oppression. Although he always felt oppressed in front of his father, he didn't want to amplify that feeling. Cheng Dajuan, thinking his son was showing him respect, didn't press further. Instead, he got straight to the point. "Your younger brother, Jiang is getting married this year. I plan to renovate the courtyard at Hohai and hold the wedding celebration there. You will be in charge of the renovations." "What? Use my house for the wedding celebration and I have to pay for the renovations? What a great idea." "Sorry, I've already sold that house." Cheng Dajuan was greatly shocked. "What? Why would you sell such a good house? That was the house your grandfather left you." Cheng Jioha said coldly, "I thought you didn't know my grandfather left it to me." Cheng Dajuan choked. He naturally understood that if Jiang held the wedding celebration there, the main courtyard would undoubtedly be taken over by Jiang. And that courtyard was left to Jioha by his maternal grandfather. It belonged to Jioha. However, his wife said the bride's family requested the celebration be held in that courtyard, and he couldn't very well refuse. He never expected his son would go so far as to sell it just to prevent Jiang from using it. Furious and exasperated, he said, "Don't you know how prime the location is? Once you sell it, will you ever be able to buy a courtyard like that again?" Cheng Jioha's expression remained blank. "I know. You know, and you still sold it?" Cheng Dajuan was livid. Cheng Jioha's face remained impassive, but he inwardly snorted. "If I didn't sell it, should I just stand by and watch it be taken from me?" Chapter 123. Can you be fair to me? Cheng Dajuan felt quite helpless and softened his tone once more. "Jioha, you and Jumian are brothers. You need to stick together. When brothers are united, their strength can cut through metal. After we're gone, you'll still have to rely on each other, you, Jumian, and Jioi. What kind of example are you setting by being so guarded against your own brothers and everything?" Cheng Jioha looked up into his father's eyes. "And the price of sticking together with them is that what's mine becomes theirs, while what's theirs remains theirs. The good things my mother left me, the things my maternal grandfather left me, whenever those two brothers took a liking to them, whether openly demanding them or secretly taking them, which item wasn't snatched away. Now all I have left is this one courtyard, and they're using the excuse of marriage to try and take it too. Dad, you're also my father. Can you be a little fair to me?" Cheng Dajuan's heart skipped a beat. Fair? Had he been unfair to this son? It seemed he really had been a little. And what's more, which cultivation family doesn't tilt its resources toward those with higher talent? But what about our family? Jumian and Jioi are both people who couldn't break through to the 4th level martial artist stage even by age 20, yet family money was used to buy body nurturing pills for them. But me, who broke through to the 6th level martial artist stage at 20 and has been stuck at the 6th level for 5 years without a breakthrough, I haven't received a single body nurturing pill. Dad, do you think, with such differential treatment, I can really stick together with them? Cheng Dajuan felt somewhat embarrassed. The Cheng family wasn't a martial arts family, but Cheng Jioha could still be considered a second-generation cultivator. Cheng Jioha had excellent aptitude and cultivated very quickly, breaking through to the 6th level martial artist stage by age 20. But after reaching the 6th level, his progress stagnated. For 5 years, he hadn't made another breakthrough. Anyone who practiced martial arts knew that the 7th layer of the Hotian stage was a barrier. To break through to the 7th layer, a body-nurturing pill was essential. Therefore, he had mentioned to his father that he hoped the family could help him buy a body-nurturing pill to aid his breakthrough. His father had fallen silent upon hearing this and only replied that he would consider it. Cheng Jioha had thought he should be able to get that pill. But the next day, his father told him the family's finances were tight and they couldn't buy the body-nurturing pill for him at the moment. They would help him buy one when the family's economic situation eased up. He was visibly taken aback. How could the family not even have enough money to buy a single body-nurturing pill? His 2 younger brothers weren't cut out for martial arts. After cultivating to the 3rd layer of the Hotian stage, they could no longer break through to the 4th layer. That's because the jump from the 3rd to the 4th layer was also a barrier. It marked the transition from the early stage to the intermediate stage of a martial artist. Last year, the family bought each of them a body-nurturing pill. 20-year-old Cheng Jioi broke through to the 4th layer of the Hotian stage. But 24-year-old Cheng Jumian, who also took a body-nurturing pill, remained stuck at the 3rd level martial artist stage. In the end, the family bought him another body-nurturing pill. Only after taking the 2nd pill did he break through to the 4th level martial artist stage. Cheng Dajuan also knew about buying the body-nurturing pills for his 2 sons last year. The second and youngest sons had both used the pills, the eldest son hadn't. Now he needed to break through to the later martial artist stages and had come to him, but he hadn't been able to provide it. Chung Dajuan didn't feel good about it either. However, his wife also had her reasons. For someone Chung Jioha's age, breaking through to the 5th level was already rare, let alone the 6th level. It would be better to let him cultivate on his own for a few more years. After all, his natural talent was good. Maybe after a few more years of cultivation, he would break through on his own. The family's finances weren't great. Buying one body nurturing pill would cost 70 or 80,000, even over 100,000. If they could save, they should save. Because of Xiao Yuhua's words, Chung Jioha missed his chance at the body nurturing pill. Due to his father's unfairness, from then on, he had grown cold toward his father. He would absolutely stay at the military camp if he could, never returning to the Chung family. This time, if it weren't for Gu Dongxing and trusting him with looking after Mengyu, he wouldn't have even wanted to take leave. Chapter 124. First, return my mother's dowry. Thinking of this, Chung Dajuan felt a bit short of breath. It's not that the family has no money. Chung Jioha cut him off. If the family has no money, why could both younger brothers take the Peiyuan pills? And why could a waste like Chung Jionian take 2 Peiyuan pills, while someone with my aptitude couldn't? Chung Dajuan was choked up again. He found it strange. Although the son had never been close to him before, he would never have talked back like this. What was going on today? Actually, the saying that the economic base determines the superstructure was absolutely correct. Before, although Chung Jioha was disappointed in his father, he still hoped to obtain the Peiyuan pills from the family, so he had no choice but to endure. But now, the Peiyuan pills he wanted were already in his hands, and he also had the money Mengyu had given him. With that money, he could cooperate with Mengyu to do something. Why would he still be willing to endure? Chung Jioha asked again, also, how did my mother's jewelry end up in that woman's hands? After those 2 brothers had taken a few of his beloved treasures, he had hidden many of the good things his mother had bought for him and his grandfather had left him. The things taken by those 2 brothers were just items left out in the open. But his mother's jewelry had been kept in his father's room. He was too young back then to take it away, so it had all ended up in that woman's hands. Although his maternal grandfather's family had declined, when his mother married his father, her family had still prepared a dowry for her. The dowry list was still in Chung Jioha's hands. Leaving aside other items, all the jewelry had been preserved. Chung Dajuan was stunned. Your mother's jewelry ended up with your Aunt Xiao? How come I didn't notice? There are plenty of things you haven't noticed. The pearl necklace that woman wore to the Lin family's banquet the day before yesterday was part of my mother's dowry. Chung Dajuan fell silent. The former wife had a son. After she passed away, her dowry should rightfully belong to the son born to the former wife. There was no reason to hand it over to the later wife. He hadn't paid attention to the former wife's dowry either. After the later wife married into the family, she managed the entire household. Back then, Jioha was still young, so it wasn't appropriate for him to hand over the former wife's dowry to Jioha. However, he hadn't expected the later wife to claim the former wife's belongings as her own. Chung Jioha said coldly, after taking my mother's dowry, she still wants my courtyard? Tell that woman to return my mother's jewelry first. Hearing Jioha say this, Chung Dajuan thought his earlier statement about selling it was just said in anger. So he said, all right, I'll talk to your aunt and have her return your mother's jewelry. Just as Chung Jioha was about to leave, Chung Dajuan asked him, did you go to the underground antique and cultural relic black market? Chung Jioha hadn't expected that, even though he had disguised himself, he was still recognized, and it had been reported to the family. But he wouldn't admit it. He shook his head. I have no money on me. What would I do there? Chung Dajuan thought about it and agreed. His salary and the family wealth left by the elders were all in his wife's hands and couldn't reach Jioha. With Jioha's meager allowance, what could he possibly buy at the antique and cultural relic black market? I thought so. Someone must have mistaken you for someone else. It's fine, it's good you didn't go. Be more careful in the future. Those antiques and cultural relics aren't something we can play with. Chung Jioha ignored his father. Returning to his room, he instructed Aunt Zheng not to disturb him, then closed the door securely and began taking the Peiyuan pills to break through. After taking 2 Peiyuan pills, he finally broke through to become a 7th-level martial artist, feeling immensely gratified. He couldn't rely on his father. Now, relying on his sister, he had suddenly broken through to the late stage of martial arts, becoming a 7th-level martial artist. Chapter 125. The jewelry was switched. Chung Dajuan returned to his room, and Xiao Yuhua immediately latched onto him. Dajuan, did Jioha agree? But Chung Dajuan looked at her with a cold gaze. Did you use Nanlan's jewelry? Xiao Yuhua's heart skipped a beat. How could I possibly use sister's jewelry? I have my own. It's just that her own jewelry couldn't compare to that dead woman's. The necklace she wore out the day before yesterday alone was worth over 10,000 yuan. How could she not be envious? Seeing her expression, Chang Dajun knew Cheng Jioha's words were correct. His current wife indeed coveted his former wife's jewelry. Hand over all of Nanlan's jewelry to Jioha, he said. How could Xiao Yuhua be willing? Who knows how much that dead woman's family doted on their daughter. Every piece of dowry they prepared for her was exquisite. Especially that pair of emerald bracelets, they were something money couldn't buy, not to mention all those famous calligraphy and paintings. I don't want people pointing fingers at my back, saying I embezzled a woman's dowry. Cheng Dajun stared at Xiao Yuhua, sort it out tonight, and hand everything over to Jioha first thing tomorrow morning. Xiao Yuhua secretly seethed with hatred. Fortunately, she had prepared several sets of jewelry in advance, intending to swap out the best pieces from that dead woman's collection. Early the next morning, Xiao Yuhua brought a seemingly exquisite jewelry box to the living room and handed it to Cheng Jioha in front of everyone. Jioha, this is your mother's dowry jewelry. I've been keeping it safe for her all this time, originally intending to give it to your wife when you married. But she deliberately paused, noticing Cheng Dajun frown and shoot a dissatisfied glance at Cheng Jioha before continuing. I'll hand it over to you now. Cheng Jioi was in the army and hadn't returned, while Cheng Jionian was in business, so he was home. He glanced at Jioha, his face full of envy. Big brother really has it good. Even though he doesn't have a mother, she left him so many nice things. He won't even need to buy jewelry when he gets married. But, big brother, getting hold of this jewelry before you're even married, just don't give it to some woman outside who has no intention of marrying you. Cheng Jioha naturally detected the provocation from this mother and son pair. He had seen such petty tricks many times before and didn't even bother acknowledging them. After taking the jewelry box, he opened it, took out a list, and began carefully checking the contents against it. Seeing the list in his hand, Xiao Yuhua was startled. He actually has the dowry list? But she quickly composed herself. She had only swapped out the best few items, she hadn't shortchanged him. However, in just a moment, Cheng Jioha pulled out 6 pieces of jewelry. These aren't my mother's. He looked at Xiao Yuhua. Did you take the wrong ones? Cheng Dajun also looked at Xiao Yuhua. Xiao Yuhua's composure nearly cracked. Nonsense. You were just a child when your mother passed away. You haven't seen her jewelry since you grew up. How can you say these aren't your mother's? Cheng Jioha took a deep breath and pointed at the jewelry. The dowry list has imprints of each piece's design. Xiao Yuhua glanced at the dowry list, then at the jewelry. The designs are clearly the same. Dajun, look. I worked hard to keep his dowry safe for him, and now he's falsely accusing me of swapping his mother's jewelry. Cheng Dajun also examined the jewelry carefully. Indeed, the designs in the drawings matched the jewelry. But he still frowned and said nothing. Chapter 126. The jewelry box was also replaced. Cheng Dajun knew that his ex-wife's family was a scholarly household. Even though they had fallen on hard times later, the dowry they prepared for their daughter when she married was still exceptionally exquisite. For example, the carved sandalwood bed they still used. Even when he married Xiao Yuhua and wanted to replace it, Xiao Yuhua refused because she loved the bed too much. However, the jewelry selected by his eldest son was not of particularly good quality. He knew that if his eldest son could tell something was wrong, there must be a reason. He looked at him and asked, "How did you know it wasn't your mother's dowry?" Cheng Jioha curled his lips into a mocking smile. "Every piece of my mother's jewelry has a tiny orchid engraved on it." Cheng Dajun quickly picked up the jewelry still in the jewelry box. Sure enough, each piece had a tiny orchid engraved in a hidden spot. He then looked at the pieces Cheng Jioha had selected. No matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find an orchid on any of them. Moreover, my mother's dowry list even specifies the materials. This pair of jade bracelets, for instance, is clearly listed as emerald jade bracelets. He picked up the pair of bracelets he had singled out. Now, take a look at this pair. Is this emerald? Although Cheng Dajun wasn't an expert on jade, he had seen emerald before. That mesmerizing green was definitely not something this pair of bracelets possessed. Next, Cheng Jioha pointed out the discrepancies between the 6 pieces of jewelry he had selected and the descriptions on the dowry list. So, Cheng Jioha looked at Xiao Yuhua. These pieces of jewelry have all been swapped out. Cheng Dajun turned to Xiao Yuhua and asked, "What exactly is going on?" Xiao Yuhua crossed her arms. "How should I know? They were already like this when I saw them." Cheng Jioha took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. "Aunt Xiao, you just said you've been safeguarding my mother's jewelry all these years. If you didn't swap them, who did?" Cheng Jionian rolled his eyes and said, "Maybe your mother swapped them herself?" If his mother had swapped them out, the originals must have been valuable. He was determined to get his hands on them. Not to mention anything else, emerald alone was top tier, worth millions and hard to come by. Cheng Jioha sneered. If she had sold her own things for money, why would she replace them with inferior pieces? So, the person who swapped the jewelry definitely wasn't my mother. He closed his eyes for a moment. Only you and Dad had access to this jewelry. Are you trying to say it was Dad who swapped them? Chung Dajuan, accused of swapping his ex-wife's dowry jewelry, angrily retorted, "What nonsense are you talking?" But he quickly understood his eldest son's implication. He turned to Xiao Yuhua. "Hand them over." Xiao Yuhua didn't want to comply. However, Chung Dajuan had a different perspective. He didn't want people pointing fingers at him, accusing him of coveting his ex-wife's dowry. He went straight to the safe, opened it, and took out a jewelry box. Xiao Yuhua panicked when she saw it. "No, that's my jewelry box." But Chung Dajuan had already opened it. The pair of emerald bracelets was placed right on top. He handed the bracelets directly to Ching Jioha, then retrieved 5 other sets of jewelry from the box, all engraved with orchids in hidden spots. He took them all out and gave them to Ching Jioha. Just as he was about to put the jewelry box back, Ching Jioha suddenly said, "This jewelry box was also my mother's. There's an orchid engraved on the top right corner." Chung Dajuan checked, and sure enough, there was an orchid engraved on the jewelry box. Without comparison, it wasn't obvious, but this jewelry box was far superior to the one Xiao Yuhua had initially brought out. Ching Dajuan sighed inwardly. This second wife of his really had no class. Chapter 127 Sold, Bought, Eaten. Chapter 127 Sold, Bought, Eaten. He personally switched the jewelry box and handed Nan Lan's dowry to Ching Jioha. "From now on, keep it safe yourself." Ching Jioha's lips curved into a smile. "Don't worry, I'll take good care of what belongs to me." Xiao Yuhua asked aggressively, "What about that courtyard house?" Ching Jioha tossed out a contract. "Sold." Chung Jumian flew into a rage. "How could you sell my courtyard?" Ching Jioha thought to himself, just as expected, they already considered his courtyard as theirs. He sneered twice. "Your courtyard? If it were really yours, how could I have possibly sold it?" Ching Jumian was still furious. "Wasn't it agreed that courtyard would be for my wedding? Where am I supposed to live when I get married now that you've sold it?" Ching Jioha snorted. "You're not my son, why should I care where you live when you get married?" "Both are eaten," Chung Jioha said. So, he asked, "What about the Peiyuan pills?" Only then did Chung Jioha reply, "The money's all gone. I've been stuck at warrior level 6 for 5 years with no breakthrough. Jumian and Jioi both have parents who buy them Peiyuan pills. I don't have parents to buy them for me, so I had no choice but to sell the courtyard and buy 2 Peiyuan pills." Ching Jioha rolled his eyes. "What's it got to do with you?" Seeing his father's genuine surprise, Chung Jioha finally showed a faint smile. "Yes, I broke through. I advanced to level 7 warrior. Maybe I can reach postnatal perfection before I'm 30. If I could just get one more Jiyuan pill." Chung Dajuan couldn't help but scold, "Jioha, how are you speaking to your aunt?" The neighbors nudged each other back and forth for a while until finally, Auntie Long stepped forward. She had originally thought selling it might be for the best. After all, the courtyard was still under that kid's name, and she wouldn't feel settled living there even if she did. When Chung Jumian heard Chung Jioha say he had bought 2 Peiyuan pills, his heart stirred. Didn't this mean his father was very neglectful? Last year, he took 2 Peiyuan pills and smoothly advanced to level 4 warrior. If he took 2 more, he could reach level 5. But she quickly thought of something else. "How much did you sell it for?" Right, this house has been empty for a long time, with only old Shin looking after it. It lacks human vitality. When you first move into a new house, you should host a gathering, using the human energy to dispel the damp, negative energy from long vacancy. It's commonly called lighting the stove. His eldest son's breakthrough didn't come from the family, but from selling the courtyard his grandfather left him. How could Chung Jioha not know what he was thinking? He said, "Eaten." But with the house sold, she could use her son's need for a wedding home as a reason to ask this kid for money to buy a courtyard. That way, she could still put the property under her own son's name. Hearing his talk of having parents and not having parents, Chung Dajuan felt a pang in his chest and was momentarily speechless. Moreover, each of them carried various gifts in their hands, a bag of sugar, 2 jean of noodles, 2 bottles of wine, a piece of cloth, a new wash basin, a thermos flask, towels, and so on, all sorts of things. Yang and Ali. Mengyu's courtyard gate was knocked on early in the morning. But who would have thought this kid would buy Peiyuan pills right after selling the house? Mengyu was a bit confused. "What are you all doing?" "Well, little Jiang, you've moved here. We're here to congratulate you on your new home." "What? You used up all the money." Xiao Yuhua was even angrier. Jiang Xiaoying quickly chimed in, "Yes, congratulations on your move." You really sold it?" Xiao Yuhua was also somewhat flustered and exasperated. But if even Peiyuan pills are so hard to come by, how easy could it be to get a Jiyuan pill? Chung Dajuan was both happy about his son's breakthrough and his expression was complicated. With one more Jiyuan pill, he could break through to the innate level. But Chung Dajuan looked at Ching Jioha with surprise. "Jioha, you broke through? You ate 2 at once?" Cheng Jumian didn't believe it. Right, lighting the stove. You just bought them yesterday. You ate one, right? Where's the other one? Mengyu opened the door to see her neighbors, all wearing ingratiating expressions. Qing Jumian choked up and looked at his mother. Mom, look at him. However, after saying a few words under Mengyu's gaze, they couldn't speak anymore. Please bookmark and recommend. Thanks for your support. End of chapter. Chapter 128. Apology. Chapter 128. Apology. After a long while, it was Auntie Long who finally spoke. Child, I haven't read many books and my judgment is limited. I was threatened by those vile people and ended up doing something wrong to you. Please be magnanimous and forgive me. Mengyu was quite surprised. Was this an apology? And it seemed very sincere. Jiang Xiaoying quickly chimed in. Yes, little Jiang, it was my fault. Before, they threatened me, saying if I didn't help them, I wouldn't be able to see my son again. So, I'm sorry. Yes, sorry, little Jiang. Sorry, little Jiang. I was too weak-willed. I yielded to the evil forces and did something wrong to you. Please forgive me. Little Jiang. Looking at these apologetic neighbors, Mengyu suddenly felt that they weren't so detestable after all. They had only tried to persuade her to give up the courtyard to Ma Depan because they were pressured by Ma Dana's tyranny and Ma Depan's shrewish pestering. In the end, Mengyu forgave these neighbors. She even bought some groceries and invited them for a meal, accepting the gifts they brought as well. But since she received gifts, she had to give something in return. She simply gave the gift from Family A to Family B, Family B's gift to Family C, Family C's gift to Family D, and then Family D's gift to Family A. In the end, everyone was happy. While they were eating, Chung Jioha arrived again by car. Mengyu hurried out to greet him. Brother, you're here. Come in and join us for a meal. Oh, these are all my neighbors. They came to help me celebrate moving into my new home. Jioha found it strange. Yesterday, his sister was still complaining about these neighbors' wrongdoings, and today they were here celebrating her new home. However, after hearing Mengyu say that she planned to take the entrance exam for the traditional Chinese medicine college next year and might live here for a year because it was close, Jioha had been thinking about how to intimidate these neighbors. Now that they had come to their senses on their own, it saved him the trouble. When the neighbors saw Qing Jioha, their hearts began to pound. The aura this man exuded was truly intimidating. If they had known earlier that this new neighbor had such a brother, they wouldn't have dared, even with several extra doses of courage, to pressure Mengyu into giving up her house under the coercion of the Ma siblings, Ma Depan and Ma Dana, let alone use moral blackmail to force her. Accompanying Qing Jioha was Xiaohe, who was in high spirits. His older brother had woken up and regained some color in his face. As soon as Xiaohe saw Mengyu, he knelt down with a thud. On behalf of myself and my brother, I thank sister for saving our lives. Mengyu was startled and quickly stepped aside. Xiaohe, there's no need for such a grand gesture. I can't possibly accept it. Besides, you might even be older than me. You deserve it. I heard from Brother Qing that you almost lost your life yesterday due to backlash while saving my brother and me. My brother said that from now on, our lives belong to sister. Qing Jioha watched the scene with amusement. Mengyu looked at Qing Jioha. Brother, did you tell them? Qing Jioha rolled his eyes and nodded. You used 3 Peiyuan pills and almost lost your life saving them. They should at least know that. Mengyu felt a bit embarrassed. It's because my skills aren't refined enough. Qing Jioha snorted. It's overestimating your abilities. The neighbors listened to their conversation, feeling puzzled. Qing Jioha raised his glass to toast the neighbors. A close neighbor is better than a distant relative. As her brother, I'm in the military and can't often stay here with my sister. I hope you, my esteemed neighbors, will look after her in the future. No matter how formidable Ma Dana was, he was still a thug. He wouldn't dare oppose a soldier. The neighbors were filled with regret. Thankfully, they had come to apologize today. Chapter 129. The Lost Art of Acupoint Striking. The neighbors all looked down meekly, feeling both flattered and overwhelmed, not daring to reply. In the end, it was Auntie Long who answered Chung Jioha's words. We'll look out for each other. We'll look out for each other. Only then did the others chime in. Yes, we'll look out for each other. We'll look out for each other. We'll look out for each other. Auntie Long quietly asked Xiaohe, Young man, how did your Jia save you and your brother? Xiaohe scratched his head, unsure how to answer, because his brother's grave-robbing activities absolutely could not be mentioned. He thought for a moment and then said, well, both my brother and I fell ill. My brother was even unconscious, and the hospital wouldn't take him anymore, telling me to prepare for the worst. It was Jia who pulled my brother and me back from the brink of death. The neighbors were greatly astonished. Their new neighbor was actually a miraculous doctor? The neighbors took a long moment to process this. Good heavens, they actually had a miraculous doctor as their neighbor? Fortunately, they had come to apologize today. Otherwise, offending a miraculous doctor would have been extremely unwise. Thinking of their previous attitude towards the miraculous doctor, they each felt a deep sense of retrospective fear. Luckily, this miraculous doctor was kind-hearted. As soon as they apologized, she forgave them. Xiaohe then said to Mengyu, Jia, my sister-in-law has returned with my nephew. We'd like to ask you to go and take a look at them. Also, a few others who were with my brother have come. The payment is what my sister-in-law has in her hands. Mengyu quickly interrupted him. All right, let's go. Before leaving, Cheng Jioha pulled Mengyu aside. Let's put on some makeup first. Mengyu was taken aback. Makeup? Then she remembered she had worn makeup yesterday, but today, because she was with the neighbors, she hadn't. After hastily applying makeup, the two got into the car. In the car, Cheng Jioha finally asked Mengyu, why have your neighbors changed their attitudes so drastically? Mengyu covered her mouth and laughed. They were scared by me. She recounted everything that happened after she returned yesterday. Ma Dana brought people to cause trouble for her. She knocked them all to the ground. Ma Depan was scared off. Ma Dana backed down, and so on. Perhaps the neighbors saw how formidable I was, got scared of me, and that's why they came for the housewarming. My courtyard needed some lively energy to dispel the gloom, so I invited them for a meal. When Cheng Jioha heard that Ma Dana had dared to cause trouble for his sister yesterday, his eyes turned cold. Upon hearing that his sister had knocked them all down with one move, he couldn't help but be amazed. Sis, you're amazing. You really knocked them all down with one move. Mengyu felt a bit embarrassed. Well, not exactly one move. I gave Ma Dana an extra kick. Actually, if I had fought them head-on, it wouldn't have been so easy to knock them down. I took advantage of their inattention, rushed up and struck directly, aiming for their vital acupoints. They didn't even have time to fight back before they couldn't move. Cheng Jioha was even more shocked. Sis, you know acupoint striking? Mengyu found it strange. Brother, you're a martial artist too, right? Don't you know it? Cheng Jioha's face flushed slightly, then he immediately became serious. Sis, from now on, don't get into fights easily. Also, don't easily tell others you know acupoint striking. This technique has been lost for a long time. The acupoints are easy to find, but intercepting the meridians is not easy. As he spoke, he glanced back at Xiaohe with a stern look. Xiaohe shivered from head to toe and quickly promised, I won't tell anyone about Jia knowing acupoint striking, not even my brother. I'd rather die than tell. Mengyu's mouth formed an O. So acupoint striking was already a lost art? But acupoint striking is just about leaving a bit of your own true qi to block the opponent's meridians. Is it really that difficult? Moreover, if the art of acupoint striking was lost, wouldn't she, the only person who mastered it, be in danger? Chapter 130. Just a transactional relationship. Mengyu quickly said to Cheng Jioha, then I'll find a time to teach you, okay, brother? She then wondered to herself, could it be that Gu Dongxing doesn't know how either? Should she teach Gu Dongxing too? Upon hearing this, Cheng Jioha was overjoyed. Then I'll thank you in advance, little sister. When they arrived at the He family, those people were already waiting there. Each one was just like little he had been back then, with dark clouds hanging over their heads, their faces pale and ashen. As soon as they saw Cheng Jioha and Mengyu, the eldest, he hurriedly got up from the bed and knelt with a thud in front of Cheng Jioha and Mengyu. Thank you, benefactors, for saving my life, he said, and was about to kowtow. Mengyu wanted to help him up, but Cheng Jioha wouldn't let his sister do it. He had already stepped forward to support him. Your body isn't well yet. Go back to bed first. The eldest, he still wanted to kowtow, but being held by Cheng Jioha, he couldn't complete the gesture. Cheng Jioha firmly helped him back onto the bed. Then, he looked at the people in the main room. Are these your brothers? The eldest, he hurriedly replied, yes, both of my brothers are like me, invaded by evil energy, though their condition is a bit lighter than mine. My child and his mother are in slightly better condition. He looked nervously at Cheng Jioha. Yesterday, that young lady nearly suffered a backlash just from treating the two of them. Were there too many people today? But these were all his brothers or their family members. He couldn't not help them. Cheng Jioha swept a glance over the group and said, you should know that my sister nearly lost her life saving you yesterday. The eldest, he broke into a sweat. Yes, I know. But they're all my brothers. Please help them. Cheng Jioha looked at him for a moment before saying, my sister doesn't have many hobbies, but she does like antiques. If these people want my sister to expel the evil energy from their bodies, each of them must give 10 of the funerary objects they brought back this time. He didn't want to hear these people talk about debts of gratitude or vows that their lives were hers from now on. How could his sister associate with these people in the future? Therefore, he would use a transaction to simplify their relationship. Mengyu knew her brother wanted to reduce trouble for her, so she simply let him handle the arrangements. The eldest, he pondered for a moment. Yesterday, his brother had only given 7 funerary objects as payment. He had already told everyone about that. Now, asking for 10 pieces per person, he wasn't sure how to bring it up. After thinking for a bit, he said, I can give all the funerary objects my wife brought back. But I can't make decisions for the others. For the eldest he, Mengyu was his lifesaver. To save him and his brother, she had not only used 3 foundation establishment pills, but also nearly lost her life. Therefore, he was willing to give all his possessions to Mengyu. But for others, he really couldn't decide for them. Chang Jioha said indifferently, "Yourself should know that my sister spent 3 foundation establishment pills just yesterday. Do you think your 7 funerary objects are enough to compensate for my sister's pills? Not to mention, she almost lost her life yesterday." Cold sweat dripped from the eldest he's forehead. "I'm sorry, Chang Jioha cut him off. 10 funerary objects from this trip for each person. Since your wife brought the objects back, you just need to make up the 13 pieces you owed from yesterday. We don't want anything extra, and there's no need to say your lives are my sister's from now on. She's still just a young girl." The eldest he understood that the other party wanted to draw a clear line. Between them, it could only be a transactional relationship. Fine, he would just remember Miss Zhang's kindness himself. He didn't dare say anything more, and could only agree honestly. Chapter 131, We Can't Let Her Take a Loss. Chapter 131, We Can't Let Her Take a Loss. Boss he had little he called those people into the room and explained Chang Jioha's requirement. These people had only heard earlier that boss he was sent to the hospital, but wasn't accepted, and now he was already better, so they had their own thoughts. But upon hearing Chang Jioha say that each person needed to provide 10 funerary objects, they felt a bit reluctant. They had only been near the funerary objects and felt cold in their bodies. Their condition wasn't very serious yet. Asking them to hand over these items they had risked their lives for, how could they bear to part with them? Moreover, they looked at Mengyu with some suspicion. Was it really this young girl who performed the ritual? Mengyu interjected, "If you keep these funerary objects by your side, you will eventually end up like boss he was yesterday. If you simply take them out to sell, whoever buys your items will be harmed. I suggest you all have these funerary objects exorcised together." Of course, it's not free. Everyone fell silent. They knew their own situations. Although they weren't as severe as boss he, they could feel their bodies growing colder day by day and understood that Mengyu's words were not a threat. Moreover, they had also consulted masters who said their condition was a kind of retribution, and no one dared to help them. Boss he said to them, 10 items isn't too many. My brother and I only spent 7 items yesterday, and today we will also make up 10 items per person. I suggest you all get treated. He felt somewhat uncomfortable inside. To boss he, Miss Jiang was the savior of him and his brother, someone he must respect. Furthermore, judging by her actions yesterday, this Miss Jiang was definitely not an ordinary person. For the sake of his brothers, he had mustered the courage to invite Miss Jiang, but his brothers did not respect Miss Jiang as he did. The reward proposed by Miss Jiang's brother was already very fair, yet they still hesitated. Boss He's 2 brothers, one surnamed Li and one surnamed Zhong, had both been to the tomb site, so they had absorbed more sinister energy. The 2 of them definitely needed to ask Mengyu to exorcise the evil. Those who were somewhat reluctant to spend the money were their family members who had come into contact with the funerary objects. The wife of the surnamed Wang tomb raider, who died the day he returned home, old Zhong's son, and old Li's wife. Their symptoms were milder, and they felt spending so much money wasn't worth it. Old Li asked, "Can it be a bit less?" Mengyu was still thinking about how to get all the funerary objects in their hands. Hearing old Li's request to reduce the price, she couldn't help but feel a bit troubled. She shook her head. "The 2 of you have absorbed a lot of sinister energy. You must take Peiyuan pills to completely remove it. So, 10 items per person really isn't much. A single Peiyuan pill alone costs 100,000 yuan. 10 funerary objects might not even sell for 100,000 yuan. Moreover, I'm not asking you for the best ones. Anything from this recent excavation will do. Of course, the larger the volume, the better. The larger the volume, the more solar and lunar essence it absorbed. Therefore, she preferred larger ones. But these tomb raiders found it strange. Antiques aren't valued based on their size. However, upon hearing that Peiyuan pills would be used, they immediately fell silent. Tomb raiders know a bit about the mystical underworld and understand that Peiyuan pills are treasures. Tomb raiders' bodies are often colder than ordinary people's, and their lifespans are shortened. If they could buy Peiyuan pills, this condition could be improved. It's just that Peiyuan pills are treasures found only within mountain sects. How could they be so easily obtained? Now, hearing that Mengyu would give them Peiyuan pills, they immediately agreed. Although they thought it wasn't worth it for family members who didn't need to take Peiyuan pills to still provide 10 funerary objects, what she said was right. 10 funerary objects might not sell for 100,000 yuan. We can't let her take a loss. Of course, the most crucial point was that she wasn't picky. She would take whatever was given, though larger ones were better. Chapter 132, Not trying to get it for free, are you? Finally, those who needed to have the evil chi expelled were Boss He's wife, old Zhong, old Li and his wife, and old Wang's widow, 5 people in total. Boss He's son didn't have much evil chi, and since children have strong young energy, he would be fine as long as he didn't come into contact with the funerary objects again. Old Li's son also didn't need treatment. Mengyu first gave Old Li and Old Zhong a foundation pill each. You two take the foundation pills first. Then, everyone follow me into a room. The room will turn dark, but don't panic. Just follow my instructions, and nothing will happen. I will expel the evil chi from all of you and from the funerary objects. This time, Mengyu didn't want anyone to see her performing the ritual. So, when she led those people into the room, they weren't actually entering a room in Boss He's house, but rather her spatial dwelling. As for making a room turn dark, as the owner, she could easily accomplish that. Listen carefully, everyone. Find a cushion, sit cross-legged, and then relax. After that, focus your eyes on your nose on your heart, and clear your mind of all distractions. 1, 2, 3, begin, relax. Everyone sat cross-legged, listening to Mengyu's voice and doing as she instructed. This ritual took an hour. Actually, Mengyu could have expelled the evil chi from them in just a few minutes. But to make them feel that their money was well spent, she deliberately prolonged the process. Moreover, she was also thinking about how to buy the funerary objects from them. Each of these funerary objects contained over 1,000 points of essence value. According to Little He, each of them had been allotted 42 funerary objects. This time, she had obtained 50 pieces from the 5 people. For every 3 funerary objects she cleansed of evil chi, she would receive 1 as payment. This way, she could get another 28 pieces. Additionally, Boss He had only given her 7 funerary objects earlier, so this time, he made up for the remaining 13 he owed. They still had over 100 funerary objects in their possession. How could she get her hands on these funerary objects? When everyone emerged from the dark room, the chilling coldness in their bodies was completely gone. They all felt physically fit and light, and even their previous hidden ailments had disappeared. Instantly, they felt that the payment was worth it. After receiving the 91 funerary objects she was owed as payment, Mengyu watched as the others divided their share. She couldn't help but ask, have you thought about how you're going to sell these funerary objects? These over 100 Warring States funerary objects were worth over 100,000 points of essence value. Old Zhong looked at Mengyu. You want them? Mengyu thought for a moment and said, I do, but I don't have any money. Old Zhong felt a surge of anger inside. If you don't have money, why bring it up? Are you trying to get them for free? Seeing Old Zhong's expression, Mengyu knew he had misunderstood. Mengyu glanced cautiously at her brother and then turned back to Old Zhong. I don't have money, but I still have a few foundation pills. I can trade the foundation pills for your funerary objects. Qing Jioha sighed inwardly. His sister was too obsessed with these antiques. He didn't want her to sell the foundation pills, but she insisted. However, since she had already given these 2 men foundation pills today, she had already exposed the fact that she had them. So, selling them was fine. After all, the 2 of them were disguised today. Even their license plates had been removed. Old Zhong's heart stirred. How do you plan to trade? Qing Jioha said, 1 foundation pill for 10 funerary objects. Old Zhong and Old Li exchanged a glance. This time, these people had excavated a Warring States tomb, and each funerary object was of considerable value. Chapter 133, A Drastic Change in the Space. Chapter 133, A Drastic Change in the Space. However, after a second thought, Old Zhong agreed again. Although these items were worth more than 10,000 yuan each, it was difficult to sell funerary objects. If they were to sell them, they might only fetch that price. Alright, let's trade. Boss He had 42 items. He saved 3 people and gave Mengyu 30 funerary objects as payment. There were 12 left, which he exchanged for 1 Peiyuan Dan. He wanted to give all 12 funerary objects to Mengyu, but she only accepted 10 from him. Old Zhong exchanged for 3, Old Li exchanged for 2, and Old Wang's widow thought for a moment and only exchanged for 1. This way, Mengyu obtained another 50 funerary objects. When leaving, Qing Jioha said to everyone, remember, today, my sister and I were not here, and we did not sell you any Peiyuan Dan. When he mentioned Peiyuan Dan, he suddenly released his aura. He was already a 7th level martial artist. As soon as his aura was released, everyone immediately felt pressure. Old Zhong and the others quickly assured him, we won't say anything. We were just here today to see Brother He. Qing Jioha sneered, you better remember that. Actually, it wouldn't matter even if they talked. He and his sister had come in disguise today. On the way home, Qing Jioha saw that the smile on Mengyu's lips hadn't faded, and his mood lifted as well. He reached out and ruffled Mengyu's hair, saying dotingly, happy? Mengyu smiled sweetly, yes, I got so many antiques today. I'm very happy. Thank you, brother. With so much essence value obtained today, should she use it to expand the space or to acquire elixirs? During this period, Mengyu had already finished studying the medical canon, pharmacopoeia, Appraisal Cannon, and Alchemy Cannon, earning 500 learning points. Meanwhile, the essence value obtained from antiques had reached as high as 168,200. Xiao Tao was overjoyed. Master, let's use all this essence value to expand the space. Thinking that only essence value could expand the space, Mengyu agreed. However, as soon as Mengyu agreed, she was ejected from the space. It turned out that Xiao Tao, afraid she might change her mind, couldn't wait to start expanding the space. After a night passed, when Mengyu entered again, she found the space had undergone a drastic change. First, the entire mountain with the waterfall flowing down was now fully revealed, with valleys on both sides. She had a feeling that there should be more mountains beside the valleys. Then, there was the flat peach tree. The entire tree was now exposed. Mengyu discovered that this peach tree alone covered an area of 10 mu. No wonder Xiao Tao was so eager to persuade Mengyu to use the essence value to expand the space. However, Mengyu also benefited, because Xiao Tao told her that now that the entire peach tree was revealed, the peaches would mature soon. Third, the land in the space had increased by over 30 mu. Still, Mengyu felt a bit heartache. Over 160,000 essence value, all used up just like that. What comforted her was that, as a reward for expanding the space, she received a small storage bag with a capacity of 30 cubic meters. However, since she had the space, this storage bag wasn't very useful, right? Xiao Tao reminded her, give it to your soldier brother to use. Mengyu blushed. Her soldier brother. Was Xiao Tao referring to Gu Dongxing? However, time was static inside the storage bag, so she could buy more things without worrying about them spoiling. The next day, when Cheng Jioha came over, Mengyu immediately pulled him and said, brother, let's go sell antiques too. Cheng Jioha was puzzled. You like those antiques so much. Why do you want to sell them now? Mengyu pouted, I do like antiques, but some of the ones I got yesterday I don't like. Besides, I'm short on money now, so I want to sell some antiques. Don't worry, brother. This time, I'll disguise you as an old man. No one will recognize you as the young master of the Cheng family. Cheng Jioha didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You think I'm afraid of my identity being exposed? People like them often visited the antique black market. It was an unspoken understanding among them. Chapter 134. Forced Purchase. Chapter 134. Forced Purchase. Mengyu felt a bit embarrassed. I know you're not afraid, brother, but before we were only buying. This time we're selling, so we need to be more cautious. It's best if we don't even drive the car. In the end, the doting brother naturally accompanied Mengyu to sell the antiques again. Cheng Jioha was disguised by Mengyu as an old man with graying hair, while she herself transformed into a woman in her mid-20s. The father and daughter each carried a large suitcase, took a bus to the vicinity, and then walked the rest of the way. With the same phrase, introduced by Zhao Laolu, they smoothly entered the market. However, just as they laid out their items, a middle-aged man came to intervene. Do you know the rules for selling old items here? Mengyu looked at Cheng Jioha, who replied, yes, 5%. The middle-aged man shook his head, you're not regulars. 10%. Mengyu was shocked. Selling antiques here actually required a 10% commission? That was too expensive. As the middle-aged man was about to walk away, he suddenly noticed a bronze sword on Mengyu's stall. This is a bronze sword from the Warring States period. Are these grave goods? Mengyu nodded. Yes, all these items were excavated from a Warring States tomb. Although they are grave goods, all the sinister energy has been removed. The middle-aged man was astonished. Really removed? Mengyu nodded. You can feel it for yourself. If the sinister energy were still present, you wouldn't even be able to pick it up. Just getting close would give you a chilling sensation. The middle-aged man picked up the bronze sword. Use this sword to pay for your stall fee today. His tone didn't sound like a suggestion, but more like a demand. The stall fee was 10% of the transaction amount after a sale. If no sale occurred, no fee was charged. Moreover, Mengyu had only displayed a bronze sword, a bronze mirror, and a pair of bronze cups. For him to take one item meant he was demanding far more than 10%. Mengyu looked at Cheng Jioha, who calmly stared at the middle-aged man and said, as you can see, we only have a few items. Besides, we haven't sold anything yet. How can you charge a stall fee now? The middle-aged man glared at Cheng Jioha with a sinister look, but Cheng Jioha met his gaze fearlessly and suddenly unleashed his full aura. The middle-aged man instantly felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, his face turning pale. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Mengyu suddenly smiled and said, Uncle, since you like this sword so much, I'm sure others might also be interested in bronze artifacts. How about this? You call a few people to buy our goods at market price, and I'll give you a bronze artifact as a gift. Mengyu's purpose in buying antiques was for the solar and lunar essence values they contained. Now, most of the essence values in these items had been absorbed by Xiao Tao, leaving only a tiny portion to preserve their form. Thus, in Mengyu's eyes, the value of these items had already significantly diminished. Moreover, she hadn't brought out the truly valuable antiques that would sell for tens of millions in the future. What she displayed were items that could sell for 1 or 2 million in the future. At this time, they were probably worth only 10 or 20,000 each. If he really called people to buy them for her, what harm would there be in giving him one? The middle-aged man, originally intimidated by Cheng Jioha's aura and no longer daring to covet the bronze sword, was immediately tempted again upon hearing Mengyu's words. The reason he wanted the bronze sword was that a friend had asked him to find one and offered a high price of 30,000 yuan. Hearing Mengyu's proposal, he was instantly swayed. Chapter 135, Sky-High Priced Fruit. He put down the bronze sword and said, "All right, I'll give it a try." With that, he stood up and left. After he left, Mengyu immediately put away all those bronze items. She took out the jadeite bowl, the golden pipe, the gemstone bracelet, and a bronze mirror she had bought here the day before from her suitcase and arranged them on the velvet cloth. The underground black market was still quite deserted. There were many sellers but few buyers and even fewer who bought in bulk. Mengyu smiled bitterly. She had only planned to sell for one day before leaving, but it seemed it wouldn't be that easy to sell. No wonder the people had looked at her so strangely when she bought so many broken antiques that day. After watching the stall for over 2 hours, Mengyu's items still hadn't sold. Mengyu was starting to feel a bit hungry. "Are you hungry? I'll go buy you something to eat," Cheng Jioha asked considerately. Mengyu looked up, "But there aren't any places selling food around here, are there?" She glanced at the other vendors around. Most of them were taking steamed buns or flatbreads out of their bags to eat. She felt a bit guilty for not thinking to bring something to eat. Suddenly, she thought of the fruit in her space and asked Xiaotao, "Can I pick from the orchard in the space house now?" Xiaotao, "Yes, you can. 1 learning point for 10 pieces. Mengyu cursed Xiaotao inwardly. "Are you mistaken? A bottle of Peiyuan pills only costs 200 learning points. 1 bottle has 30 pills. Each Peiyuan pill is worth 100,000 yuan, so 30 pills are 3 million yuan. That means each learning point is worth 15,000 yuan. And 10 pieces of fruit cost 1 learning point? Does that mean each piece of fruit costs 1,500 yuan? Xiaotao looked down on her master. The fruit in this medicine garden absorbs spiritual energy. How can ordinary fruit compare? Can you buy a spiritual fruit for 1,500 yuan? Mengyu sighed. All right, give me 2 apples then. Xiaotao, master, the apples are in the space house. You have to come in and pick them yourself. Mengyu, you watch the stall for a bit. I need to use the restroom. As soon as Mengyu entered the restroom, she flashed into her space. After having Xiaotao deduct 1 learning point, she entered the medicine garden. Sure enough, because she had paid the learning point first, she easily entered the medicine garden this time and headed towards the fruit trees beside it. She picked 2 beautiful red apples, 2 crystal clear pears, and 2 peaches with red and white hues. Since they all cost 1 learning point, she tried to pick the largest ones. She eyed the grapes longingly. She really wanted to eat grapes, but 1 learning point for 1 grape? That wasn't worth it. Xiaotao's voice chimed in. "Master, fruits like grapes and bananas are sold by the bunch." Mengyu was annoyed. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" She immediately picked a bunch of grapes, a bunch of bananas, and a bunch of loquats. These bunched fruits were much more cost-effective. 1 bunch weighed 2 or 3 jin. After picking, she realized she had picked too much. Could she and her brother finish all this fruit? "Don't worry, master. The space house has a preservation effect." "Really?" Mengyu was delighted. She took 1 apple, 1 pear, cut half a bunch of grapes, and half a bunch of bananas. She didn't dare take out other fruits that were out of season and hard to preserve. Returning to the stall, Mengyu opened her suitcase and started taking out fruit, actually retrieving it from her space. Cheng Jioha, seeing she had gone to the restroom and come back with fruit to eat, found it strange. "Did you bring fruit in your suitcase?" Chapter 136, Sky-High Priced Fruit, Part 2. Mengyu said guiltily, "Yeah, I forgot I brought fruit earlier." Cheng Jioha gave her a deep look, picked up an apple, and was about to peel it. Mengyu felt a pang of heartache. This was spirit fruit. Peeling it would be such a waste. She quickly stopped him. "Don't peel it. The nutrition is all in the skin. I washed it very thoroughly when I packed it." Cheng Jioha smiled. "You even know about nutrition?" He cut the apple in half with a knife and handed 1 half to Mengyu. "Here, we'll each have half." He took a bite first, his expression immediately shifting to one of surprise. Then he began eating in large mouthfuls. This was also Mengyu's first time eating an apple from the medicine garden. With the first bite, she felt a trace of spiritual energy enter her stomach. She quickly ate faster and soon finished her half. After finishing his half, Cheng Jioha wrapped up the remaining fruit. Mengyu was a bit displeased. "I still want to eat some grapes. Eat them when we get back." Cheng Jioha packed the fruit into Mengyu's suitcase and even placed the suitcase under himself to sit on. Yes, he could tell. This fruit was extraordinary. After eating just half, his cultivation had increased. Moreover, the fragrance released by the fruit was incredibly enticing. He silently blamed Mengyu. How could she not keep such a treasure properly and even dare to take it out to eat? A nearby stall owner, drawn by the enticing fragrance of the fruit, walked over. Do you still have any of that fruit? Qingjioha immediately replied, no. The stall owner had seen Mengyu take out quite a bit of fruit earlier, apples, pears, peaches, bananas, grapes, and he had even spotted a bunch of cherries. Yet this father and daughter had only shared one apple and now claimed there was none left. Clearly, they didn't want to share with him. How stingy. The stall owner looked down on the father-daughter pair in his heart and said coldly, I know you still have some. I'll buy it. Mengyu looked up with a smile and said, you want to buy? 1,500 each. The stall owner spat in disdain. 1,500 for one piece of fruit? Is your fruit made of gold? Mengyu felt wronged. She hadn't overcharged. She really had paid 1,500 each for them herself. But Qingjioha knew Mengyu wasn't overcharging. Fruit that could increase cultivation. How could it be bought with money? 1,500 was too cheap. He said coldly, our fruit is priced that high. If you don't want to buy it, then don't. We never intended to sell it in the first place. It's just a few pieces of fruit, the stall owner grumbled angrily as he walked away. He understood now, they simply didn't want to sell to him and had deliberately named an astronomical price. Qingjioha shot Mengyu a fierce glare. Mengyu was baffled. These fruits were only slightly better looking and larger than ordinary ones. Otherwise, they were just like any other fruit. What was wrong with her taking them out to eat? She didn't realize that what angered Qingjioha was her naming a price. She could have just said they weren't for sale instead of quoting a price. Although it was unlikely anyone would buy fruit at 1,500 each, it was better to be safe than sorry. If some curious person actually spent 1,500 to buy and eat a piece of fruit, his sister's secret would be exposed. Yes, a sister who could produce such extraordinary fruit was definitely not simple. But her cultivation was still so low. If her secret were exposed, would she be able to protect herself? Seeing that Qingjioha was ignoring her, Mengyu felt a bit intimidated and softly pleaded for forgiveness. Good brother, good dad, your daughter was wrong. The siblings were posing as father and daughter, but Mengyu had never called him dad before. Now, to appease her brother's anger, she even resorted to calling him dad. Chapter 137 Miscalculation. Seeing her playfully call him dad, Qingjioha's heart softened a little. He reached out and patted her hair. Be more careful next time. Mengyu stuck out her tongue. Yes, dad. At 12:30, more people arrived at the black market. The first was an elderly gentleman, followed by two burly men who were clearly bodyguards. Mengyu's heart raced. These two bodyguards were martial artists. Moreover, she estimated that their skill levels were higher than her brothers. They were at least advanced-level martial artists. As for herself, she was only a second-level martial artist. In terms of cultivation, she was only at the first layer of gathering yuan. At this stage, her combat ability wasn't even as good as a martial artist's. For some reason, Mengyu had a premonition that these people had come for her. Qingjioha also became wary. The middle-aged man who had earlier collected the stall fee from Mengyu hurried out to greet them. Old Master Wu, you've come in person. Detong, where is the bronze sword you mentioned earlier? Over there. The middle-aged man Detong pointed towards Mengyu's stall, only to find that the bronze sword was no longer there. Only a jade bowl, a gemstone bracelet, and a golden pipe were displayed. The group approached Mengyu's stall. Qingjioha quickly pulled Mengyu behind him and asked calmly, what would you like to buy, gentlemen? If he hadn't pulled Mengyu behind him, everyone might have praised his composure. But his action betrayed him. The two burly men also watched him warily. They could tell that both stall owners were martial artists. Although their skill levels were not as high, the elderly gentleman they were protecting was an ordinary person. Therefore, they dared not let their guard down in the slightest. Mengyu felt extremely nervous. She had miscalculated. When Detong had tried to forcibly take her bronze sword earlier, but gave up, she should have known he wouldn't give up so easily. Now, sure enough, he had brought people with him. She didn't know if he would try to forcibly seize her antiques. She herself would be fine. At worst, she could escape to some out-of-sight place, like a restroom or behind a tree, and hide in her space. If absolutely necessary, she could just give them the antiques. But what about her brother? Her brother was a soldier. Soldiers had a fierce, unyielding nature in their character. Would he allow her to back down like that? Old Master Wu, not seeing the bronze sword, turned to look at Detong. Detong strode over towards Mengyu. He ignored Qingjioha and spoke directly to Mengyu, who was behind him. Where is that bronze sword? Mengyu looked at him, then at Old Master Wu. Are they the people you brought to buy my old items? Detong nodded, pointing at the old man. This is Old Master Wu. He likes collecting bronze swords. Bring out the sword. Mengyu looked at old Master Wu, but did not take out the bronze sword as Datong had instructed. Old Master Wu nodded and addressed Qingjiohe. Young man, I heard you have a bronze sword. Please bring it out for me to see. If it's genuine, the price is negotiable. Hearing the words, price is negotiable, Qingjiohe finally let out a sigh of relief and said to Mengyu, take it out and show them. A thought struck Mengyu. Could it be that they weren't here to forcibly take the bronze sword, but to buy bronze artifacts? Mengyu opened the box, took out a cloth bundle from inside, and unwrapped it. Inside were several bronze artifacts, a bronze mirror, a bronze wine vessel, a painted pottery pot with stamped patterns, and the bronze sword that Datong had first wanted. Old Master Wu's eyes lit up as he looked at the bronze artifacts. Chapter 138, Jacking Up the Price. Mengyu watched Old Man Wu's expression nervously. Did he like it? She wondered if he had the money to buy it. What price would he offer? What if his offer was too low? She glanced at the two large men behind Old Man Wu. If his offer wasn't too much lower, she would sell. If it was far too low, she would have to stand her ground appropriately. Old Man Wu asked Qingjiohe, brother, how much are you asking for this bronze sword? Qingjiohe looked at Mengyu. Mengyu held up one hand. Qingjiohe then said, 50,000. Mengyu's eyes widened as she stared at Qingjiohe. She had meant 5,000. She remembered that in her later life, when she had gone out with Jiang Mengyu, she had seen such bronze swords auctioned, and they didn't even fetch 1,000,000. 50,000? Isn't that too expensive? Datong hadn't expected this father and daughter to quote such a high price. The stall owner who had wanted the rice fruit earlier walked over and snorted with a laugh. Their stuff is ridiculously expensive. Just now, I wanted to buy a fruit from them, and this young lady actually asked for 1,500 each. Tell me, is there any fruit in this world that sells for 1,500 apiece? Mengyu shot him a glare, stepped out from behind Qingjiohe, and said to Old Man Wu, this bronze sword of mine is perfectly preserved. Buried underground for over 2,000 years, it shows not a single trace of rust, and is exceptionally sharp. If you don't believe me, bring some paper to test it. I guarantee it can pierce through 10 or 20 sheets. My father's asking price of 50,000 is actually too low. In my opinion, it's worth at least 500,000. 500,000? She really dared to ask for that much. Oh really? Old Man Wu was immediately greatly excited. He only knew that the sword of Gojian, King of Yu, unearthed in 1965 from tomb number 1 at Wangshan in Jiangling, Hubei, was that sharp. If this sword was truly that good, then this girl's asking price of 500,000 wasn't really high. Bring some paper. Old Man Wu said. Mengyu felt a bit uneasy. She had just said it casually. Who knew this old man would actually want to test it? Wasn't the value of such a bronze sword only in its historical research significance? Did he really want to see how sharp it was? Someone brought over a stack of paper. Old Man Wu personally picked up the bronze sword and drew it from its scabbard. As the sword left the sheath, a cold gleam flashed. At the sight, Old Man Wu exclaimed, what a fine sword. He thrust the sword toward the stack of paper, and then sliced. Over 20 layers of paper were cleanly cut through. Even Mengyu was startled by this. Was this really a bronze sword? Qingjiohe was even more astonished. Was this bronze sword so sharp? He regretted it now, this sword couldn't be sold. Xiao Tao's voice rang in Mengyu's heart, Master, this is a low-grade magical artifact. Mengyu was shocked. What? A low-grade magical artifact? Why didn't you say so earlier? Xiao Tao was frustrated. Master, I thought you knew. I couldn't bear to absorb the sun and moon essence from this sword. Who knew you'd pick it to sell? This, Mengyu was dismayed. It was a magical artifact, and she had just brought it out to sell. Are there any more magical artifacts among those antiques? No, Master, Xiao Tao said. But Master needn't regret it. There are quite a few such artifacts in the artifact pavilion. Master can exchange for them with just a few points. How many points for one magical artifact? Well, 10 points. 10 essence points isn't too expensive, Mengyu said. Wait, one learning point was equivalent to 15,000, and one essence point could be exchanged for 100 learning points, which was equivalent to 1.5 million. So 10 essence points would be 15 million. Heavens, she was holding a magical artifact worth 15 million and was about to sell it for 50,000? Chapter 139. Chapter 139. Chapter 139 1 million. Mengyu was about to cry. Wasn't this selling gold for the price of iron? She said to Old Master Wu, your strength is truly formidable. Actually, there's a slight issue with this sword. What issue? Old Master Wu found it strange. When selling something, would someone voluntarily point out a flaw? Give me the sword, and I'll show you. Old Master Wu's expression turned very odd. You can point it out while I'm holding it. He could tell that this father and daughter pair seemed reluctant to sell now. Qingjiohe suddenly interjected, we're not selling this sword anymore. Upon hearing this, Datong became furious. What do you mean by that? I mean we don't want to sell it anymore, Mengyu said. If you want these other bronze items, you can have them for 50,000 each. What? Not selling anymore? She was just thinking of making them aware that she had a master backing her, so they would act with some caution. Mengyu said resentfully, I grabbed the wrong sword when I left home today. This one was given to me by my master. It's a magical instrument. What master? Naturally, it was fabricated. Old Master Wu reached out a hand to stop Datong from speaking. This sword is worth the price. But a mouthful of heart's blood nearly surged up, which he forcefully swallowed back down. Datong chuckled twice. You don't really not want to sell. You just want to raise the price on the spot, right? Upon hearing the words, magical instrument, Old Master Wu's expression indeed changed slightly. Moreover, the other party having a master behind them did make him somewhat cautious. If it truly was a magical instrument, then it was indeed worth more than this price. The two bodyguards retracted their imposing aura and stepped back behind Old Master Wu. But he had already quoted a price of 100,000, and he couldn't back down just because the other party mentioned a master. The two bodyguards behind the old master took a step forward, releasing their imposing aura, which pressed down on Chung Jioha and Mengyu. Old Master Wu also looked at Mengyu with a probing gaze. Datong was surprised. Old Master Wu. Old Master Wu quickly scolded, don't be presumptuous. The pressure on Chung Jioha and Mengyu immediately intensified, and their faces turned pale. Chung Jioha hurriedly pulled Mengyu behind him again, bearing most of the pressure himself. Datong stepped closer to Mengyu. Our old master flew back from country specifically for this sword of yours, and now you say you're not selling? Chung Jioha was immediately pressed down so hard he almost knelt, but he stubbornly held his ground. Mengyu said indignantly, this sword is worth 10 times, 100 times this price, or even more. Even Chung Jioha looked ashen-faced. He actually couldn't protect his own sister. He swore that after returning, he must break through as soon as possible. Although he was already a 7th-level martial artist, these two bodyguards were both above the 7th level, and their pressure was combined. Mengyu felt grief and indignation in her heart, and a humiliated expression appeared on her face. If you really want it, then 1 million, Chung Jioha said. Seeing the expressions on the father and daughter's faces, Old Master Wu didn't want to offend the locals too much, so he said, how about this? This brother here initially suggested a price of 50,000. You clearly don't want to sell for 50,000, but don't say 1 million either. Let's make it 100,000. Datong said disdainfully, you said earlier this sword was worth 500,000. Now that the old master agrees to give you 100,000, you say it's worth 10 or 100 times more. You're deliberately raising the price repeatedly because you see the old master likes it, right? Besides, what master, what magical instrument, maybe it was all fake. But he truly liked this sword. After thinking for a moment, he said, the price you first mentioned was 50,000. I've already offered 100,000, which is more than fair to you. Let's settle on that. However, he looked at Mengyu. That person just now said your fruit sells for 1,500 each. Sell me some more fruit. Those who cast recommendation votes and give 5-star reviews are all angels. End of chapter. Chapter 140, grapes at 1,500 each. Old Man Wu's meaning was that the price of the sword had already increased from 50,000 to 100,000 and couldn't change again, but they could add some extra money under the guise of buying fruit. Not possible, Chung Jioha said. Why not? Old Man Wu looked at Chung Jioha. Didn't you just say you were selling fruit for 1,500 each? Now that I want to buy it, why are you saying it's not possible? Mengyu stopped her brother and winked at him. Seeing her expression, Chung Jioha paused. Could it be that there was only one of those spirit fruits? Thinking about it, it made sense. Spirit fruits, how many could she possibly have? Having even one was already incredibly rare. It was probably given to her by her master, right? The fruit can be sold to you, Mengyu said, but this sword is worth over 10 million. Since my brother initially asked for 50,000, I won't demand 10 million from you, but the minimum is 500,000. She took out a bunch of grapes. There are 34 grapes here in total. At 1,500 each, that's 51,000. I'll round it down to 50,000. Together with the sword, give me 550,000. In reality, this bunch of grapes only cost 0.1 learning points. She was playing with semantics, substituting bunch with grape. Datong was about to get angry again. A bunch of grapes selling for 50,000? Were they made of gold? After pondering over the bronze sword, Old Man Wu agreed to Mengyu's request. Fine, 550,000 it is. Let's go to the bank and transfer the money immediately. He had originally intended to give some compensation anyway. What did it matter what kind of fruit it was or how much there was? It was only after he tasted the grapes that he realized his regret. Why hadn't he asked for more fruit? Seeing that the old man was reasonable, Chung Jioha felt somewhat appeased. But thinking about the fruit Mengyu had taken out, he grew worried again, fearing it might still be spirit fruit. At the bank, Mengyu felt a bit troubled. She didn't want the other party to know her bank account. What should she do? Chung Jioha seemed to understand her concern. He took out a passbook. Transfer it to this account. Old man Wu transferred 550,000 to the account specified by Cheng Jioha. Datong reached out to Mengyu. What about my reward? Mengyu remembered she had promised him a bronze artifact if he found someone to buy her bronze ware. Moreover, old man Wu hadn't exactly forced the purchase. They had initially asked for 50,000, and he later offered 500,000, which was quite generous. The blame lay only with herself for not recognizing it as a magical artifact sooner. Besides, the old man was willing to buy a bunch of grapes from her for 50,000 as compensation, which wasn't bad. Thus, she straightforwardly took out a bronze wine vessel and gave it to him. Just before parting, Mengyu said to the old man, "Old sir, please don't throw away that bunch of grapes." Old man Wu smiled bitterly. Spending 50,000 on a bunch of grapes, he really must have lost his mind. Why had he felt compelled to compensate her? Just because she said the bronze sword was a magical artifact? Watching the father and daughter board the bus, he shook his head. Datong was eating the grapes, savoring them with gusto. You have to admit, these 1,500 per grape fruits are really delicious. He couldn't help but eat one after another. They're so damn tasty. One of the bodyguards, hearing how delicious they were, also plucked one to eat. After tasting it, his expression changed, and he immediately started grabbing more grapes. Another bodyguard, seeing the two enjoying themselves, also plucked one to eat. After eating just two, feeling the changes in his stomach, his expression shifted, and he snatched the entire bunch. Stop eating. Datong, seeing the bodyguard begrudging even a bunch of grapes, couldn't help but exclaim, "It's just a bunch of grapes, you cheapskate." Hearing the word cheapskate, old man Wu turned around and saw his bodyguard snatching the grapes. He chuckled. These grown men were fighting over grapes as if they had never eaten them before. It was only after he learned what kind of fruit these were that he deeply regretted letting them eat the grapes. Chapter 141. What would you dare do to someone from the mountain sect? Chapter 141. What would you dare do to someone from the mountain sect? The bodyguard handed the grapes to the old master. These grapes are for the old master. Old Master Wu waved his hand. You can eat them if you want. The bodyguard also wanted to eat them but resisted the temptation. Old master, these grapes, they're spirit fruits. What? The old master was greatly shocked. Although old Master Wu was an ordinary person, having two 7th-level martial artists as bodyguards meant he was no ordinary man. He had heard of spirit fruits before. He plucked one grape, not even peeling it, and put it directly into his mouth. Feeling a warm energy enter his stomach, he immediately understood this bunch of grapes was indeed spirit fruit. No wonder they dared to sell their fruit for 1,500 per piece. That girl had warned him, whatever you do, don't lose that bunch of grapes. So this was a bunch of spirit fruit. But half of the grapes on it had already been eaten. Who ate them? He regretted it deeply. Why hadn't he taken this bunch of grapes seriously earlier? Why hadn't he asked the girl to sell him a few more bunches? The two bodyguards pointed at Datong. It was him. Datong grew uneasy inside. It was just half a bunch of grapes. Why are they looking at me like that? Old Master Wu sighed. Datong, you just ate 25,000 worth of my money in one go. How are we going to settle this? Datong was dumbfounded. I only ate half a bunch of grapes. How is that 25,000? If he had known, he wouldn't have eaten them. The bodyguard who had snatched the grapes earlier snorted. This bunch of grapes was bought for 50,000. You ate half of it. Tell me, if not 25,000, then what? I didn't know, Datong said, his mouth bitter. You didn't know? You clearly knew this bunch of grapes cost 50,000. Did you think any ordinary fruit could sell for that much? Datong glared with his small eyes. Wasn't that just the girl trying to scam more money? The bodyguard said, the reason this bunch of grapes is so expensive is because they're spirit fruits. Spirit fruits, understand? If the old master eats this bunch, all his old ailments will heal. Tell me, how precious is that? Datong was stunned. The bodyguard asked Old Master Wu, Old Master, should we have someone investigate that father and daughter pair? The old master shook his head. No need. Having a master, being able to produce spirit fruits, this must be someone from a mountain sect who came down to gain experience, ran short on money, and sold some old items for cash. But then, the sword in his hand was likely a genuine magical artifact. Such a magical artifact would be hard to buy even for 100 million, right? And he bought it for 500,000? Was this a stroke of incredible luck? Wait, that girl knew the value of the magical artifact. She said she had mistakenly brought out the artifact her master gave her, but since she had already taken it out and he had come specifically for it, she had no choice but to sell it. She could have backed out, but she didn't. Even the so-called compensation he gave her later became meaningless because what he bought were spirit fruits. In his view, that bunch of spirit fruit was fully worth 50,000. In other words, he owed her. He actually owed a debt to someone from a mountain sect. He could only hope that in the future, he would have a chance to repay this debt to her. Little did he know that this simple thought of repaying the debt would later help him avoid a calamity. He murmured, "Not to mention you probably wouldn't find anything, but even if you did, what would you dare do to someone from a mountain sect?" What? Someone from a mountain sect? The two bodyguards were stunned. However, just because they didn't investigate didn't mean no one wanted to look into Mengyu and Cheng Jioha. Chapter 142. The economic base determines the superstructure. At this moment, Mengyu and Cheng Jioha walked faster and faster. The person tailing them lost track of them before long. Having restored their original appearances, Mengyu took out the bankbook and said, "Brother, we made 550,000 today, 550,000. When I used to have just 10 cents, I would dream of the day I'd have 1 yuan. When I finally saved up 1 yuan, I dreamed of having 10 yuan someday. And when I saved up 10 yuan, I thought." "You thought you'd be satisfied with 100 yuan, Cheng Jioha said, looking at her delighted expression. "Well, don't you think we sold the sword for too little?" Mengyu shook her head. "What loss? We just got it back from those tomb raiders anyway. We didn't spend much on it. What about your Peiyuan Dan? Doesn't that count as money? If I remember correctly, you traded the Peiyuan Dan for that bronze sword in the end, didn't you?" Cheng Jioha asked, amused. If we calculate it that way, our initial investment was 10,000 yuan. That's a 50-fold profit, still a good deal, she said, her face beaming. "Brother, we have money now. Let's find a place and split it 50-50, share the spoils." Cheng Jioha almost laughed out loud. Share the spoils? It wasn't as if they had stolen it. But seeing that she wanted to share the money with him, Cheng Jioha felt a warmth in his heart. He hadn't been wrong to recognize her as his sister. He said gently, "You keep it. I don't need it." Mengyu immediately became unhappy. "Brother, I don't want to become a fatty." Cheng Jioha was puzzled. "What does me not taking your money have to do with you becoming a fatty?" "Of course it does." Mengyu counted off on her fingers. "Whether it was going to the He family or to the black market, you accompanied me. I said from the start that we'd split the profit 50-50. If you don't take your share, are you trying to make me break my promise and grow fat from it?" Cheng Jioha shook his head with a smile. "All right then, I'll take 1/3. Mengyu was about to argue further, but Cheng Jioha stopped her. "Listen, the initial investment was yours, and the methods were yours too. Taking 1/3 is already a lot for me." Mengyu was still dissatisfied. "Brother, that's not right. If it weren't for you at the He family, I might have lost my life. We're siblings, you can't draw such clear lines. Otherwise, I won't acknowledge you as my brother anymore." Hearing Mengyu say she wouldn't acknowledge him, Cheng Jioha panicked. All right, 50-50. Is that okay?" Mengyu sighed. "Brother, even if you take half, I'm still getting the better deal. Have you forgotten? I also took so many antiques." Cheng Jioha knew that if he didn't accept the money, Mengyu wouldn't be happy, so he had to agree. Besides, apart from his military allowance, he really didn't have much money. However, when Cheng Jioha went to the bank to withdraw the money and split it, Mengyu suddenly had an idea. Her brother wasn't valued in the Cheng family. Even with his combat skills, without money, he would still be controlled by others. And it wasn't just her brother, she herself needed a large amount of money to buy antiques. Antiques were expensive. She suddenly tugged at Cheng Jioha's sleeve. "Brother, let's not withdraw so much. Just 50,000 yuan will do." Cheng Jioha didn't know what she was planning, but he felt it was right to listen to his sister. So, the two of them withdrew only 50,000 yuan and returned to the courtyard in Hohai. Mengyu pulled Cheng Jioha to sit on a stone stool in the courtyard. "Brother, I have something to tell you." Cheng Jioha had already guessed she had another idea when she only withdrew 50,000 yuan. "Go ahead, little sister. What's your brilliant plan this time?" Chapter 143. Going into business with Big Brother. Mengyu looked at her brother. "Brother, do you want to have a lot of money yourself to break free from the Cheng family's control over your finances?" Cheng Jioha recalled the time he asked his father for money to buy a marrow-cleansing pill and was refused. "Yes, I dream of it." "Then, brother, how about we go into business together?" "What? Go into business together? You want to engage in speculation and profiteering?" Mengyu was covered in metaphorical black lines. "Brother, we're reforming and opening up now. That's not called speculation and profiteering, it's called invigorating commodity circulation." Mengyu spent some time educating her brother on the market economy and the development trends of the next 10 years. Although Mengyu spent the entire 1980s in Tiger Hollow, after becoming a wandering spirit and following Huayu, she became very clear about the events of the 80s. Later, she learned to use the internet and often lingered online. Sometimes she forgot to erase her browsing history, which scared Huayu quite a bit. While scaring Huayu was enjoyable, she didn't want her to hire someone to exorcise her. So, from then on, she made sure to erase her traces whenever she went online. In fact, because she didn't sleep after Huayu fell asleep and had nothing else to do, she even learned hacking skills. With decades of experience as a wandering spirit, Mengyu now spoke about these future matters with great authority. Of course, she only spoke in broad terms and didn't specify concrete trends. Otherwise, as a reincarnator, she would face divine retribution. Qing Jioha looked at her strangely. Little sister, how do you know so much? Mengyu lifted her chin proudly. I have the ability to foresee the future. Qing Jioha reached out and ruffled her hair. No matter where you learned this, don't tell anyone else in the future, understand? Mengyu was deeply moved. Her brother, upon receiving news of the future, showed no surprise or greed, only concern for her. Mengyu had already prepared her excuse. I won't tell others, not even my master. She seemed to realize she had slipped up and quickly covered her mouth. Seeing her expression, Qing Jioha thought, as expected, it was that mysterious master of hers who gave her the marrow-cleansing pill who told her. Brother, with this 500,000 yuan as startup capital, we should be able to establish a decent company. We won't do anything illegal, we just need to quietly make a fortune. Qing Jioha was somewhat hesitant. But, brother, I don't have time to manage a company. Mengyu thought for a moment. Indeed, her brother was a soldier and truly had no time to manage a company. Suddenly, she remembered something. In her previous life, while browsing the computer, she saw that during the period of Y country's fastest economic development, the stock market also soared dramatically. Starting from 1974, it rose from 3,350 points to over 8,000 points. It would fall back to around 6,000 points by 1982, but then start rising again from 1982, continuing to climb until it began to decline in 1989. In December 1989, it even reached 38,900 points, having increased over 100-fold. Just from 1982 to 1989, it rose 92 times. Back then, she had thought that if she ever went back in time, she would definitely invest in our country's stock market. She never imagined she would actually come back. How could she not make this money? What kind of business could multiply money over 100-fold? She grabbed her brother's hand. Brother, do you have a way to buy stocks in our country? Qing Jioha nodded. Yes. Then let's invest this money in our country stock market. She gave Qing Jioha the names of several stocks to buy. Exchange this 500,000 into our currency and invest it all in the stock market. When the stock index reaches 38,900 points in December 1989, sell immediately and get the money back. Then we can start our business. Seeing her eyes shining, Qing Jioha affectionately patted the back of her head. This money was earned by you. We'll do whatever you say. Chapter 144. Huayu returns to school. And so, the siblings settled on a plan. The 500,000 in savings would be used to speculate on stocks in our country, while the 50,000 in cash would be split evenly between them, each taking 25,000. Thinking that 500,000 was actually a bit too little for stock speculation, Mengyu selected a few of the funerary objects whose essence value she had absorbed that she particularly liked and gave the rest to Qing Jioha. Sell these. Whatever you can get for them, put it all into stock speculation in our country. Although these items would be worth a lot in the future, Little Peach was right. Would she ever lack for money later on? Qing Jioha found it strange. Didn't you really like collecting these things? Why was she willing to part with them now? Mengyu thought to herself, it's not these things I like, but the essence value on them. But she couldn't tell her brother that. So she said, I just liked studying them. I've already studied all of these and don't need them anymore. Brother, if you like them, keep them. If not, then dispose of them. But brother, you absolutely must not take any risks. Anyway, we're not short on money now. Qing Jioha secretly admired her. This little sister of mine really trusts me. But it was a good thing that his sister trusted him. He would just find a day, disguise himself, and go sell these things. Mengyu then thought of the two courtyards. The Jade Garden in Hohai didn't need much repair, but the courtyard in Yang'an Hutong was too dilapidated. It needed fixing up before anyone could live there. Brother, I'll give you 5,000 yuan. Could you help me repair the house in Yang'an Hutong? This time, it was Qing Jioha's turn to get upset. I'm your brother. How would it look for me to take your money just to help you repair a house? Mengyu shrank her neck in slightly. All right then, brother, you just fix it up. I'll come live here after I get into university next year. After Qing Jioha left, Mengyu went on a crazy shopping spree. She would take the things she bought to secluded spots and then store them in her space. Even though reform and opening up had begun here too, the small place Mengyu was from couldn't compare to here. So, she bought quite a lot of things she felt she could use herself, as well as things she planned to give as gifts. Ready-made clothes weren't available where she was from, but they were here. Seeing the styles, which she found rather unappealing, Mengyu ended up buying some fabric instead, planning to cut and sew clothes herself when she got back. She even bought quite a bit of meat at the free market in the city's outskirts. That afternoon alone, she spent over 200 yuan. Spending money felt great. One had to remember, at this time a worker's salary was only a few dozen yuan a month. When she returned to Yang'an Hutong, she was only carrying one bundle. But as soon as she got back to Yang and Hutong, she found Chung Jioha waiting at the gate. She found it strange. Brother just left at noon. Why is he back again this afternoon? As soon as Chung Jioha saw Mengyu, he said, Bosku called. He wants you to go back immediately. I've already bought you a train ticket for 7 p.m. Mengyu's heart sank. Did something happen at home? Get in the car first. I'll tell you on the way. In a daze, Mengyu was put on the train by Chung Jioha. As the train started moving, Chung Jioha even ran after it, shouting, Little sister, don't forget to write to me. Mengyu leaned out. I will. Brother, you should head back now. Although it had only been a few days, Mengyu and her brother's bond had warmed rapidly, and they were already finding it a bit hard to part. Although they were very close, Mengyu was very clear that what existed between them was purely sibling affection. She didn't know why, but she was just so certain of it. However, thinking about the content of Gu Dongxing's phone call, she felt somewhat frustrated. Jiang Mengyu had actually gone back to repeat her final year of high school. Asterisk, wasn't she barred from taking the university entrance exam for 3 years because she impersonated someone else to get into university? What's the point of her repeating her final year then? Asterisk. Wait, that wasn't the issue. She drugged me and was involved in my abduction and sale. Shouldn't she have been expelled? What frustrated her even more was that Zhang's father and mother, the ones who sold her to the Zhou brothers to be their shared wife, had actually been released on the grounds of insufficient evidence for human trafficking. Chapter 145, No Respect for Elders or Care for the Young. Yes, that's right. Zhang's parents were released due to insufficient evidence for the crime of human trafficking. Even Jiang Mengyu, who had stolen someone else's identity to attend university, drugged her own sister, and helped her parents sell her off, returned to her hometown and enrolled in the senior year of high school in the county town. According to Gu Dongxing, it seemed that someone with significant influence had helped them, overturning a case that had already been concluded. Moreover, the person who helped them was no ordinary figure. They didn't even show deference to the Gu family. In other words, when Jiang Mengyu returned to school for her senior year, she would have to be classmates with that White Lotus sister of hers, Jiang Mengyu. It was precisely because Jiang Mengyu had returned to school for her senior year that Jiang Mengyu had to hurry back as soon as possible. She didn't know what tricks Jiang Mengyu might pull in her absence. She had no intention of reliving her past life, where she was not only sold into the deep mountains as a shared wife, but also had rumors spread in the village that she was unfilial to her parents and had run off with a man. Trapped in the deep mountains with no way out, she could only watch helplessly as they slandered her however they pleased. But in this life, she absolutely would not let them tarnish her reputation again. It seemed that her return to school for her senior year would be anything but dull. Huayu would undoubtedly try to pin all sorts of blame on her. However, if Huayu thought she was still the same Jiang Mengyu who could be bullied at will, she was sorely mistaken. This time, as long as Huayu didn't provoke her, all would be well. Otherwise, Mengyu would make sure she understood why flowers bloom so red. Mengyu's household registration had been moved back to its original location because her student file had been returned to her place of origin during the previous incident, meaning she could only take the college entrance exam there. On the other hand, the exam required students to take it in the location of their household registration. Thus, her file and household registration had to align. Although Chung Jioha could help her register her household in City V and even assist her in studying there, Mengyu had her reasons for returning. In her past life, after becoming a wandering spirit and following Jiang Mengyu, she once returned to her hometown and discovered that her close friend Shuiyu, who had shared lunch with her for 2 years during middle school, had met a tragic end. Back then, as a wandering spirit, she couldn't help her friend. But in this life, she was determined to change Shuiyu's fate. Additionally, Aunt Ding, who lived next door to the Jiang family and often gave her food, had died the year after Mengyu was trafficked. Although she didn't know the cause of Aunt Ding's death, she felt compelled to repay the kindness of those meals. Then there was the production team leader. If not for his protection and his insistence that no one under 16 should be sent out to work, she would have been forced to stop her education long ago. In her past life, after Jiang Mengyu rose to prominence, she retaliated against team leader Jiang, making life difficult for his family in every way. The man who had led the production team on the path of common prosperity in the early 1980s, raising the team's work point value to as high as 6 Mao, ended up achieving nothing and dying in depression. Therefore, she had to return for her senior year of high school. Revenge was a must, but repaying kindness was even more important. Her consciousness probed the 75,000 yuan in cash stored in her space. This was the foundation for repaying the kindness she owed. Suddenly, someone tugged at her clothes, pulling her consciousness back to reality. The person tugging at her clothes was a middle-aged woman in her 30s, sharing the same 2-seater bench with her. The woman had brought along a chubby boy who was less than 1.4 meters tall but somewhat broad. The boy was sitting between them, occupying one seat, while the woman was perched halfway off the bench. Seeing Mengyu turn around, the woman said, "Comrade, could you switch seats with me?" Mengyu looked back at her, and the woman continued, "My child wants to sit by the window. Please move." Mengyu shook her head. "It's dangerous for a child to sit by the window." The middle-aged woman insisted, "It's fine. I'll sit by the window to block him." Mengyu glanced at her, and then at her not-so-young child, shaking her head again. "No, I like sitting by the window to enjoy the view." Seeing Mengyu's refusal, the woman grew angry. "How can you be so lacking in respect for elders and care for the young?" Hearing the woman accuse her of having no respect for elders or care for the young, Mengyu let out a scoff. "You're not old, and your son is not young. So, there's no need for me to give up my seat for you." Chapter 146, Not Giving Up the Seat. Sitting across was a young couple with a child around 1 year old. Hearing the middle-aged woman accuse Mengyu of lacking respect for the elderly and care for the young woman spoke up to Mengyu. "If the child wants to sit by the window, why don't you just give up the seat?" The man glanced at his wife. He wanted to tell her not to speak carelessly, but his wife impatiently shook off his hand. "Don't bother me." Mengyu looked at the young woman holding the child as if she were an idiot. "If you think you can give up your seat, then why don't you give it to her?" The young woman holding the child glanced at the mother and son pair and said, "My child also likes to look at the scenery." Mengyu almost laughed. Could a 1-year-old child understand how to appreciate scenery? Besides, her child seemed to be dozing off most of the time. She smiled and said, "Your child is really clever, knowing how to appreciate scenery at just 1 year old. However, since you haven't propped him up, he probably can't see the scenery, right? Why don't you switch with her? I don't mind you squeezing in with your child. Come over here." Sure enough, the middle-aged woman looked eagerly at the young woman holding the child. The corners of the young man's mouth twitched, and he gave his wife a half-smiling look, as if saying, "I told you not to speak, and now you've brought trouble upon yourself." Would the young woman holding the child willingly give up her seat? She snorted and turned to look out the window. Looking at the scenery was one thing, but she also didn't want another woman squeezing next to her husband. Moreover, now that the situation had landed on her, she began to see things from this perspective. Mengyu could guess that by now, the young woman had probably realized that the middle-aged woman's claim about her child wanting to sit by the window was nonsense. In reality, she simply didn't want to buy 2 tickets. With her and her child squeezed into one seat, she could only occupy half of it. But if they sat by the window, both she and her child could occupy the entire seat, while the person sitting on the outside would have to squeeze into half. If she gave up her seat to the mother and son, they would take the window seat, and her husband would only have half a seat to sit on. This wasn't a short trip lasting an hour or two, it was a 36-hour journey. Therefore, she absolutely would not give up her seat. Mengyu sighed inwardly. People are like this, they speak thoughtfully on behalf of others, but when it comes to themselves, it's a different story. As the saying goes, where you stand depends on where you sit. Your position determines your perspective. After waiting for a long time and seeing that no one was giving up their seat, the middle-aged woman was very displeased. None of you have any communist spirit." Mengyu found it amusing. Earlier, she had accused her of lacking respect for the elderly and care for the young, and now she was saying they had no communist spirit. But while earlier she had only targeted Mengyu, this time she included the young woman holding the child. This time, the young woman holding the child finally experienced the taste of being resented. She glared fiercely at the middle-aged woman and said, "Your son takes up more space than an adult. If you feel the seat isn't enough, you can buy another ticket." Hearing the young woman suggest she buy another ticket, the middle-aged woman immediately became angry. "My son is under 1.4 meters tall." The young woman holding the child snorted and said, "Other children under 1.4 meters tall are held by adults." She proudly showed off her own child and said, "Just like my son." "But your son, he must be 12 or 13 years old, right?" The middle-aged woman was left speechless by the retort. Chapter 147. Chapter 147. Chapter 147. The middle-aged woman glared at the young woman, then looked at Mengyu, her eyes shifting as if she were plotting something. Mengyu hadn't paid much attention before, but after the young woman holding the child pointed it out, she took a closer look at the boy. Although the boy immediately lowered his head and buried his face in his knees, Mengyu could still see clearly this was no child, but clearly an adult over 16 years old. However, he was a dwarf. Mengyu instinctively felt something was off. She took a closer look at the middle-aged woman and realized she didn't look like someone in her 30s either. She was probably only 26 or 27, deliberately dressed to appear older, making herself look like a middle-aged woman in her 30s. Mengyu immediately sensed that this pair were not mother and son at all. If they weren't mother and son but were pretending to be, and they were trying to occupy the window seat, A warning bell went off in Mengyu's mind. Something was wrong with this man and woman. You're not a child at all. Mengyu stood up. Whether you buy a ticket or not is none of my business, but I can't stand sitting squeezed tightly next to a grown man on a seat. Either you leave the spot immediately and stop squeezing next to me, or you go buy your own tickets, or I'll report you. The man took out a steamed bun. Have a bun. She took out her own dinner to eat this time. She had learned her lesson and prepared some food to bring on the train. The man squeezed in the middle, having been exposed, had no choice but to stand up and walk away. Because the pancake was made with meat, the savory aroma immediately filled the air. The young woman across from her smelled the fragrance and looked at Mengyu. Seeing that Mengyu still had 2 pancakes left, she couldn't help but ask, "How much is one of your pancakes?" "What, that expensive?" the woman exclaimed. 1 yuan can buy 20 steamed buns. Mengyu was speechless. Was she being petty for not giving in, and was talking back to her considered talking too much? She simply turned her head to look at the scenery outside the window. She turned to Mengyu. "Could you sell 1 pancake to my son to eat?" The woman glanced disdainfully. No. However, by the time she boarded the train, it was already 6 p.m., and in less than an hour, it would be dark. She took out 3 pancakes and a lunchbox containing 8 treasure porridge. She ate the pancakes with the porridge. She was currently practicing martial arts and had a bigger appetite. These 3 pancakes weren't enough for her, but paired with a box of porridge, it was just right. "Mengyu, I made them myself." Seeing that she wouldn't eat, the man started eating himself. Anyway, she had a storage room in her space where things could be kept fresh and warm. She said it was for her son to eat, but in reality, she wanted to eat it herself. The man tugged at her clothes again, and she impatiently asked, "What is it?" The woman glared fiercely at Mengyu, shifted her hips, and took up the entire seat. Mengyu glanced at her. 1 yuan each. She snorted twice, then muttered quietly, "If you won't give it, then don't." So petty and talkative. Mengyu found it amusing. "If you think it's expensive, you don't have to buy it. I'm not selling food. This pancake is made with half flour and half minced meat, with eggs added, fried in peanut oil and sprinkled with scallions. The cost of ingredients for 1 pancake alone is at least 8 or 9 mao. Besides, how dare you eat food from a stranger on a train? Aren't you afraid there might be something bad in my pancake?" The woman holding the child stared wide-eyed at Mengyu, as if she couldn't believe Mengyu would say such a thing. There aren't that many bad people around. Besides, you don't look like a bad person at all, miss. Don't you think Mengyu is a bit confused? Give some encouragement with tickets so she can wake up sooner. End of chapter. Chapter 148. The Foolish Woman. Actually, Mengyu was reminding her, or rather, reminding her man. The dwarf man who had walked away earlier had taken a particularly careful look at the child in her arms as he left. For some reason, after seeing that man's face, she suddenly remembered the trafficker Lao Lu, who had sent her into Tiger Hollow. Yes, Mengyu felt that this dwarf man and Lao Lu shared something in common. But if asked to explain, she couldn't put it into words. This feeling was very unsettling. She thought for a moment, took a detoxification pill from her space, and swallowed it while pretending to eat her pancake. She knew that human traffickers' methods were unpredictable, so it was better to be safe than sorry. Little did she know that this precautionary mindset would save her. Clearly, this woman holding the child wasn't very easy to talk to. From her initial refusal to heed her man's signal and speaking up to help the middle-aged woman, to her recent desire to eat Mengyu's meat pancake, it was evident that this woman was somewhat self-righteous and a bit foolish, despite her pretty appearance. Moreover, it was clear that Mengyu's reminder had been useless. She seemed fixated on the pancake and was determined to have a bite. She gritted her teeth and pulled out a fully packaged bag of bread from her pocket. "I'll trade this for it, okay?" Seeing how much she wanted the pancake, Mengyu agreed to the trade. It wouldn't hurt to switch things up a bit. So, she took the bread and handed over the pancake. The middle-aged woman beside Mengyu also took out 2 steamed buns. However, after just 1 bite, she muttered, "So dry. I'll go get some hot water." She stood up and asked Mengyu and the woman holding the child, "Do you need hot water? I can bring some back for you while I'm at it." Mengyu naturally declined, but the woman holding the child quickly took out her mug. "Yes, please, thank you." The man found it strange. "Don't you still have water in your flask?" The woman holding the child shot him a glare. "Isn't it almost empty? If I don't get some now, what if there's no hot water later?" She handed the mug to the middle-aged woman. "Thank you." The middle-aged woman smiled. "No problem, it's on my way." She then asked Mengyu, "What about you?" Mengyu held up her flask. "I still have water, no need to get any for me." The middle-aged woman insisted warmly, "Let me add some hot water for you. It's better to drink something warm at night." Mengyu had no choice but to agree. "You're really thoughtful. Thank you." With that, she handed over her flask. This woman was definitely not the helpful type, yet she was so eager to fetch hot water for them. Something was definitely off. Before long, the middle-aged woman returned with the hot water. She handed the other woman her mug. "Be careful, it's a bit hot." Then, she passed Mengyu's flask back to her. "I added some for you. It's not too cold or too hot, just right to drink." Mengyu pretended not to suspect anything. "Thank you." She took the flask and set it aside. After finishing a pancake, she picked up the flask and took 2 sips, though in reality, the water was transferred into her space the moment it entered her mouth. Seeing Mengyu drink the water, the middle-aged woman's expression relaxed noticeably. Then, she turned her attention to the woman holding the child. That woman didn't drink first herself. Instead, she poured some into the man's cup, saying, "Adding some hot water makes it taste better." Mengyu cursed inwardly, "This foolish woman." Chapter 149, Misjudgment. The man didn't think much of it and picked up the water to drink. The woman was hungry and reluctantly picked up the dry, hard steamed bun to eat, naturally taking a bite of the bun followed by a sip of water. She even soaked a bit of the dry bun in water and fed it to her son. Seeing that all 3 had drunk the water, the middle-aged woman gave an almost imperceptible smirk at the corner of her mouth and stood up. "I'm going to the dining car to see what good food they have for sale." With that, she got up and walked toward another carriage. Meanwhile, not long after the couple sitting opposite Mengyu drank the water, one leaned back against the seat and the other slumped over the table, both dozing off. Even their 1-year-old son fell asleep in his mother's arms. Needless to say, the whole family had been drugged. Mengyu knew she should be asleep too. Otherwise, the people behind this wouldn't show themselves. So, she first put her important belongings into her space, then leaned against the window and closed her eyes. Sure enough, less than 3 minutes after she closed her eyes, she felt someone sit down beside her. She was certain the person next to her wasn't the middle-aged woman from before, but her dwarf son. Mengyu had always thought the trafficker's target was the child, but she never expected she was wrong, and terribly so. After the dwarf came over, he didn't make a move for a long time. It wasn't until late at night, when everyone in the carriage was asleep, that the dwarf lit a cigarette. Just as Mengyu was beginning to wonder if she had misunderstood him, the dwarf finally started to act. Originally, Mengyu's plan was to wait for them to try to steal the child, then pretend to wake up and immediately raise the alarm, so everyone could catch this pair of traffickers. She kept her eyes slightly open, a narrow slit, and, because she was leaning in the shadow by the window, it wasn't easy to notice. So, although she was asleep, she saw the dwarf's actions clearly. As dawn broke, the dwarf finally stood up, leaned toward the woman holding the child, and whispered, "Give me the child. Help her up, quick." Then, Mengyu saw the woman she had deemed foolish, the one who should have been knocked out by the drug, obediently stand up and hand the child to the dwarf. The dwarf carried the child into the aisle. Then, the foolish woman stepped out from her seat, came to Mengyu's side, and directly helped Mengyu up. Mengyu cursed inwardly, "What is going on? Is this woman also part of the trafficking ring?" The middle-aged woman also walked over and supported Mengyu's other side. The 2 of them held Mengyu up and started walking toward another carriage. The middle-aged woman even asked quietly, "Will she wake up?" The foolish woman snorted lightly. "She ate my bread, drank your water, and inhaled third brother's smoke. How could she possibly wake up?" At that moment, an announcement sounded in the carriage. "The next station is approaching." It seemed they planned to help her off the train at the stop. The man was still asleep, leaning against the seat back, but none of them went to wake him. The dwarf carried the foolish woman's child, while the foolish woman and the middle-aged woman supported Mengyu, all heading toward the carriage door. It was as if the foolish woman had no connection to the man at all. This man and the foolish woman had barely interacted. From the start, he had only glanced at the woman. When she said, "None of your business," he didn't pursue it. Later, when the man took out the steamed bun to eat, he offered some to the woman. She said she didn't want any, and he didn't insist. Was this how normal couples interacted? Chapter 150. Call the police. Chapter 150. Call the police. This man showed no affection whatsoever for the woman that would suggest they were husband and wife. Only the woman acted as if she were the man's wife. Because the man wasn't particularly warm, she even acted as if she were throwing a small tantrum with him. Mengyu understood that man and this woman were not a married couple. Mengyu glanced through her barely open eyes at the child in the dwarf's arms and remembered something else. Ever since getting on the train, that child had basically been asleep the entire time. That child was not the foolish woman's son. He had been kidnapped. Mengyu sighed inwardly. She had been mentally cursing that woman as foolish, but who knew, she herself was the biggest fool of all. These 3 people were clearly working together. They had kidnapped a child, encountered her, taken a liking to her, and decided to kidnap her as well. So, they put on this act. In other words, their target had been her from the very beginning. This woman pretended to be foolish, putting on an act with the middle-aged woman, all to lower Mengyu's guard, gain her trust, and trick her into eating her bread. The foolish woman's bread, the middle-aged woman's water, and the dwarf third brother's cigarette smoke. They were afraid she wouldn't pass out, so they attacked from 3 angles. Even if she avoided the middle-aged woman's water and the foolish woman's bread, it would have been hard to avoid the dwarf's smoke. If she hadn't taken the antidote pill early on, she really might have been done for today. After all, no matter how skilled she was, once drugged unconscious, she could only be at their mercy. Having figured it out, Mengyu decided she didn't need to hold back anymore. She suddenly moved. Both hands shot out, striking the acupoints of the women supporting her on either side. Then she lunged at the man. The man, holding the child, had been walking ahead, standing in the aisle like many others preparing to get off. As soon as Mengyu made her move behind him, he sensed it. He immediately moved to choke the child's neck, intending to use the child as a hostage to threaten Mengyu. However, Mengyu's speed was simply too fast. Of course, she was also far too close to him. The dwarf's hand had just touched the child's neck when his body froze. Mengyu had struck his acupoints as well. Only then did Mengyu let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they thought she was unconscious and were unprepared. Otherwise, with the child in their hands, if he had successfully taken the child hostage, she really wouldn't have known what to do. The dwarf never imagined that this woman, the one who had escaped and was the subject of the wanted notice from above, would possess such formidable acupoint striking skills. How had those above not discovered such a woman back then? If he had been even slightly more wary, he would have taken precautions. The people in the carriage found it all very strange. What kind of act were these people putting on? 2 women were supporting a young girl. Just a moment ago, the girl seemed so drowsy she could barely stand without their support. But the next moment, she suddenly took action, striking the 2 women a few times, and the 2 women supporting her froze in place. The man holding the child ahead was even stranger. A ferocious expression had suddenly appeared on his face as he moved his hand to the child's neck. But he only placed it there. He too became motionless, just like the 2 women behind him. What on earth was this act all about? Mengyu took the child from the dwarf's arms. Finding the child still asleep, she nodded to the crowd and said, "Could someone please call the police? These 3 are human traffickers." Upon hearing they were human traffickers, everyone in the aisle was shocked. Immediately after, their gazes towards the 3 people changed. Chapter 151. They are traffickers. Chapter 151. They are traffickers. To put it bluntly, the ones who incur the most hatred from everyone on this train are human traffickers. Who doesn't have women or children in their family? Yet once the women or children of a household are abducted by traffickers, it is as if the sky has fallen for that family. In recent years, traffickers have been operating most brazenly, accumulating widespread public anger. So, upon hearing that these 3 were traffickers, the crowd immediately grew furious. Everyone glared at the 3, noticing that they remained silent and stood motionless. Some went to report to the authorities, while others stared suspiciously at the 3. How would they defend themselves? However, someone spoke up and asked, "How can you be sure they are human traffickers?" "Because they were sitting right next to me." Mengyu recounted everything from when the middle-aged woman demanded her seat yesterday to the moment she was being escorted off the train by the 2 women. "Everyone saw it just now, didn't they? I was being escorted away by these 2 women. If I hadn't been clever and taken an anti-poisoning medicine after noticing something off about the child and suspecting they were traffickers, I would have been taken off the train by them today." She produced her train ticket. "Take a look, my ticket is for the south. There's no way I'd be getting off here." She pointed in the direction she came from. If someone goes to check seat number 76, that man should still be unconscious and unable to be woken up. She then pointed to the child in her arms. "I suspect this child was also abducted by them. Just before I took the child from this trafficker, he was about to strangle the child. Look at his hand, isn't it still in the position of trying to choke the child?" The crowd turned to look at the dwarf, and indeed, the boy's hand was frozen in a choking gesture. Someone wondered, why can't they move? Although Cheng Jioha had warned her not to reveal her knowledge of pressure points in public, today's situation left her no choice. She was thinking about how to explain this away. She was certain that her movements had been too fast for anyone to notice. She had used pressure point techniques. "I don't know about that either. I was being held by them and was panicking when the 2 women beside me suddenly couldn't move. As soon as I was free, I tried to rush at the man to rescue the abducted child. As it turned out, the man was about to strangle the child. Fortunately, he, like the 2 women, couldn't move either, and I was lucky enough to snatch the child away. As for what happened next, everyone saw it clearly, so I won't say more." Among the crowd, someone spoke up. "I know, there must be a master in this carriage." Seeing everyone look at him, the person continued loudly, "It's true. There's a martial arts technique called pressure point striking. If you strike someone's pressure point, they can't move. Look at these three, isn't it obvious they've been struck with pressure points and can't move? That's right. There must be a master who noticed these three traffickers trying to take the woman and child off the train. He acted bravely and immobilized them. I've also heard of such masters. Exactly. Only a master could immobilize them so silently. He probably couldn't bear to see such a beautiful girl being abducted. I've heard that pretty girls who are taken are sold to those kinds of places. What a shame we didn't get to see this master. Since he's a master, he naturally appears and disappears like a dragon. Chapter 152. Beating the Traffickers. Hearing the crowd's discussion, even the three traffickers were a bit stunned. Wasn't it the woman they had forced off the train who had sealed their pressure points? Was it someone else? That made sense. This girl was only 16. How could someone so young have already mastered pressure point techniques? They hadn't actually seen Mengyu make a move before their bodies became immobilized. Therefore, they hadn't witnessed her action. At this moment, they also dismissed the possibility that Mengyu knew pressure point sealing. The one who sealed their points must be someone else, someone who preferred not to show themselves. All three felt extremely frustrated. Why, of all times, did they have to encounter a master while just trying to snatch someone on a train? Mengyu smiled inwardly. The master they spoke of was right in front of them. What a pity you couldn't recognize the gold inlaid with jade right before your eyes. She raised a hand to quiet the crowd and pointed at the dwarf, saying, "Also, everyone, don't be fooled by this man. He's not a child, he's an adult. He disguised himself as a child to make it easier to abduct children." The crowd examined him closely and finally noticed something was off. This person indeed didn't look like a child. A busybody brought a towel and wiped his face for a while. Now everyone could see that this person was definitely not a child. He was at least in his 20s. It was only through makeup that he appeared to be around 10 years old. At this point, even without Mengyu saying anything, everyone understood that this group were indeed human traffickers. My goodness, they really are traffickers. Trafficking both women and children? Isn't that going too far? Daring to force someone off with so many people on the train? Too arrogant. Traffickers like these deserve to die 100 times over. Yes, they really deserve to die. Deserve to die. Deserve a beating. Someone shouted, "Beat the traffickers," and then people rushed forward. If these three hadn't been immobilized by Mengyu's pressure point technique, they would have surely dodged. But now, sealed by Mengyu, they couldn't move and could only watch helplessly as others attacked, unable to evade. The eyes of the traffickers widened, filled with boundless fear. Soon, the crowd engulfed them. However, Mengyu kept a close watch on their vital signs, ensuring they weren't beaten to death. Seeing that the beating was about enough, she stepped forward to advise everyone, please be careful. Don't beat them anymore. If they really die, you'll all be in trouble. It's not worth going to jail for people like this. Everyone, stop now." Mengyu pulled one person aside here, tugged another there, plucking them away like pulling radishes one by one, finally revealing the three in the middle. By now, all three were beaten half to death. While helping them up, Mengyu kindly fed the three barely alive traffickers some medicine for their injuries. Moreover, it was medicine from her own space. However, she gave each only half a pill. If she gave a whole pill, not only would their current injuries heal completely, but even old hidden injuries would vanish. How could Mengyu let them benefit like that? She only gave half a pill. Their surface wounds would heal entirely. But internal injuries? Sorry, they wouldn't realize it now. They'd find out later. Of course, she was careful not to let anyone see while feeding them the medicine. Among the three, the dwarf tried to spit it out, but Mengyu's one sentence made him swallow it. "Spit it out if you want to die." He didn't want to die, so he had to swallow it. Besides, the pill melted upon entering the mouth, making it hard to spit out anyway. The middle-aged woman and the foolish woman swallowed it before they could even react. Not long after they swallowed the medicine, the train police arrived. Who reported this? Chapter 153. The human trafficker has your photo. Mengyu raised her hand. "Officer, I'm the one who called the police. I'm reporting them. They are human traffickers." The police officer looked at the three traffickers who had been beaten half to death, his mouth twitching. What happened? Before Mengyu could speak, someone eagerly jumped in to explain the outcome of the situation. The officer looked at Mengyu. "Is that what happened?" Mengyu nodded. "Yes, that's exactly it. I noticed something off about the child they were with and suspected they were traffickers, so I took the antidote I brought with me beforehand. Luckily, I took the antidote in advance, which accidentally counteracted the drug in the middle-aged woman's water, the drug in the young woman's bread, and the dwarf's knockout smoke. Otherwise, I would definitely have been trafficked today." The officer, however, found it strange that she carried an antidote with her. "How did you know you would encounter human traffickers, and even brought an antidote in advance? Moreover, you took it as soon as you sensed something was wrong." Mengyu cursed inwardly. "Why aren't you questioning the traffickers instead of picking apart my story? She pretended to be upset and lowered her head, because, just over 2 months ago, I was trafficked. I was only saved thanks to the Liberation Army. So, everyone felt sympathy upon hearing she had been trafficked before. So, because she had been trafficked, she knew traffickers liked to use drugs, right? Poor girl. Since the train hadn't reached the station yet, the police wanted to take the traffickers to the train police office for questioning, but found all three unable to move. If they can't move at all, what should we do? Someone in the crowd answered, I heard that people who have been acupunctured will recover on their own after a day. They would recover after a day, but having them lying in the aisle wasn't an option either. In the end, they contacted the local police, who came on board to carry the traffickers away. Naturally, Mengyu was also asked to go to the train police office to give her statement. The train police officer asked Mengyu, do they have a grudge against you? Mengyu was puzzled. This is the first time I've seen them. The officer took out a photo. They had this on them. Mengyu looked and saw it was a black and white photo, the one taken when she registered for the college entrance exam. The officer said, so, it's highly likely they specifically targeted you. Mengyu was stunned for a moment. Specifically targeted her? Could it be that these traffickers were part of the same gang that had trafficked her to Tiger Hollow before? Mengyu shared her suspicion with the officer. The officer found it odd. That doesn't make sense. Even if the traffickers who tried to kidnap you this time are from the same gang as those who sold you last time, you were already rescued. They shouldn't have specifically come after you again. Unless... The officer looked at Mengyu. Unless you have a grudge against them. Mengyu was stunned for a long time, thinking about how a trafficking den had been raided because she had informed on them. She smiled bitterly. Actually, they really do have a grudge against me. Mengyu explained how she had once provided information to the Liberation Army about a trafficking den, leading to its takedown. In truth, there was an even more important reason. That time, a spy had also been captured. Probably, the spy's capture was the main reason for the retaliation against her. But she couldn't mention this reason. The officer nodded. It seems that's the reason then. He couldn't help but worry for Mengyu. You should avoid going out alone in the future. Mengyu smiled bitterly. I can't just stay cooped up at home all the time because I'm afraid of traffickers, can I? Besides, in this lifetime, she wasn't going to let that trafficking gang off the hook. Chapter 154. Exchanging merit points for weapons. The restoration of her once-lost memories made her aware of what the leaders of that human trafficking ring from her past life had done to her. Even if that nest of traffickers didn't come looking for her, she was determined to go after them. She wanted revenge. The incident on the train also reminded Mengyu that she must remain vigilant at all times. Looking back, she found it strange. She had only told Gu Dongxing about the location of the traffickers' den, so how did the traffickers find out? Then, considering what Gu Dongxing said about the Jiang family having connections, Jiang Haidong and Li Chunhua had clearly bought her when she was a child and sold her again after she grew up, yet they faced no consequences in the end. And Jiang Huayu, who had impersonated her to attend university, was able to return to the county high school as if nothing had happened after being exposed. All of this made Mengyu instinctively wary. She had to improve her cultivation speed as quickly as possible, even if it meant taking pills. She now somewhat regretted using all her essence points to expand her space. Sensing her emotions, Xiao Tao called out directly in her mind, Master, do you want to exchange for second-tier pills? Mengyu replied irritably, you took all the essence points to expand the space. How could I have any points left to exchange for second-tier pills? She had bought 2 bottles of foundation nurturing pills, 1 bottle of healing pills, and 1 bottle of antidote pills, which nearly exhausted her learning points. Master, you may not have essence points, but you have merit points. Merit points? I have merit points. Did I not tell you, Master? Previously, when you asked Gu Dongxing to rescue the abducted women and dismantle the traffickers' den, you gained 160 merit points. Mengyu was overjoyed. 1 merit point could be exchanged for 100 essence points, so 100 merit points would be 10,000 essence points. Also, Master, today you captured 3 traffickers, earning 120 merit points, and rescued a boy, earning 10 merit points. That adds up to 130 merit points. Mengyu was puzzled. Why did capturing 3 traffickers earn 120 merit points, while rescuing 1 person only earn 10? Xiao Tao replied disdainfully, Master, have you forgotten again? For every good deed, merit points are awarded based on the scale of the contribution, but rescuing a person is fixed at 10 merit points. You captured 3 traffickers. If they hadn't been caught, they would have abducted 24 women and children before being apprehended. Mengyu understood. By capturing them today, I prevented them from trafficking women, which is equivalent to rescuing those who might have been abducted. But for 24 women, shouldn't that be 240 merit points? Why is it only 120? That's because the events haven't happened yet, and there are other possibilities. Therefore, your merit points are halved, resulting in 120. I see. Mengyu felt a surge of excitement. With so many merit points, she could exchange for higher tier pills. Just then, Xiao Tao spoke again, however. What else? Master, merit points can be used to exchange for weapons. Mengyu didn't think much of it. Isn't it just 10 points for a low-grade magical weapon? Xiao Tao explained, Master, 10 merit points are for a low-grade magical weapon. A mid-grade one costs 100 merit points, a high-grade one costs 1,000, and a top-grade one costs 10,000. Mengyu nearly spat blood. After all her hard work, she had only earned 290 merit points, which wasn't even enough for a high-grade magical weapon. Chapter 155. Wherever I am, that is your home. Xiao Tao said cautiously, Master, weapons can only be exchanged with merit points. Mengyu snorted, exchange for a mid-grade magical weapon. The thought of selling a low-grade magical weapon for 1,000,000 last time still upset her. Suddenly, she remembered something. Last time, when I helped so many people in the He family dispel evil energy, didn't I earn any merit points? Xiao Tao sighed, Master, you already received appropriate compensation. What you had with them was merely an equivalent exchange, not an act of kindness. How could there be merit points? So, equivalent exchanges yielded no merit. If she had known that, she wouldn't have asked for so many antiques. But without those antiques, where would she have gotten so many essence points? How could her space have expanded so much? Thus, everything had its cause and effect. One couldn't force things. I understand. Mengyu nodded. She could still comprehend this. She selected a set of small, mid-grade magical flying daggers, spending 100 merit points. She still had 190 merit points left. Early in the morning on the third day when the train arrived at the station, the train police came to find Mengyu again. A call came from over there. Those traffickers are accusing you of inciting the crowd to beat them severely, the train police said. Mengyu smiled. Do they have any evidence? She had long been prepared for them to accuse her. After all, the three of them had been beaten because of her. Although Mengyu hadn't laid a hand on them, they would surely blame her. Moreover, the reason the crowd had beaten the traffickers was partly due to Mengyu's deliberate guidance. In her previous life, she had been sold into the deep mountains by traffickers, which ruined her entire life. She harbored a deep hatred for human traffickers. Whenever she encountered traffickers, how could she not want to beat them up? But she preferred to let others do the dirty work, unwilling to soil her own hands. Therefore, the three accusing her weren't entirely wrong. However, her actions had been subtle. She hadn't explicitly told anyone to beat the traffickers. Thus, she could argue that the traffickers were beaten because their actions were utterly despicable. They claimed they were severely injured and demand to be taken to the hospital for examination. Mengyu let out a low hum. She had given them medicine earlier. Regardless of anything else, superficially, they wouldn't appear severely injured. Even if they went to the hospital, since their external injuries weren't significant, they wouldn't undergo extensive examinations. In fact, the medical instruments of this era weren't as precise as those in later times. Even if they went to the hospital, nothing major would be detected. What was the result? She asked. By the next day, the injuries on the three traffickers had improved considerably, leaving only some traces. With such minor injuries, not even the police, let alone the traffickers themselves, considered it a big deal. Naturally, the hospital examination never happened. They understood clearly that it was the medicine Mengyu had given them that had taken effect. Even if they wanted to press charges further, they couldn't. In reality, even if the three traffickers were found to have injuries, it had nothing to do with Mengyu. First, Mengyu hadn't explicitly called for them to be beaten. Second, Mengyu hadn't personally laid a hand on them. Third, when they were nearly beaten to death, it was Mengyu who stopped the crowd. Otherwise, they might truly have been beaten to death on the spot, with no way to identify the perpetrators. With so many people involved, the law couldn't punish everyone, especially since the victims were despised traffickers. Who could be held accountable? But Mengyu knew that in such a scenario, she would inevitably face trouble. To avoid unnecessary complications, Mengyu had stopped the crowd from continuing the beating and even fed them half a healing pill. Thus, the matter of the traffickers accusing Mengyu was quietly dropped. Chapter 156. Something really did happen. In the afternoon, they finally arrived at the station in the southern city of Ji. Mengyu carried her luggage, momentarily unsure of where to go. Her birth mother was in City B with her master. Moreover, her birth mother had divorced her biological father. Since she had been sold by her biological father from a young age, returning to his home was out of the question. As for her adoptive parents' home, it was a den of wolves. Having barely escaped, she naturally couldn't go back there either. Suddenly, she felt that for all the vastness of the world, she had no home. Just then, a slightly magnetic voice sounded by her ear. Little one, what are you thinking about? Mengyu looked up and found herself gazing into a pair of deep, abyssal eyes, momentarily unable to pull herself away. The newcomer was naturally Battalion Commander Gu, who had come to pick her up after receiving Qing Jioha's call. Without thinking, she said, "I was thinking, the world is so vast, but where is my home?" Gu Dongxing's heart ached. Disregarding that they were at a station, he reached out and pulled her into his embrace. "Little one, from now on, my home is your home. Wherever I am, that is your home. Come home with me, all right? Wherever I am, that is your home." For a moment, Mengyu was mesmerized, staring dazedly at the man who had just promised her a home. All right. They say women are emotional. At this moment, Mengyu felt an overwhelming urge to be with Gu Dongxing, no matter the cost. Like a kitten, she allowed Gu Dongxing to hold her, quietly listening to the beat of his heart. It wasn't until she heard a burst of applause that Mengyu, startled, pushed Gu Dongxing away. Amidst the well-meaning laughter and applause of the crowd, her face flushed. She jumped into the jeep Gu Dongxing had driven. The corners of Gu Dongxing's mouth lifted, his heart practically soaring, yet he maintained a serious expression. He first helped Mengyu fasten her seatbelt, then opened the driver's side door of the jeep and got in. "Let's find a place to have dinner first, then go home." "All right," Mengyu agreed. The car carried the two of them away from the train station parking lot. What neither Gu Dongxing nor Mengyu noticed was that among the passengers who had disembarked from the same train as Mengyu was an acquaintance, Yi Ruxue, who had come under the pretext of celebrating Mrs. Gu's birthday. She had witnessed the scene of the two embracing, and her heart felt as if pierced by a knife. Afterward, she found a place and dialed Wen Meiling's number. "Is this Sister One? Last time you mentioned that the fiancé/fiancée relationship between Jiang Mengyu and Gu Dongxing isn't real, right?" Wen Meiling's voice came through the phone. "Yes, I heard from our old Yen. It was for investigating a spy case that Jiang Mengyu pretended to be Gu Dongxing's fiancé, to live in the military family compound." "Why? What's wrong?" Yi Ruxue believed Wen Meiling wasn't lying to her. Could it be that Jiang Mengyu had seduced Gu Dongxing, turning their pretense into reality? Remembering the tight embrace she had just witnessed with her own eyes, she couldn't deceive herself. The embracing pair looked so harmonious, even the surrounding people were moved, clapping to encourage and bless them. That scene simply didn't look like a fake fiancé/fiancée relationship. She couldn't help but ask again, after the spy was caught, did Gu Dongxing ever announce that his fiancé/fiancée relationship with Jiang Mengyu was fake? When Meiling paused before answering, "That, he really hasn't." After a moment, she added, "But not announcing it doesn't mean they are real. Maybe he felt it wasn't necessary to announce it? Don't tell me you think something really has happened between them." Yi Ruxue very much wanted to say, "Something really has happened. They were embracing each other. Do you think something happened or not?" Chapter 157, They Are Fake Fiancés. Chapter 157, They Are Fake Fiancés. When Meiling continued, "That Jiang Mengyu is just a country bumpkin. How can she compare to you, a daughter from a prominent family? Just in terms of the help she can offer Gu Dongxing, she falls far short of you. Gu Dongxing wouldn't be so foolish as to abandon you for her, would he?" Thinking of her background, Yi Ruxue's back straightened a little more naturally. "That's right. I have a distinguished family background, outstanding beauty, a university education, and excellent upbringing. How can a little village girl compare to that?" "I think so too," she said, indulging in a rare moment of narcissism. When Meiling added, "Ruxue, you should know that men need to be coaxed. Don't keep holding yourself aloof anymore. Put aside your pride and be a bit more proactive. When a woman chases a man, it's like only a thin veil separates them." Yi Ruxue smiled bitterly. Hadn't she already put aside enough pride? Last time, she had chased him all the way to his military camp and even stayed in his room. She had also deliberately, whether intentionally or not, let all the military wives misunderstand that she was Gu Dongxing's girlfriend, and she hadn't corrected them. Even when that Mengyu came, she had deliberately claimed to be Gu Dongxing's girlfriend and confronted Jiang Mengyu. How much more proactive could she be? Should she go and seduce him? Cook the rice so it's done? She couldn't do that. But she still couldn't refuse Sister One. "All right, Sister One, I'll pay attention." "Good, I have high hopes for you. Go for it. Defeat that Jiang Mengyu." When Meiling didn't have a good impression of Jiang Mengyu either. She desperately hoped Yi Ruxue could become the regiment commander's wife so they would have more in common to talk about in the future, instead of her having to spend all her time with a bunch of country wives. That time at the market, Jiang Mengyu had made her lose face terribly and even got her scolded by her husband. She hated Jiang Mengyu to the core. As long as she dared to come to the compound, she would make her regret it. As she spoke, when Meiling asked, "Where are you now?" "At the train station. I just got off the train." Yi Ruxue couldn't help but think of Gu Dongxing holding Mengyu at the station. He had come to the train station, but the person he was picking up wasn't her. However, what Wen Meiling didn't know was that Mengyu had already followed Gu Dongxing back to their military family compound. Gu Dongxing gave Mengyu the key she had returned to him last time. Your county high school is only about 10 kilometers from our compound. From now on, when you're living at school and have nowhere to go on Sundays, come here. This place will always be your home. Here's the key to home. Mengyu somewhat dazedly took the key, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction in her heart. Had she just agreed to his pursuit like this and become his girlfriend? She didn't want to accept this key. But Gu Dongxing pressed her hand, holding the key firmly in her palm. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. I'm just giving you a home. You're still young. I won't force you to promise anything. Just like this, you stay here first. Tomorrow I'll take you to school. Menyu's heart stirred. So, he was just giving her a home, not forcing her to agree to be his fiancée or girlfriend. If that was the case, it might not be so bad for her to stay here. This was a military family compound. If nothing else, it was safe. After all, she was currently being targeted by human traffickers. Staying outside really wouldn't be very safe. And so, Mengyu settled in at Gu Dongxing's place. Meanwhile, Gu Dongxing felt quite pleased with himself. Now that she's moved in, he would definitely make sure her status as his fiancée became a reality step by step. On the other side, when Meiling also brought Yu Rushui back to her own home. What did you say? You saw Gu Dongxing at the train station? He went to pick you up. As soon as when Meiling said this, she immediately knew it was wrong. If Gu Dongxing had really gone to pick up Yu Rushui, she would be with him right now. Chapter 158. How to drive Mengyu away. Chapter 158. How to drive Mengyu away. How could he possibly come to pick me up? Yu Rushui smiled bitterly. He went to pick up that Jiang Mengyu. Jiang Mengyu? Where did she go? I don't know, but she was on the same train as me. She came from B City too? When Meiling was surprised. What was she doing in B City? Who knows? Yu Rushui seemed somewhat disheartened. It was one thing when she hadn't seen them together before, but today, she witnessed them embracing with her own eyes. She couldn't even try to convince herself that there was nothing going on between them. That eye-stinging scene felt like a knife twisting in her heart whenever she recalled it. Were they really together? Really together? Really together? The image kept replaying before her eyes, and she didn't know how to calm herself down. Unable to find any peace, she simply stood up. I'm going out for a walk. When Meiling wanted to help her but knew she couldn't. Moreover, her husband, Deputy Regiment Commander Yen, had repeatedly emphasized that she should not interfere with Mengyu's affairs. She didn't want to go against his wishes. After all, Gu Dongxing was her husband's direct superior. Thus, she could only watch helplessly as her good friend struggled with the torment of love. After leaving the Yen family's home, Yu Rushui wandered aimlessly around the compound. The streetlights illuminated the entire compound brightly. Unconsciously, she found herself standing once again in front of Gu Dongxing's door. She slapped herself. Why did I come here again? The scene from 2 months ago was still vivid in her mind, and Gu Dongxing's words seemed to echo in her ears. I've told you long ago, we're not suitable. Clearly, she was the one who had been wronged, dragged out of the room by Jiang Mengyu, yet Gu Dongxing only cared about asking how she was, without a single word about whether Yu Rushui was hurt. He truly didn't have her in his heart at all. But she just couldn't accept it. Compared to that country bumpkin, what was she lacking? Why wouldn't he look at her, but instead favor a woman who grew up in the countryside, crude and lacking in upbringing? She wanted to turn and leave, but suddenly she heard a voice from inside. Brother Gu, you've given me a home, but what if people misunderstand? Yu Rushui's heart trembled. Misunderstand? Could it be that they were really fake fiancés, as when Meiling had said? She quickly pricked up her ears to listen further. She heard Gu Dongxing say, silly girl, what nonsense are you talking? You're still young, what misunderstandings could others possibly have? Then she heard Mengyu's voice. Everything else is fine. I've already taken on the title of your fiancé, so bearing it a little longer doesn't matter. What I'm afraid of is, what if there really is a girl who likes you but doesn't dare to pursue you because of me? Gu Dongxing thought to himself, that's exactly the effect I want. But out loud, he said, why are you worrying? What girl would take a fancy to a rough guy like me? Yu Rushui almost blurted out, I would. But Gu Dongxing's words from before immediately echoed again. I've told you long ago, we're not suitable. Just then, Mengyu heard a noise outside and couldn't help but wonder, Brother Gu, you don't have mice here, do you? Gu Dongxing chuckled. How could that be? Did you hear a mouse? Yes, I heard a noise outside. I'll go take a look, Mengyu said. Yu Rushui quickly hid behind a cluster of holly bushes and crouched down. Did you see the mouse? Gu Dongxing also came out. Mengyu looked around and noticed a shadow behind the holly bushes. Her vision had improved significantly since she started cultivating, so she easily recognized it as a woman. She recalled seeing what looked like Yu Rushui at the train station and guessed that it was indeed Yu Rushui who had come. Chapter 159. Devising a plan to drive Jiang Mengyu away. Mengyu shook her head and said, no, I didn't see anything. The mouse probably went into hiding. Gu Dongxing also noticed a patch of shadow behind the holly that was denser than the surrounding areas. He recalled receiving a call from Yi Rushui today, saying she wanted to come to celebrate his mother's 49th birthday. According to tradition, men usually celebrate their full birthdays, meaning the 50th birthday must be celebrated on the exact day they turn 50. For women, however, it's the virtual birthday that is celebrated, meaning the 49th birthday. He didn't know how she had found out about his mother's birthday, but since he had no intention of treating her as a girlfriend, he declined, using the excuse that his mother disliked grand celebrations. What he hadn't expected was that despite his refusal, she still came. And what's more, she was sneaking around. He guessed that the shadow must be Yi Rushui. Since she was hiding, he had no intention of exposing her. So, he pulled Mengyu into the house. Stop looking. With you running out like that, of course the mouse would hide. Hearing both Gu Dongxing and Mengyu compare her to a mouse, Yi Rushui was furious. However, thinking about what they had just said, her mood improved again. She quietly retreated and then turned to leave. Her mood now was completely different from when she arrived. Earlier, her steps had felt heavy, as if she were about to sink into the ground. But now she felt light and cheerful, almost skipping on her way back. Yes, Yi Rushui was finally certain. Gu Dongxing and Jiang Mengyu were fake fiancés. Gu Dongxing simply wanted to give Jiang Mengyu a home. She had also heard that Jiang Mengyu was a child bought by the Jiang family. Because the Jiangs had sold her to human traffickers, she had cut ties with them. Now she had no home, so Gu Dongxing gave her one. She selectively forgot the scene she had witnessed at the train station that afternoon, where the two were embracing. Since Gu Dongxing was only offering her the warmth of a home, and they weren't truly engaged, then she still had hope. However, it's often said that familiarity breeds affection. Just because they weren't engaged now didn't mean they wouldn't be in the future. So, she couldn't let Mengyu continue living in Gu Dongxing's room. She had to find a way to drive Mengyu away. But how could she drive Jiang Mengyu out of the military family compound? Yet, no matter how many schemes she devised, they would be useless because, before she could even try, Jiang Mengyu left the family compound the very next day. Mengyu had no idea that Yi Rushui was determined to drive her away. She was still thinking about starting school on Monday, 2 days later. Her books were all at the Jiang family's house, so she needed to go there first to retrieve them. Besides, although she had been a good student in her previous life, it had been a lifetime ago. Counting it up, she had been sold into the deep mountains right after receiving her university admission letter. After 10 years in the mountains, she escaped only to be killed by Jiang Mengyu. She then spent 19 years as a wandering spirit before being reborn. In total, she hadn't touched a book for 29 years. She wondered how much of her textbook knowledge she still remembered. Therefore, she had to retrieve her first and second-year high school textbooks to review them. As for the third-year books, she hadn't attended her third year of high school after being admitted to university. After being sold, she escaped by jumping off a cliff and lived in a cave for over a month before coming down. Then she followed Gu Dongxing around, went to City B to ruin Jiang Huayu's student status, who had taken her place to attend university, and stayed in City B for over 10 more days. Now, more than 2 months had passed since the start of the school year. There was definitely no way to get the first semester third-year textbooks from the school. She would have to find a way to obtain them from senior students who had taken the college entrance exam the previous year. While she was still thinking about the textbooks, Gu Dongxing waved his hand in front of her face, and she realized she had been lost in thought. What is it? Chapter 160, He Escaped. Chapter 160, He Escaped. What are you thinking about? Gu Dongxing asked, feeling a bit aggrieved. His fiancée was right in front of him, yet her mind seemed far away. His aggrieved expression left Mengyu speechless. You're a great regimental commander. How can you make such a pitiful face? Well, I start school tomorrow, but I haven't gotten my senior year textbooks yet. Upon hearing her mention textbooks, Gu Dongxing strode into the room. Mengyu was a bit confused. What was his attitude about? Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, Gu Dongxing would return with a stack of books in both hands, placing them on the table in front of her. Here, all the senior year textbooks are here. Seeing them, Mengyu jumped for joy. She leaped up. You're so great, Brother Gu. In her excitement, she threw her arms around Gu Dongxing and gave him a peck on the cheek. Thank you, Brother Gu. With that, she eagerly began flipping through the books. She didn't notice that the assaulted regimental commander Gu had frozen in place, his face as red as a rooster. It took a while before Gu Dongxing reached up to touch his kissed left cheek, his heart still pounding wildly. So, this is what it feels like to be kissed by a woman. He didn't even dare stay in the same room with Mengyu any longer. Muttering, "I'm leaving," he grabbed his coat and fled as if escaping. Regimental Commander Gu, who had never been close to a woman before, was destined to lie awake tonight. The key point was, while he was here with his heart all aflutter, Mengyu, over there, was completely unaware that she had stirred up the usually stern regimental commander. At that moment, Mengyu was also filled with excitement. Because she had discovered something, she could easily understand and memorize the knowledge in these textbooks. Her comprehension and memory were even better than in her previous life. Was it because she had been studying those obscure and difficult medical texts recently, making the textbooks seem easier to understand now? Looking up and noticing that Gu Dongxing had left, she simply closed the door, took the textbooks into her room, and entered her space. With the space's tenfold time speed, she entered at 8 o'clock. By 6 the next morning, exactly 10 hours had passed, which was equivalent to over 4 days inside the space. And she had used just those 4 days to read through all the senior year textbooks. Not only that, she had studied them thoroughly, memorizing everything that needed to be memorized. In her previous life, her good grades relied on perseverance and hard work. In this life, she didn't need to struggle like before to become a top student. As soon as Mengyu left the space cottage, Xiao Tao's voice rang out. Congratulations, Master, for obtaining 10 learning points. Mengyu's heart leaped with joy. Studying textbooks can also earn learning points? Does that mean learning other knowledge can also yield learning points? Master, learning points are meant to encourage your studies. As long as you are learning new knowledge, you can acquire learning points. Mengyu understood now. So, studying hard also came with great benefits. There were 9 subjects here: politics, Chinese, mathematics, physics, chemistry, English, biology, history, and geography. Adding ideology and morality, Gu Dongxing, not knowing whether she was in the arts or sciences track, had gathered all the textbooks. Tucked inside was also a book on philosophy. That made 10 books in total. Finishing 10 books exactly yielded 10 learning points. Did that mean finishing 1 book equaled 1 learning point? She had calculated. 1 bottle of Peiyuan Dan required 200 learning points. A bottle contained 30 pills, each worth 100,000 yuan, so 1 bottle of Peiyuan Dan was worth 3 million yuan. Calculated this way, 1 learning point was equivalent to 15,000 yuan. Finishing 1 book earned 15,000 yuan? This money was too easy to make. She currently still had 190 virtue points, equivalent to 19,000 essence points, equivalent to 190,000 learning points, equivalent to 2.85 million renminbi. Chapter 161, Not Afraid of You Suing. Chapter 161, Not Afraid of You Suing. Mengyu happily thought that with such a large sum of money in the 1980s, she could now be considered a big tycoon. Yet, she completely forgot that all these so-called valuable items were meaningless, if not converted into cash. They were even less useful than the actual money she had stored in her space. The next day, with the mindset of a nouveau riche, Mengyu took a large book bag and went with Gu Dongxing to the Jiang family. She intended to retrieve her old textbooks first. Just as she arrived, Li Chunhua happened to walk out of the house to pour water. Upon seeing Mengyu, her eyes immediately narrowed. How dare you show your face here? With that, she flung a basin of water toward Mengyu. A few days earlier, her daughter had told her that she had been forced to drop out of university because of Jiang Mengyu's meddling, so she had no choice but to return home. However, she hadn't let Jiang Mengyu off easily either. Neither of them ended up attending that prestigious university. In reality, Mengyu had chosen not to go, and both had to return to high school. She guessed that Jiang Mengyu would come back for her high school textbooks. Mom, you must remember to keep all of Mengyu's high school books safe and make her pay for them. Yes, make her buy the books back at the prices marked on them. Otherwise, don't give them to her. No, Jiang Mengyu said. We can't charge her the marked prices. Oh, you're right. The books are already used, so she might not agree to pay the original price. How about giving her a 20% discount? No, Mom. I mean, we should charge her double the marked price. Jiang Mengyu said smugly. It's not easy for her to get these high school books now. What she really wants are the notes. So, bundle the books and notes together and make her pay double the book price. Li Chunhua thought her daughter's guess was spot on. This Jiang Mengyu really had come back for her books. How could she let her have her way so easily? Even if she were to take Mengyu's money for the books, she would have to bully her thoroughly before handing them over. Mengyu sidestepped the water effortlessly. Li Chunhua, have you forgotten that you still have a criminal record? Didn't you use the excuse of collecting a bride price to cover up the crime of selling me to human traffickers? You claim to have treated me like a daughter, but given how you've abused me all these years, what do you think would happen if I went to the police station again and charged you with abuse? According to Article 260 of the criminal law, abusing a family member under severe circumstances carries a sentence of more than 2 years in prison. Hearing the threat of imprisonment, Li Chunhua grew fearful. You're talking nonsense. I never abused you. But in reality, she was deeply guilty. Over the years, she had genuinely abused Mengyu. Back in the village, many people had witnessed her mistreating Mengyu. Never. Mengyu laughed. From the age of 3, you forced me to work, sending me up the mountain to pick wild vegetables. Once, I accidentally rolled down the hill, and you left me there without care. It was only because the village leader paid for a doctor that I survived. Often, you wouldn't let me eat, claiming I hadn't done my chores properly. That was commonplace. From the age of 5, I took on all the household chores. Who in the village didn't know that? The clothes I wore were all hand-me-downs from Huayu. But even then, you'd give away the nicer clothes she'd outgrown. In winter, when Huayu's cotton-padded jacket became too short, you'd add a section to it for her to keep wearing, while I had to layer 7 or 8 thin garments to keep warm. Also, you refused to let me go to school even when I was 10. It was only after I collected scraps to sell for a little money and sought help from the village leader that you reluctantly agreed. On ordinary days, you either hit or scolded me. Although the wounds on my body have healed, many scars remain. Do you want me to lift my clothes and show you the scars? Tell me, if this isn't abuse, what is? Chapter 162, Forcible Trespass. Chapter 162, Forcible Trespass. Li Chunhua felt very guilty. Having been locked up this time, she had gotten a taste of what prison was like and had no desire to go back. However, she remembered what the mysterious man had told her. Even if she really caused trouble, he wouldn't abandon her. Moreover, it was entirely thanks to the mysterious man's help that she had stubbornly insisted she had only accepted a bride price and was not guilty of human trafficking. As for that contract of sale, she had stubbornly claimed she was illiterate and didn't know what was written on it. Sure enough, both she and her husband had been released. With the mysterious man backing her, how could she let Mengyu have her way? She shouted loudly, "Then go ahead and sue. I'm not afraid of you suing. Let's see if anyone will listen to you." Mengyu's heart sank. This Li Chunhua seemed to have found her backbone. Just then, Gu Dongxing parked the car and walked over. Seeing Mengyu still at the door, he said, "Why haven't you moved the books yet? Were you waiting for me to do it?" "That's right, how can we let a girl move things? Just point out which room you lived in, and I'll help you move them." Seeing Gu Dongxing in his military uniform, Li Chunhua immediately shrank back. It was this man in military uniform who had been there when she was arrested. Her daughter hadn't taught her how to deal with this man in uniform. "You? What are you doing? Forcible trespass? This is the act of bandits." Mengyu found it amusing. She actually knew about forcible trespass? This must have been taught to her by Jiang Mengyu, right? Mengyu sneered, "Forcible trespass? Don't forget, you used accepting a bride price as a cover for the crime of human trafficking. If I am a bandit, then the money you received is money from human trafficking, not a bride price." Li Chunhua was momentarily speechless. Mengyu was right. If she didn't acknowledge Mengyu as a member of this household, then the money she had accepted from the Zhou brothers of Refractory Hollow was indeed from human trafficking. But if she acknowledged Mengyu as part of the family, then Mengyu entering this house wouldn't count as forcible trespass. The Chinese people love gossip the most. Upon discovering the commotion here, a crowd quickly gathered. Everyone recognized Jiang Mengyu and were surprised to see her back. "Isn't that the eldest daughter of the Jiang family?" "Wrong, she's not the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. I heard she was bought by Li Chunhua." "What? Bought? No wonder, TSK, she's not their biological child." "I think I heard that too. Li Chunhua couldn't have children after marriage, so she bought a daughter, hoping she would bring her children. And sure enough, after she arrived, Li Chunhua gave birth to the next son and daughter." Haha, so she was a lucky star brought into the family. Indeed a lucky star. The Jiang family started prospering after she arrived. But what's happening with this child now? Don't you know? Her mother sold her to human traffickers and even gave the university spot she earned to Huayu to attend. Luckily, the PLA saved her later. I heard about that too. Jiang Haidong and Li Chunhua were even arrested by the police. But now they're released. What's going on? Didn't you hear the adopted daughter say? She doesn't admit to selling a person, stubbornly insisting it was accepting a bride price. So what's happening today? Just now, I heard the eldest daughter say she came back to move her books, but Li Chunhua won't let her. Yeah, and she even accused them of forcible trespass. Coming back to move her own things, how can that be forcible trespass? This is really too much. This daughter is pitiful too. I heard she was abused for over 10 years. Really inhuman. Yeah, you really couldn't tell from their usual behavior. Chapter 163. The books are gone. Li Chunhua listened to the crowd's chatter, growing increasingly furious. She picked up a broom and began shooing people away. Get lost. What are you all doing crowding around my house? Mengyu didn't want the incident of being sold to become fodder for future gossip, so she just wanted to grab her books and leave. As for Li Chunhua's matter, she wouldn't let it slide. Seeing Li Chunhua step away from the doorway, Mengyu immediately walked inside. Following her memory, she opened the door to the room she had once lived in. In her previous life, this room was shared by her and Jiang Huayu. But now there was only a single bed inside. All her belongings were gone. Truth be told, back then she hadn't even slept on a proper bed. She used 2 long benches, placed them apart, and laid a row of bamboo poles across them, bamboo she had cut herself. On top of the bamboo, she spread a layer of straw, and over the straw, she placed a worn-out mat that Jiang Mengyu had discarded. That was her bed. The quilt she used could hardly be called a quilt. It was just a few clumps of blackened, tattered, and hardened cotton wadding. When a village 5 guarantee household elder passed away, their tattered quilt was thrown out. She picked it up, washed and sun-dried it, and it became her blanket. At the time, Jiang Mengyu forbade her from bringing it into the house because it belonged to a dead person. She insisted on keeping it. One wanted to bring it in, the other forbade it. That was the first time Mengyu fought with Huayu. Naturally, she was beaten half to death by Li Chunhua afterward and couldn't get out of bed for 3 days. But with the village head's mediation, that tattered quilt was finally allowed into the room. Aside from that makeshift bed, her possessions included a box she had made herself from bamboo strips and vines. Inside were her clothes and her books. But now neither the bench and bamboo bed nor the bamboo and vine box was there. She rummaged through Huayu's cabinet. She didn't find her books, but she did find a few old items she had picked up while scavenging in the past. A lacquer-peeled dressing case containing a carved horn comb, missing several teeth, 2 broken jade bracelets, a few jade beads, and a jade hairpin broken in 2. She hadn't known their value before, but now, as soon as she touched them, she could tell they were antiques, imbued with a significant amount of solar and lunar essence. Without hesitation, she tossed the entire dressing case into her space. Seeing Mengyu enter Huayu's room, Li Chunhua immediately dropped her broom and rushed in. "What are you doing in here?" "Trying to steal something." Mengyu shot her a cold glance. "Where are my things?" Li Chunhua instinctively retorted, "What things could you possibly have?" But as soon as the words left her mouth, she knew she had misspoken. Mengyu might not have had much, but she couldn't admit that. What would the neighbors think if they knew a 16-year-old girl had nothing of her own? Although, her reputation in this place was already as bad as it could get. Mengyu gritted her teeth. "Where are my clothes? Where are my books?" Even though she had bought new clothes now, hidden within her old rags were over 80 yuan she had painstakingly saved from scavenging in her previous life. For the current Mengyu, who possessed a net worth of several 100,000, 80 yuan was nothing. But that 80 yuan represented every single cent she had saved from scavenging during her spare time, money she had intended to use for travel expenses to university. "I threw all that junk out," Li Chunhua said. Mengyu was enraged. "You threw them out? Fine. Then you can replace them with your own things." She headed towards Li Chunhua's room. Li Chunhua immediately moved to block her, reaching out to grab Mengyu's arm. But Mengyu dodged past her and charged into Li Chunhua's room. Chapter 164. The Secret Iron Box. Jiang Haidong was called back and was about to hit Mengyu, but Gu Dongxing stopped him. "You'd better return her books to her." Mengyu had already rushed into Li Chunhua and Jiang Haidong's room. She opened the cabinet, pulled out the items inside, threw them on the floor, and stomped on them. While throwing things, she kept shouting, "Give me back my books. Give me back my clothes." Li Chunhua anxiously tried to grab her, but Mengyu dodged away. Running to the other side, she grabbed more clothes and threw them at Li Chunhua. "Will you give them back or not? Will you give them back or not?" After luring Li Chunhua to the other side of the bed, she immediately jumped over the bed and began rummaging through the cabinet again. After throwing all the clothes out of the cabinet, she still couldn't find her books, so she opened the bottom layer of the cabinet. Most old-style cabinets in rural areas were like this, divided into 3 layers. The upper and middle layers were separated only by wooden boards, but the bottom layer was enclosed. Only by removing the clothes above and opening a panel could one access the items below. As Mengyu reached into the bottom layer, her hand touched something cold. Feeling it, she realized it was a small iron box. She suddenly remembered that before taking the college entrance exam, while eavesdropping on Li Chunhua and Jiang Haidong from outside the window, she had once seen Li Chunhua open such a small iron box. When she was a wandering spirit, after Li Chunhua died, Jiang Huayu returned for the funeral and fought with Jiang Huiqing over the inheritance of this small iron box. Jiang Huiqing said that a married daughter was like spilled water. Jiang Huayu had no right to return and inherit the property. But Jiang Huayu argued that a mother's dowry was always inherited by her daughter. That time, the 2 siblings even went to court over it, which eventually exposed the secret of the small iron box. In the end, the bottom layer of the iron box was opened, revealing evidence that proved the box actually contained secrets belonging to Li Chunhua's elder brother, Li Baoxiang. The iron box was given to someone else, and the 2 siblings ended up with nothing. It was said that Li Chunhua's maternal family were major landowners. However, Li Chunhua was not the child of the legal wife, but the daughter of a maid. The family had considerable property. During the liberation period, some of it was confiscated, but some of the most valuable items were preserved. When the political movements began in 1965, Li Chunhua, being the daughter of a maid and married to a poor peasant, was not affected. Li Chunhua's elder brother had a keen sense of smell and sensed that something was wrong. He packed the family treasures into an iron box and brought it to his sister overnight for safekeeping. After the movements ended, Li Chunhua's elder brother came to ask his sister to return the treasure box, but Li Chunhua flatly denied ever receiving it from him. Not only that, she even reported her brother to the Revolutionary Committee, accusing him of keeping restoration accounts. The so-called restoration accounts referred to records her brother had kept of the family's fields, shops, addresses, and so on. As a result, her brother, before even being taken away for struggle sessions, spat out a mouthful of blood, returned home, and passed away after a few days of lying in bed. Needless to say, this iron box was likely the very one entrusted to Li Chunhua by her legitimate elder brother. All these thoughts flashed through Mengyu's mind in an instant. Her heart stirred, and she quietly stored the small iron box in her space. Seeing Mengyu open the bottom layer, Li Chunhua panicked and desperately lunged forward, trying to grab her. Mengyu quickly pretended she hadn't had time to inspect it, withdrew her hand, and jumped aside to avoid her. Seeing Mengyu emerge empty-handed, Li Chunhua, not daring to check whether the contents were missing or not, nervously covered the bottom layer's panel. Chapter 165. They really treated her like a thief. Afraid that Mengyu would come back to lift the floorboards of the cabinet again, she quickly shouted loudly, "Stop! Your books and clothes are all in the storage room." Upon hearing her shout, Mengyu snorted, "Would have been better if you'd said so earlier." Ignoring Li Chunhua, she hurried toward the storage room. The Jiang family's house was a privately purchased property with 3 main rooms, the living room in the middle and bedrooms on either side. Li Chunhua and Jiang Haidong occupied one of the main rooms, Jiang Huiqing had another, while Mengyu and Huayu lived in the east wing room. Since there was a vegetable plot in the courtyard where they usually grew some vegetables, the west wing room had been turned into a storage space for rarely used items, mainly tools. Because the iron tools were often washed after use and then placed directly on the ground, this room was mostly damp. Mengyu's clothes and books were simply thrown on the damp floor of the storage room. Although only 2 months had passed, the floor was already somewhat damp, and the books and clothes had grown mold. Mengyu had long known Li Chunhua's character and was too exhausted to get angry. She first retrieved the money hidden in the clothes, then moved both the clothes and books to the courtyard, shouting loudly, "Li Chunhua, all my things are here. Come and check if any of your belongings are among them. If not, I'll take them away. Don't come complaining later that I stole your things." Li Chunhua had been worried that Mengyu might take some of their family's belongings. Hearing Mengyu ask her to check, she immediately ran to the courtyard and said, "You ungrateful wretch, you've always had sticky fingers. I really do need to check." With that, she bent down, shook out each piece of clothing on the ground, and tossed them aside. After shaking out all the clothes, she moved on to the books. The onlookers couldn't help but look down on her for checking in such a manner. She really was treating the girl like a thief. Moreover, looking at these clothes, not a single piece was without patches, combined with the fact that they had been stored in the damp west wing. From this alone, it was clear how harshly Li Chunhua had treated this adopted daughter. Mengyu let her shake out all the clothes and books, then pointed at the messy pile and asked, "Have you checked everything?" Li Chunhua replied, "Yes. None of your family's things are mixed in, right?" Li Chunhua didn't want to answer, but Mengyu raised her voice and asked again, "Speak up. Are any of your things mixed in? If you don't answer, you can check again." Li Chunhua had already shaken every book upside down. There was nothing more to find even if she checked again, so she had no choice but to answer no. Mengyu smiled. This was exactly the answer she wanted from Li Chunhua. Mengyu walked over to the crowd and said, "All the neighbors here have heard it. Everything I, Mengyu, have taken out belongs to me. I haven't taken a single needle or thread from the Jiang family. Please bear witness for me." "Oh, and does anyone have a lighter I could borrow?" Someone handed her a lighter. Mengyu thanked them, gathered the clothes into a pile, and lit a fire right there in the courtyard. Li Chunhua was furious. "What are you doing?" Mengyu replied coldly, "Can't you see? I'm burning them." These clothes were thrown on the damp floor of the West Wing tool room and have already grown mold. They can't be worn anymore. What else can I do with them if not burn them? When she was in City B, she had bought several sets of clothes for all seasons, so there was no need to keep these tattered garments. Li Chunhua was taken aback. "If you were planning to burn them, why did you make me check?" Chapter 166. The precious iron chest is stolen. Mengyu said coldly, "What if you say later that I burned the wrong clothes?" After Mengyu and Gu Dongxing left, the gathered neighbors, seeing there was no more spectacle to watch, also dispersed. Of course, as they scattered, they continued discussing the Jiang family's affairs, gaining a deeper understanding of that extreme woman, Li Chunhua. Upon returning home, they warned their family members not to associate with Li Chunhua in the future. Only then did Li Chunhua return to the room to tidy up the clothes Mengyu had pulled out. Naturally, her most urgent task was to check that bottom layer iron chest. However, when she opened the panel and repeatedly felt around underneath with her hands, she couldn't find her precious iron chest. Her face instantly turned pale. She took everything out from the bottom cabinet, but still couldn't find her precious iron chest. She felt as if the sky had collapsed and sat on the floor in despair. Oh heavens! Seeing her state, Jiang Haidong asked curiously, "What's wrong with you?" She suddenly jumped up and was about to rush out, shouting as she charged, "It was her. It must have been her who stole it. She must have stolen my treasure." Jiang Haidong grabbed her. "What's the use of going out now? They left by car. Do you think you can outrun a car? What did you lose?" "That iron chest, the one this long and this wide." Li Chunhua gestured. "The one you keep your dowry in?" Jiang Haidong asked. Li Chunhua nodded. Yes, the chest with my dowry." Jiang Haidong had naturally seen her precious chest before. She had never allowed him to touch it, and he didn't know what was inside. He said skeptically, "That can't be. Although I wasn't in the room, I saw very clearly that when she came out of our room, both her hands were empty. That chest is so big, it couldn't possibly fit in a pocket." Indeed, that small iron chest was quite large, about 1 foot long, half a foot wide, and half a foot tall. Something that big definitely couldn't fit in a pocket, it would have to be carried in hand. But she was also certain that when Mengyu came out of the room, both her hands were empty. Moreover, as soon as Mengyu ran into the room, she had followed and charged in, then had been chasing Mengyu the whole time. Mengyu had never left her sight. Although Mengyu had opened the bottom layer of the cabinet, she had pounced on Mengyu as soon as she opened it. Mengyu simply hadn't had time to rummage through that bottom cabinet. Could both of them have been mistaken about her coming out empty-handed? If Mengyu had taken clothes with her, one might suspect she could have wrapped the iron chest in the clothes and taken it after the inspection. But Mengyu had burned all her own clothes to ashes. What she actually took away were only those books. Surely, she couldn't claim the iron chest was hidden among those books, could she? Besides, all her books from junior high and below had been sold as scrap paper long ago. Only her high school textbooks remained. How many books could 2 years of high school textbooks amount to? When those books were taken away, they weren't packed in a chest, but were tied into 2 bundles with rope and carried off. Furthermore, her iron chest was black, while the books were slightly yellowish. Her black iron chest simply couldn't have been smuggled out hidden among the books. What frustrated Li Chunhua the most was that in the end, Mengyu had taken her things out and piled them in the courtyard, even proactively asking her to inspect them, saying she was afraid Li Chunhua would accuse her of smuggling things out. After the inspection, Mengyu had made her declare that she hadn't taken any of the Jiang family's belongings. She had even asked all the neighbors to bear witness. Chapter 167, Cannot Report to the Police. Even if Li Chunhua went to report it now, claiming that Jiang Mengyu had stolen her belongings, no one would believe her. The neighbors would also testify for Mengyu. She had only taken her own textbooks and hadn't taken a single thing that belonged to the Jiang family. Jiang Haidong asked, "Could it be that your iron chest was stolen long ago, and you just didn't notice?" Li Chunhua shook her head. "I checked it just last night." Jiang Haidong said, "Could it be that you gave the chest to your daughter to take away?" "Impossible." Li Chunhua denied firmly. Li Chunhua was an extremely selfish person. She was originally the daughter of a maid, a concubine's child. Because that maid had also been involved with a servant, Li Chunhua was not acknowledged by the Li family. Her status at home was similar to that of a maid, and she only lived a slightly better life because her eldest brother, Li Baoxiang, treated her well. After her mother died, when the main wife wanted to sell her to a brothel, it was her eldest brother, Li Baoxiang, who protected her. It could be said that her brother had saved her life, and she was usually very grateful to him. Because of this, Li Baoxiang felt assured enough to entrust the treasure to her care. Yet in the end, not only did she scheme to take her brother's treasure, but she also exposed him. It was precisely because of this that Li Baoxiang was so grief-stricken and furious. It could be said that he was literally angered to death by her. But she felt no remorse at all for causing the death of the brother who had saved her life. The iron chest was Li Chunhua's treasure. She checked it every night, but forbade her husband and children from taking even a glance. She would not pass the chest to her daughter until her dying breath. "In that case, let's report it to the police," Jiang Haidong said. But Li Chunhua reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, exploding. "We cannot report to the police." "We cannot report to the police," Li Chunhua said weakly. "Have you forgotten?" Before she left, she moved her things into the yard for me to inspect, forcing me to say that she hadn't taken anything belonging to our Jiang family. Moreover, she even had the neighbors testify for her. Reporting to the police would be very disadvantageous for us. Actually, the reason Li Chunhua didn't want to report to the police was that the contents of the iron chest could not be exposed. Because she couldn't explain the origin of those items, they were things she had schemed to take from her maternal brother. Although her maternal brother had passed away, his children were still alive. Back then, she had flatly denied receiving the iron chest from her brother. If she were to report it to the police now because of this chest, her brother's family would be the first to not let her off. If we don't report it, then what do you suggest we do? Jiang Haidong was growing impatient. Just forget about the iron chest? How could we possibly forget about it? A malicious glint flashed in Li Chunhua's eyes. That little wretch most likely stole my precious iron chest. Jiang Haidong found it hard to believe. But she let you inspect. She's too clever, and her cleverness backfired. Li Chunhua gritted her teeth. If she hadn't deliberately let me inspect her things, I might have doubted myself and thought I wronged her. But the fact that she deliberately let me inspect proves that she was the one who took the iron chest. Although Jiang Haidong didn't agree with Li Chunhua's reasoning, he also felt a bit suspicious. Could it be because you usually make a point of checking every night before bed, and she found out about it? So, after you checked the treasure chest last night, she waited until we were asleep and stole it. Coming today was just a cover. Very likely. Neither of them believed that the items were stolen by Mengyu today. With both of them watching with their own eyes, if Mengyu had really stolen something right under their noses, they would lose face. Chapter 168. A Great Fortune. Chapter 168. A Great Fortune. But even if the Jiang family suspected that Mengyu had discovered their treasure chest and stolen it, it was merely suspicion. They had no evidence. Moreover, with the testimony of many neighbors today, they dared not attribute the theft of the treasure chest to Mengyu. However, the inability to prove it did not mean they wouldn't hold her responsible and seek revenge. Li Chunhua said, "Proceed as that person instructed." Mengyu could imagine how frustrated Li Chunhua must have been upon discovering the loss of the iron chest. However, she felt no regret. Nor did she believe she shouldn't have taken the contents of that chest. Because those items belonged to Li Baoxiang. He had not given them to Li Chunhua, and before his death, he had not instructed his descendants to reclaim this chest of treasures. Therefore, this chest of treasures could be considered ownerless. It was not wrong for her to take it. Moreover, Li Baoxiang had died because of this chest of treasures. By taking the treasures from Li Chunhua, she was, in a way, avenging Li Baoxiang. Later, she would send some money to his children on his behalf, fulfilling her duty and righteousness. Gu Dongxing noticed the strange smile that had been lingering on Mengyu's face and glanced at her. "Why do I feel like you look like a little kitten that just stole a canary?" Mengyu immediately bristled. "Brother Gu, you're comparing me to a kitten? You're the cat. Your whole family are cats." Gu Dongxing hurriedly said, Yes, I'm the cat, all right?" Just as Mengyu's anger began to subside, Gu Dongxing added, "Our whole family are cats. You're now part of my family, so you're a cat too." Mengyu felt there was something odd about his words, but she couldn't refute them. She was the one who said his whole family were cats, and he had said he would give her a home, which she had accepted. Thus, she couldn't find fault with his logic. In truth, the moment he said he would give her a home, she was already ensnared. Unfortunately, sometimes clever and cunning as a fox, other times naive and clueless, she remained unaware. The corners of Gu Dongxing's mouth lifted slightly, his heart leaping with joy. The two had lunch outside before returning to the compound. Mengyu immediately went back to her room. "Don't call me, I'm taking a nap." She even forgot that she usually chased Gu Dongxing out of the room before sleeping. Gu Dongxing felt pleased. She would gradually get used to his presence. Mengyu bolted the door and entered her space. She couldn't wait to see what was inside that iron chest. The iron chest wasn't large, measuring 30 centimeters in length, 15 in width, and 15 in height. But when she twisted off the lock and opened the chest, she was still somewhat surprised. The iron chest was divided into 3 compartments. The central compartment was neatly stacked with gold bars, filling half the space. Mengyu had an extraordinary fondness for gold, so her eyes naturally went to it first. She counted them. There were 20 bars in total, each weighing 10 taels. Of course, this was based on the old system of 16 taels per gene, so each bar actually weighed about 830 grams. The gold alone weighed over 10 gene. No wonder the iron chest felt somewhat heavy in her hands. The left compartment contained various gemstones, rubies, sapphires, emeralds, and jadeite, all in raw form. There were more than 10 pieces. The right compartment held finished jewelry, hairpins, earrings, necklaces, and bracelets, all exquisite pieces. Gold, silver, jade, jadeite, tortoiseshell, and more filled the compartment to the brim. She emptied everything out because, based on her memories from her past life, this small chest had a hidden compartment. After some effort, she finally opened the hidden layer. Chapter 169, Pulling Gu Dongxing into the water. Mengyu was startled. What was hidden in the secret compartment must be the real secret ledger. Inside were 10 property deeds, some from the city, some from the capital, some from Shanghai, and 2 from Hong Kong. But would property deeds from before 1949 still be valid? Mengyu felt it was rather unlikely. However, one deposit slip caught her eye. It was a deposit slip from a Swiss bank for $500,000. What a huge fortune. Mengyu recalled Li Baxiang's political acumen. Anyone who could think of depositing money in a Swiss bank back then was truly remarkable. Yet, such a remarkable person had entrusted this box to his concubine sister Li Chunhua for safekeeping, only to be angered to death by her. Still, Mengyu felt he was partly to blame. How could he misjudge people? Shouldn't he have known what kind of person his concubine sister was? When Mengyu took out the last property deed, she found a letter at the very bottom. The letter requested that whoever obtained this small iron box could keep the jewelry and gold inside, but they must safely deliver the signed property deeds and bank deposit slip to Li Baxiang's descendants. Only then did Mengyu realize that this Li Baxiang was truly clever. He must have known that his concubine sister wouldn't be able to keep such a box of treasures safe in the end. Thus, it wasn't that he misjudged people, he understood human nature all too well. Whoever obtained this box of treasures, while enjoying its contents with peace of mind, would likely agree to return the deposit slip and property deeds to his descendants. After all, both the property deeds and the bank deposit slip were signed, meaning only his direct descendants could inherit them. They would be useless to anyone else. Compared to the treasures, these property deeds and deposit slip were the real assets. With these properties and $500,000, his descendants could rise to prominence. Moreover, with this letter, the holder of the iron box would be considered the legitimate recipient of his bequest. Even if they took the property deeds and deposit slip to his descendants, they wouldn't have to worry about the treasures being reclaimed. Anyone who obtained the small iron box, if only to enjoy the jewelry and gold without worry, would help deliver the property deeds and deposit slip to his descendants. This Li Baxiang was truly brilliant. Seeing the words safely return, Mengyu admired him even more. By taking his treasures, one had to ensure his descendants received these items safely. The property deeds in the country were likely useless now, but the ones from Hong Kong might still be reclaimable. As for the Swiss bank draft, it was definitely still valid. $500,000 saved up to this point was still a huge sum. Mengyu was a bit troubled about how to ensure his descendants received this money safely. Gu Dongxing noticed that after her nap, Mengyu seemed unusually agitated and found it very strange. Xiaoming, is there something you want to tell me? Mengyu had a sudden idea. She trusted Gu Dongxing's character, why not pull him into this? At most, she could give him half of the treasures in the small iron box. So Mengyu told Gu Dongxing how she had accidentally overheard the secret of Li Chunhua's treasure box. Outraged that Li Chunhua had sold her into the deep mountains to become a shared wife, she had taken the opportunity during her recent return, under the pretext of searching for her own belongings, to steal the small iron box. She had originally thought the money from selling her was inside the iron box, but when she opened it at noon, she discovered the secrets within, and so on. Brother Gu, what do you think is the best way to handle this? The main difficulty is delivering it safely to the Li family. Chapter 170 Wanting to uncover her secrets. Gu Dongxing hadn't expected this little thing to be so bold, actually stealing Li Chunhua's precious little iron chest. This iron chest was no ordinary matter. Moreover, he had been with her the whole time and hadn't seen how she managed to steal the chest. It seemed he still didn't understand this little thing. However, after reading the letter, he also knew that the most difficult part of this matter lay in the word safety. Mengyu said, Brother Gu, I think finding them and handing over the items isn't the problem. What I'm afraid of is that after they take these property deeds and deposit slips, they might attract covetous eyes. Wouldn't that be harming them? Gu Dongxing patted her hair. Silly girl, leave this matter to me. Don't frown. Only then did Mengyu relax. Brother Gu, don't you think what I did is illegal? Mengyu asked anxiously. You won't turn me in, will you? Gu Dongxing found it amusing. This little thing is still testing me? He waved the letter. This is a gift from Li Baoxiang. It's not illegal. Mengyu finally felt at ease. Alright, I'll leave these things to you. You can return them to Li Baoxiang's direct descendants. As for the treasures in this chest, how about we split them 50-50? Gu Dongxing wanted to say he didn't want them. But then it suddenly occurred to him, if Mengyu obtains such a large sum of wealth, wouldn't there be a wealth gap between them? No, to prevent the financial distance between them from widening, Gu Dongxing, really had to accept this fortune. Besides, judging from the letter, only by ensuring Li Baoxiang's direct descendants safely receive this property could they get the reward of these treasures. Moreover, handling the aftermath with Li Chunhua would also require him to step in. With this matter, a secret now existed between them. And with a shared secret, it would be even harder for the two of them to separate in the future. Therefore, he agreed straightforwardly, alright. Earlier, Mengyu had only taken out the letter. Now, seeing Gu Dongxing agree, she immediately went back to her room and brought out the small iron chest. Gu Dongxing stared at the treasures in the iron chest, dumbfounded. He had only heard Mengyu mention a large sum of treasure, but hadn't expected it to be this substantial. He was glad he had agreed with Mengyu. Otherwise, her holding on to such a vast fortune would be like a ticking time bomb. He took the entire chest of treasures. After I convert it into money, I'll give you your share. Mengyu believed he wouldn't deceive her. His desire to keep it was solely because he feared it wouldn't be safe for her to hold onto the chest of treasures. She was only touched by his concern, not misunderstanding it. Moreover, subconsciously, she already regarded him as her boyfriend. However, she still wanted to keep those items herself because she felt it was better for her to safeguard them. After thinking for a moment, she reached her hand over the small iron chest. The next moment, the chest disappeared. Gu Dongxing's eyes widened in shock. Brother Gu, I know magic. So, I'll keep my share myself, Mengyu said. Seeing his expression, she quickly added, it's not that I don't trust you, Brother Gu. It's just that you might not keep it as safely as I can. With me, it's absolutely secure. Gu Dongxing couldn't believe it. The girl he wholeheartedly wanted to marry home actually possessed extraordinary skills. It seemed his little fiancée also had her secrets. He would have to find a way to uncover her secrets. Only by sharing secrets could they become intimate partners.